I have always emphasized that my journey to this point has been solely due to my diligent practice of martial arts and relentless effort, not reliant on violence or shortcuts, stated Shinshu firmly, a hint of irritation crossing his features as he faced the media's probing questions. The following day, the Federal News reported that the esteemed General Shinshu, heralded as the savior of the Federation, the nemesis of beasts, and a conqueror of the stars, revealed in a recent interview. His remarkable achievements stem from his ability to confront foes, overcome adversities, and his unwavering dedication. What is your initial motivation for practicing martial arts? For survival and to earn a living, and I heard they also offer free medicinal baths here. Li Lei, who was undergoing an interview, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Shinshu's response. He gazed at the tall and handsome youth before him and pressed on. Do you not harbor a profound reverence for the martial way? Do you lack the conviction to forge ahead on the path of martial arts? Shinshu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Meeting Li Lei's expectant gaze, he pondered briefly before replying. I'm simply here to apply for the position of a sparring partner. There's no need to risk my life. Is there? With that, Shinshu stood up, preparing to leave. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the dangers of a culture that glorifies overwork. He had witnessed it lead to sudden deaths in his previous life. He had no intention of being indoctrinated with lofty ideals. Before even starting the job, would not accept a position at a Crade martial arts dojo unless the pay was increased. Seeing Shinshu about to depart, Li Lei felt a surge of urgency. For reasons unknown, discussions of ideals seemed ineffective at this moment. The previous sparring partner had lasted less than 3 days before leaving, and if he failed to recruit someone today, his budget for medicinal baths this month would vanish, nearly $10,000 worth of expenses. Li Lei quickly reached out to block Shinshu's path. Wait, you've been hired. A martial artist needs someone as grounded as you. 3,000 federal coins a month, with food and lodging provided, plus 1 basic medicinal bath. Upon hearing this, Shinshu halted and regarded Li Lei's anxious expression along with the contract being presented. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had noticed upon entering that he was the last applicant remaining, which implied he seemingly held the upper hand now. That was the price earlier. Now I want. Shinshu extended 4 fingers but, gritting his teeth, added a 5th. 5,000. Food included, lodging can be adjusted to 500. This request utterly bewildered Li Lei. After such a prolonged recruitment effort, it was the first time someone had negotiated terms with him. Instinctively, he let out a scoff. There are plenty of others who would take the job. Shinshu merely chuckled, pushing the door open as he said, sorry, but there truly is no one else. I am the last. Although Chaoyang Martial Arts School offers free medicinal baths, the turnover for sparring partners is quite severe. There's literally no one left. Observing the empty corridor outside, Li Lei could only smile helplessly. You clever lad, you are indeed impressive, not at all like a typical martial artist, but rather like a cunning fox. Sparring is not merely about fetching water and cleaning. It requires engaging in practice with the disciples of Chaoyang Martial Arts School. If you desire this compensation, I must assess whether you are capable of fulfilling this role. Is that unreasonable? Li Lei remarked, his expression one of amusement. 3 strikes. If you can withstand them, I will hire you on the spot. Shinshu was momentarily taken aback before asking, am I allowed to retaliate? Li Lei was surprised. He had not anticipated a sparring partner wanting to counterattack. If you can withstand my strikes, I might consider making an exception for you. With that, he circled around the table and positioned himself 7 steps away from Shinshu. Are you ready? Shinshu merely stood firm and replied, just so you know, I won't be liable for any injuries. Li Lei, feeling slighted, couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Fine. Without hesitation, as Shinshu spoke, Li Lei unleashed a basic martial technique and swiftly closed the distance, launching a powerful punch toward Shinshu's scapula. Despite his irritation, this was merely a test of strength. Should he truly strike at Shinshu's chest, he could find himself begging for mercy 3 seconds later if Shinshu turned out to be a foolhardy novice. As the punch came hurtling toward him, Shinshu did not flinch or evade. Witnessing this, Li Lei felt a surge of satisfaction. This person was indeed reckless. He was a second-tier martial artist, yet this individual stood his ground without any attempt to dodge. Thus, Li Lei reduced his force by 30%, intending to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the expected outcome of Shinshu being sent flying did not occur. Li Lei's gaze met Shin Shu's, which radiated surprise, as if to say, "Your strength pleases me." Li Lei was left dumbfounded. Who was truly the examiner here? At this moment, Shin Shu felt an unexpected satisfaction. The body has endured the impact. Progress in the basic martial skill Rock, Solid Body, Training Minor Completion 1. Current progress in Rock, Solid Body, Training Minor Completion 72100. The fact that his progress had increased with just one punch was astonishing. With an eager expression, he looked at Li Lei and urged, "Continue." Seeing the encouragement in Shin Shu's eyes, Li Lei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had been underestimated. That earlier punch had felt akin to striking a solid wall. It seemed that Shin Shu was also a practitioner who had entered the martial realm. With this realization, he decided to stop holding back. He swiftly pushed off the ground with his right foot, twisting his spine with the force of a great dragon as he directed his arm towards Shin Shu's chest. Boom! The force was even more tremendous than before. The body has endured the impact. Progress in Rock, Solid Body, Training Minor Completion 2. Current progress in Rock, Solid Body, Training Minor Completion 74100. Seeing that he still couldn't budge Shin Shu, Li Lei, unable to maintain his composure, unleashed a faint red glow surrounding his fist and charged once more toward Shin Shu's chest. The punch, imbued with vitality, surged forth like a tempest. In response, Shin Shu suddenly moved, sidestepping Li Lei's arm. He then crossed his hands above his head to evade the punch and stepped forward sharply, executing a technique known as White Ape Presents Fruit. In an instant, Shin Shu's hands cradled Li Lei's jaw, and with a resounding thud, Li Lei felt his chin drop as his entire body lifted 3 inches off the ground. Yet Shin Shu's actions were far from over. He gripped Li Lei's arm and pulled him forward, stepping into a bow stance that positioned him beneath Li Lei. His previously extended arm retracted suddenly, and he delivered an elbow strike, using the full force of his elbow to slam into Li Lei's chest. Bang! Li Lei's form was propelled backward, crashing into the chair he had just occupied. Apart from the dust falling from the ceiling, he found himself enveloped in a slumber as profound as that of an infant. Defeated Li Lei, a second-tier martial artist, and gained 3 hours of sage moments. Familiarity with 8 Extremes Fist 1. Current familiarity with 8 Extremes Fist Entry Level 23100. As he observed the notification before him, Shin Shu smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, only by sparring with martial artists who had entered their realm could he further enhance his abilities. With this thought, Shin Shu felt a surge of joy. Although he lacked the funds to attend classes at the martial arts school, becoming a sparring partner was also a commendable choice. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Lei jolted awake, greedily gasping for air. Shin Shu's earlier elbow strike had made him feel as if death itself were beckoning. Noticing Li Lei's condition, Shin Shu rushed over, intending to pat his back to help him recover. In the heat of the moment, he had lost control of his strength. He mused to himself, "If I strike the interviewer during the interview, will I still be hired?" Answer: "If not allowed in, they'll strike again. But I must uphold the bond between master and disciple. If anything goes awry later, don't pin it on me." As Shin Shu increased the pressure of his pats, Li Lei gasped for breath before suddenly coughing vigorously. He quickly pushed Shin Shu away. "Wait. Cough. That's enough. Stop." Feeling the pressure intensify, Li Lei shouted, "All right, if you keep it up, I won't hire you." Upon hearing this, Shin Shu halted his actions, a hint of embarrassment crossing his handsome face. He glanced at the panel that only he could see. Shin Shu, Apprentice Level 8. Martial Skills, Rock Solid Body Training Minor Completion, 8 Extremes Fist Entry Level. Remaining Sage Moments, 8 hours. Rubbing his chest, Li Lei regarded Shin Shu with a peculiar expression. "We're both martial artists who have entered the realm. Why would you come to be a sparring partner? And how do you possess such immense strength?" Shin Shu pondered for a moment before asking, "So, can I still be hired?" "Of course." Li Lei's face lit up with excitement. "Our members are quite capable. The more proficient, the better. What tier are you at? I can apply for you to be a mid-level sparring partner, with a salary of 8,000 or 8,005 if you forego lodging, plus 2 initial medicinal baths. Where are you from? I need to record that." Having recruited a practitioner at the entry level, Li Lei was eager to proceed. Hesitating for a moment, Shin Shu ultimately replied honestly, "I'm not in the realm, yet I'm merely an apprentice level 8 from the first high school in Luocheng." Li Lei suddenly lifted his head, a question mark slowly forming in his eyes. Chapter 2. The Body Refining Pill. Li Lei, after momentarily absorbing Shan Shu's words, slowly rubbed his chest and spoke. Is this how your apprentice has treated me? For a moment, Li Lei found it difficult to accept. He scrutinized Shan Shu incredulously for quite some time. Tall and slender, his physique remarkably well-proportioned, exuding a hint of youthful vigor, yet his eyes bore a depth of composure. Hiss, here, we primarily value strength. Although you are merely an apprentice, your prowess is commendable. Therefore, let us proceed as per your earlier request. Just come to work tomorrow. Upon leaving the martial arts hall, Shan Shu gazed at the contract now signed on his wristband, a smile spreading across his face. Having traversed into this world for nearly 3 months, he had finally secured a respectable job in this high martial world. Warriors reign supreme. While it is said that warriors take precedence, this realm encompasses more than just martial artists. There are also psychics and mecha engineers. However, the former demands exceptional talent, while the latter often requires affluent parentage. The very mention of mecha hints at the exorbitant costs associated with them. Even the most affordable portable mecha is rumored to be in the million range, and such luxuries are only available in high-tier cities. Places like their third-tier city lack access entirely. At this moment, a notification chimed from his wristband. Your payment for the package has been received, 10,000 yuan. Current package balance, 23,421.89 yuan. With the delightful announcement, Shan Shu's face lit up with joy. The funds had finally arrived. Wang Wu, Shan Shu, brother-son was quite pleased with your last boxing performance. I see you possess considerable talent. Are you interested in participating in a few more matches? I can arrange some boxing events for you, and the compensation will be satisfactory. You are still an apprentice, but I can find some matches for you. When the time comes, if the attendance is good, winning will double your earnings. Should you lose, the compensation will still follow the usual half rate. What do you think? After contemplating for a moment, Shan Shu replied, All right, Brother Wang, I appreciate your assistance. Wang Wu, all right, I will make the arrangements and notify you later. Glancing at his remaining balance, Shan Shu felt a sense of fulfillment. The martial world has historically been a voracious money pit, an insatiable abyss. Not to mention that potions often cost thousands to tens of thousands. Even the daily expenses for high-energy foods are substantial. However, wealthy individuals have their own training methods, and Shan Shu has devised his own strategies. In the dimly lit streets, Shan Shu looked around before tapping on a concealed partition. Clang, 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 the rhythmic knocking reverberated, and moments later, a small hole appeared in the partition. Without further ado, he stated, Number 730, after a brief silence. The other party produced a small porcelain vial and handed it over. Deducting 5,000 yuan from Shan Shu's wristband before cautioning, this medicine is close to expiration. Its potency is strong, so be careful not to misuse it. Unperturbed, Shan Shu merely acknowledged with a soft HM before disappearing into the night. As the saying goes, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished resort to mutations. Shan Shu had come to know of a clandestine potion distribution shop through the underground boxing scene. Dubbed a black shop, it is more aptly a haven for the desperate, selling near-expired medications or pharmaceuticals acquired through various channels. Just because a medication is nearing expiration does not imply it is unusable. It merely indicates that the stabilizing agents are waning, and continued usage could potentially damage one's meridians, rendering it a double-edged sword. For instance, the body refining pill in Shan Shu's possession originally costs 8,000 yuan, but here, it is available for just 5,000 with enhanced potency. The only drawback is the potential health risks and hidden injuries it may inflict. Yet, given the circumstances, who cares about health? This is intended for those who are financially strapped yet desperately in need. After all, who truly cares about the lives of such individuals? Moreover, with Shan Shu's numerous expenses, sometimes sacrificing health becomes a regrettable necessity. Current remaining sage time, 8 hours. Glancing at the 8-hour countdown on the panel, Shan Shu pondered that it should suffice to fully absorb the medicine, and he could still practice the 8 extremes fist afterward. With this thought, a smile crept onto his face. The moonlight was bright, illuminating Shan Shu's path home. Upon reaching a small alley, he noticed the leaves wedged in the doorframe had not shifted, so he pushed the door open and entered. Grandma, I'm back. Xiao Shu is back. The soup is still warm. Drink it while it's hot. Hearing his grandmother's voice from within the room, Shan Shu smiled. An elderly woman, slightly hunched, emerged from the doorway and looked at him. In response, Shan Shu hurriedly approached and quietly inquired, "How is Grandpa today? Is he still refusing to eat?" With a sorrowful expression, his grandmother replied, "He still won't eat." Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy crossed Shan Shu's face. He stepped into the room, gazing at the elderly man nearly bedridden due to his back injury, and sighed. Then, putting on a smile, he approached the bed. The old man, hearing the commotion at the door, attempted to turn his head but ultimately stubbornly faced the window. Seeing this, Shan Shu took a towel from the nearby basin, wrung it out, and gently wiped the old man's rough hands while speaking, "Grandpa, I have joined the Zhaoyang Martial Arts Hall today. They are good people and have offered me a formal job. Soon, we'll have money. Don't worry. The third-tier city cannot treat your back injury, so we'll go to a first-tier city. If that doesn't work, we can try the Federation. They will surely help you recover." The old man's frame quivered slightly, yet he still did not turn. Shan Shu continued, "My parents left early, and you two raised me. You worked hard to provide me with a better life. Even getting injured in the process, I can't abandon you just because you are hurt, can I? Moreover, I do not feel I am suffering. As long as I have you, I have a home. If you truly starve yourself to death, I would be left with nothing. Grandpa, stop being stubborn and eat." As he spoke, Shan Shu lifted the cold food from the windowsill. The old man gazed out towards the window, still defiantly refusing to turn. But tears began to roll down his weathered cheeks, tracing the paths carved by suffering. Seeing this, Shan Shu understood that the old man had softened. He stood up and smiled. "So, you do need your partner after all." At this, his grandmother stepped forward, wiping her eyes, took the food from Shan Shu's hands, and began to feed the old man. Observing this, Shan Shu quietly exited the room, gazing at the bright moonlight and letting out a sigh. 3 months had passed since he crossed over. His parents had long since passed, and he was raised by his grandparents. As he grew older, the financial demands increased, and they, despite their advanced age, worked tirelessly to support him. His grandfather returned to his old trade, laboring at a construction site, but an accident resulted in a back injury. Although the site offered compensation, it was but a drop in the ocean against the rising medical expenses. Already frail, the old man fell gravely ill in a desperate bid to earn money. Shan Shu had abandoned his studies, only to find himself in a money-draining pit. The simple, humble elder began to entertain thoughts of giving up. The previous owner of this body, in his quest to make money, ventured into the underground fighting arena, leading to a fateful accident that ultimately allowed Shan Shu to take his place. Utilizing some experience from his past life, he managed to earn a bit of money to temporarily sustain the family. Looking at the modest courtyard and the warm glow emanating from within, Shan Shu merely smiled at least he had a family now, which was a significant improvement over his previous life as an orphan. With a shrug, he glanced at the remaining balance of 18,421.89 yuan on his wristband and promptly transferred 15,000 yuan to his grandmother. "Now that we have money, in a couple of days, we'll admit Grandpa for treatment. With the reimbursement, this should last us a month." Noticing that his grandmother seemed ready to say something, Shan Shu interrupted, "Don't worry. The martial arts hall assessed my aptitude and offered me access to medicinal baths, and if I perform well, there could be pill rewards. All right, I'm heading back to my room. There's a monthly martial arts exam at school tomorrow." With that, Shan Shu returned to his room. The bedding, washed to a pale white, felt warm and inviting. It seemed his grandmother had dried it in the sun today. With this thought, Shan Shu felt a surge of motivation. Tomorrow marked the monthly martial arts exam at school, and a high rank could yield rewards in the form of pills. Given his current strength, aiming for a decent placement to secure some resources should be entirely feasible. Calculating his expenses, he thought, every penny counts. For Shan Shu, every little bit saved was significant. He opened the body refining pill and swallowed it in one go. The unrestrained potency surged within him like a wild stallion, rampaging through his body. Despite having prior experience with ingestion, he couldn't suppress a muffled groan and quickly activated the rock-solid body refining technique. With the body refining pill combined with 8 hours of sage time, just how much would he improve? System, reveal your potential. All in. Chapter 3. Sage time. Rock-solid body refining technique achieves perfection. Under Shan Shu's watchful gaze, the numbers pertaining to sage time on the panel began to fluctuate rapidly. 0.8.5.3. Soon, the numbers halted at 0. First hour. You diligently practice the rock-solid body refining technique during sage time, and due to the potent effects of the expired body refining pill, you have successfully broken through the final barrier. Rock-solid body refining technique. Breakthrough to minor completion. 4th hour. You have thoroughly absorbed the body refining pill and mitigated its side effects, achieving major completion. 6th hour. You have transcended the rock-solid body refining technique, reaching the realm of perfection. The 7th hour. You feel as though your body has transformed into a stone, and your spirit has likewise solidified into a rock. The 8th hour. The formless realm. Rock-solid body refinement technique. Supreme. Enlightenment attained. Thought power. Rock-solid. Your spirit is as unwavering as a rock. Eternal and immovable. Moment of sagehood attained. Apprentice level 9. Remaining time of sagehood. 0. Indeed, nothing compares to the swiftness of mutation. Shunshu sat upon a soft quilt, his thoughts predominantly fixated on his physical form. Despite numerous attempts, the profound sensation brought forth by the moment of sagehood continued to enrapture him. It must be said, the emptiness following such a boon was quite tormenting. The moment of sagehood, as the name implies, significantly enhances Shinshu's comprehension and efficiency. Moreover, during this moment, time in the external world flows almost to a standstill. At this juncture, his body was devoid of the fatigue typically associated with rigorous training. Rather, it was gaining strength at an unimaginable pace. Observing the once uncontainable vitality in his hands, it now appeared to be restrained. The rock-solid body refinement technique, a universal practice issued by the Federation, serves as a foundational technique for all. Its effects are remarkably straightforward. To temper and break through, thereby enhancing vitality. It is said that the stronger one becomes in this technique, the more formidable the enhancements. However, both coaches and teachers advise against delving too deeply into this practice. They suggest that those with a bit of wealth should save up to exchange for a different technique once they reach a certain threshold. The rationale presented by the teachers is that the deeper and more stable the foundational work, the more time it consumes. Rather than prolonging the effort, it is wiser to switch techniques and ascend faster. Yet, it was evident that Shinshu, who had already resorted to taking temporary enhancements, was in no position to be choosy about techniques. Furthermore, the rock-solid body refinement technique, in terms of efficacy, was already of a top-tier caliber. At this moment, Shinshu felt the energy within him surging like a torrent, flowing through his meridians, resembling a colossal stone that fortified his physique. In an instant, he felt as if he had not devoted himself to rigorous training for 8 hours, but rather abstained from indulgences for 8 months, or even 8 years, concentrating all his thoughts and dedicating everything to this technique, transforming himself into a true rock. Current realm, apprentice level 9, coupled with elixirs. The effects were significantly enhanced, even allowing him to break through a minor realm. In this world, warriors are classified into 8 major realms: apprentice, formless realm, skin refinement, bone tempering, unity, refinement, sea of chi, and transcendence. Before reaching unity, one focuses on tempering the body, yet it is said that upon achieving the refinement realm, quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations capable of cleaving mountains. The Sea of Chi realm is rumored to allow one to traverse the cosmos in physical form. The Transcendence realm, even within the Interstellar Alliance, is regarded as a formidable powerhouse. Contemplating this, Shunshu could not help but feel a sense of longing, and he turned his gaze towards the interface. System, let us strive together to improve our circumstances. He then focused on the thought power he had comprehended during the moment of sagehood. Thought power, rock solid. Acquired from your supreme rock-solid body refinement technique. This will deepen and enrich your thought power. This was the first time he had attained insight during the moment of sagehood. Thought power, even within the Interstellar Alliance, is an elusive concept. Some say it is akin to mental energy. However, scientists from the Interstellar Alliance have determined that it differs from mental energy. To some extent, they prefer to refer to it as the power of the soul. At this moment, Shinshu felt his thoughts becoming clearer. This was merely the effect of 8 hours combined with the body-tempering elixir. Currently, the only way to gain this moment of sagehood is by defeating a warrior stronger than oneself. With this thought, Shunshu eagerly anticipated the upcoming monthly martial examination and his first sparring session the following day. For now, it was time to rest. As he relaxed his mind, a wave of profound fatigue enveloped him. The bright moon hung high in the early morning. As the rooster crowed, Shun Shu's grandmother had just risen to prepare breakfast for her grandson, boiling eggs. She glanced out into the small courtyard and saw a young man in a blue and white school uniform. His tall figure practicing punches, the 8 Extremes Fist, a vigorous offensive technique offered as an elective in the academy, was characterized by its robust and aggressive moves. Each of Shun Shu's punches resonated like cannon fire, his vitality surging, and his movements echoed like the crack of thunder, truly ferocious. With the rock-solid body refinement technique reaching its supreme stage, Shun Shu's physical prowess exceeded that of the past. If he were to face Li Lei from yesterday in this state, he would not even need to counterattack. His raw physical strength alone could leave Li Lei at a disadvantage. If the situation were to repeat itself as it did yesterday with the elbow strike, Shun Shu would likely find himself begging for mercy. After completing a set of vigorous punches, he felt a rush of invigorating vitality coursing through him, and a newfound boldness blossomed in his chest. Formless Realm, 8 Extremes Fist Proficiency 5. Formless Realm, 8 Extremes Fist Beginner, Current Proficiency, 28,100. Observing the sudden increase in proficiency, Shun Shu could not help but feel elated. In the past, he might have had to practice 3 times just to gain a single point of proficiency. Yet now, after attaining the supreme stage of the body refinement technique, he experienced a renewed enhancement in his practice of the 8 Extremes Fist. This was likely what the martial arts instructor had referred to when he said, "One mastery leads to ease in all." Martial arts has never been a singular endeavor. The enhancement of one's physique accelerates the progress in practicing other martial disciplines. This is precisely why, despite the rock-solid body refinement technique being a foundational martial art, it is accessible to all, rock-solid, as steadfast as a boulder. Your comprehension of the rock has increased by 1. Shun Shu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden notification. This kind of insight had previously occurred during his practice of the 8 Extremes Fist, but it had not manifested on the interface. However, Shun Shu could distinctly feel that this one in comprehension would significantly enhance his efficiency during training. "Xiao Shu, it's almost time for school. Take these 2 eggs and eat them on the way." He heard a voice behind him, and only then did Shun Shu realize that the sun had gradually risen, illuminating the morning mist like flowing colors. After accepting the eggs and grabbing his backpack, he dashed out the door, casually tossing the leaves from the entrance onto the edge of the doorframe. The morning dew was moist, and a light fog enveloped the street. The sounds of vendors calling out filled the alley. Outside the school gate, a crowd thronged. "Child, do well on your exam. If you make it into the top 300, Dad will buy you a body-tempering elixir." A father encouraged his son enthusiastically. "Make way, it's time to close the school gate." As the gatekeeper urged the students to disperse, the retractable gate began to close slowly. At that moment, Shun Shu suddenly dashed out from the mist, placing a hand on the gate and vaulting inside. "Hey, which class are you in?" the gatekeeper shouted, startled at the audacity of a student attempting to breach the gate. However, when he turned around, he found that the young man in the blue and white uniform had already slipped into the school. Stunned, the gatekeeper could only mutter to himself, "Oh boy, these young people." Just then, the gatekeeper suddenly turned sharply, his gaze piercing. A level 1 warrior. He was not about to let this group of youngsters disregard him. He spotted a student attempting to emulate Shun Shu's actions, only to be seized mid-air and brought down as if he were a mere chick. "Uncle, why are you?" the young man began, but was promptly interrupted by the gatekeeper. "Which class are you in? You dare climb the gate when you're late? Bring your homeroom teacher here." The boy's face fell, yet the gatekeeper suddenly broke into a grin. "All right, go on. I'm in a good mood today. But don't try that again." Evidently, the gatekeeper was quite pleased with the boy's fearful expression. Meanwhile, in Class 4 of the 3rd year, excitement filled the air as everyone anticipated the upcoming martial examination. Seeing the homeroom teacher already stationed at the door, Shun Shu hesitated, but noticing that the bell had yet to ring, he decisively stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, a wail echoed behind him. Chapter 4, Monthly Martial Examination in Class 5 of the 3rd year. The boy who had been caught just after Shun Shu was none other than his deskmate, Zhao Liang, the homeroom teacher. Xie Chunhong looked at this habitual latecomer and was about to scold him when the loudspeaker crackled to life. Ahem. All 3rd-year classes prepare for the martial examination. Each class should orderly proceed to the martial training platform. Hearing the announcement, Xie Chunhong glanced at Zhao Liang, whose face displayed a look of luck, and waved her hand, saying, "You can take care of the cleaning duty this week." Even though humanity had ventured into the realm of interstellar technology, the disciplinary measures remained as unadorned as ever. Cleaning duties. Xie Chunhong stepped into the classroom, ready to organize the students based on their martial arts rankings before heading to the training ground. At that moment, a wave of restlessness surged through the class. Unlike academic exams, the combination of martial arts and youthful exuberance filled this sparring-style martial examination with great enthusiasm. Every student was eager to showcase their skills. Amidst the noise, a voice of protest rang out. "Why did she pick on me?" Zhao Liang grumbled as he descended the stairs, recalling how he had followed Shen Shu and just managed to slip into the class before the bell rang, only to be caught by the gatekeeper. "Why else? Since neither Shen Shu nor I got caught, you were the only one left," Shen Shu quipped as he passed by. "Don't try to wiggle out of this." "You're covering today's lunch," Sun Wang chimed in, playfully patting Zhao Liang on the chest. "Hey, I'm not the kind to back out." Shen Shu, Sun Wang, and Zhao Liang were collectively known as the three warriors of the back row in Class 5. The reason was simple. Their academic performance was subpar. Shen Shu had once been average, but after his family's troubles, his grades plummeted, and he often skipped classes. The title of warrior also came from the fact that all three of them were at apprentice level 8. Within Luoqing High, they were considered above average. Certainly, at this moment, the two individuals remain unaware that Shen Shu has ascended to the 9th tier. The playful banter among the students has fostered camaraderie among the three. On the playground, 3 expansive hexagonal training platforms have been constructed, each partitioned by luminous barriers, allowing a maximum of 6 groups to engage in practice simultaneously. In front of the training platforms, the observation area is occupied by the principal, the chief instructor of traditional martial arts, and a woman clad in white, exuding an air of icy elegance as she sits in the main seat with her eyes closed. Other teachers fulfill their respective duties. During the gathering of students, Sun Wang gazes at the woman in white and cannot help but voice his curiosity. "Who is she? I've never seen her before." In response, Zhao Liang reveals a hint of mystery on his face. Coming from a well-off family with connections, he has access to more information. "Her? I heard from my father that the Spirit Control Department is seeking promising psychics. That white robe signifies she is undoubtedly a member of the Spirit Control Department." It is not only Sun Wang who notices the woman in white. Not far away, in an elite class distinct from the ordinary ones, many eyes gleam with fervor as they regard her. Their interest, however, is not driven by lewdness or infatuation with mature women, but rather a pure admiration for affluent individuals. While the path of a martial artist is accessible to all, psychics hold a distinguished position. Their abilities aimed at combating fragile souls. Psychics are categorized into 3 tiers: Psychic, Spirit Master, and Soul Master. It is said that even the weakest psychic can severely injure an unenhanced martial artist with a sudden strike. However, the existence of psychics is not solely to challenge martial artists, but to confront the enemies of the Human Federation, the Valong clan and the marked families under their dominion. The Valong clan possesses innate psychic prowess and the ability to control ferocious beasts. As all students gather, the homeroom teachers commence the drawing of lots for class duels. With this announcement, each class begins to eye their opponents with fierce determination, even displaying sinister smiles towards those who have previously bested them. Humanity's ascendance as the rulers of Blue Star, venturing into the cosmos, and joining the Interstellar Alliance is not rooted in benevolence, but in competition and seizing opportunities. As the original planet of humanity and a hub of fresh talent, competition is but a commonplace occurrence. The draw concludes. Class 3-1 faces Class 3-5. Class 3-2 battles Class 3-4. Class 3-3 is pitted against Class 3-6. The classes proceed to their designated training platforms, ready to take the stage. With the announcement from the grade director, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupts from Class 3-1. As the first class, they boast 5 apprentices at the 9th tier, with overall student quality surpassing that of Class 5. Hearing the jubilant exclamations that resemble mockery, Class 5 clenches their fists. Martial practice is not merely about invigorating one's spirit. It is intrinsically linked to resource rewards. The gravity chamber rewards the top 5 performers on the winning side with body refining pills, while even the top 3 of the losing side receive them. At this moment, Xie Chunhong from Class 5 lets out a resigned sigh. If they were to face any class other than Class 1, they might have had a chance. She has learned from Class 1's homeroom teacher that they have recently welcomed a new entrant who can challenge elite classes. Just this one new entrant presents a dilemma for her. Class 1 and Class 5, take your positions for the defensive and offensive battle. As she speaks, the homeroom teacher leads the group to a large training platform. With the luminous barriers lifted, one individual from Class 1 dashes forward, brandishing a spear as he leaps onto the platform. His face flushes slightly, excitement coursing through him as he addresses Class 5. I am Li Chong from Class 1, first tier in the mortal realm. Apologies, everyone, but today, I shall defend the platform. As his words echo, the members of Class 1 erupt in cheers. We're who? Handsome, Chong-gu. He's entered the mortal realm. What can Class 5 do against him? Class 5 should just concede and save everyone some time. The customary pre-battle trash talk ensues. After all, these budding martial artists cannot solely train their bodies. They must also cultivate their minds. Were it not for the school's restrictions against excessive vulgarity, each class would have already showcased their mastery of trash talk. Listening to the taunts, many feel their faces flush with embarrassment. Yet they remain powerless. Entering the mortal realm equates to possessing profound vitality, rendering them nearly invincible to apprentices. Is there anyone willing to step up and challenge? Xie Chunhong looks towards the two individuals she has high hopes for. Both apprentices at the 9th tier and academically proficient, whose performance should ideally secure them a spot in a reputable martial arts university. However, under her gaze, they hesitate. Li Chong has already grasped the basics of spear techniques and, combined with his entry into the mortal realm, they believe it would be impossible to prevail against him. Both have hopes of ranking well, and if they were to lose to Li Chong, it would mean 0 points in the defensive battle, not to mention the embarrassment of explaining their defeat at home. Observing this, Xie Chunhong sighs once more. At that moment, a voice suddenly rings out. I will. Quick to act, Zhao Liang steps forward, a sinister smile gracing his face. Damn it, I detest show-offs. Upon hearing this, Xie Chunhong exhibits a hint of relief, just as Sun Wang hastily raises his hand. I'm second. Don't try to take my spot, damn it. I lost by a hair last time. This time, I must reclaim my honor. Sun Wang presses down on Shen Shu's hand as he prepares to raise it. Speaking first, Shen Shu, with a hint of resignation, replies, I'm third. Upon hearing this, Sun Wang beams with delight, saying, Good buddy, I owe you a meal later. The trio's friendship is evident, and with Sun Wang and Zhao Liang aware of Shen Shu's family situation, they choose to let him take the lead, hoping he can secure the MVP should he perform admirably after they tire out Li Chong. I'm in too. Damn it. With so many people, we'll exhaust him. With the enthusiasm of the three, more individuals volunteer. Why not? Is entering the mortal realm such a big deal? Coming in all high and mighty. Several have already resolved that since their capabilities 1T earn them rankings, they might as well go all out. Seeing this, Xie Chunhong cannot help but smile. In critical moments, it truly takes warriors to rally their spirits. At this juncture, Zhao Liang strides onto the platform, wielding a specially designed long knife issued by the school. Meanwhile, the principal in the observation area smiles with satisfaction. A true warrior is one who advances without hesitation. Although Class 5 may not match Class 1 in strength, their spirit is nonetheless formidable. Hearing this, Wen Chongqing, who stands beside him, shakes his head as he observes Zhao Liang's aggressive approach. While a fearless attitude is commendable, crossing that line becomes recklessness, if to validate Wen Chongqing's words. Zhao Liang on the platform, due to a moment of carelessness, provides Li Chong with an opportunity. In merely 2 exchanges, Li Chong disarms Zhao Liang, the spear's tip piercing through and injuring Zhao Liang's shoulder before sending him sprawling off the platform. Although the specially designed weapons are not lethal, the impact leaves Zhao Liang's arm limp. The disparity between the two is not merely in tier but also in technique. The flickering spear tip acts as a cold shower, instantly dousing the morale that had just begun to rise. The chief instructor of traditional martial arts, the principal, and Wen Chongqing each provide their scores. It is evident that the principal's score reflects a degree of admiration for Zhao Liang's boldness. However, many understand that had Zhao Liang faced anyone but Li Chong, his score would have been significantly higher. Meanwhile, Sun Wang watches Li Chong's triumphant demeanor on the platform and scoffs. Let him bask in his glory. He then retrieves his spear, smirking as he steps past Zhao Liang. Wait for me, buddy. I'll avenge you. Observing his old rival take the stage, Li Chong sneers dismissively. Still living in the past? In previous encounters, Li Chong might have felt intimidated by Sun Wang's superior technique, but now that he has entered the mortal realm, the gap in their skills has been effectively bridged. disregarding Li Chang's taunts. Sun Wang assumes a stable stance. Aware of the tier difference, he opts for a more cautious approach. Seeing this, a glimmer of seriousness flashes in Li Chang's eyes. He mirrors Sun Wang's stance, charging forward with his spear like a striking python. Sun Wang retreats while engaging. Suddenly, as Li Chang exerts force, his spear quivers. Crack! Sun Wang loses his grip on the spear, making a swift decision to abandon it. Seeing this, Li Chang is elated, believing his enhanced power due to entering the mortal realm has given him the upper hand. He presses forward, eager to capitalize on his advantage. The scene prompts the chief instructor of traditional martial arts in the observation area to murmur softly, "Hist, this kid is luring him in the next instant." As Sun Wang finds himself cornered at the edge of the platform, just as Li Chang is about to close in, Sun Wang suddenly executes a counterattack, his spear striking out like a hidden serpent. Aiming straight for Li Chang, the returning spear. Caught off guard, Li Chang is taken aback, and in a rush to evade, he relies on his newfound strength but ultimately fails to avoid the strike, resulting in a wound to his shoulder. The specially designed spearhead, while not crippling, inflicts pain in response to the sting. Li Chang does not hold back. His vitality surges as he unleashes an aggressive thrust. The spear sweeps across, forcefully striking Sun Wang in the abdomen, sending him flying. A figure swiftly intercepts Sun Wang before he can hit the ground. Blood spills from Sun Wang's mouth in the realm of victors and vanquished. He has not entered the mortal realm. His counterattack fails to severely injure his opponent, leaving him with nothing to say. He simply looks at Zhao Liang and states, "My friend has avenged you, and you now owe him a week's worth of meals." Zhao Liang, recently bandaged by the school nurse, gazed at the injuries of his opponent and grit his teeth in agreement. Observing this, Sun Wang looked at Shan Shu, who had caught him, and, feeling the strength of his grasp, exclaimed with surprise, "You've been secretly making progress behind our backs, haven't you? Spare me the talk of martial ethics. Go for the attack on his injured arm. What a pity, had you entered the realm, you could have sought revenge. For now, let us settle for preserving at least one reward for the defeated." He also surmised that Shan Shu had already advanced to the 9th level of apprentice. At this moment, the judges had rendered their scores 8, 8, 5. As the scoring concluded, everyone turned their attention to the remaining warrior of Class 5, Shan Shu, who slightly nodded before handing the opponent over to the approaching medical staff, calmly stating, "I shall avenge you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wang chuckled, disregarding the discomfort in his chest. "All right then, if you can't exact revenge, you'll have to treat me to a week's worth of meals." Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he added, "Forget it. Just treat me to one meal." As Shan Shu stepped onto the martial arts platform, he smiled at the comment, "What if I make you cough up blood? Then you will be my adoptive father." With that, Shan Shu stepped firmly onto the practice stage. Chapter 5. Bring it on. Listening to the loud plotting between Sun Wang and Shan Shu, Li Chang felt a burning anger within. After all, he had entered the realm, and yet he was being treated as a mere training dummy by these three. Moreover, he had just battled an apprentice while sustaining injuries. It was likely that he would be judged as arrogant and careless in the eyes of the evaluators, which would not bode well for his chances of receiving rewards. With this thought, Li Chang looked at Shan Shu, now on the martial arts platform, and coldly declared, "Since you three are so chummy, I'll make sure all three of you tumble off that stage together. From here on, I won't hold back." This declaration was aimed not only at Shan Shu but also at the teachers observing the match. Hoping to rouse their spirits, sparring was meant to ignite the students' fighting spirit. True life and death battles would be counterproductive. However, to others, his statement sounded overly pretentious, showcasing his own arrogance. Hearing Shan Shu's words, Li Chang's lips twitched. Tumble off? With that, he suddenly kicked the tail end of his spear and thrust it forward, the glinting tip of the spear resembling the sudden appearance of a winter plum blossom, rushing towards him. A deadly move. Should Shan Shu fail to evade, he would surely be wounded on the spot. As everyone watched Shan Shu remain motionless, the supervising teacher prepared to intervene at any moment. Just then, Shan Shu unexpectedly stepped forward, and before anyone could react, he single-handedly deflected the spear tip, seizing the spear shaft as if he were grasping a dragon. Hiss! The head coach of the martial arts department gasped. Astonished, he had seen bare-handed disarmament, but this was a single-handed spear seizure. When did our school produce such a talent? At that moment, Li Chang struggled to shake the spear, but the tip remained immovable. Suddenly, Shen Shu exerted force with his right hand, propelling both the spear and Li Chang forward. Li Chang's mind blanked. The fundamental requirement for wielding a spear lay in having legs that stood like pillars. And after entering the realm, he could even stop a charging horse. Yet now, he found himself unable to withstand the pulling force. This was the kind of strength a mere apprentice could possess? Thud, thud, thud. Shen Shu lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. With an elbow strike, he slammed into Li Chang with tremendous force, causing him to feel as if he could scarcely breathe. However, Shen Shu clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. He wrapped his left arm around Li Chang's, effortlessly sending him flying backward while pulling him back. His right hand transformed the elbow strike into a palm strike, landing on Li Chang's head. The head coach of the martial arts department felt a jolt. This is the fierce tiger climbing the mountain. This move was one of the most brutal techniques in the 8 Extremes Fist. Requiring immense strength to die in an instant, Shen Shu resembled a tiger pouncing, delivering a powerful blow. Boom! Li Chang found himself slammed face first into the ground. With the heavy impact, Li Chang could not help but spit blood and lose consciousness. In that moment, a profound silence fell over the arena. Just moments ago, Li Chang had fought 2 opponents in succession, yet he had failed to withstand even 3 moves against Shen Shu. In this competition, such ruthlessness was unprecedented. At this moment, Li Chang's friends looked at Shen Shu and couldn't help but exclaim, "He is too ruthless." Before Shen Shu could respond, a cold voice echoed from the spectators' area. "How have I taught you all? The 8 Extremes Fist is inherently fierce and brutal." Shen Shu had engaged Li Chang, an opponent of the 9th level, in direct combat, which was already a challenge beyond his level. Moreover, head coach Yuan Yi gazed at Shen Shu with complexity, and he held back. The final move, the fierce tiger climbing the mountain, was originally meant to consist of 2 strikes, one to strike and one to press down. Shen Shu had merely pressed down. Had he unleashed his full strength, fractures would be the least of Li Chang's concerns. That he was merely unconscious was already a testament to Shen Shu's restraint. In this match, Shen Shu emerged victorious. With that, medical staff took Li Chang off the stage. Meanwhile, Sun Wang, watching Shen Shu stand proudly on the martial arts platform, was filled with astonishment. However, noticing that Shen Shu was not even glancing their way, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, he really is putting on a show. Damn it, I've become his adoptive son." Yet he soon smiled again, a good brother indeed. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Shu was truly not putting on an act. He was observing the panel that had just been triggered. "You have defeated a first-level mortal. Reward, 2 hours of sage time. Mortal 8 Extremes Fist Proficiency 1. Remaining sage time, 2 hours." Watching the reappearing sage time, Shen Shu felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, the head coach of the martial arts department suddenly stood up and declared, "Shen Shu, you have successfully defeated the strongest of Class 1 in a challenge beyond your level. You are entitled to the full reward. You may come down and rest for a bit." Yuan Yi spoke loudly, recognizing that Shen Shu had not yet entered the realm. Those 3 moves, while seemingly simple, likely had caused him injury when he blocked Li Chang's spear. He did not wish for such a promising talent to suffer serious harm in the ensuing matches. Hearing Yuan Ye's words, Shen Shu abruptly turned back. "No. I wish to defend my title. I shall challenge the entirety of Class 1. He gazed at the nearly 50 students in that class, licking his lips with a smile that resembled a tiger that had descended upon a flock of sheep. Grinning with greed. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? This was his sage time. In an instant, the atmosphere among Class 1 became tense. They had initially thought Li Chang would triumph. Instead, the clown turned out to be themselves. Had they prematurely celebrated? The strongest Li Chang had been crushed in 3 moves, leaving the others terrified. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, taken aback, could not believe that a 9th-level apprentice could silence his entire class. As he met the gazes of the principal and the grade director, he could not hold back, lowering his voice to say, "Martial arts should be pursued with unwavering resolve. Our class is afraid of just one person. Later, whoever performs well, I shall personally reward them with a body refinement pill." Hearing the homeroom teacher's words, one of those who had previously defended Li Chang stepped forward. "I'll give his level a try." Wu Si, who had a good relationship with Li Chang and was encouraged by the homeroom teacher's promise, naturally wanted to test Shen Shu's strength. How strong could an apprentice possibly be? as long as he was careful. Wu Si stepped onto the platform, drawing his long knife. Class 1, Wu Si. Class 5, Shen Shu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Shu was already before him. The moment Shen Shu's fist connected with him, Wu Si realized what Li Chong had just experienced. Was this the kind of strength a human could possess? With a single punch, Wu Si was sent crashing off the platform, as if he had merely come to walk through the motions for the body refinement pill. At that moment, Shen Shu frowned slightly, too weak. His opponent barely warranted the stirring of his internal energy, let alone the activation of Sage Time. The perfected body refinement technique had granted him an almost overwhelming strength at this stage. You have defeated a 9th-level apprentice, earning 1 hour of Sage Time. Observing the prompt before him, Shen Shu no longer held back, his eyes radiating arrogance and desire. Let us not waste time. You all come at me together. Chapter 6. Self-created martial arts, ancient comprehensive martial arts, Shen Shu, known as the arrogant scholar. This was the current evaluation bestowed upon him by all present. Even the homeroom teacher looked at Shen Shu with a sense of unfamiliarity. He could hardly fathom how the once reserved and shy student could exhibit such an audacious demeanor. The stance he adopted suggested that his classmates were not his peers, but rather his sustenance. Everyone could clearly feel Shen Shu's yearning for battle. The students of Class 1, having regained their fervor after a moment of silence, surged forward. Damn it! Let us all go. I refuse to be superstitious. If I can't win, can't I at least wear him down? Fueled by youthful bloodlust, one student charged forward, followed by the others, all rushing out en masse. The supervising teachers attempted to intervene but were silenced by the principal and the head coach's glances. They had discerned that Shen Shu had at least achieved mastery in the body refinement technique, and his skills were solid and proficient. Since Shen Shu had initiated the challenge, they were curious to see how far he could go. At that moment, as Shen Shu observed the oncoming students, he no longer concealed his aura. His chi surged within him as he advanced rather than retreating. Thud, thud, thud. Each step Shen Shu took resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present, propelling him directly toward their faces. Class 1, now alert, wielded their weapons and charged straight at Shen Shu. 8 Extreme's fist opened the door cannon, as Shen Shu effortlessly deflected the incoming weapons with his elbows. Akin to a cannon that cleaves through mountains, he suddenly thrust them forward. Bang, bang. With tremendous force, he sent several figures tumbling to the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Shu plunged into the throng. Confronting his adversaries head-on, marvelous. Witnessing Shen Shu's formidable demeanor, the chief coach of traditional martial arts could not help but pound the table in excitement. The cup before the principal splashed water everywhere from the shock. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in both their eyes. The essence of Baji Quan, fierce and relentless. If Shen Shu had merely declared his intention to challenge the entire class with a more circumspect approach, the two would not have been so exhilarated. However, Shen Shu disregarded the number of opponents and the weapons they wielded. He pressed forward with relentless elbows, embodying sheer audacity and swiftness. At this moment, Shen Shu had charged into the crowd on the demonstration platform. His fists were like long spears, his elbows like blades, his body as sturdy as a rock, and his legs akin to cannons. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, figures were blasted off the practice stage by Shen Shu, and at this time, the panel before him was continuously refreshing. Ordinary Realm Baji Quan Proficiency 1. Current Ordinary Realm Baji Quan Proficiency Minor Achievement Major Achievement 100. You have defeated an apprentice of level 8, gaining 30 minutes of Sage Moment. You have defeated an apprentice of level 7, gaining 15 minutes of Sage Moment. You have defeated. As Shen Shu grappled with the multitude, the panel before him updated rapidly. Just then, a peculiar message appeared. In the chaotic battle, you have grasped a hint of combat intuition, allowing you to utilize Sage Moment for deductions. In battle, you have gradually comprehended a fragment of the true essence of being as steadfast as a rock. In battle, you have discerned a slight deficiency in your own boxing technique and have attempted to integrate other skills, allowing you to utilize Sage Moment for deductions. At this moment, amidst the fray, Shen Shu gazed at the sudden prompt, feeling momentarily stunned. Bang! Caught off guard, he was struck in the back with a wooden stick. While it did not severely injure him, the relentless onslaught of his class continued to compress the already limited space around him. He was nearing his limits, They were closing in on him. Hearing the astonished voices of those surrounding him, Shen Shu cast aside his hesitation. Deduction. First hour. Although you have not fought extensively, your exceptional comprehension, aided by Sage Moment, has allowed you to seize that spark of combat intuition. You begin to perceive the forceful winds, the flow of energy, and incoming attacks. You start to integrate these into your instincts. 3 hours in, programming your body like a computer proves somewhat challenging, and your several misjudgments have led you to endure attacks that you could have avoided. You have been injured. Observing the sudden message, Shen Shu's heart jolted, but he quickly realized that he was not truly wounded. The deductions made during Sage Moment do not inflict injuries or lead to death. They only leave behind insights from the experience. With this realization, Shen Shu let out a long breath. 5th hour. Your movements are awkward, and even a breeze behind you is misinterpreted as an attack. Your mind is taught, leading you to perceive combat intuition as a mere facade. 8th hour. You do not give up. After prolonged adjustments and adaptations, your combat intuition significantly improves. 10th hour. You have acquired basic combat intuition. 12th hour. You observe your classmates' techniques, striking back and integrating them into your own attacks. 14th hour. You discover that footwork is also crucial in combat, gradually incorporating it into your fighting style. 15th hour. Although these minor techniques do not form a systematic boxing style, your innate intelligence has allowed you to master them and use them freely. 16th hour. Your prowess in both fists and feet has increased, and you have achieved mastery in hand-to-hand combat. Ordinary Realm Baji Quan, Supreme, Skin Refinement Realm Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts, Rare Fragment, Skin Refinement Realm Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts, Rare, Minor Achievement 100, Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts. This is a synthesis of martial techniques that suit your style. Basic Combat Intuition. In battle, sometimes intuition can grant you the upper hand against your foes. Mastery in hand-to-hand combat. This reduces the training time for fist and foot techniques and increases the likelihood of gaining insights. Remaining Sage Moment, 1 hour and 30 minutes. To his astonishment, his Baji Quan had transformed into a martial art that better suited him within the Skin Refinement realm. Moreover, he had acquired 2 gifts akin to innate talents. As Shen Shu became increasingly pressed, a keen-eyed classmate shouted, "He can't hold on much longer. They're closing in on him." The remaining students surged toward Shen Shu. After all, there were over 50 of them. Even if he were to tackle 50 wild boars, it would be an exhausting endeavor. At this moment, these individuals were not merely fighting for the sake of victory. Having already engaged in a group assault, if they failed to subdue him, they would suffer significant humiliation. Even those who had been knocked off the stage by Shen Shu coughed awkwardly, clutching their chests, cheering for their comrades, as Shen Shu was gradually encircled by the crowd. Expressions of surprise began to appear on the faces of the onlookers. The chief coach of traditional martial arts and the others could not help but sigh. After all, they were merely apprentices. Had they entered the ordinary realm, one could truly envision them battling an entire class alone. The principal shook his head regretfully, glancing at Wen Chongqing beside him with a smile. "Wen Yanshi, what do you think of this student?" In response, although Wen Chongqing was astonished by Shen Shu's fighting spirit, he maintained a demeanor of indifference, courageous and fierce, yet somewhat reckless. Had he received a severe blow from Wen Yanshi, the overwhelming force of those surrounding him would surely subdue him in 3 moves. Nevertheless, such a person could serve well as a sentinel for the Yanshi. Hearing this, Yuan Yi scoffed dismissively, while the principal displayed an awkward smile. In the eyes of these Yanshi, martial artists were merely their vanguards. "All right, prepare to strike." I estimate that. Before Wen Chongqing could finish his sentence, her gaze sharpened suddenly, fixing upon the practice stage, sensing the previously suppressed figure of the lean tiger. Her brows furrowed, her heart stirred. Had he grown stronger again? How could that be? Chapter 7. I intend to fight with honor. As the deductions concluded, the vitality that Shen Shu had just expended seemed to regenerate out of thin air, rapidly replenishing his energy. Even during the battle, the blood vessels, previously expanded by the rock body forging technique, swelled further with vitality. Bang! With a sudden stomp of his foot, Shen Shu's figure, which had been jostled by the surrounding crowd, suddenly stabilized. At this moment, around Shen Shu, Wang Wu, who had just used all his strength to restrain Shen Shu's arm, looked in astonishment at that arm now raised once more. Is this a physique that an apprentice can possess? No one answered his query. As Shan Shu steadied himself, he let out a low grunt. With the force of a bulldozer, he pushed against the crowd, making no progress against his overwhelming strength. Just as everyone prepared to exert their combined force, Shan Shu abruptly retreated. This oscillation between advance and retreat instantly threw the crowd into disarray, and then Shan Shu unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! The onlookers beheld the encirclement that had nearly captured Shan Shu erupt as if detonated by a bomb, sending several individuals flying and creating a breach. Are you all worthless? Why are you retreating? The bewildered audience below could not help but curse. They had clearly seen Shan Shu being thoroughly restricted. Yet suddenly, their expressions shifted as realization dawned upon them, leaving them speechless. For if someone truly intended to withdraw, they would most likely not be propelled outward and crash violently to the ground. At this moment, Wang Wu, who was clinging to Shan Shu's arm, felt as though he had latched onto an elephant, being tossed about. Suddenly, Wang Wu let out a muffled grunt, feeling himself soar into the air after Shan Shu had cleared a space. It was akin to riding the spinning flying chairs at an amusement park in his youth. Shan Shu had swung him around, transforming him into a human projectile, bang, with a series of basic collisions. Wang Wu could no longer hold on, akin to a broken flying chair, and was sent flying away. In his final moments, he glanced down at the practice stage. Shan Shu remained fiercely unyielding, sending his adversaries tumbling one by one. A song echoed in Wang Wu's mind, back, 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 carrying the backpack. Not only him. At this moment, Shan Shu resembled a tiger unleashed from its cage, with no one able to withstand even a single move before him. The entire playground gradually fell silent. Even the previously boisterous conductors fell silent. Only the sounds of anguish remained. Old Yuan, how has he mastered so many techniques? You have no recollection of such a child? Why didn't you inform me? Observing the students from Class 1 being swept away one after another, everyone understood that this battle was nearing its conclusion. One against an entire class, culminating in a resounding victory. Listening to the principal's tone of reproach, Yuan Yi felt a surge of excitement, pondering. I remember this student, but I thought he only learned Baji Quan. It seems he picked up the rest in battle? Upon hearing this, the principal's expression shifted, recognizing that individuals with extraordinary talent could become Nianshi, and those fortunate enough to be born with such gifts could become mecha engineers. However, martial arts also had its geniuses. Some were born with formidable physiques, advancing without hindrance, while others possessed unparalleled skills, mastering even the most complex techniques swiftly, even crafting their own styles. At this moment, the two observed Shan Shu, uncertain of which category he belonged to. Yet, gazing at Shan Shu's seemingly slender frame, which radiated astonishing power, they exchanged glances, their mouths agape. Perhaps, Shan Shu belongs to both categories? Bang. As Shan Shu sent the last opponent flying off the martial arts platform, he found himself the sole occupant of the arena. Below the stage, a chorus of wails erupted. The school doctor was nearly overwhelmed, but fortunately, Shan Shu had not inflicted fatal injuries. Most were merely superficial wounds. Observing this scene, the crowd fell into a 3-second silence before Zhao Liang could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Impressive." Unfortunately, Zhao Liang's lack of education led him to rely on such simplistic exclamations. After casting a sideways glance at him, Sun Wang couldn't help but mutter, "Truly fierce." Since the establishment of Luoqing High School, there had been no shortage of individuals aspiring to take on an entire class single-handedly. Yet, all those challengers had ultimately failed, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because, at this stage, their vital energy was insufficient. Even the most refined techniques would be exhausted in a war of attrition. After all, while others may have been somewhat weaker, they had trained in martial arts since childhood and were far from being inept. Now, Shan Shu had astonishingly succeeded in this endeavor as an apprentice, earning the admiration of all those around him. At this moment, the students of Class 5 in their senior year were chanting fervently, when suddenly someone interjected inappropriately, "How will the rewards be calculated for a one-person challenge against a whole class?" The speaker was one of the 2 ninth-tier apprentices previously favored by Xie Chunhong, who had hoped to benefit from Shan Shu's prowess. To their dismay, they discovered that only the 3 martial generals seated at the back of the class had any points. Meanwhile, the principal gradually regained his composure. Ahem. Rewards. He had never encountered such a situation before, and after stammering a few words, he shed his previously serious demeanor and waved his hand grandly. The matter of Shan Shu challenging an entire class is unprecedented since the founding of our school. In light of our Federation's martial spirit, I, Sun Jiangwo, shall take the liberty to make an exception. Prior to the skin refinement stage, all resources available at the school will be fully accessible to Shan Shu. The rest shall receive rewards as usual. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Liang and Sun Wang were momentarily taken aback before their faces broke into expressions of ecstasy. Their joy stemmed not merely from personal gain, but from the realization that the school was shouldering all resources for Shan Shu before his skin refinement stage. This alleviated a significant burden for him. The others were equally delighted at the prospect of receiving unexpected rewards. Observing the crowd's enthusiasm, Sun Jiangwo continued, "Furthermore, Shan Shu will no longer need to challenge members of the elite class. He may directly enter the elite class and represent our school in the martial arts exchange competition." This condition seemed trivial to everyone. After all, given Shan Shu's combat prowess, entering the elite class was a foregone conclusion. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the mortal realm and participated in the martial arts championship leaderboard. Listening to the principal's words, Shan Shu, who had just been grinning broadly, suddenly fell silent as he looked at the principal's friendly, even unpretentious smile. His own smile faded. He then stated assertively, "I do not agree." "What do you mean you don't agree?" Sun Wang's words trailed off as he realized that the one opposing the arrangement was Shan Shu himself. The principal raised an eyebrow, while both Sun Wang and Zhang Liang looked on in confusion. The crowd was similarly perplexed. Observing Shan Shu's resolute demeanor, the principal let out a bitter laugh. "Little Shu, it's not that the school does not wish to offer you more. It's simply that the resources allocated from above are limited. Providing enough for you to reach the skin refinement stage is already the utmost we can do." Sun Jiangwo furrowed his brows, fearing Shan Shu might perceive him as stingy. However, Shan Shu merely shook his head and replied, "I am already very grateful that the school can provide resources up to the skin refinement stage. What I oppose is joining the elite class without undergoing an assessment." The principal's expression turned blank. "So, what you mean is?" Shan Shu flashed a predatory smile. "What I mean is, I want to challenge the elite class. I want to earn my place in a fair and honorable manner." He could not allow the principal's words to squander the hard-earned opportunity for enlightenment. While he had gained a slight advantage earlier, the battle had consumed a considerable amount of it. Current remaining time for sage moments, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Chapter 8. I know you're anxious. But please hold on. Shan Shu's declaration resonated in the ears of all present. Though it was not loud, it struck like thunder in this world. There are those who eschew shortcuts, who choose to ascend the steepest mountains and traverse the most arduous paths. Some may consider such individuals insane, yet many others choose to admire them. To the gathered crowd, Shan Shu was precisely that kind of person. If his sudden rise had showcased the power of genius, then his choice now revealed the confidence of a true warrior. All right. The table before Yuan Yi could no longer withstand the excitement and shattered under the impact. This is the essence of martial arts. Yuan Yi exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, while those around him regarded Shan Shu with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. This moment caused Shan Shu to pause. His choice seemed to have taken on a different flavor in the eyes of the spectators. Yet his motivation remained solely for the sake of the sage moments. As the crowd's gaze shifted, many began to look towards the elite class, a group apart from all others. This class, consisting of only 20 individuals, each at the mortal realm, had always basked in the admiration of onlookers. However, for the first time, they felt an unsettling tension, as if they were being scrutinized. They gazed at Shan Shu's somewhat slender yet tall figure on the platform, swallowing nervously, unsure of who would become his next challenge. At that moment, Zhang Qian, the lowest-ranked member of the elite class, could no longer contain his anxiety. He had always relished defeating those who dared challenge him, reclaiming his sense of superiority from the ordinary class. But now, he anxiously watched Shan Shu, thinking to himself, surely he wouldn't choose to challenge me yet. In the next instant, Zhang Qian's heart sank as Shan Shu directly named him as his challenger. He forced a bitter smile and stepped onto the platform. Elite class, Zhang Qian, proficient in Thunder Fist. Class 5, Shan Shu, with a basic understanding of some martial arts techniques. Upon hearing Shan Shu's introduction, the crowd exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. The fierce demeanor Shen Shu had just displayed was hardly reflective of mere basic understanding. But now that they were on the platform, there was no possibility of retreat. Zhang Qian's gaze hardened as he looked at Shen Shu. He too possessed his own pride, and if Shen Shu deemed himself a dumpling, he would relish knocking out a tooth. Bang! Zhang Qian launched the first attack. His movement swift as he threw a punch aimed at Shen Shu's face. Heh, this kid's quite arrogant, Yuan Yi chuckled at Zhang Qian's attempt. His comment piqued the curiosity of Sun Jiangwo and Wen Chongqing. Thunder Fist sounds like a punching technique, but its most formidable aspect lies in its kicks. The punches serve as a distraction, while the legs deliver the decisive blow. As Yuan Yi observed the battle unfold, Shen Shu noticed Zhang Qian's unrestrained assault aimed at his face, and he responded without hesitation, countering with a wrist strike to deflect the incoming punch. However, an instinctive sense of danger surged from below. Almost reflexively, Shen Shu bent his knee to block the incoming attack while simultaneously yanking Zhang Qian towards him. In an instant, Zhang Qian's left leg, which he had just kicked out, collided with Shen Shu's raised knee, producing a sound akin to striking solid stone. Just as he intended to use the recoil to retreat, Shen Shu seized his arm and pulled him closer. Bang! With a forceful palm strike, Zhang Qian was sent flying backward. To the spectators, it appeared as though Zhang Qian had willingly presented himself for a beating. Yet only a select few, like Yuan Yi, realized that Shen Shu had seized on Zhang Qian's opening in the blink of an eye and had turned the tables in his favor. What reflexes are these? Sun Jiangwo observed, recognizing that Shen Shu had no prior knowledge of Thunder Fist's hidden techniques, yet his response was even more adept than if he had been aware of them. Wait a minute, that seemed to be an instinctive reaction. Yuan Yi could only reassure himself, for he could clearly perceive Shen Shu's rapid progress. Though the Shen Shu of the past had been commendable, his growth was now beyond comprehension. This was no ordinary talent. Holy crap, he just blocked that. The elite class members were momentarily stunned by this turn of events, in their initial encounters with Zhang Qian. They had suffered greatly, even allowing him to surge to the forefront with his technique. Yet now, they understood that being cautious allowed them to return Zhang Qian to his role as gatekeeper. Shen Shu also paused for a brief moment, finally grasping the power of basic combat intuition. He then surged forward, launching a punch at Zhang Qian's face. As Zhang Qian scrambled to respond, Shen Shu delivered a decisive kick. Ah! Zhang Qian let out a pained scream as he was sent tumbling off the martial arts platform. Swish, swish, swish. Yuan Ye's expression was one of shock, and even the seasoned Wen Chongqing was momentarily breathless. They could now almost confirm that Shen Shu was a prodigy of technique. He had merely glanced at Thunder Fist and managed to replicate nearly 80% of it. At this moment, before Shen Shu appeared, a message flashed before him. Defeated a second-tier Mortal Realm opponent, earning 3 hours of Sage Moments. Preliminary mastery of Thunder Fist achieved. Thunder Fist has been integrated into the ancient comprehensive martial arts. You have gained new insights into Thunder Fist and leg techniques, allowing you to utilize Sage Moments for further refinement. Current remaining time for Sage Moments, 5 hours and 20 minutes. What had begun as a spontaneous imitation had triggered a notification. Without hesitation, Shen Shu immediately began the process of refinement. In the first hour, you lamented that this martial art is indeed too sinister. Yet it does not align with your style. You began to innovate by integrating other techniques. In the second hour, you altered your method of attack. Although this significantly reduced the likelihood of a sneak attack, your speed and strength increased several-fold compared to before. In the third hour, you comprehended the derivative technique of the Thunder Fist, known as the Common Realm, Thunderclap. Due to your proficiency in both punches and kicks as well as your self-created techniques, your mastery reached perfection. In the fifth hour, you successfully developed your self-created Common Realm, Thunderclap, Ultimate. Observing the rapidly scrolling notifications on the panel, Shen Shu could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, only through combat can one swiftly elevate their abilities. Ignoring Zhang Qian, who lay on the ground in disbelief, Shen Shu once again turned his gaze towards the elite class, Wu Sun. As Shen Shu spoke again, the members of the elite class were momentarily taken aback. Huh. As good friends, Sun Wang and the others were equally bewildered. So, you mean to say that you intend to fight your way in? One by one. After a brief moment of confusion, the elite class members were filled with anger. How presumptuous. Just because you picked a regular class, you think you can challenge the elite class. At this moment, Wu Sun's expression darkened. He glanced at Xin Shu in the ring, then at the person standing at the forefront of their elite class, with a tall stature that even the school uniform could not conceal. Shu Ayahan stood proudly, the strongest in the elite class, at the 6th tier of the common realm, and the top seed in the interschool competition. Coming from a prestigious family, he was exceptionally gifted and strikingly handsome, a dream figure for many students in Luoqing. Observing Xin Shu's intent to take them on one by one, and the gazes of those around him, Shu Ayahan slightly parted his lips, calmly addressing Xin Shu. Do not waste time. If you wish to prove yourself, you may challenge me directly. There is no need to torment those others. Casting a glance at those who had just battled with Xin Shu and were now lamenting, Shu Ayahan regarded their plight as mere amusement, even narcissistically thinking it was to attract her attention. Watching the self-aggrandizing woman before him, Xin Shu furrowed his brow. I understand your eagerness, but please hold on. It is not your turn yet. Chapter 9. Mecha Master? A stir arose. Xin Shu's words evoked a sense of arrogance while also revealing mockery among the crowd, particularly among the members of Class 1. If only they were the ones to be defeated, even if Xin Shu's strength was evident, it would still sound unflattering. But if Xin Shu managed to take down the elite class as well, it would become a matter of pride. I withstood Xin Shu for 3 seconds. That elite class member, whoever it may be, could not hold out for even 3 seconds. At this moment, Shu Ayahan clearly did not anticipate Xin Shu's response. Her brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold anger flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, Xin Shu spoke again. Wu Sun, hurry up, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. He seemed completely indifferent to Shu Ayahan's thoughts, or rather, if Zhao Liang and Sun Wang had not privately discussed Shu Ayahan with him, he might not have recognized the top student of the elite class at all. Wu Sun was now filled with rage, gripping his dagger as he coldly addressed Xin Shu. Since you wish to use us all as stepping stones, be prepared to be pierced through with that. Wu Sun charged at Xin Shu without further ado. The opponent's movements were elusive, akin to a ghost, making it difficult to discern his intentions. His agility must be remarkable. Yet in the next moment, as if anticipating the move, Xin Shu quickly positioned himself in front of Wu Sun with even greater speed, delivering a swift kick. In an instant, the sound of thunder erupted. Wu Sun was sent flying off the stage like a broken kite, his chest caving in, blood spilling from his mouth as he fainted on the spot. Such arrogance has propelled you aloft. Defeated a second-tier opponent, awarded 3 hours of sage time. Xin Shu merely cast a glance at his opponent before continuing with his endeavors. Wu Sun had not withstood a single strike from Xin Shu. To be precise, his proud agility had been completely seen through, leading to his expulsion from the ring with a single kick. Hissed, that kick was incredibly fierce. How come I have never seen such a thing before? Sun Jiangwo looked at Xin Shu's lightning-fast kick, filled with confusion. He's still hiding his true skills. Yuan Yi shook his head slightly at his words. This might be the technique he just comprehended. Regardless, I can assure you that this is not a technique we already possess at our school. Yet, this move seems oddly familiar. However, Xin Shu did not allow them any time for contemplation. With the next member of the elite class stepping onto the stage, Xin Shu wasted no time, charging forward to deliver a powerful elbow strike that shattered the opponent's defense. Compared to the already established thunderclap, the elbow strike was slightly less potent. The individual was sent tumbling off the stage, feeling a tightness in his chest, yet he did not suffer the same fate as Wu Sun, who had coughed blood and fainted. In truth, Xin Shu was quite decent. If he refrained from taunting, he simply knocked people off the stage. Hearing others discuss Xin Shu in such a manner, Sun Wang could not help but smirk. On the stage, feeling the force exerted moments ago, Xin Shu sighed. Although all his techniques have been categorized, the increase in variety has not significantly enhanced their power. It merely resulted in a greater array of moves. If only I could have a few more straightforward and direct techniques like thunderclap. Subsequently, Xin Shu turned his attention to another member of the elite class stepping onto the stage, beginning to experiment with further simplifying his techniques during combat. Xin Shu wins. Xin Shu wins. Xin Shu wins. As the announcer repeatedly declared victories and the school medics stabilized the injured students around the ring, Xin Shu gradually developed his own insights regarding his techniques. In the 4th hour, after a series of battles, your vital energy continuously surged through your meridians, causing them to expand once more. In the 8th hour, your meridians reached their limit. In the 12th hour, you broke through to the common realm. Though on the panel, Shen Shu had undergone numerous instances of depleting and replenishing vital energy, along with continuous battles and reflections that led to his breakthrough. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Shen Shu had effortlessly transcended while defeating his opponents. How could his vital energy still be so robust? Had he even broken through? Yuan Yi was completely bewildered. Logically, a breakthrough should occur after repeatedly pushing one's meridians to their limits. Shen Shu's physique clearly indicated a perfected body refinement technique, or perhaps even higher. Such a body should make it exceedingly difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Yet how was he managing it as if it were as easy as drinking water? In the 17th hour, you found a feasible method for integrating various techniques. Although the power increase was considerable, the differing exertion methods of the various techniques prevented you from achieving the most compatible approach for yourself. In the 20th hour, you realized that you must first identify a method you favor before integrating techniques. The sage time, though completed in an instant, felt as though Shen Shu had been confined in a small dark room, endlessly deliberating and reflecting. In a flash, a wealth of insights emerged in his mind. After a brief period of organization and adaptation, Shen Shu glanced at the second-ranked individual on the leaderboard and instinctively called out, Guogang. Fully armed and prepared, Guogang stood up, and upon seeing his entire ensemble, Shen Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Clank, clank, clank. With each step Guogang took, the arena echoed with a series of clanking sounds. A mecha master. Many spectators were momentarily stunned at the sight of Guogang clad in gleaming metallic armor. What mecha? Our school probably only has the resources for Shu Ayahan's family to afford such a luxury. Moreover, Guogang's armor featured only minimal martial pathways, lacking even the core resonator essential for a mecha. I suspect he merely aspires to be a mecha master and has invested heavily in crafting this suit. Those knowledgeable spoke up directly. Luoqing is merely a small locale within the Morning Star. And true mechas are likely fewer than 10 throughout the entire city. What an amusingly clumsy creation. Observing Guogang's mecha, when Chongqing could not help but scrutinize it. The most expensive components of a mecha are the resonator and the martial materials that drive it with vital energy. The combination of the two can significantly enhance a warrior's capabilities. However, Guogang's mecha, not to mention the absence of a resonator, even the vital energy pathways etched onto the armor were of the lowest quality. Yet, even so, it was sufficient to overpower individuals with weaker physiques, let alone, at this moment, Guogang, wielding a shield made of special materials and a wolf fang hammer, ascended to the stage. Observing Guogang and then glancing at Shen Shu, who stood barehanded, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. This equipment, perhaps it truly holds promise. Chapter 10. Overwhelming. At this moment, Shen Shu was genuinely taken aback by Guogang's full set of gear. Noting Shen Shu's astonished expression, Guogang's smile widened beneath his helmet. The shock and attention he garnered each time he appeared on the scene brought him immense satisfaction. Bang! Guogang took his stance on the stage, preparing to defend himself. Although he had confidence in his armor, Shen Shu seemed almost otherworldly, and in a mere span of a few minutes, he had nearly obliterated the elite class. If he were to fall, their final hope would rest solely on Shu Ayahan. With that thought, Guogang struck his shield with his right hand's hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Shu, I will stand before you to protect Shu Ayahan. His words carried a double meaning, eliciting hushed murmurs from the crowd. A tortoise of a man. How perfect. Just what I needed for some practice. In the depths of Shen Shu's mind, a plethora of thoughts regarding techniques had accumulated, and he found himself yearning for an outlet. In the next instant, Shen Shu abruptly lunged towards Guogang. Guogang, however, did not retaliate. He merely steadied himself behind his shield, firmly planted in place. With the protection of his armor, he believed that as long as he could wear Shen Shu down until he became complacent, he would be able to strike decisively. At that moment, the formidable achievements Shen Shu had amassed would be brought to an end, and he would become nothing more than a stepping stone for Guogang. As Guogang contemplated this, a sudden rush of air pierced the silence. Bang! Guogang felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck, staggering back 2 steps as the intricate patterns on his armor flickered with light before he barely regained his footing. Shen Shu's strike had drained nearly 10% of his vitality. Hastily, he peered through the gaps in his helmet to ascertain if Shen Shu had exhausted himself with a powerful move right from the outset. What he saw was Shan Shu gradually retracting his punching stance, massaging his numbed fist, a contemplative expression adorning his face. His fight still lacked a certain finesse and opportunity. Observing Shan Shu lost in thought, Gua Gang seized the moment, charging forward with his shield raised, wielding his war hammer to strike at Shan Shu. Almost instinctively, Shan Shu's left hand darted out like a viper, landing a blow on Gua Gang's wrist and swiftly climbing up to seize his arm. In an instant, Gua Gang's face, concealed beneath his helmet, revealed a look of dismay. At this moment, Shan Shu hesitated not at all, but bang, clang, crack. With Gua Gang's arm held, Shan Shu unleashed a series of punches and elbows. Despite the armor's protection, Gua Gang found himself momentarily breathless from the relentless barrage. In that fleeting moment, Shan Shu's prior insights into technique crystallized. If one could not simplify the complexities and amalgamate numerous techniques into a singular strike, why not maximize damage within a brief time frame? In an instant, Shan Shu's right hand transitioned from a fist to an open palm, following with a curved elbow strike. Within the blink of an eye, a cacophony akin to firecrackers erupted upon the arena. Clang, clang, clang. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded, as Shan Shu appeared akin to a frenzied marauder. Every joint in his body had transformed into a lethal weapon, causing even the metal armor to tremble and contort under such an assault. Suddenly, the vitality lines on the armor could no longer withstand the onslaught. Crack! As one line ruptured, several others followed suit. You have created a new technique. Self-created skin training Realm Gale and Storm, perfection. Witnessing Gua Gang being reduced to a mere punching bag due to a single oversight. Those who had previously whispered about Gua Gang's reliance on his equipment fell silent, some even pitying him. Had it not been for the armor's resilience, Gua Gang might not have endured such a thrashing. At this moment, Gua Gang was beyond lamenting his armor. Enveloped within the protective gear, others could not discern his true condition, but Shan Shu's earlier strikes had already severed the vitality lines within the armor. Although the armor still offered some degree of protection, the force of each blow resonated within him, relentlessly tearing at his meridians. Frankly speaking, Gua Gang felt he was on the brink of death. He could not comprehend how a single unguarded moment had led to such a downfall, nor could he fathom whether he was truly sparring with a human or a beast that had escaped from the astral battlefield. "This kid is truly a tough one," Sun Jiangwo remarked in admiration, observing Gua Gang's stoic silence despite the relentless strikes, armor notwithstanding. Yuan Yi, however, sensed something amiss. Upon noticing Gua Gang's shield had fallen to the ground and his arms hung limply, the armor severely twisted and deformed, he exclaimed, "Wait! If Shan Shu delivers that terrifying kick, it could result in a serious accident." With Yuan Ye's intervention, Shan Shu halted just in time, looking at Gua Gang, who had yet to concede defeat, and couldn't help but express a measure of respect. "Truly worthy of being the second in the elite class, you are indeed a man." Given his current physicality and the force he had just unleashed upon one spot, the fact that Gua Gang had silently endured it all was commendable. However, as Shan Shu released his grip, crack, 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 Gua Gang, who had once stood on the platform like an indomitable warrior, suddenly crumpled, crashing to the ground. Yuan Yi rushed forward to remove Gua Gang's helmet. "Holy crap, school medic, quickly, fetch the Class C emergency medicine," Yuan Yi shouted, seeing Gua Gang's pupils dilating in shock. Shan Shu was taken aback as well. With the school medic's urgent care, Gua Gang gradually regained his senses, expelling the blood that had been trapped in his chest. Glaring at Gua Gang, who had just awakened, spitting out blood, Yuan Yi could not help but scold. "Even in this state, you still refuse to concede." Having narrowly escaped death, Gua Gang wore a look of grievance, tears welling in his eyes. "I wanted to concede. The moment he struck me, I thought about it. Did I have any chance?" Gua Gang lamented, his voice choked with emotion as he accused Shan Shu. Reflecting on Shan Shu's prior tempestuous assault and the accolades he received, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. They had expected a hard man, only to realize that Shan Shu's speed had left no room for dialogue. At this moment, Shan Shu wore an awkward, apologetic smile. He had merely wished to showcase a virtuous moment to his classmates, not to amass any sinister reputation. Seeing this, Yuan Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached, extracting a vial of medicine from her wristband. "Take this, it will solidify and repair your meridians." Upon receiving the vial from Shu Aohan, Guogang was initially taken aback, but soon felt that the beating he had endured was worth it. "I didn't embarrass you, did I?" he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Shu Aohan furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes, before replying, "What does it matter to me?" As the class leader of the elite class, with the exchange competition approaching, "Your abilities are commendable and you can contribute to the school's ranking. You can repay me later." Subsequently, Shu Aohan tossed 2 vials of medicine toward Shin Shu. "This one restores vitality. I don't wish to take advantage of you." Gazing at the vial glowing with a crimson hue in his hand, Shin Shu hesitated momentarily before presenting another vial back to her. "This one is for acute recovery. You've wasted a significant amount of my time. This time, I won't hold back. Consider this my compensation to you." Chapter 11. Who do you think you are? With a resounding whoosh, the unrestrained battle intent and sharpness radiating from Shu Aohan caught the attention of the elite class members, leaving them momentarily stunned. This was not the Shu Aohan they knew. Previously, she had been an imposing figure, aloof and seemingly divine, viewing everything as trivial. Yet now, she spoke of not holding back against Shin Shu. As Shu Aohan's words hung in the air, Shin Shu had yet to respond when Yuan Yi could no longer contain himself. "Cough, cough, Aohan, I think you might want to take it easy, Shin Shu." Yuan Ye's expression resembled that of someone caught in a bind. From his perspective, Shin Shu had surpassed conventional expectations. Unless Shu Aohan had experienced a significant breakthrough, she might win, but it would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. "It's fine. I don't need to rest," Shin Shu replied, accepting the medicine without using it. "The little girl is quite arrogant, however. I won't refuse a free gift." Observing Shin Shu pocket the medicine without utilizing it, Shu Aohan's expression darkened further. She had intended for a fair battle, yet he had dismissed her medicine. Just as Yuan Yi was about to continue his persuasion, when Chongqing interjected, "Rest assured, I will oversee this. There won't be any major mishaps. Besides, it's merely a martial artist." A hint of playful amusement danced across Wen Chongqing's face. Seeing Wen Chongqing speak up, Yuan Yi and Sun Jiangwo ceased their objections. For Wen Chongqing possessed the strength to ensure the integrity of this battle. "What weapons do you need? I can procure some specialized ones to prevent serious injuries for both of you." In response, Shin Shu shook his head, looking at Shu Aohan. He had always practiced unarmed combat. Shu Aohan, seeing Shin Shu's refusal, also shook her head without hesitation. "No need." Under the watchful eyes of all, the two ascended the platform. Elite Class, Realm of Mortals, Level 6, Shu Aohan. Class 5, Realm of Mortals, Level 1, Shun Shu.as. The declaration concluded. Before Shin Shu could make a move, Shu Aohan spoke again. "I can see your combat is unceasing, and your vitality unyielding. I know the body refinement technique has reached perfection." With her left hand held behind her and right hand extended forward, she assumed a proud posture, gazing at Shin Shu with a hint of arrogance. "What a coincidence. I too have mastered the body refinement technique. I won't deceive you. I'll let you go first." Before Shu Aohan could finish her sentence, Shin Shu suddenly charged forward. "Talk too much." Hearing Shin Shu's words, Shu Aohan's brow furrowed slightly as she felt the gust of wind approaching. A cold light emanated from her hand as she countered with a palm strike against his leg. The Shu family's frost-cold chi was indeed formidable. Shu Aohan was incited by Shin Shu's audacity to unleash her signature technique. Shin Shu was bound to face a challenge. Having witnessed the situation, Yuan Yi, seasoned by experience, remarked, "Shu Aohan's family has produced formidable practitioners. Their ancestral technique, the frost-cold chi, amplifies the chilling effect on the vitality, making it even more potent. If caught off guard, it could significantly affect Shin Shu's own vitality." At this moment, Shin Shu instinctively sensed the threat emanating from her hand. Yet, like thunder, swift and startling, in the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted. Bang! Shu Aohan's right hand was ensnared by the solid ice, which climbed up Shin Shu's leg while simultaneously attempting to fend off the opponent's assault. However, at the moment of contact, she sensed something was amiss. Something was profoundly, unequivocally wrong. Crack! The solid ice shattered instantly, and Shin Shu's foot struck her abdomen with the ferocity of a cannonball. Just moments before, Shu Aohan had been gracefully poised, yet she was sent flying several meters by Shin Shu's kick. Gasp! Onlookers watched in astonishment as Shu Aohan, nearly coughing up blood and on the brink of tumbling off the stage. Bore a look of utter shock. That moment, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she gazed in confusion at the remnants of ice and the dirty shoe prints on her abdomen, only to lift her head and meet Shen Shu's gaze. "Aren't you at the pinnacle of body refinement?" Her captivating eyes widened in disbelief in that fleeting moment of contact with Shen Shu. Xu Ayahan finally comprehended why those who battled him could endure at most only 2 exchanges. Even Guogang, clad in armor, had nearly met his demise within it. For Shen Shu was not merely at the peak of the rock body refinement technique, but rather, he possessed the legendary ultimate. It is known that the better one cultivates the body refinement technique, the steadier their foundation becomes, yet progress slows significantly. Most practitioners, after achieving minor success, hastily attempt to break through to the mortal realm. Xu Ayahan, with her extraordinary talents and ample resources from her family, had only recently reached perfection through prolonged training and sudden enlightenment, her internal vitality flowing like a mountain spring, ceaseless and abundant. This allowed her to overwhelmingly dominate opponents of her level in terms of vitality and physique. However, just moments ago, as her frosty chi clashed with Shen Shu's vitality, she felt as though she were facing an unstoppable river, a force that could swallow the heavens and earth. This level of power was indeed top tier, even among the ultimate. Meanwhile, Shen Shu grimaced at the pain in his right leg from the blow dealt by Xu Ayahan. His vitality was beginning to stagnate. Had it not been for his robust energy, he might well have stumbled to the ground. "What nonsense," he muttered, before stamping down with his right foot and charging forward once more. This time, Xu Ayahan was no longer overconfident. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Xu Ayahan felt her hands were not merely in pain, but utterly numb. The overwhelming force reverberated through her nerves. Simultaneously, Shen Shu was also experiencing discomfort, as the icy vitality of his opponent caused his movements to lag. If Xu Ayahan were to exhaust him for an hour, it was possible he might not be able to prevail. Yet, in her current state, Xu Ayahan could hardly sustain herself for an hour. Under Shen Shu's relentless onslaught, her vitality was in turmoil, and her frosty chi was gradually faltering, seeing Xu Ayahan at a disadvantage. When Chongqing furrowed his brow and spoke up, "Xu Ayahan, what are you waiting for?" This abrupt statement left the surrounding crowd momentarily stunned, but only Xu Ayahan on the field understood the underlying message. The reason for the confrontation was her, for she had comprehended the power of thought. Xu Ayahan bit her lip, struggling internally. She desired a fair victory, not this bang. As Shen Shu unleashed a punch, Xu Ayahan finally found an opportunity to create distance and hastily exclaimed, "Shen Shu, you still have a chance to concede. I do not wish to harm you." Shen Shu's response was another swinging fist. In an instant, Xu Ayahan no longer hesitated. Time seemed to slow in her perception. She became acutely aware of everything around her, including her thought power. As she saw Shen Shu closing in, she gritted her teeth and directed her wandering thought power towards Shen Shu's mind. The sudden jolt of pain in his head caused Shen Shu to momentarily freeze. Observing Shen Shu's pained expression, when Chongqing could not help but smile. This was the plight of a martial artist facing a thought practitioner. She could almost envision Shen Shu begging for mercy. But in the next moment, Shen Shu's eyes snapped open, filled with fury, and he surged toward Xu Ayahan. In the midst of her astonishment, he executed a powerful maneuver, seizing her head and, devoid of any mercy, slammed it into the ground. In that instant, it was as if Shen Shu was not merely competing, but hunting. A fierce tiger preying upon a lamb, pinning her head beneath his claws. "You dare," with when Chongqing's sharp reprimand. Shen Shu felt an overwhelming pain surge through his head, as if held back by some unseen force. A surge of unnameable rage ignited within him. "What do you mean, dare?" He glared at Wen Chongqing, malice glinting in his eyes. "What are you?" With that, Shen Shu, enduring the excruciating pain, pressed down with great force. Thud. Xu Ayahan's head was brutally driven into the ground. Simultaneously, Shen Shu's spirit suffered a heavy blow. On his status panel, notification appeared. "Your thought power has undergone suitable tempering. True gold fears no fire, steadfast stone fears no torrent." Thought power, rock, minor success, Chapter 12, Awakening the Thought Practitioner. As the message registered, Shen Shu's consciousness blurred, and he staggered to his feet. His hand slowly withdrew from Shu Aohan's beautiful face. Had it not been for the blood staining his long fingers, the crowd might have been inclined to linger on the moment, but now, all eyes were fixated on the lone figure standing in the arena, tall, lean, fierce. The crowd struggled to reconcile these descriptors with the previously gentle Shen Shu. He stood proudly on the stage like a fierce, emaciated tiger. Everyone could see that Shen Shu had suffered a grave injury. His gaze was unfocused, his form swayed. Yet, they all understood the terror he embodied. Relying on instinct, Shen Shu steadied himself and turned his gaze toward Wen Chongqing, the one who posed the greatest threat and harm to him. Then, he assumed a combat stance. A gust of wind swept by, and Shen Shu's consciousness faded into darkness. Bang! The fierce, lean tiger finally collapsed. This scene left the spectators profoundly shaken. Wen Chongqing, what have you done? Yuan Yi bellowed at Wen Chongqing, his eyes ablaze with fury. Shen Shu was the most formidable genius he had ever encountered in Luoqing. Yet such a person had been ambushed by the judges during a monthly martial examination. At that moment, Wen Chongqing's facade began to crack. I was trying to stop him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ye's anger intensified. Does stopping him require you to injure Shen Shu's spirit? As Yuan Ye's voice rang out, Wen Chongqing's fury ignited. If he hadn't resisted, would it have come to this? Moreover, you, a mere martial artist, dare to question me? Yuan Yi pressed his hand firmly against the newly relocated table. Martial artist? Wen Chongqing, I know you are from the Spirit Manipulation Division and have come for Shu Aohan. Feeling superior due to the scarcity of your thought practitioners. But do not forget, there is a rule for you thought practitioners. You cannot approach martial artists within 7 steps. Boom. With a surge of strength, Yuan Yi shattered the recently moved table into splinters. The wood shards flew into Wen Chongqing's face. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he saw Yuan Yi staring at him with unwavering seriousness. Guess what? At this distance, whose thought power is faster, yours or mine? Hearing Yuan Ye's blatant threat, Wen Chongqing attempted to retort several times, only to be overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure of his vitality. Ultimately, he was forced to submit and sit down. Observing this, Yuan Yi merely snorted in disdain. Do your job properly. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will not hold back. Do not forget, I have the backing of the Inheritance Division. Once the two formidable figures had finished their confrontation, Sun Jiangwo hastily interjected, Oh dear, my 2 esteemed Buddhas, hurry and check on Shen Shu and Shu Aohan. With that, he rushed over. Both were prodigies, and any harm that befell either would cause him great distress. The school doctor also hurried to the arena, swiftly transporting the 2 to the infirmary. The emergency potion for Shu Aohan began to take effect, albeit on her own body. At this moment, several leaders from the school paced anxiously in the infirmary. Wen Chongqing, what do you mean Shen Shu's thought power is recovering on its own? If you have harmed a student, I will ensure you pay with your life, even if I have to report you to the Federal Supreme Court. Yuan Yi seized Wen Chongqing by the collar, demanding answers. Wen Chongqing, now unfazed by the minutiae, bore a look of confusion and uncertainty. With a somewhat numb tone, he replied, recovering on its own means, in the final moment. Shen Shu awakened his mastery over thought power. I is now a thought practitioner. The moment these words left his lips, Yuan Ye's fists clenched tightly, a sardonic laugh escaping him. Do you take me for a fool? How could a martial artist refining his vitality comprehend thought power? His entire cultivation is based on. Suddenly, Yuan Yi seemed to grasp something. He not at perfection? Recalling Shu Aohan's words and Shen Shu's continuous flow of vitality, he realized he had comprehended thought power from the rock body refinement technique. Only this particular technique could potentially allow Shen Shu to grasp thought power. It truly the rock body refinement technique? Yuan Yi tightened his grip on Wen Chongqing's collar, panic and disbelief flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Wen Chongqing, looking utterly defeated, responded, Yes, I sensed that unique structure of thought power when I tested him earlier. It must be the rock body refinement technique. Hearing Wen Chongqing's explanation, Yuan Yi felt utterly dejected. Observing their expressions, Sun Jiangwo, as the principal, became alarmed. Are you two speaking in riddles? Speak clearly. What is going on? At this moment, the vast fields took a deep breath, ultimately giving a gentle pat on Wen Chongqing's shoulder. Please, go ahead. Wen Chongqing, having lost his temper, could only explain, The rock-solid body refinement technique. Though it belongs to the mundane realm, why did the Federation select it among so many martial arts? Can you not just say it all at once? Sun Jiangwo, disregarding the other's status, retorted impatiently. When Chongqing curled his lip, this technique not only hones the body but also allows one to comprehend mental power. For martial artists, adopting this as a foundational practice means their meridians will be expanded, and their vital energy will flow unimpeded. As their cultivation deepens, their sinews and blood will also strengthen. However, if a mentalist uses this as their foundation, they are bound to fail, just like martial artists. The stronger they cultivate, the wider their meridians become, and the more vital energy they possess, thus solidifying their foundation. The mental power derived from this technique is no different. Isn't that quite beneficial? A solid foundation, Sun Jiangwo asserted confidently, but his words suddenly provoked an unexpected reaction from Wen Chongqing. But one cannot forever lay the foundation without building upon it, can they? Every martial artist knows that rather than endlessly refining a single technique, it is better to break through to a higher realm and cultivate stronger methods. At that point, they can make up for lost time. The same goes for mentalists. Do you have any idea how much mental power is required to transcend to the spiritist level? An immense amount. Yuan Yi interjected, somewhat dazed, so much that even a slight release could obliterate him. Although when Chongqing was somewhat displeased to be used as an example, he refrained from arguing. Yuan Yi then cast a complex glance at Shen Shu, who was rapidly recovering after receiving medication, and remarked, "This kid has embarked on a path." He paused for a moment before revising. Or perhaps, two paths that are as challenging as climbing to the heavens. While the rock-solid body refinement technique is indeed powerful when mastered to its utmost, allowing Shen Shu, even at the first level of the mundane realm, to overpower Shu Ayahan, it simultaneously demands exceedingly high resources, time, and innate talent. At this moment, Sun Jiangwo hesitated and declared, "So what? At worst, I can just forego my own training resources. Can I support a mundane-level practitioner?" Upon hearing Sun Jiangwo's words, both Wen Chongqing and Yuan Yi turned their gazes towards him. Their eyes filled with admiration. What kind of look is that? You don't actually think it's insufficient, do you? Chapter 13. The drawbacks of the rock-solid body refinement technique. Outside the room, Sun Jiangwo, having finished a pack of cigarettes, pondered how to explain to his wife that he would need to allocate some of her resources. When Chongqing was contemplating the disaster waiting for him upon returning, a dual cultivation genius, incited by his words, had potentially been ruined. As for Yuan Yi, he was lost in thought, unaware of what was on his mind. Suddenly, a chorus of pained cries emanated from within the room. "Damn, that really hurts." Recognizing Shan Shu's voice, the three of them snapped back to reality, preparing to check on his condition. Just as when Chongqing reached the door, he overheard, "Damn, that vile woman is ruthless." A hint of embarrassment crossed Wen Chongqing's face. But by then, the door had already opened automatically. Upon seeing Wen Chongqing at the entrance, Shen Shu, who was about to continue his tirade, abruptly shut his mouth, adopting a composed demeanor, even clearing his throat slightly as he addressed the two behind Wen Chongqing. "Ahem, Teacher Yuan, you've arrived. Teacher Wen, you too." Wen Chongqing's almond-shaped eyes twitched slightly as he nodded, then feigned ignorance and walked into the room. Without waiting for Shan Shu to speak, he retrieved a batch of medicine from his wristband. "I may have acted hastily during the competition, causing you mental power damage. That was my oversight and fault. Earlier, while I was under pressure, I admit I went too far." After being reprimanded by Yuan Yi, she understood that she had indeed overstepped this time. "The Spirit Control Division will impose penalties on me, and the Education Bureau will hold me accountable. I will not evade my responsibilities. However, the harm has been done, and I can only offer some form of compensation." As she spoke, she presented her cherished potions, some specifically for body refinement, but more were aimed at repairing and enhancing mental power. After all, if it weren't for her, during the screening at the Spirit Control Division, he would have undoubtedly been guided towards techniques more suited for advancing as a mentalist. Now, both paths commence with the rock-solid body refinement technique. She felt an immense sense of guilt, recognizing that she had indirectly stifled a prodigy. Observing her demeanor, Shen Shu was taken aback. Based on his previous assessment of her, he had anticipated her to be vengeful. At the very least, she seemed prideful and ambitious. Moreover, he recalled how he had spoken harshly to her earlier, And now she was apologizing instead of sabotaging him. Was there a hidden agenda? He cautiously glanced at Yuan Yi, who nodded slightly, granting him the courage to accept the materials. Even if you apologize to me, it doesn't mean I accept your apology. After saying this, Shen Shu turned to Wen Chongqing. In that case, can I still accept these items? He merely sought to probe whether her prior mistake was an attempt to gain his forgiveness to evade punishment. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Chongqing paused momentarily before letting out a sigh. It's all right. These items are my compensation to you, for I have wronged you. Shen Shu was taken aback. When a woman, a rather arrogant woman, suddenly apologizes to you, you must know that something significant has transpired. No, it felt fundamentally wrong. Shen Shu began fervently patting himself down. Why kidneys? They seem fine. No major issues. Did I lose my virginity? Lifting the covers. All is well. Am I done for? Did Shu Ayahan order me to be killed? And now they want me to take the fall. His peripheral vision caught sight of the clinical setting. Not dead. Huh? Wait, you need to clarify. What exactly do you feel sorry for? Shen Shu, now flustered, immediately inquired. When Chongqing and Yuan Yi exchanged glances, and ultimately, Yuan Yi stepped forward to explain. Moments later, Shen Shu regarded Wen Chongqing with a complex expression, while she averted her gaze, feeling too guilty to meet his eyes. What is done is done. The situation is as it is. I have promised to do my utmost to provide you with some resources for mentalist cultivation, but I am merely a member of the Spirit Control Division. So do not expect too much. Yuan Yi sighed. As for the school, Principal Sun has also pledged to do everything in his power to support your cultivation resources. I will do my best as well. In the Morning Star, every genius is a precious treasure of the Federation, and each one that rises could potentially improve humanity's current plight. Yet now, all three of them could only lament deeply. Shen Shu's brilliance overshadowed even that of the equally gifted Shu Ayahan. Observing the expressions of the three, Shen Shu confirmed there were no further matters before exhaling a sigh of relief. Well, it's come to this. What else can be done? Besides, you all said that although the process may be difficult, with this as a foundation, my potential remains exceedingly high, though it is merely a theoretical ceiling. At least it is hope, is it not? Hearing Shen Shu not only accept reality swiftly but also comfort them, the expressions of the three turned even more despondent. It's over. Not only is he a genius capable of dual cultivation in martial and mental arts, but he also possesses an exceptional temperament. It's just a matter of whether he will collapse once he truly grasps the difficulties ahead. Seeing this, Yuan Yi ceased to persuade him and immediately swiped his wristband. This is my contact information. I have heard your family situation is not ideal. I still have some influence in Luoqing, so feel free to reach out if you encounter any issues. The contact information appeared on the wristband. Shen Shu was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly noticed the time in the upper right corner. Abruptly, Shen Shu yanked off the covers. Oh no, I'm running out of time. The sudden movement startled the other three, who instinctively recoiled. What do you mean time is running out? I have a job today for the first time, and if I maintain perfect attendance, there's $500. As he spoke, Shen Shu hastily stored all the materials Wen Chongqing had just given him into his wristband. I'm off now. Sun Jiangwo, wanting to inquire about Shen Shu's health, only saw him dash out the door in a whirlwind. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately lowered his hand. Shen Shu's well-being should be fine. This is the benefit of a solid foundation. Yuan Yi, watching Shen Shu disappear, wore a bittersweet smile and then turned to Shu Ayahan. She won't be so fortunate. He would still need specialized medical attention. Hearing Yuan Ye's words, Wen Chongqing shook her head slightly. No need. Once her injuries improve a bit, I will take her to the Spirit Control Division. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ye's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her martial arts are decent. Why must she go to the Spirit Control Division? Faced with Yuan Ye's lingering hostility, Wen Chongqing could no longer restrain herself. What can a mentalist compare with a martial artist? Moreover, precisely because her martial arts are commendable, she should have a chance to participate in that plan. Plan? Yuan Yi inquired, suddenly realizing something. The dual cultivation plan? Wasn't that shelved? When Chongqing sighed before responding, there's no choice. There are already such powerful individuals on that side. Now, we are at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The Federation has restarted this plan, and I am merely following orders. Yuan Yi was about to retort. When Chongqing preempted him, I understand your intentions, and I will accurately report on Shen Shu's situation. However, The Federation has previously attempted the Pancher body refinement technique, and you are likely aware of the outcome. Therefore, I can only submit my report. Whether or not he can be included in the program to receive preferential resources will ultimately depend on Shinshu himself, as well as the review from above. Meanwhile, on the other side, bang! At the last second of the countdown in the martial arts hall, Shinshu crashed directly through the door. Upon witnessing the somewhat distorted and deformed entrance, Li Lei's mouth fell slightly open. I am not late. Indeed, you are not late, but you've damaged the door. 800. Chapter 14. Sparring partner Ka. Observing Shinshu attempting to force the twisted door back into shape with his bare hands, Li Lei's eyes twitched. Enough. It could have been repaired and still used, but now that you've finished, it will be completely unusable. All right, I'll ask my master to fix it later and deduct a little from your pay. He couldn't fathom where an apprentice could muster such strength. Wait a minute. Li Lei suddenly looked at Shinshu with suspicion. Your energy is far more restrained than yesterday, and you appear to be in even better physical condition. Have you broken through to the 9th rank of apprentices? With a snap, upon hearing Li Lei mention the deduction, Shinshu ceased his assault on the door, casually tossing it aside and saying, Yes, I've broken through. 1st rank of the mortal realm. A breakthrough is a good thing. At the 9th rank of apprentices, you can take on better jobs. As Li Lei led Shinshu toward the training ground within the Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned back. How many? 1st rank of the mortal realm? Li Lei's eyes widened in shock. He distinctly remembered this kid was merely an apprentice before. Did he really break through 2 ranks in a single night? Suddenly, he caught a whiff of blood on Shinshu and asked, Why do you smell like blood? Connecting the dots with Shinshu's rapid advancement, his gaze turned dangerously scrutinizing. You haven't taken any banned substances? Have you? In a fiercely competitive realm like Morning Star, some individuals resort to short-term enhancers to surpass others, leading to the emergence of illicit substances. These substances, extracted directly from fierce beasts, come with absurd side effects. Excessive use could even alter one's genetic makeup, transforming them into half-beast hybrids. As Li Lei began to suspect, Shinshu quickly waved his hand. What are you thinking? I'm from Luoqing No. 1 high school. Today just happens to be the monthly martial arts examination, and I came straight here afterward. After carefully calculating the time, Li Lei finally revealed a relaxed smile and said earnestly, You quite dedicated, coming straight here after the martial arts exam? You haven't sustained any injuries, have you? I must warn you up front, the disciples of Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall are known for their ferocity. If you come to spar with injuries, any ensuing problems will be your responsibility. I understand. Truly, there's nothing wrong. Shinshu pointed at the deformed door. I could knock down a few more if needed. Hearing this, Li Lei's mouth twitched. Perhaps his concerns were somewhat excessive. With that thought, Li Lei led Shinshu to the core area of the Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall. Wang Wu, you mentioned you needed a sparring partner, right? This is our newly recruited intermediate sparring partner. I've already tested his strength, and he can withstand and deliver strikes to your satisfaction. Li Lei, akin to a tout, directly promoted Shinshu to the man named Wang Wu, who was clad in training attire. He appeared quite handsome and tall, with a sun-kissed complexion that suggested a long history of rigorous training. After sizing Shinshu up, he expressed a hint of skepticism. He looks decent, but a bit on the lean side. Well, let me be straightforward. When he was at the 9th rank of apprentices, he was on par with me. Now he is at the 1st rank of the mortal realm. Li Lei exaggerated his own achievements slightly, causing Wang Wu's eyes to light up. All right, then let him give it a try. Wang Wu then turned to Shinshu. Let us see what you've got. With that, Wang Wu made a swift motion as if wielding a blade, aiming for Shinshu's eyes, followed by a kick aimed at his shin. Li Lei couldn't help but feel a wave of apprehension. Wang Wu's technique was exceedingly cunning. However, Shinshu merely brushed aside the hand, approaching his eyes with his left hand, shifting his foot to evade the attack aimed at his lower body. Hiss! Wang Wu shook his hand, which had been stung by Shinshu's dismissal. You've got some skill. Come again. Wang Wu charged at Shinshu once more. Whether it was a fierce punch or a devious attack, Shinshu effortlessly neutralized them all. Gradually, more spectators began to gather around. Hiss! Where did this sparring partner come from? His defense is impeccable. He is so relaxed. This sparring partner's reactions are astonishingly effortless. As the spectators murmured about Shinshu, Wang Wu began to feel the pressure mounting. Facing Shinshu, he experienced a profound sense of helplessness, akin to confronting a mountain, and no matter what technique he employed, it was effortlessly countered by the other. Even when he finally managed to land a sneak attack, it felt as though he had struck solid stone, often meeting Shan Shu's puzzled gaze. As if to say, "Why are you touching my abs? Damn it. I'm trying to sneak attack here, you jerk." Phew. After a brief moment, Wang Wu, panting heavily, noticed Shan Shu remained unfazed, even casually surveying his surroundings. Feeling belittled, Wang Wu couldn't help but scoff. What's the point of just defending? You could also counterattack. Wang Wu observed as Shan Shu assumed a defensive stance and reasoned that if he attacked, Shan Shu would not reveal any weaknesses. If Shan Shu were to counterattack, he might just find an opportunity. Shan Shu looked at Li Lei with a questioning gaze. Since this is a request from a member, then counterattacking is permissible. Just be mindful of the intensity. Li Lei's words seemed to provoke Wang Wu. Mindful of the intensity? Ha! Just let loose. I'm at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm. Can't I handle a 1st rank mortal realm opponent? Whoever falls loses. You won't be responsible for any injuries, he declared with bravado. Seeing this, Li Lei could only smile wryly, then nodded at Shan Shu. Feel free to proceed. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu smiled at Wang Wu. Then I hope you don't take offense. In the next moment, thud. At the sound of Shan Shu's foot striking the ground, Li Lei's eyes widened in shock. Shan Shu's figure suddenly appeared before Wang Wu. His right hand swung out abruptly in that instant. Wang Wu felt as if a mountain was crashing towards him, the overwhelming force leaving him no room to resist. Stunned, he stood there, watching the punch come towards him. Bang! Wang Wu felt an explosive sound ringing in his ears, akin to thunder, as he turned to look. Shan Shu's punch had not struck his face, but rather hovered near his ear. Wang Wu stared blankly at Shan Shu. Why didn't you hit me? In response, Shan Shu smiled and patted Wang Wu's shoulder. Well, you are a member. Suddenly, he stepped forward, locked Wang Wu's jaw with his arm, and forcefully flipped him onto the ground. At this moment, Wang Wu was utterly bewildered. Why? That punch didn't hit me, and now I'm being tossed around like a child. Just as he was confused, Shan Shu cheerfully declared, then this round counts as my win. Defeated a 3rd rank mortal realm opponent, awarded Sage Moment for 1 hour. As Wang Wu looked at Shan Shu's outstretched hand, he was astounded and bewildered. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I want to book you for the month. Chapter 15. Paving a new path for the Sage Moment, Wang Wu's words instantly displeased the members who had been eager to spar with Shan Shu. What is this? Such a fine sparring partner, and you want to hog him all to yourself? Wang Wu, that is not fair. Indeed, just like that. This new sparring partner can deliver punches. I want to practice with him too. Witnessing this scene, Shan Shu felt somewhat dazed and turned to Li Lei that moment. Li Lei had finally regained his composure, looking at Shan Shu with admiration. He had initially thought Shan Shu would be furious with Wang Wu and ready to retaliate. Yet the result had turned out so differently. This kid, so strong and adept at handling situations, was certainly drawing the envy of the surrounding members. Li Lei then explained to Shan Shu, booking for the month refers to a transaction between a member and an individual, where the member provides a sum, typically around 5K, for private training, while the martial arts hall provides the venue and takes a 10 cut. However, observing the enthusiastic members around them, he leaned closer to Shan Shu and continued, I recommend you refrain from accepting private bookings. Ultimately, this would mean your schedule revolves around the members. While it may be easy, it also restricts your freedom. Given the enthusiasm surrounding you, I suggest you remain a regular sparring partner. Though it may be tiring, it would yield significantly more. At this moment, Wang Wu seemed to have caught on to Li Lei's conversation with Shan Shu. He immediately declared, 10,000 for a month, I'll pay you 10,000. This statement caught Li Lei off guard. The price was comparable to some seasoned sparring partners. The surrounding sparring partners looked at Shan Shu with envy, while some harbored jealousy, as Shan Shu's appearance threatened their livelihoods. Upon hearing Li Lei's explanation, Shan Shu merely chuckled and extended his hand to Wang Wu. I apologize, but my purpose in serving as a training partner is to prepare for the upcoming martial arts examination. Seeking to engage with more practitioners and practice is my ultimate goal. Shan Shu, without sparing Wang Wu's feelings, patted away the non-existent dust on the ladder. He then turned to the others and continued. However, I hope my role as a training partner transcends merely being a moving target. I aspire to engage in combat with members, to experience victories and defeats. This is the kind of martial artist partner I wish to be, as it would facilitate a quicker enhancement of my skills. Shinshu beamed a friendly smile at the crowd. The monthly martial arts examination does not occur every day. Serving as a training partner at the martial arts school is a new avenue for him to attain moments of enlightenment. Hiss! Upon hearing Shinshu's words, the onlookers exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy and admiration. This is precisely the training partner they yearned for. While the training partners at Chaoyang Martial Arts School are indeed tough, they do not desire a mere moving dummy, but rather a genuine martial artist to spar with, and Shinshu's words struck a chord within them. All right, in that case, Li Lei, I will schedule some time with this training partner. And let us proceed with the fee for a seasoned intermediate training partner, as my way of supporting this young brother for the martial arts examination. I will book as well. Li Lei was taken aback by Shinshu's unexpected popularity as a newcomer. But it made sense. Everyone possessed discernment, and a training partner capable of delivering powerful strikes must be of advanced caliber. Thus, paying the price for an intermediate partner while sparring with someone of advanced skill is indeed a bargain. Nevertheless, Shinshu had no objections and neither did the members, so he too remained silent, promptly beginning to tally the number of participants. Soon, Shinshu resumed his role as a training partner. Too slow, your moves lack fluidity. More practice is required, as he spoke. Shinshu effortlessly mimicked the opponent's technique, delivering a swift and fluid strike to the member's chest, sending him flying. Without even glancing at the individual, Shinshu declared. Next, the recently sent flying member lay on the ground, dazed, quickly beginning to imitate Shinshu's stance and finesse. Faster, more fluid? He rubbed his chest, accepting a restorative liquid handed to him by another training partner, gulping it down before returning to practice. You are learning and integrating a multitude of techniques, currently simulating. Observing the panel before him, Shinshu continued his practice, after feeding the opponent a few techniques. He decisively used their own moves against them to achieve victory. This scene left even Li Lei, who had been rendered numb by astonishment, feeling a sense of disbelief. How could this be? How could he possess so many techniques? The ability to learn and apply them on the spot is simply astounding. By the end of the afternoon, every member present at Chaoyang Martial Arts School had become a loyal client of Shinshu. TSK, why is it so lively today? A weak voice called out from behind Li Lei, a young man, wrapped in bandages, hobbled over to him with the aid of crutches. Hiss, member, are you? Who do you think you are? I am Guogang. Upon hearing the voice, Li Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, who did this to you? Damn it. I will rally my brothers to avenge you. Guogang's eyes, peeking through the bandages, revealed a hint of disdain. Forget it. Losing the monthly martial arts examination means letting my family seek vengeance. If word gets out, how could I, Guogang, still hold my head high? Monthly martial arts examination? Li Lei pondered for a moment, his anger rising. Oh, what if Shu Ahan rejected your confession? He even beat you up like this? TSK, don't get me started. There's a monster at our school. Even Shu Ahan was nearly defeated. Never mind. What is going on here? Guogang inquired curiously, observing the crowd gathered in the training area below. Why are there so many people? Who is that newcomer? He looks so familiar, Guogang asked. Li Lei's expression swelled with pride. This is our newly hired training partner. He is exceptionally skilled, and the members are scrambling to book sessions with him, which I had to moderate. Oh, by the way. Young master, he is also from your school. His name is Shinshu. Shinshu? Guogang suddenly exclaimed, and in the training area below, Shinshu's ears perked up, turning to glance at Li Lei on the second floor. All he could see was an awkwardly smiling Li Lei and a mummy. At that moment, Guogang had already turned away. Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me. Cough, cough. Young master. He turned back. That's fine. Quickly, take me back to the office. With that, Li Lei supported Guogang as they returned to the Chaoyang Martial Arts School's office. How did you end up recruiting him? Upon entering the office, Guogang shouted, disregarding his injuries. He is the one who did this to me. Do you have any idea how he fought? I was wearing blood chi armor, the full set. Guogang's voice was strained. Even now, he found it hard to believe, raising his hand to strike his chest. It was just punch after punch, like hitting a dummy. The armor was utterly ruined. I was nearly killed. It was that close. Guogang extended his movable finger, desperately trying to minimize the gaps between his fingers. It was him? Li Lei was equally astonished. The blood chi armor belonging to his young master had been specially acquired from the Federation by the old master, serving as an advanced training tool. How could the opponent have rendered it completely useless? Then I should confront him, Li Lei declared, preparing to storm out. Wait, Guogang suddenly interjected. Why confront him? Didn't he injure you? Upon hearing this, the eyes behind the bandages displayed a sense of exasperation. That was merely my lack of skill. Now that he has come to our martial arts school, I must make good use of him. That armor of mine cost a pretty penny. I need to recuperate my losses from him. Guogang's eyes glimmered with a certain cunning. Since he is here, I should extend a proper welcome. Chapter 16. Promotion. The invaded home. As Guogang divulged his scheme to Li Lei, a look of distrust appeared on the latter's face. Young master, is that really appropriate? Aren't we offending a bit too many people? Guogang scoffed at the remark. Who have we offended? Shinshu, Shu Ayahan, or those planning to avenge Shu Ayahan? With that, Guogang reclined in his chair. TSK, weren't those people looking down on me before? This is perfect. I can tell them that Shu Ayahan was beaten and also mention. Guogang pondered for a moment, envisioning the scene of Shan Shu thoroughly thrashing Shu Ayahan. When suddenly an idea struck him. And say that Shin Shu took advantage of Shu Ayahan. Upon hearing this, Li Lei's lips twitched. Young master, that's a bit too indecent. If that gets out, Miss Shu won't let you off easily. If she gets angry, the old master will have to apologize as well. Bah! Li Lei helplessly wiped his face, which had been spat upon. Is that really how you view your young master? I'm telling you. I am not fabricating anything. When Shin Shu clashed with Shu Ayahan, he executed a technique called Crown Elbow. He was evidently so strong. Why resort to that technique? Where exactly did he strike? Did he hit an inappropriate spot? Observing Guogang's enthusiasm, Li Lei sighed. Young master, during a battle, who pays attention to such details? Then just imply it in that direction. Implying is not my forte. Guogang, repeatedly rebutted by Li Lei, grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, can't I be the only one taking a beating? Aren't those self-righteous brats claiming to be Shu Ayahan's defenders? When they arrive, let them sign up for memberships, particularly premium ones. Also, upgrade Shinshu to an advanced training partner. Let these two groups clash. If Shinshu wins, it's a means of avenging me and recovering my losses. If he loses, I won't lose anything. Observing Guogang's sinister laughter as he sat in the chair, Li Lei could only sigh helplessly and proceed with the arrangements. By evening, as the martial arts school was closing, a throng of members reluctantly released Shan Shu from their sessions. Shin Shu too felt a tinge of reluctance to part with these walking moments of enlightenment. Remaining time for current moments of enlightenment, 45 hours 20 minutes. Shin Shu. As evening fell, Li Lei finally called out to Shan Shu, who was preparing to leave. Shin Shu paused, looking at Li Lei, who was hastily approaching. Today, you performed remarkably, both in your guiding abilities and combat skills. Following evaluations by myself and the owner of the martial arts school, we believe that an intermediate training partner position is insufficient for you. In light of our desire to cherish talent, we are prepared to promote you to an advanced training partner, where you will only need to cater to advanced members. Your salary will increase to 20,000 per month, and the school will provide 3 basic medicinal baths. What do you think? Upon finishing, Li Lei looked at Shin Shu with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Shu acknowledged that a promotion and salary raise are certainly favorable developments, yet only catering to advanced members would mean missing out on numerous moments of enlightenment. Even if some could only offer him 10 minutes, every little bit counts, does it not? After a brief hesitation, he apologetically replied, I would like to accept the promotion, but I stand by what I said today. I still wish to engage in sparring with more individuals to deepen my understanding of martial arts. Having said that, Shan Shu turned to leave, fearing that if he lingered, he would regret having rejected the modest offerings of Qin Qian in the fundamental medicinal baths. Observing Shan Shu's resolute departure, Li Lei found himself momentarily bewildered. He had already crafted a post detailing how Shin Shu had soundly thrashed Gao Mei and Shu Ao Han. He had even propelled his young master to trending status. Garnering thousands of comments, there was no way he could allow Shin Shu to walk away. Hurriedly, he caught up and positioned himself in front of Shan Shu. Wait, Li Lei exclaimed, meeting Shan Shu's puzzled gaze. This smack, Li Lei forcefully slapped Shin Shu on the shoulder. Your martial arts have received our dojo's acknowledgement, therefore, I took the liberty of adjusting the conditions a bit. The benefits of advanced sparring remain unchanged, and you may freely accommodate all members. However, there is one stipulation. This condition applies only to members who joined before today. Future members must be of advanced rank to spar with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this condition, Shinshu instinctively sensed a trap. He was merely a worker. When has a capitalist ever willingly relaxed their terms? Could it be that their dojo was struggling? That seemed unlikely. A sea-level dojo in Luo City held a respectable standing. Noticing Shinshu's lingering hesitation, Li Lei quickly added, "No rush. I will draft the contract for you. You can sign it whenever you wish." As he spoke, he took a step back to clear the path. Despite his doubts regarding the other's overly enthusiastic demeanor, Shinshu chose to leave for now. The lonely moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the path home. Approaching his doorstep, Shinshu noticed the fallen leaves and the footprints on the ground, causing his nerves to tense instantly. Bang! He flung open the door and dashed inside. The sight before him sent his blood pressure soaring. The glass lay shattered, bedding torn apart, white cotton scattered across the floor. Crack! Shinshu lowered his gaze, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous sounds. Little Shu is back? Hearing the voice from within, he rushed further inside. His grandparents were unharmed, seated on the bed, but worry was etched across their faces, and another figure occupied the room. Upon recognizing the person, the chill in Shinshu's demeanor relaxed. Uncle Li. The man referred to as Uncle Li, originally named Li Tai, was their neighbor who had often come to their aid during difficult times. He had even helped them settle into their home when they first moved in. Little Shu is back. That's good. You should move today to avoid Wu Shan and his crew coming by tomorrow. The mention of that familiar name caused Shinshu to clench his fists once more. Observing Shinshu's expression, Li Shan advised, Little Shu, this area is primarily designated for the impoverished and chaotic. The patrol doesn't frequent it. Wu Shan oversees this place, and as long as nothing goes awry, the patrol generally doesn't intervene. Your family is struggling. They wouldn't bother coming here. But somehow, someone let slip about your grandfather's injury and the compensation he received. At this point, Li Tai couldn't help but sigh. If your grandmother hadn't insisted on going to the hospital early today, they might have caught her off guard. He then offered Shinshu a small, bulging handkerchief. I have some money here. It's not much, but take it and find a safe place to hide for now. Shinshu smiled faintly at Li Tai's gesture, pushing the handkerchief back. Uncle Li, there's no need. I have some savings accumulated over this period. I'll take my grandparents to the hospital tomorrow and return to handle these matters. Sensing the coldness radiating from Shinshu, Li Tai urged, Little Shu, you must not act impulsively. Although Wu Shan and his crew are merely small-time thugs, they are still at the 6th level in the realm and possess ruthless methods. Your family has finally produced such a good child. You cannot confront them head-on. Please, leave quickly. Just as Li Tai was about to continue, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Chapter 17. Did my student kill someone? Upon hearing this, Shinshu stepped out of the room. The door, battered from repeated assaults, finally gave way with a resounding crash. Boom. The wooden door slammed against the ground. Teske, if you have money, at least install a proper door. It nearly fell on me. A burly man, flanked by 4 lackeys, strode into the courtyard, stroking his bald head that gleamed in the moonlight. Fixing his gaze on Shinshu at the door, he smirked maliciously. I knew it. You lot hid during the day, but you're back at night. Then, tilting his head, he spotted Li Tai inside the house. Oh, Li old man, didn't you claim you didn't know where they went during the day? Trying to deceive me? You have extra cash to spare for others but can't pay the protection fee, eh? Looks like you're asking for trouble. Wu Shan advanced toward the supplies, his underlings grinning as they followed closely behind. Originally planning to scrape a little profit after losing at the black market, they were surprised to find Shinshu's family back home after being absent all day. Tsk, kid, you dare block my way? Seeking death? Seeing Shinshu stand motionless at the door, Wu Shan's expression darkened, and he reached out to slap Shinshu's face. In the next moment. Smack! Shinshu effortlessly swatted Wu Shan's hand away. And with a swift motion, his right hand activated a holographic display behind him, documenting the entire scene. Without my consent, you are committing burglary. I warn you once. Leave immediately. Shinshu's expression remained unperturbed as he regarded Wu Shan. Wu Shan, having his hand swatted aside, glared at Shinshu's video recording and his condescending demeanor, fury boiling within him. What? You think you can intimidate me? He had done his homework. Shen Shue's family lacked any significant backing, and his personal strength was merely that of an apprentice. Today, even if he wreaked havoc here, nothing serious would come of it. With that, Wu Shan swung his fist towards Shen Shue's ribs, the punch imbued with malicious intent and the glimmer of blood energy. Any ordinary martial artist struck by this blow would suffer severe damage, possibly breaking ribs and injuring internal organs. Wu Shan clearly aimed to severely injure Shen Shu. Yet, Shen Shu didn't even flinch. Thud. As Wu Shan's fist connected with Shen Shu's body, a sinister smile crept across his face, reveling in the notion that a mere child, new to martial arts, dared to resist them. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. The frail child seemed unresponsive, as if his punch had struck solid stone. At that moment, Shen Shu looked down upon Wu Shan. Little Shu, seeing her grandson get hit, his grandmother panicked and exclaimed, We'll pay whatever you want." Hearing his grandmother's desperate plea, Shen Shu merely lowered his gaze upon Wu Shan, a smile finally breaking through his previously emotionless facade. "Is this all you're capable of? Burglary, assault, intimidation?" Provoked, Wu Shan's rage escalated as he summoned a short blade from his wrist device, thrusting it towards Shen Shu's abdomen. Suddenly, crack, Wu Shan stared in disbelief at his captured wrist. Feeling Shen Shu's grip tightening, as the blade emerged, Shen Shu applied pressure, producing a series of cracking sounds from Wu Shan's wrist. Bones and flesh nearly crushed. "Ah, damn it. Someone come help. This kid's a problem." Wu Shan howled in agony, his companions momentarily stunned before rushing forward, weapons in hand. Observing their approach, Shen Shu grinned. "We need to add another charge, attempted murder." Leaning closer to Wu Shan's ear, he whispered, "Now, I can kill you without facing any legal consequences." The coldness in Shen Shu's tone froze Wu Shan's expression, which shifted from pain to sheer terror. In the next instant, bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Wu Shan was sent flying. Yet because Shen Shu still held onto his right hand, he was yanked back. The cost was high. Wu Shan gazed at his severely deformed right hand and the overwhelming nausea in his abdomen. Howling in distress, in the following moment, slender fingers brushed against his head. Through the spaces between Shen Shu's fingers, Wu Shan locked eyes with a pair of icy, unyielding ones. In an instant, Shen Shu exerted force with his right hand. Bang! Shen Shu slammed Wu Shan's head violently against the ground. The rocky surface instantly cracked, and Wu Shan's head was driven into the earth. After a few spasms, his body fell still. As Shen Shu slowly withdrew his blood-stained hand from the ground, the lackeys who had rushed in froze for a moment. But in the next heartbeat, Shen Shu dashed forward, colliding into one of the lackeys while shouting, "Don T hit me! Don't harm my family!" The lackey was taken aback, but only the one closest to Shen Shu noticed the icy indifference in his eyes as he shouted those words. Suddenly, he felt two powerful impacts against his chest, and the force sent him crashing against the courtyard wall. Before falling into unconsciousness, the last thought that crossed his mind was, "Is this truly an apprentice?" The onlookers were unable to comprehend the situation as Shen Shu suddenly charged towards them. Just as he raised his baton, a powerful elbow strike sent it flying from his grasp. Following this, Shen Shu delivered a forceful knee strike. In the blink of an eye, only one person remained in the courtyard. Noticing the dire circumstances, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he made a beeline for the house. "Damn it, this kid has an ominous aura. If he can rush inside and take his family hostage, he might have a chance." Just as he was about to reach the small door, a mere threshold away from the elderly lady, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. In the next instant, he felt his hair tighten as Shen Shu seized the head of the assailant who had attempted to attack his grandmother, slamming it forcefully into the ground. The impact sent shards of stone flying, clattering against the wall. Blood mixed with teeth gushed from the man's mouth, staining the entrance with crimson. Li Tai and the others, witnessing the once menacing Wu Shan and his group reduced to this state, couldn't help but recoil. Shen Shu's grandmother stood frozen and shocked. At that moment, Shen Shu slowly straightened up, offering a reassuring smile to his grandmother before entering the house to assist the two elderly individuals in sitting down. He then promptly dialed the number for the inspection office. Inside a martial arts dojo in Luo City, Yuan Yi was practicing when he suddenly received a call. Upon seeing the name, Inspection Office Director Luan Fu, flashing on his wristband, he frowned slightly. "Hello, old Lu. Why are you contacting me so late?" "What? One of my students has killed someone." Chapter 18. I should truly be ashamed. At the Luo City Inspection Office, Luan Fu greeted Yuan Yi as he arrived. Leaning close to Yuan Ye's ear, he whispered, "I saw your student's wristband had your contact information, so I suppressed the news for now. 2 dead, 2 injured." Hearing Luan Fu's words, Yuan Yi was momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? Luan Fu, hesitating briefly, led him into the office and opened Shan Shu's wristband. "See for yourself." As Luan Fu played back the recorded video, Yuan Ye's eyes widened in shock. This, he struggled to find words, his mouth moving silently for a long moment. Observing this, Luan Fu shook his head and remarked, "Your school has done well. Every action and counteraction from your student was justified and lawful. It falls under self-defense. Except for one point. When Wu Shan died, the nature of Shan Shu's second strike was rather ambiguous. It could be seen as a finishing blow or Wu Shan's weapon had not fallen, and Shen Shu continued his defense." Luan Fu looked at Yuan Yi and continued. At this moment, Yuan Ye's expression returned to calmness. Initially, he had thought Shen Shu had truly gone on a rampage. But after watching the video, he felt a sense of relief. Luan Fu had summoned him clearly to inform him that he was involved in the matter and was helping to resolve it. He then smiled, saying, "The Federation is currently at war with the Star Domain, with countless casualties daily. Losing 2 more. Mere scum. Really, moreover, my student acted to protect his family." Although Shen Shu appeared stronger than Wu Shan and the others in the video, according to their respective realms, Shen Shu's was not as formidable. Faced with threats to his family, Shen Shu, as a novice student, not only did not cower but bravely fought back. Engaging in battles beyond one's realm is inherently unpredictable. If one dies, then so be it. I believe Shen Shu did nothing wrong. Listening to Yuan Yi, Luan Fu's expression twitched. 2 lives meant nothing in the eyes of those in the inheritance office. Of course, to him, they were also inconsequential, especially since they were mere thugs. However, one thing he noted was that Yuan Yi genuinely cared for this student. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over at such a late hour. Even seeking to mitigate the situation on his behalf. I understand. That's why I called you here. With this evidence from Shen Shu and your endorsement, he should be in the clear. But even if he is, the subsequent investigation will still take time, and I'm concerned it might delay the child's martial arts examination. Hearing Luan Fu's words, Yuan Yi sighed. "All right, I understand. If you wish to be transferred out of Luo City, I will certainly put in a good word for you." Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Luan Fu's round face. "Take me to see Shen Shu." With Luan Fu leading the way, Yuan Yi quickly found Shen Shu confined in a detention room, his joints secured by gravity restraints. "You're treating a student like this?" Yuan Yi turned to Luan Fu, incredulous. Luan Fu could only offer an awkward smile. "What can I say? Old Yuan, your student is filled with youthful vigor." As Luan Fu deactivated the gravity restraints and opened the detention room, Shen Shu emerged from his state of enlightenment. "Under confinement and gravity conditions, your blood energy operation has been significantly hindered, yet it has also greatly enhanced your control over it. Your blood energy is more robust, and your meridians stronger. Duration of this enlightenment state, 5 hours and 30 minutes. Remaining time, 43 hours. Upon seeing the individuals at the door, Shen Shu blinked in surprise. "Instructor Yuan?" Hearing Shen Shu's strong voice, Yuan Yi wanted to say something but, upon noticing the bloodied fingers, merely nodded. "All right, follow me." As he spoke, Yuan Yi moved towards the exit, while Luan Fu hurried inside to release Shen Shu from his restraints, patting him on the shoulder. "What a vigorous age you are in." Shen Shu appeared momentarily dazed. Given his understanding of the entire process, even if he could provide evidence of self-defense, the proceedings would still take some time. How was it that he was released merely a few hours later? Noticing Shen Shu's bewilderment, Luan Fu kindly smiled. "Enough. The evidence is sufficient. I also know the identities of Wu Shan and his crew. They are wanted by our office, and there will be rewards sent to your school soon. Shen Shu, stop dawdling. Let us go." Seeing Shen Shu lag behind, Yuan Yi turned back to say, "At this." Shen Shu finally caught up. The two walked in silence until they reached the inspection office's entrance, where Yuan Yi could no longer contain himself. "Shen Shu, I know your strength. You only needed to teach those thugs a lesson. Why did you?" Before he could finish, His peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly man with gray hair pushing a wheelchair. Tears streaming down his face as he stumbled towards the inspection office. "Grandma!" As the elderly lady saw her grandson, who had just been taken away, standing there unharmed, both were overwhelmed with joy. "It's all right now." "It's all right. Wu Shan and his crew are still wanted criminals, and the inspection office said they would reward us. Soon, we will have money to pay for Grandpa's medical expenses." That moment, outside the inspection office, Yuan Yi observed this scene and felt a pang of guilt for the earlier resentment he had harbored towards Shen Shu. What a filial child he is! He knew well the hardships Shen Shu faced due to his family's circumstances. With a heavy sigh, Yuan Yi thought to himself, it is understandable that Shen Shu could not restrain his strength. After a moment of comforting, Shen Shu stepped aside and addressed the two elders. "This time, I owe it all to Instructor Yuan. Otherwise, I would probably have to stay in there for several more days." The elderly couple gratefully turned to Yuan Yi. This moment, he nodded slightly. Smiling, "Shen Shu, what has happened to your grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's smile faded. "The path of martial arts is arduous. It requires not only effort but also abundant resources. My grandfather, in an attempt to provide me with more resources, was injured while working and is now paralyzed. Wu Shan intended to come and rob my grandfather's medical funds, which is why Yuan Ye's face went pale." "Then, what about your parents? They died on the Star Realm battlefield." Yuan Ye's smile vanished entirely, leaving him in stunned silence. The gust of wind blew, and Yuan Yi felt as if he truly should be ashamed. Chapter 19. Starry sky. At this moment, the wilderness felt heavy with unspoken words. After a long pause, Yuan Yi tentatively said, I have some connections in Luo City. I still have a treatment quota at the Federation's Luo City Inheritance Office. I will arrange for your grandfather to be hospitalized. Let's ensure the old man recovers without worrying about retaliation." These were the words Yuan Yi had carefully considered. His tone was earnest as he looked at Shen Shu, as if only through this gesture could he alleviate his guilt. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu initially felt joy, but his expression soon dimmed. The Inheritance Office, subordinate to the Federation, comprised former warriors from the battlefield. Their power was formidable, and they were well versed in the art of combat. They could teach students and serve as a powerful force in critical moments. The benefits surrounding this force were numerous. Shen Shu had previously inquired about the medical facilities within the Inheritance Office, which were said to be the best in all of Luo City. There, his grandfather could receive the finest treatment. However, Shen Shu hesitated, expressing his concerns. "Teacher Yuan, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. I am devoid of funds. However, I yearn to allow my grandfather to receive treatment without further delay. As for the money, I shall repay you as swiftly as possible." Observing Shen Shu preparing to speak, Yuan Yi gestured for him to remain silent, emphasizing the gravity of the elder's injuries. As he spoke, Yuan Yi activated a call using his wristband. Before long, a hovering vehicle arrived before Shen Shu. In the impoverished city of Luo, this vehicle was regarded as a top-tier mode of transport, albeit merely a conveyance for the Heritage Department. After assisting the elder into the vehicle, Shen Shu waved at it. "Instructor Yuan, isn't this against regulations?" Shen Shu inquired, noticing the physician who disembarked from the vehicle momentarily freeze upon realizing it was not Yuan Yi who was injured. Instinctively, Yuan Yi wished to dismiss the concern, but he suddenly felt it was inappropriate to let this young man bear the burden alone. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, it is against regulations, which is why I owe a favor to those individuals I just mentioned." Afterward, Yuan Yi turned to Shen Shu and added, "Of course, you also owe me a favor." "Me?" Shen Shu expressed his surprise, pointing to himself. "Yes, in total, you owe me 2 favors. While you possess evidence of justifiable defense, under normal circumstances, participating in the martial arts examination would be highly questionable, and it could even be recorded in the archives. However, you should soon receive a commendation notice." Hearing this, Shen Shu opened his mouth, ultimately rendered speechless. Noticing Shen Shu's expression, Yuan Yi patted his shoulder. "Thus, if you wish to repay me, what I require is not monetary compensation, but rather assistance in departing from this place." "Departing from here?" Shen Shu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Precisely, leaving this place." Upon uttering this, Yuan Yi gazed at the city, which lay shrouded in darkness, from the entrance of the inspection office. Luo City is merely a small locale within the realm of Morning Star. Classified as a third-tier city, The highest martial arts school here is only rated C in comparison to those premier metropolises. This place is small, impoverished, and even features extensive areas of lawlessness. Sigh. Yuan Yi let out a breath. Turning back to Shen Shu, you are correct in stating that martial artists require resources. As a second-tier practitioner in the bone-tempering stage, I find it impossible to acquire the resources I seek here. Luo City lacks even a Star Realm passage. Yet, should a genius emerge under my tutelage, an A-grade or higher genius, I might have the opportunity to be reassigned elsewhere. Shen Shu appeared puzzled at this revelation. A-grade? Observing Shen Shu's bewildered expression, Yuan Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. You see, this illustrates the information disparity. The martial arts examination categorizes all students into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. In Luo City, the majority fall into the C and D categories. With B-grade individuals being exceedingly rare, this is dictated by local resources. After all, while you are still economizing to purchase body-tempering elixirs, certain regions with Star Realm passages have already begun trading resources through the hunting of ferocious beasts. However, Shuao Han is an exception. She came here due to family circumstances. Although she barely qualifies as a grade, it bears no relation to me. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's expression shifted to one of understanding. This was reminiscent of the Youth Palace in his previous life, where some could reach it in merely 20 minutes, while others required 2 decades. Yuan Yi's gaze turned fervent as he regarded Shen Shu. You have genuinely arrived at a grade. Your talent is not in the slightest inferior to the prodigies of those great cities. In just one afternoon, I sensed your vitality has surged. You do not belong to this small city, and perhaps you may not even belong to those larger cities. If you truly manage to cultivate the rock tempering technique, then among your peers, few will be able to best you in physical prowess. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Fixing his penetrating gaze upon Shen Shu, Yuan Yi articulated each word with gravity. It signifies that your innate gifts allow you not merely to gaze upon this starry sky, but to genuinely reach out and touch it. As he spoke, Yuan Yi lifted his head to gaze at the heavens. Within the textbooks provided by your instructors, all have imparted the greatness of humanity, the martial arts of mankind, humanity's colonization of planets, and humanity's encounters with enemies in the cosmos. Yet, for the vast majority, the starry sky remains an unattainable dream. This is the reason I am willing to owe you a favor. You need not feel indebted to me. I do this for your sake, but also for my own. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu too raised his eyes to the vast expanse of stars. After a long moment, Yuan Yi gradually returned to himself. Enough, it is getting late. You should return. Remember to come find me after class tomorrow. Those mundane martial arts techniques hold no challenge for you now. With your talents, you may learn some of my true teachings. With that, Yuan Yi departed without hesitation. Watching his figure fade, Shen Shu found himself in a daze. True teachings? Upon returning home, Shen Shu surveyed the disarray of his surroundings. After a brief tidying up, he retreated to his room and sat cross-legged on his wooden bed. Suddenly, he noticed an unread message on his wristband. Li Lei, how is Coach Shen's consideration regarding the senior membership? Gazing at Li Lei's message, Shen Shu pondered for a moment. I am about to participate in a school activity, and with the upcoming martial arts examination, I may resign at any time. If you can accept this, I am willing to sign. The message was sent, and within a minute, he received a reply. Li Lei, of course, if you resign before a month has passed, we will compensate you for a month's salary. Rest assured, we will adhere to the best standards for you. Li Lei initiated the contract signing. This contract is notarized by the Luo City Judicial Office. Upon reading this, Shen Shu found no grounds for objection. Given his current financial constraints, he reviewed the contract and signed it immediately. Reflecting on everything that transpired the previous night, Shen Shu recalled Yuan Yi's words from earlier that day, and he felt a surge of excitement. The vast world seemed to lie just within reach, waiting for him to venture forth. With this thought in mind, Shen Shu consumed the body-tempering potion that Wen Chongqing had given him. First hour. You calm your mind and diligently practice the rock tempering technique. Though you have already reached its pinnacle, you persist in this method, forging your vitality into your very being. Third hour. Your arms have been thoroughly tempered. 12th hour. Your limbs have been completely refined. The body tempering potion has been fully digested, and the speed of your vitality enhancement has slowed. Observing this, Shen Shu hesitated no longer and promptly took another vitality potion. 18th hour. Your body has been completely tempered. 23rd hour. You have broken through to the first tier of the mortal realm, your vitality merging within, and your physique has once again improved. The rock tempering technique feels as natural as eating and drinking to you. With the breakthrough displayed on his panel, Shen Shu finally ceased his period of enlightenment. Feeling the surge of power within him, he finally understood why Yuan Yi and the others had expressed pained expressions when discussing how deeply he had cultivated the rock tempering technique. Each step of advancement felt akin to being hammered with vitality, as every muscle and every cell was being refined. Should one's vitality be insufficient, the process would be incomplete, hindering advancement. After finally enhancing his vitality and breaking through, facing a body that had already undergone refinement once required an even greater amount of vitality. Furthermore, during his period of enlightenment, he had pushed this technique to perfection, necessitating a truly staggering amount of vitality. Yet, the benefits were equally evident. With a swift punch, the overwhelming vitality caused the air to tremble and emit a resounding whoosh. This power, when faced with Shu Ao Han, would likely be sufficient with just a single strike. Chapter 20. Rumors early morning. The sun's rays pierced through the morning mist, bathing the world in an ethereal glow. Bang, bang, bang. In the courtyard, Shen Shu's movements were not swift, yet each punch and each stance thundered like a storm. After a moment, he gradually halted, feeling the tumultuous vitality within him and exhaling a long breath. Skin Training Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts Proficiency 8. Current Proficiency. Full, 36-100. Following the enhancement of his vitality and physique, his proficiency in practicing techniques indeed saw a greater increase. He then cast his gaze upon his status panel. Shen Shu, Mortal Realm 2nd Tier. Full, Current Techniques, Mortal Realm Rock Tempering Technique, Perfection. Mental Power Rock Tempering Technique, Perfection. Current Skills, Mortal Realm Thunderclap, Perfection. Skin Training Gale, Full. Skin Training Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts, Full. Remaining Enlightenment Time. 28 hours. To achieve rapid breakthroughs, I still require the assistance of enlightenment time and potions. Last night, Shen Shu had elevated his realm to the 2nd tier of perfection through the potions provided by Wen Chongqing and the period of enlightenment. However, without the aid of enlightenment time, it would likely take him a month to achieve a breakthrough with his own abilities. Contemplating this, Shen Shu could not help but worry about where to acquire more enlightenment time. Ding! As the wristband vibrated, Shen Shu glanced at it. Sun Wang, Shen Shu, be careful at school today. Someone might be looking for trouble. Shen Shu furrowed his brow as he read the message from Sun Wang. Trouble? Could it be someone behind Wu Shan? No way. Do these people have such swift intelligence? Shen Shu felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet there was nothing to fear. His family had already been arranged by Yuan Yi to enter the hospital of the inheritance department, and being alone without any vulnerabilities left him unafraid. Soon after, Shen Shu arrived at school. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the myriad of gazes directed at him. So, this is Shen Shu, the notorious figure of the senior year? It is said that he hospitalized Shu Aohan. He looks so slender and tall. How could he be so fierce? You know what the students in the senior martial arts class call him? The Slim Tiger, Shen Shu. Shen Shu listened to the murmurs of the younger students, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hearing such discussions about himself from others was quite novel to him. Suddenly, however, he caught a different tone. He seemed so cultured and gentle. One would never expect him to be that kind of person. Perhaps it's not so. In martial arts competitions, there are no strict rules. Besides, I heard that Shen Shu has no interest in Shu Aohan and is particularly ruthless. You wouldn't understand. This is a case of wanting what one cannot have and then destroying it. If he wasn't interested, why would he take advantage of Shu Aohan during the fight? Shen Shu. What are they even talking about? As time drew near, Shen Shu decided not to pursue the matter any further and headed straight to his class. Even entering through the back door, which would typically go unnoticed, caused the entire classroom to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. This scene left Shen Shu momentarily stunned, questioning whether the homeroom teacher was standing behind him. Shen Shu, come over here. At that moment, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang, already seated, waved vigorously at Shen Shu. As he approached, they pulled him into a seat. The next moment, Sun Wang and Wen Liang stood before him. Sun Wang, with a stern expression, declared, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity." Zhang Liang quickly followed with, "Anything you say will be used as evidence in court. What are you two doing? Did you get your heads knocked silly yesterday?" Shen Shu looked at the two of them with suspicion. Forget it. Let us stop pretending. Look at this, Zhao Yang said, sending a message to Shen Shu. School martial arts examination screams of agony. A student from high school number 1 in Luoqing is in a coma. Is this the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Shen Shu. Huh? As he gazed at the incendiary post, confusion washed over his face. What is this? And this? Sun Wang didn't provide any clarification but instead showcased several messages, suddenly emerging to beat everyone in school just to touch you. The untold story of Shen Shu from Luoqing High School. Has Shu Ayahan been violated? Is Shu Ayahan pregnant? Each message was accompanied by varying degrees of incendiary comments, with thousands of replies. Wait a minute, guys. Just as Shen Shu attempted to stand up, he was firmly pressed down by Sun Wang and Zhao Yang. They looked at him with grave expressions. Buddy, do you now understand what it means when the wood stands out in the forest? The wind must bring it down. You are now the topic of conversation for others, albeit with a somewhat negative image. A trace of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. This is outright slander. What on earth is this? Shen Shu couldn't help but retort, prompting Sun Wang and Zhao Yang to release him and sit back down with amused grins. We certainly know your character, but this is public opinion. Don T asked, just consider it journalism. Then Zhao Yang sighed and said, these topics all point towards you and Shu Ayahan. It seems someone is out to get you. After all, although Shu Ayahan has never accepted anyone's confession or requested help in seeking revenge, she can't escape those who are infatuated with her. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's last words, Shen Shu nearly opened his mouth to explain but paused to ponder before saying, so you mean someone will come looking for trouble with me? Yes. Zhao Yang nodded. I doubt anyone will bother you at school, but outside of school, it's a different story. Someone has already dug up that you're a sparring partner at Zhaoyang Martial Arts Hall. There are those who are clamoring to come teach you a lesson. Shen Shu's serious expression faded, replaced by a smile. Observing Shen Shu's demeanor, Sun Wang shook his head. I know you're strong. But those daring to pursue Shu Ayahan are no pushovers. I've heard that some are even coming from other cities specifically to deal with you. Is there really such a good thing? Shen Shu's eyes lit up. He had just been pondering how to forge a new path of greatness today, and this was indeed an opportunity knocking at his door. You're insane. We're already preparing to post a clarification for you, and you need to cooperate. Shen Shu's expression suddenly shifted. No? Not only do I not want a clarification, but you too need to help fan the flames of this matter. It would be best if those who are displeased with me and wish to beat me come looking for me, even those who want to kill me. In short, find a way to draw them to me. A hand brushed against Shen Shu's forehead. He isn't even running a fever. Shen Shu swatted Sun Wang's hand away. In any case, only by doing this can I grow stronger more quickly and earn more money. By the way, I forgot to mention that my grandfather has already been admitted to the hospital, so I really need the money right now. Seeing the seriousness in Shen Shu's eyes, Sun Wang and Zhang Liang finally realized he wasn't joking. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded vigorously. All right then. This is what you requested. Just as Shen Shu and Sun Wang were conspiring, the previously closed back door was suddenly kicked open. Who among you is Shen Shu? Chapter 21. Useless lackey. With a loud bang from the back door, everyone turned to look. A burly and muscular man stood at the entrance, glaring menacingly into the room. See, I told you he'd come. Don't respond to him. The homeroom teacher will clear him out shortly, Zhao Yang said to Shen Shu, somewhat shocked and confused. The next moment, to Zhao Yang's astonishment, Shen Shu stood up. I'm Shen Shu. The man clearly did not expect Shen Shu to respond so quickly. He was momentarily stunned before saying, so you're the one who took advantage during the martial arts examination and severely injured Shu Ayahan? Hearing the man's words and feeling the stares of the entire class upon him, Shen Shu's mouth twitched slightly. However, the man, seeing the reactions of those around him, wore a cold smirk. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Bullying girls isn't a skill. If you have the ability, come spar with me. Remember, the one who beat you is Wu Dagui. As he spoke, the man threw a punch at Shen Shu's face. Shen Shu did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly extended his right leg and kicked out. The next moment, with a resounding crack, Wu Dagui, who had just burst in through the back door, was sent flying out even faster. Bang! The crowd hurriedly leaned to peek. They saw Wu Dagui leaning against the corridor wall, clutching his abdomen, his eyes wide, with cracks appearing in the tiles behind him. At that moment, Just as Xie Chunhua was about to enter the classroom to assess the situation, she witnessed a large, dark figure being kicked out. Following that, Shen Shu stepped out the back door, looking indifferently at Wu Dagui. Raising his voice, "You think with your strength you can take revenge for Shu Ayahan? Shu Ayahan can take a hit better than you. A bunch of useless lackeys." Upon hearing this, Wu Dagui glared at Shen Shu, but Shen Shu ignored him. Turning, he caught sight of the homeroom teacher standing not far away, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "Teacher Xie, I just..." Shen Shu attempted to explain, but Xie Chunhua merely looked at Wu Dagui and said, "You're not from our school, are you? How did you get in?" Hearing this, Wu Dagui, who was prepared to see Shen Shu reprimanded by the teacher, suddenly changed his expression and, clutching his stomach, made a hasty retreat. Observing this, Xie Chunhua did not pursue him but waved at Shen Shu. "Come with me." Shen Shu sighed upon hearing this. He had merely intended to stir up some animosity, and with Wu Dagui's foul mouth, he had been unjustly slandered. That last kick had been fueled by a bit of anger. Initially, it was nothing, but it happened to be witnessed by the homeroom teacher. Upon entering the office, Shen Shu braced himself for a reprimand, yet the homeroom teacher simply scrutinized him from head to toe. "Are you hurt?" "No, well, that's good." The homeroom teacher took a sip of water and said, "You young people are full of vigor. Minor conflicts are quite normal, but you must be mindful of your limits." Shen Shu nodded in agreement. By the way, your name has already been submitted to the list for the exchange competition. Thanks to you, we were originally set to participate in the next few days. But due to yesterday's martial arts examination, many are in need of recovery for about a week. During this time, you must be careful not to get injured. After all, participating in the exchange competition guarantees that as long as you achieve a ranking, you will receive rewards in the form of potions and even martial arts techniques. Understood, teacher? Observing Shen Shu's earnest expression, Xie Chunhua nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. As Shen Shu departed from the office, Xie Chunhua finally closed the water cup that she had not touched. How could she dare to criticize Shen Shu? Yesterday, Shen Shu's performance had already garnered the attention of the principal and various leaders, and she had just been summoned by the authorities who emphasized the importance of monitoring Shen Shu's studies and the difficulties he faced in life. The school must promptly identify and provide assistance. It was as if they were directly implying that while Xie Chunhua could face consequences, Shen Shu could not. Although all the students were in the martial arts class and did not need to focus solely on academic examinations, cultural studies still accounted for a significant portion of the martial arts assessments. Currently, the main adversaries faced by the Federation were the ferocious beasts and the Wolong tribe lurking behind them. The ferocious beasts and the Wolong were interdependent. In our Federation, despite the vast population, the number of skilled practitioners remained scarce, while the Wolong tribe seemed to be born with innate abilities. Thus, the Federation's emphasis on cultivating skilled practitioners was to counter the Wolong tribe. At this juncture, many turned their gaze towards Shen Shu. Everyone knew that the one who could effortlessly sweep through the senior class, Shen Shu, had been easily subdued by a practitioner like Wen Chongqing. However, what they did not know was that Shen Shu had already awakened his own latent abilities. With the ongoing war between the Federation and the ferocious beasts, in order to acclimatize the new generation to these threats, the Federation had established numerous dimensional portals on Morning Star, allowing martial artists to directly enter designated battlefield dimensions to combat the ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, our city, Luo City, was merely a Tier 3 city and lacked the strength to guard these dimensional portals. Before class commenced, the cultural studies teacher expressed his sentiments to the students, before proceeding to introduce the Wolong tribe and various ferocious beasts. Although Shen Shu was not unintelligent, he was of average capability and belonged to the type that would feel drowsy while listening. Nonetheless, cultural studies accounted for 30 of future martial arts assessments. After all, some ferocious beasts were indeed quite peculiar. Without understanding their intricacies, even powerful martial artists could easily suffer significant losses. Gazing at the myriad images of ferocious beasts along with their various abilities and weaknesses, Shen Shu activated his sage moment. Hour 1. You immerse yourself in studying the guide to dealing with ferocious beasts. The originally cumbersome and complex text gradually becomes simpler for you. Hour 2. There are too many ferocious beasts that look similar. Yet their abilities may be completely opposite, often leading to confusion, which frustrates you. Hour 3. Understanding remains elusive, so you decide to force yourself to memorize it through the sage moment. Hour 5. You feel somewhat overwhelmed. Hour 8. You have memorized it all, Although there are parts you do not comprehend, you have memorized it nonetheless. With the ringing of the bell, the cultural studies teacher adjusted his thick glasses and turned off the holographic projection. Class dismissed. As the teacher announced the end of class, the students, who had been drowsy, instantly became lively. The afternoon was designated for martial arts practice. Frankly speaking, I truly cannot comprehend why, with less than a month until the martial arts examination, we are studying cultural subjects at all. Zhao Liang, having just wiped his drool, couldn't help but voice his complaint. Hearing this, Sun Wang closed his notebook and replied earnestly, "In this last month, unless you are a genius, there is little room for improvement. You might as well supplement your empty mind. Who knows, you might just memorize a few questions, which would yield better returns than practicing martial arts for half a month." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang displayed a look of astonishment. "Putting that aside, you promised we would sleep together, yet you secretly studied behind my back." He then glanced at Shen Shu, who still had his eyes closed, and revealed a look of relief. Shen Shu is the best. He never stabs his brothers in the back. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu opened his eyes. "I have already memorized the guide to dealing with ferocious beasts." Sun Wang, Zhao Liang, you scoundrel, in the afternoon martial arts class, I will engage you in a fierce battle. Chapter 22. This is what a genius looks like. Techniques of the bone-forging realm. Bang. Wow, as the wooden post exploded into splinters from Yuan Ye's strike. Astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. "Instructor Yuan, with such powerful techniques, why didn't you teach us sooner?" Someone in the crowd inquired, marveling at Yuan Ye's display. "Teach you sooner?" Yuan Yi glanced at the questioner and smiled. "If I had, you would have been finished. Aiming too high is not a virtue. That strike just now, even if you practiced for 10 years, may still be out of reach." He then cast a glance at Shen Shu. Except for Shen Shu, upon hearing this, while many around felt envious, they merely smiled. "The technique I just demonstrated belongs to the bone-forging realm. If any of you reach that level, you will naturally encounter it. This time, what I truly wish to impart to you is knowledge beyond the curriculum. Did anyone notice how I moved just now?" As Yuan Yi spoke, the students suddenly came to a realization. To their eyes, it seemed as though Yuan Yi had instantaneously appeared before the wooden post. It was a technique that infused vitality into his legs, though the specifics remained unclear. While everyone speculated, Shen Shu suddenly spoke up. "Actually, in that instant, I didn't see clearly, but based on my proficiency with the rock-solid body technique, I was able to perceive the flow of your vitality and the changes in your body." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi revealed a hint of surprise. "Indeed, that is a form of movement technique. During the martial arts examination, you will not only be tested on physical strength and power, but also on speed and practical combat abilities. Against an opponent or ferocious beast, even a slight difference in speed can mean the difference between life and death. What I taught you previously were basic steps. This time, it is an advanced technique. Learn as much as you can before the martial arts examination." As he spoke, Yuan Yi began to explain the intricacies of the technique. "The control of your vitality is crucial. Too much can lead to erratic movements, while too little makes it easy for your opponent to exploit openings." As Yuan Yi instructed, many in the training room began to practice, occasionally grimacing as they strained their legs. Observing this, Yuan Yi felt some amusement. After reflecting last night, he realized he couldn't allow Shen Shu to become overly arrogant, so he decided to demonstrate a basic stepping technique to remind everyone. "You from Class 5 have access to the gravity chamber. Once you have learned enough, you may go there. This stepping technique belongs to the skin-forging realm and is called the Serpent's Glide. Even if you are a genius, it will take at least half a month to master. Learning the fundamentals will suffice for the martial arts examination." He intended to convey to those who felt overshadowed by Shen Shu that even the most gifted individuals must put in the effort to practice. More importantly, he wanted to remind Shen Shu that only by remaining grounded can one progress further in martial arts. However, when he looked at Shen Shu, the smile faded from his face. Although there was still a hint of awkwardness in his movements, it was evident that he had already grasped the basics. "Yuan Yi?" At that moment, Shen Shu swiftly evaded several afterimages and stood before Yuan Yi. "Instructor Yuan, although I infuse my vitality similarly, why does it always feel like I am lacking something?" In terms of infusing vitality and controlling his body, Shen Shu faced no difficulties, but the subsequent steps proved challenging. Hour 5. You sense that this technique involves not only your legs but also other elements. Rather than continue to waste the sage moment, it was better to ask directly. Yuan Ye's expression gradually became restrained as he began to explain. Those Shan Shu's questions were quite peculiar. Some were foundational, yet it seemed he had already touched upon the core of the technique. What astonished Yuan Yi even more was that after each of Shan Shu's inquiries, he exhibited significant improvement. Was this reasonable? Could he truly be a once-in-a-century genius? Had he stumbled upon a prodigy? As he observed Shan Shu's increasingly proficient steps, Yuan Ye's face was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the other students were clearly inspired. While everyone else was still daunted by their fears, Shan Shu was rapidly mastering the technique, creating a sense of despair yet igniting a serious attitude among them. Zhao Liang and Sun Wang, watching Shan Shu's silhouette, gritted their teeth and continued practicing. In that moment, Shan Shu observed his status panel. Hour 8. Through Yuan Ye's explanations, you have grasped the key points of the technique. Hour 9. Skin Forging Realm Serpent's Glide, Initial Mastery, Remaining Sage Moment, 19 hours. Upon seeing the notification on his panel, Shan Shu couldn't help but feel elated. This technique filled the last gap in his skills. How are you progressing? Yuan Ye's voice came from behind. Not bad, wasted a bit of time, but I barely managed to grasp it. Just unsure how it will perform in practice. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Wasted a bit of time. When I learned this technique, I spent nearly 3 months on it. What does that make me? A waste of life? Cough cough. Geniuses are like this. I too wasted a bit of time back in the day. Yuan Yi coughed awkwardly. By the way, did you only focus on the steps earlier? Shan Shu, pondering Yuan Ye's expectant gaze, hesitated for a moment. When you struck the wooden post just now, it seemed there was more than just brute force. I noticed that the post appeared to explode with a certain power from within. Following this, Shan Shu revealed a look of enlightenment. That moment, I distinctly sensed a sudden surge of vitality emanating from you. Listening to Shan Shu's words, even though Yuan Yi had gradually come to accept Shan Shu's eccentricities, he remained utterly astonished. You could perceive the flow of my vital energy? Huh? You can't do that, Yuan Yi replied. Well, we can manage it, being prodigies and all. He then displayed a mysterious smile. Do you wish to learn that explosive technique from earlier involving the wooden stake? Upon hearing this, Shan Shu's expression brightened with excitement, only to be overshadowed by a hint of melancholy as he remembered something. I would like to, but that technique is not publicly shared at our school. And even the snake step is your own creation that I truly have. You needn't offer me anything, I simply require a favor, Yuan Yi interjected decisively. What favor? Help me deal with someone. Specifically, a rival's apprentice who has been taunting me these past few days. You should encounter him during the upcoming youth exchange competition. Give him a good thrashing. Huh? This is quite the unexpected request. Shan Shu waved his hands in protest. What's the matter? Are you afraid? He might only be slightly stronger than Shu Ayahan. It shouldn't be that daunting, right? Yuan Yi looked at Shan Shu, bewildered. This was a technique from the bone refining realm, and this lad was actually refusing to learn it. Instructor, my gesture is not a rejection, but rather an indication that you need not elaborate further. This request pales in comparison to that formidable technique from earlier. Hearing Shan Shu's words elicited a chuckle from Yuan Yi. You may appear gentle, but your words are quite articulate. Whether or not it is comparable is of no concern to you. All you need to do is learn it and then unleash it upon my rival's apprentice. With that, Yuan Yi began to impart his knowledge in private. This move was originally a technique from the bone refining realm, but under my insight and modification, it is now called Bone Refining Realm, Dark Energy. Chapter 23. Transformation of Energy. At this moment, Shan Shu felt a burning fervor within his heart. It was only when Yuan Yi truly demonstrated this technique that he comprehended the immense power inherent in the techniques of the Bone Refining Realm. Ordinarily, techniques or skills from the Bone Refining Realm and above are not permitted to be taught privately. However, self-created techniques fall outside this restriction. This technique conveniently lies within that realm. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure, Yuan Yi remarked as he handed Shan Shu a thick, paper notebook containing his notes on the technique. This is my original compilation of notes and techniques for you to study. I will go see how the other students are faring. With that, Yuan Yi walked away toward the other students. Shan Shu began to peruse the notes and explanations of the technique. As he finished skimming through the notebook, a notification appeared on his panel. Bone Refining Realm, Dark Energy, Beginner, Remaining Sage Time, 19 hours. To be honest, he found it quite perplexing, as he was still at the mortal realm. and the difficulty of directly learning a technique from two realms above was exponentially greater. Originally, Shinshu intended to use those 19 hours to consume some potions to enhance his realm and vital energy. Yet, faced with the allure of the bone-refining realm's technique, he found himself torn. Ultimately, he decided to utilize the sage time to comprehend dark energy. After all, cultivation could be pursued at any time. But opportunities for direct guidance from Yuan Yi were rare. First hour. You gradually memorize the content imparted by Yuan Yi and begin to familiarize yourself with the flow of vital energy. Third hour. You become intimately acquainted with the key points in Yuan Yi's notes, a myriad of methods for merging dark energy with vital energy swirling in your mind. As you observe the vital energy surging within you, it feels as if you are encountering your body for the very first time, and a look of naive clarity graces your face. 10th hour. You come to understand that dark energy involves instantaneously compressing the vital energy within your body's meridians into your opponent's body. Although you are still unclear on how to compress it without causing harm to yourself, you persist in your attempts, relying on your robust physique. No wonder the Federation forbids the private transmission of techniques from the bone-refining realm. If techniques like the rock body refinement method serve to hone the body and enhance vital energy, then dark energy is a form of physical devastation. It utilizes the explosive compression of vital energy for its release. While immensely powerful, it imposes significant strain on the practitioner, and without long-term practice and mastery of the appropriate methods, one might perish before even mastering the technique. I wonder how Yuan Yi conceived such a technique. 13th hour. Dark energy proves somewhat nefarious. Your repeated practice results in gradual injuries to your body. 14th hour. You dismiss your injuries, confident that with your perfected rock body refinement method, these minor wounds pose little issue. The sensation of each punch infused with dark energy exhilarates you immensely. 16th hour. Not much of a concern. The accumulation of dark energy from those minor injuries nearly led to your demise. This path is not viable. 19th hour. Though the explosive release of dark energy nearly cost you your life, you have also discovered a method to mitigate the damage. Remaining sage time. 0. Bone refining realm. Dark energy. Novice. Understanding. Transformation of energy. Before long. Yuan Yi returned. Observing Shan Shu lost in contemplation, he inquired, "How is your learning progressing?" Upon hearing this, Shan Shu slowly opened his eyes, prepared to respond, but was interrupted by Yuan Yi, who continued, "Do not rush to conclusions. First, watch me demonstrate a set of dark energy techniques. Then, combine that with what you have just learned to see if you can derive any insights." With that, Yuan Yi began to move. Dark energy is not a routine-based technique like the 8 Extremes boxing. Rather, it is a skill, a technique that can be integrated into nearly all martial arts. It is particularly lethal against tough-skinned beasts or mecha warriors. As he spoke, Yuan Yi lightly swung a punch, and Shan Shu distinctly felt the air explode nearby. The original concept of inch power dictates that the punch must reach its target to deliver force, yet my self-created dark energy defies this norm. Even if the punch does not land, the force can still be delivered. Alternatively, after the punch departs, this energy can explode within the opponent's body. In an instant, Shinshu witnessed the air, which had already detonated once, resound again. After the demonstration, Yuan Yi gazed at Shinshu with pride. Naturally, he felt proud. This was his self-created technique, and even his former instructor had remarked that as long as the technique does not inflict excessive harm on the body, it could potentially be classified as a treasure-level technique. However, at that moment, Shan Shu remained silent for a long while, contemplating Yuan Yi. Just as Yuan Yi anticipated that Shan Shu had gleaned nothing and was preparing to offer comforting words, he heard Shan Shu say, "Instructor, given your current physique and method of exertion, can your body truly withstand such devastation?" Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shan Shu stepped forward and lightly tapped 2 concealed points on Yuan Yi's forearm and upper arm. In an instant, Yuan Yi's brow furrowed, and a pained expression crossed his face. While compressing the meridians and vital energy can instantaneously transmit force and even inflict severe damage on an opponent, this dark energy simultaneously inflicts harm on oneself. If not promptly mitigated with vital energy or potions, it may result in irreversible damage. "Instructor, this technique has its flaws." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi stared at Shinshu. Rendered speechless for a long time in that moment, he felt a haze envelop him. He recalled the words his teacher had once imparted to him. "Yuan Yi, I advise you not to delve further into this technique. Techniques are ultimately just techniques. Only by enhancing your skills and power can you attain true strength. However, if you wish to continue your research, I will not stop you. Our Federation thrives on individuals like you who relentlessly explore, leading us to where we are today. Perhaps one day, you will realize that the fruits of your labor merely save some future genius an afternoon's worth of time. The rock body refinement method was once the pinnacle of techniques. Yet today it is a common practice. Reflecting on this, Yuan Yi could not help but smile, gazing at Xin Shu with a complex expression. Xin Shu, do you know how much I have invested in this technique? How much I have researched? My current stagnation at the second stage of the bone refining realm is precisely due to this technique. Hearing this, Xin Shu hurriedly waved his hands. He had merely intended to caution Yuan Yi regarding the hidden injuries and did not seek to dismiss this technique, for he had already discerned how to mitigate the damage. Yet, Yuan Yi continued, thus, what I imparted to you today could hardly possess any flaws. With that, Yuan Yi unleashed a series of powerful punches, the air crackling like firecrackers. If this were one of his previous techniques, delivering such a barrage would have rendered his arm nearly useless. But now, he displayed his arm with a flourish. What you touched earlier were merely remnants of my prior injuries. I did not anticipate your comprehension to be so sharp, nor your learning so swift. This technique indeed causes initial harm, which is why only those with exceptional understanding can swiftly transcend the preliminary stages without inflicting significant damage on themselves. Advancing to the second stage, transformation of energy. With that, Yuan Yi began to meticulously explain each move and technique to Xin Shu. He was so earnest, as if he were imparting wisdom to his former self, recounting the past 2 decades which he had never squandered. Xin Shu was captivated, and when Yuan Yi unveiled everything without reservation, Xin Shu suddenly swung his fist. The memories left from the sage moments rendered him almost devoid of hesitation. Bang! With a resounding crack in the air, Xin Shu unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Yi stared blankly at the scene. He patted Xin Shu's shoulder, his face adorned with a smile that was a blend of indignation, sigh, and relief. This is not my strongest move, but it possesses the greatest potential and the highest ceiling. I entrust it to you. May you elevate it to new heights. With that, Yuan Yi strode towards the exit. Bone Forging Realm Dark Force, Rare, Minor Achievement, Chapter 24. Let's just say you're the Dog King. Xin Shu stared at the notification on the panel, dazed for a long while, before solemnly bowing in the direction Yuan Yi had departed. He had not anticipated that this dark force from the bone forging realm would be classified as rare. Techniques of such caliber in the Federation transcended mere monetary value. They necessitated special contributions for acquisition. It could even be regarded as a family heirloom technique. Yet, Yuan Yi had imparted it to him without the slightest reservation. Recalling Yuan Yi's parting words, Xin Shu could not help but murmur softly, "Rest assured, I will ensure this technique flourishes under my guidance." Thereafter, Xin Shu commenced relentless practice, endeavoring to integrate the dark force into his martial arts. Once the dark force merged with Xin Shu's other martial disciplines, the potency of nearly all his techniques doubled. The most terrifying aspect of this enhancement was slap. As Xin Shu executed a sudden kick, a crisp sound reverberated throughout the room. You have integrated Dark Force into Thunderbolt. Mortal Realm Thunderbolt, rare, exquisite. Thunderbolt is no longer restricted by realms. Its power is determined by your physique and the infused blood energy. Observing the notification on the panel, Xin Shu felt a surge of excitement. That last strike of Thunderbolt was significantly more powerful than the renowned Bajiquan. He could only wonder about its true might. This thought. He suddenly recalled that during the martial arts examination there would be a strength test, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. Oh no! He had become so engrossed that he lost track of time. With that, Xin Shu's expression changed abruptly as he dashed out of the training room. At that moment, Yuan Yi was still lost in contemplation, watching the westward setting sun, smoking one cigarette after another, pondering the very essence of life. Suddenly, hearing a commotion behind him, he turned to see Xin Shu darting out like a gust of wind. Connecting this to the scene he had witnessed that evening, he realized Xin Shu was off to work again. Considering Xin Shu's arduous circumstances and his ability to comprehend within an afternoon what he had studied for 20 years, Yuan Yi felt an inexplicable rage rising within him. Instructor, Xin Shu has left. As he watched Xin Shu casually exit the training ground, a voice called out from behind, I saw that. Ji, Yuan Yi extinguished his cigarette butt. Do you all wish to leave as well? Ah, is that allowed? The student who had just spoken wore a look of surprise. Fine, but first let me see how far you've progressed, if you can reach Shinshu's level. Not only will you be allowed to leave, I'll even drive you with that. Yuan Yi returned to the training room to continue instructing the rest. Meanwhile, in the Chaoyang Martial Arts School, Guogang? Why hasn't Shinshu arrived yet? You said you specifically brought him in to facilitate our practice. I see you're just trying to swindle us out of our membership fees. The young man at the forefront looked down at Guogang, who was wrapped like a mummy, unable to contain his disdain. He, Zhonglu, I wouldn't even deceive my own father, let alone you. Guogang replied with a smile. Perhaps he is just running late due to some matters. Look, even the other members are seeking Shinshu. Upon hearing this, Zhonglu nodded appreciatively. I doubt you have the audacity to deceive. By the way, after Ayahan was injured, he was taken away by the Spirit Control Bureau and hasn't he responded to me. You attend the same school as him. Tell me the truth, did Ayahan really get taken advantage of by that Shinshu? Zhong Li's expression contorted, clearly torn between wanting to know the truth and fearing the revelation. Seeing this, Guogang finally revealed a smug expression beneath his bandages. Damn it, Zhonglu flaunted his connections to the education department, acting all high and mighty, and because he was in the same school as Shu Ayahan, he had been keeping a close eye on him, proclaiming that if anyone dared to harbor other intentions towards Shu Ayahan, he would ensure their martial arts school could not continue. Finally, he had lured him over from Blue City. With a sly grin, Guogang spoke. Well, there might have been some intimate contact, but I can't say for certain. Upon hearing this, Zhonglu exploded in anger, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up abruptly. Might have been intimate. So, did it happen or not? Observing Zhonglu's reaction, Guogang suddenly felt a pang of regret. While he intended to capitalize on Shinshu working for him and heavily profit, he also didn't wish to lead Shinshu into a dire situation. Well, in combat, it's inevitable. Besides, I doubt anything sensitive was involved. It was merely a bump to the stomach. Are you certain? You're not just saying this to placate me? Are you? Zhonglu inquired suspiciously. I was injured at that time as well. I didn't see it clearly. Guogang gestured to the bandages wrapped around him. Seeing this, Zhong Li's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. Regardless, the fact remained that he had injured Ayahan. He would have to pay the price for this. As he spoke, his blood energy surged violently, and a core behind him began to pulsate with a crimson glow. Watching the red light, Guogang felt a pang of envy. This was the true core of a mecha master. Given Shu Ayahan's strength, being beaten to such a state indicated that Zhonglu had come prepared. At that moment, Shinshu arrived. Li Lei, who had been watching the scene below, suddenly called out to the room. Shu! Zhonglu stood up abruptly. He is finally here. He then led several others outside. Instructor Shen, you finally arrived. After your guidance yesterday, I've indeed made some progress. Upon entering, Shinshu was greeted by a throng of members. Facing these customers who not only provided monetary support, but also the wisdom of sages. Shinshu wore a smile that as long as there's improvement, that's what matters. Just as Shinshu was about to say more, suddenly a figure leaped down from the second floor. You are Shinshu? Hearing this, the crowd surrounding him turned to look. A few young men approached with an unfriendly demeanor, the leader bearing a stern expression, clearly looking for trouble. And you are? Shinshu, mistaking them for members, asked with some confusion. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to understand that if you dare to touch Shu Ayahan, there will be consequences. With that, Zhonglu charged straight at Shinshu. Shinshu hesitated momentarily upon seeing the approaching figure. So you're just another sycophant for Shu Ayahan. Hearing Shinshu's words, Zhonglu's pale face twisted with rage. You're seeking death. With that, he threw a punch aimed directly at Shinshu's face. Seeing this, Shinshu neither dodged nor evaded. Slap! At that moment, Zhonglu found his fist unexpectedly seized, feeling as though a vice had gripped his hand, rendering it immovable. Feeling the force behind Zhong Li's punch, Shinshu remarked, among those sycophants, you possess a bit of strength. I suppose we can refer to you as the Dog King. Chapter 25. Portable Mecha. Hearing Shinshu's mockery, Zhonglu could no longer contain himself, revealing a sinister grin. A mere lackey of martial arts dares to mock me? In the next instant, Zhonglu's blood energy surged violently, and a red glow emanated from the core of the mecha master behind him. Accompanied by the sound of a copper bowl striking, he felt his entire being overflow with power. As Zhong Li's blood energy surged, Shen Shu was instantly forced back 2 steps. Observing this, Zhong Lu sneered, "I admit, you indeed possess some strength." However, the times have changed. With a hum, luminescent silver materials began to manifest around Zhong Lu's body. With small cores glowing red at his joints, in an instant, the blood energy surrounding him swelled tremendously. At that moment, Guogang, watching from the second floor, was filled with envy. This was indeed portable blood energy armor. Such high-end goods could only be purchased in a secondary city like Blue City. The function of blood energy unit cores required second-tier ferocious beasts. Their Luo City didn't even have a Star Realm passage, let alone portable blood energy armor. I say this the same kind of armor as what Guogang has. Zhong Lu scoffed disdainfully. "Don't compare me to that piece of junk." With that, Zhong Lu swung another punch. Relying on his combat instinct, Shen Shu stepped back just in time, narrowly avoiding Zhong Li's fist. Seeing this, Zhong Lu grew even more arrogant. "Are you already panicking?" He then followed up with another punch. While the technique was ordinary, the force behind each strike was formidable. Once again, Shen Shu evaded with a slight sidestep, narrowly avoiding the punch by mere inches. "Quite nimble, aren't you?" As he spoke, Zhong Lu unleashed a flurry of punches. Shen Shu, however, refrained from retaliating, merely swaying his body to evade the strikes. Given Zhong Li's original prowess, while he might not match Shu Ao Han, he could certainly rank among the top 5 in the elite class. After donning his mech, he was likely to surpass Shu Ao Han by a considerable margin. Had it been the previous version of Shen Shu facing him, he might have suffered a setback. But alas, the current Zhong Lu was simply too slow. To the observers around them, each of Shen Shu's evasions appeared fraught with peril. Initially, everyone assumed Shen Shu was panic-stricken, but as he consistently narrowly dodged each blow, the onlookers gradually began to comprehend the situation. "Young master, what is Shen Shu doing? Damn. How has he grown stronger again?" Guogang, watching from the second floor, widened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but curse. "Who? Young Master Zhong?" Li Lei questioned, observing the clearly dominant Zhong Lu. "What a joke. Look at him being toyed with by Shen Shu as if he's a mere dog." Guogang narrowed his eyes and stated seriously, "Let me tell you, evading attacks without unnecessary movements, barely avoiding strikes, are 2 entirely different matters. Observe how Shen Shu dodges. Even when a fist nearly grazes him, he remains utterly composed, not even a flicker of panic in his gaze. What does this signify?" "Ah?" Li Lei pondered the scene below, stammering, "Does it mean he's bold?" Guogang retorted, "Get lost. It indicates he possesses absolute confidence in himself and exhibits an extraordinarily precise understanding of distance and combat. Only those who have battled for years can have such instinct. I train daily at the martial arts hall and still can't achieve such extremes. Is Shen Shu a natural-born talent?" Li Lei, feeling scolded, scratched his head. "Then why doesn't Shen Shu strike back?" Guogang was momentarily stumped by the question. "Because wait, why indeed?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu was scrutinizing the armor on Zhong Lu. The activation of the armor was evidently insufficient, preventing Shen Shu from discerning its full capabilities. He then remarked, "Too slow. Is this the extent of your armor's enhancement?" As he dodged, his words lacked mockery or disdain. Yet to the crowd, they sounded painfully sharp. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lu momentarily froze, then suddenly activated the red glow behind him with a furious shout. "Damn it, if you're so capable, then stop dodging." With that, he swung another punch. This time, however, Shen Shu did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward, attempting to deflect Zhong Li's hand. Buzz, but the moment Shen Shu's hand made contact with the bright silver armor plate, a surge of blood energy rebounded, significantly diminishing his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Lu launched a punch toward Shen Shu's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Shen Shu was knocked back several steps. Finally not dodging? "At last, I've landed a hit on Shen Shu." Zhong Li's face broke into a reckless grin. "What was that just now?" In that fleeting moment, Shen Shu discerned that the surge of blood energy had formed a defensive layer, greatly mitigating the impact of his attack. Zhong Lu snorted coldly, "Rube, you don't even know about blood energy defenses? Well, it's no surprise. You're merely a small genius from a Tier 3 city. But no worries. Just know that unless you breach this blood energy defense, you won't be able to harm me." kid. You're bound to lose with that. Zhonglu charged forward once more. Witnessing this, Shen Shu narrowed his eyes and suddenly took a decisive step forward. With a powerful kick, he sent a figure flying like a cannonball. Caught completely off guard, Zhonglu was hit hard by Shen Shu's kick and sent sprawling backward. At that moment, Guogang, who had been about to declare Shen Shu in danger from the second floor, was left dumbfounded. Not only him, but also Zhongli's companions and the onlookers were stunned. After Zhonglu revealed his mech, many had speculated its capabilities, expecting Shen Shu to be thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet, unexpectedly, just as Zhonglu had finished his taunts, he was sent flying. Shen Shu gazed at the wall that had been shattered by the impact. Equally astonished, this was the first time he had utilized the combination of hidden strength and the thunder technique. Given Zhongli's impressive resilience, he had merely intended to test it, never anticipating such tremendous power. Cough, cough, cough. A figure emerged from the wall, the once bright silver armor now appearing corroded and devoid of luster. Even the core, which had radiated a red light, had dimmed significantly. Most tragically, Zhonglu was in a pitiful state, his hair disheveled. Multiple abrasions across his body, and his chest caved in. Yet, despite this, he struggled to stand, looking at Shen Shu with disbelief. How could you have broken through my blood energy defense? You. Just moments ago, although Shen Shu's kick had been immensely powerful, Zhonglu had managed to withstand it due to his abundant blood energy. However, suddenly, a force erupted within him, disrupting his blood energy and causing him to falter. Zhonglu pointed at Shen Shu, preparing to utter more, but ultimately succumbed to his injuries and fainted. You have defeated a 6th tier, earning 4 hours of sage moments. So much? Shen Shu was taken aback by the impressive 4-hour bonus. Could it be that the difficulty increased due to him wearing the armor, resulting in greater compensation for me? As Shen Shu pondered, he suddenly heard, Shen Shu, do you know who you just fought? Zhongli's underling, seeing their unconscious leader, panicked and shouted at Shen Shu. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu felt a moment of alarm. He can't be a member, can he? Zhongli's underling scoffed, just wait. Your martial arts examination is doomed. With that, several of them hurriedly carried Zhonglu away. Just then, Li Lei, who had just descended, attempted to intervene but was shoved aside. Get lost. They quickly departed. Li Lei felt a pang of regret. He had wanted to inform them that the martial arts hall had medicine available. Observing Li Lei, Shen Shu's earlier imposing demeanor dissipated, and he couldn't help but ask, this won't make me liable for damages, will it? I was just defending myself, as per the martial arts hall's regulations. Chapter 26. Perfecting Hidden Strength. Gazing at the wreckage of the room, Guogang merely waved his hand from upstairs before hastily retreating. Li Lei, seeing this, quickly added, cough. You definitely can't be blamed for this. It's no problem. The martial arts hall will take responsibility. You all continue your training. I'll chase after them to see. With that, Li Lei grabbed a first aid kit and rushed after Zhonglu and his companions. After all, Zhongli's father was a figure they couldn't afford to provoke. Something serious couldn't occur. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts hall, Guogang sat in a chair, reflecting on the earlier scene, drenched in cold sweat. One kick took down Zhonglu, who was wearing portable armor. That armor has blood energy defenses. Is he even human? No. If he discovers I was meddling behind the scenes, I might just get kicked to death. Thinking of Zhongli's miserable state, Guogang couldn't help but shiver. After the recent commotion, the other members of the martial arts hall were left bewildered. Those who had been eager to spar with Shen Shu moments ago were now rendered speechless. Hesitant to engage for fear of being beaten at it, wasn't until a few fearless members began to spar without incident that others gradually joined in. Late into the night, remaining sage moments, 32 hours and 40 minutes. Walking home, Shen Shu glanced at the panel displaying the replenished sage moments and finally broke into a smile. As for Zhonglu from earlier, Shen Shu wasn't particularly concerned. However, the quality of Shu Ao Han was indeed quite high. Not in any other sense, but in terms of her personal charm. She had provided Shen Shu with a substantial amount of sage moments, and even the lickspittles had contributed significantly. After all, apart from Zhonglu, there had been other lickspittles seeking his attention today, albeit none as arrogant as Zhonglu. Each lickspittle could typically offer Shen Shu around 2 hours. This afternoon, the 30 hours accumulated from Shu Ao Han's lickspittles had exceeded 10 hours. TSK, If only there were more high-quality lickspittles like this. Ding ding, underground fighting broker, Wang Wu. Xin Shu. A match has come up. Can an 8th-tier apprentice take on a 3rd tier? As the message suddenly illuminated his wristband, Xin Shu recognized the sender as a previous underground fighting broker who had helped him when he was in dire straits, needing money to survive. Wang Wu had arranged a match for him against a 3rd tier, promising a reward of 10,000 if it was entertaining enough. It was that very match that had facilitated Xin Shu's crossing over. Brother Wang, I've just advanced to 2nd tier. After sending the message, the response from the other side took noticeably longer. After a moment, it arrived. Underground fighting broker, Wang Wu. So soon? You haven't resorted to prohibited substances, have you? No, perhaps I just managed to unlock something last time. At this moment, in the underground fighting arena, Wang Wu slowly raised an eyebrow as he read Xin Shu's reply. He distinctly recalled that during their last encounter, Xin Shu had been utterly overwhelmed, barely managing to stand due to sheer willpower, though he had ultimately been knocked out. Nevertheless, the spectacle had thrilled the audience and the bigwigs, allowing him to earn quite a bit. Advancing is excellent. Since you are now a 2ND tier, the price will also change. Are you interested in continuing to fight against higher tiers? I have a request for a 7th tier match. Do you dare to accept? As he read the message sent by Wang Wu, bathed in the soft glow, Xin Shu's smile widened. I'm in. Upon reaching a consensus regarding the time and place, Xin Shu made his way home. Observing the stillness of the leaves in the door crevice and the absence of any suspicious signs around him, he boldly pushed the door open. Although Wu Shan wielded considerable influence in this area, it was rumored that he had the backing of other formidable figures. The fact that none had approached him indicated that Yuan Yi must have effectively controlled the information flow. He even caught sight of the patrolling officers on his way back. It appeared that there would be no opportunity for confrontation. Xin Shu had initially hoped to see if anyone would come looking for trouble, allowing him to accumulate a few moments of sage enlightenment. Though such an endeavor bore its risks, he was in dire need of those moments of wisdom. 30 hours would barely enable him to break through a single realm or to refine his techniques. Currently, moments of sage enlightenment could only be acquired from individuals, and with no cosmic passage in Luo City, he could not even test his skills against fierce beasts. He had heard that the upcoming exchange competition would be held in a level 2 city, and he hoped to explore the cosmic passage then. As Xin Shu pondered, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Despite having established a fixed method for obtaining moments of sage enlightenment, it remained insufficient, necessitating further exploration. That night, as Xin Shu contemplated his moments of sage enlightenment, he instinctively desired to immerse himself in the rock body refinement technique, but his hand suddenly halted. Alas, without any potions at hand, it would be somewhat wasteful. With this in mind, he turned his gaze to his soul technique for bone refining. First hour. You continuously recall the notes Yuan Yi provided you today and begin to refine your practice. Fourth hour. You have comprehended all the contents of Yuan Ye's notes and gained new insights into the transformation of energy. Eighth hour. You gently caress the bedboard beneath you, no longer moving it with reckless abandon, as a subtle force of hidden energy flows forth. 16th hour. From your own blood vessels and the channels throughout your body, you have grasped a deeper understanding, as if you can perceive the flow of blood and the shortcomings of your physique, channeling the hidden energy within. 17th hour. You have discerned the intricacies of your body and gained insight into all things. Bone refinement realm hidden energy, rare, mastery. 24th hour. Your combat intuition becomes effective. You can almost instinctively perceive the weaknesses within your opponent's body. Your application of hidden energy becomes increasingly refined, and you discover that the transformation of energy can be utilized beyond just hidden energy. 30th hour. You finally merge hidden energy with the transformation of energy. The remaining task is merely to inject hidden energy into your opponent's weaknesses at the opportune moment, inflicting the maximum damage. In life or death, understanding the balance of rigidity and flexibility with hidden energy, conquer all. Bone refinement realm hidden energy, rare, perfection. One's enlightenment leads to the discovery of the true self. Indeed, during moments of sage enlightenment, Xin Shu's comprehension soared to extraordinary heights, as he perfected a technique within the bone refinement realm in a mere 30 hours. Moreover, he integrated his insights from hidden energy into his combat intuition. Closing the interface, Xin Shu closed his eyes to savor his gains. The most pronounced sensation was the renewed fullness and robustness of his blood energy coursing through his veins. For Shan Shu, this was not merely a refinement of hidden energy, it was a deeper understanding of his own body. The previously saturated channels now revealed new spaces to accommodate additional blood energy. While this would complicate his ascension, it simultaneously increased his capacity for blood energy. If he had previously been akin to an 80-charged power bank, he now stood at a full 100. He was merely a step away from advancement. The essence of hidden energy and transformation of energy lay in the precise mastery and application of the body. At that moment, Shan Shu lightly tapped his finger on the bedboard beneath him, producing a crisp cracked in the next instant. The entire board splintered apart. Gazing at the writhing white worms emerging from the fissure, a smile crept across Shan Shu's face. He had merely allowed his thoughts to wander and, with a single glance, sensed a wormhole within the bedboard. Hidden energy shattered the board, while the transformation of energy preserved its integrity. In these 30 hours, Shan Shu had reaped immeasurable rewards. However, observing the shattered board, he sighed. Well, now that his blood energy was abundant, he might as well practice his punches until dawn. Chapter 27. Free range. The following day, under the illuminating rays of dawn, tendrils of mist began to rise. In the thin fog, Shan Shu gradually subdued the surging blood energy within him. The ample blood energy ensured that even after a night of rigorous training, he felt no fatigue. Watching the sun ascend, he savored the lively atmosphere emanating from the bustling streets outside the alley. Shan Shu couldn't help but feel considerably uplifted, his previously taut nerves easing significantly since his arrival in this world. Once he had tidied everything, he set out for school. "Hey, why are you so early today? Not climbing over the railing?" the gatekeeper remarked with mild surprise as Shan Shu approached the school entrance. Shan Shu, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled in response. "It's a martial arts day. The school has opened the gravity room, so I need to arrive early." The gatekeeper, merely teasing the rising star, was surprised when Shan Shu replied so earnestly. "Well, arriving early is good. Every time you guys are absent, Instructor Yuan practices in the martial arts arena. You might even get some one-on-one guidance from him now." Upon hearing this, Shan Shu quickened his pace towards the training ground. Just as he arrived, he was met with sounds reminiscent of firecrackers. Sure enough, Yuan Yi was clad in practice attire, training vigorously. The moment Shan Shu arrived, Yuan Yi sensed his presence. The previously relaxed atmosphere tightened, and he infused his punches and kicks with added vigor. After a moment, Yuan Yi ceased his movements, took a deep breath, and proclaimed, "I just integrated hidden energy into my techniques. What insights have you gained from observing?" Standing to the side, Shan Shu paused momentarily before responding, "Not bad, but there are still some shortcomings." Yuan Yi raised an eyebrow. "Hidden energy is quite fluid, but the transformation of energy seems to lag behind." Having heard Yuan Ye's advice the previous day, Shan Shu's grasp of the transformation of energy was relatively recent, so some discrepancies were to be expected. Yuan Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. He was momentarily taken aback by Shan Shu's words. "Huh? If it were anyone else, I would have shot back immediately. But Shan Shu, are you implying that you have already grasped the transformation of energy?" "Well, sort of," Shan Shu replied, stepping forward to place his hands on Yuan Ye's arm. "You've sustained considerable injuries while exploring hidden energy. If you solely pursue its power, it will only worsen your condition." With that, Shan Shu gently pressed forward. Yuan Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Shan Shu had taken advantage of his moment of inattention to inject hidden energy into him. But in the following second, he found himself frozen in place. The hidden energy that Shan Shu introduced into his body did not explode like a bomb. Instead, it unfurled like a gentle stream, soothing the long-damaged meridians within him. As Yuan Yi marveled at Shan Shu's rapid progress, he heard the question, "What insights do you have?" Yuan Yi was taken aback. The phrase sounded all too familiar, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized he had just enjoyed the experience without any insights. Reflecting on his sensations, he hesitantly responded, "Cough. It felt like flowing water. How can blood energy achieve such a state?" In his understanding, blood energy had always been turbulent, imbued with tremendous power. Yet, in Shan Shu, it moved with the force of crashing waves while simultaneously possessing the tranquility of a babbling brook. Shan Shu listened to Yuan Ye's words, momentarily stunned. This is the transformation of energy. Only by mastering your body and blood energy can you gradually diminish the effects of your internal injuries. Try to feel it again in the morning. As Shin Shu infused Yuan Yi with streams of blood energy, Yuan Ye's comprehension of hidden energy deepened. Uninformed observers might have believed hidden energy to be an original creation of Shin Shu. As he felt the dark injuries in his arm alleviated by Shin Shu's transformation of energy, Yuan Yi spoke with a complex expression, "I believe I've grasped a bit of the technique." Upon hearing this, Shin Shu couldn't help but display a look of surprise. Given the explosive nature of hidden energy, mastering the transformation of energy was considerably more challenging. For Yuan Yi to have grasped a hint of the technique in just one morning was indeed impressive. Truly, you are deserving of your ability to adapt and innovate from rare-grade techniques. Although the practice of hidden energy has left me with numerous injuries, it fortuitously provided me the opportunity to practice the transformation of energy. Perhaps once I clear away most of my internal injuries, I will reach mastery. With that, he retrieved a card from his waist pouch. From today onward, you need not come anymore. I can no longer teach you anything. Yuan Ye's expression shifted to one of relief. The shocks Shin Shu had delivered were too numerous to count, and he had grown somewhat numb to them. The card was a key granting access to the school's individual gravity room. Allowing Shin Shu free entry. As for the potions promised by the school, he could use this card to request them from the logistics department. From now on, you can train directly at school. As long as you can endure it, utilizing potions in the gravity room while practicing the rock body refinement technique will allow you to make the most significant progress possible. This is the best condition the school can offer you. With that, Yuan Yi handed the card to Shu. By the way, when Chongqing has sent word that your situation has been reported. Coincidentally, the location for the upcoming exchange competition has a branch of the Spirit Manipulation Division. So someone will verify your psychic abilities then. Regarding the matter of psychic abilities, Shin Shu was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the card handed to him by Yuan Yi. What is this? Am I being free range? Well, as the chief instructor of traditional martial arts at our school, I find myself at a loss for what to teach, let alone for others. If you prefer, you needn't even come to school. I will communicate with the principal and your homeroom teacher on your behalf. By the way, the schedule for the exchange competition has been finalized. Shu Ao Han has awakened and is nearly recovered. He will return in a couple of days. Within a week at most, we will arrange for you all to head to the secondary city of Lancheng. After saying this, Yuan Yi resumed his contemplation of the correct application of transformation energy. Leaving Shin Shu in a daze. Did I really come here so early after staying up all night yesterday? What am I supposed to do now? Hearing this, Yuan Yi waved his hand dismissively. Do whatever you like. You can even go back to catch up on sleep. Or you might want to experience the gravity chamber. Upon hearing this, Shin Shu shook his head. He had been to the gravity chamber before. It is indeed an excellent place for physical training, but the issue is that he currently lacks the sage moments. I still need those sage moments. With this thought, Shin Shu bid farewell to Yuan Yi and went to the logistics office to collect training supplies. 3 body tempering pills, 2 recovery potions, and 3 vitality potions. Burdened with a plethora of supplies, Shin Shu departed from the school once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Lei opened his door to find Shin Shu standing at the entrance. Bleary-eyed and instinctively closed the door again. Startled, he was taken aback to see Shin Shu arriving for work so early. Li Lei was long accustomed to Shin Shu's habit of arriving late in the afternoon, and seeing him now made him feel as though he had not fully awakened. It was only when he heard the loud clanging of the martial arts school's door that he turned back to Shin Shu in disbelief. You re-on duty this early? Notify all members who have made appointments with me or are interested in me. I will be here all day. Watching Shin Shu effortlessly push open the iron gate with one hand, Li Lei took a step back. Huh? All of them? What do you intend to do? I aim to extract every ounce of potential from these individuals. Li Lei. Chapter 28. Underground fighting arena work is often monotonous. Unless one is in a position with a high salary, minimal supervision, great freedom, and the opportunity for personal growth. For Shin Shu, the days where he could simply throw a punch to earn a wage and enjoy the benefits of sage moments were relatively comfortable. Within the bustling Chaoyang Martial Arts School, members found themselves mercilessly tormented by Shin Shu. Coach Shin, I can't take it anymore. I truly cannot. Please, I beg you, spare me. Shin Shu adopted a firm stance towards such unmotivated members. My dear member, I sense that your enthusiasm for martial arts training is lacking, which is unacceptable. If you do not rise and put forth effort, I shall be forced to take more severe measures. Bang! Feeling the tremor of Shan Shu's fist striking the ground, the member instantly sprang to his feet. Throughout the day, Shan Shu relentlessly pushed every member capable of being squeezed for more effort. Repeating the process 3 or 4 times, he would only relent when even the most inventive defeats could no longer yield sage moments. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Li Lei and a row of other sparring partners stared in stunned silence at Shan Shu, who was mercilessly dismantling members below. Has his enthusiasm always been this high? How are we supposed to survive if this continues? Supervisor Li, aren't you going to intervene as he aggressively steals customers? Li Lei turned back with indifference, drawing members to him through his own skill. Moreover, glancing at Shan Shu, who was almost tirelessly sparring. If you can manage it, why not go down and handle it yourself? Remembering how Shan Shu had incapacitated a mecha engineer just yesterday, everyone involuntarily shivered. Just then, Coach Sun, hurry, I need to find you. I can't take it anymore. If I keep training like this, I'll truly despair of martial arts. A member recently spared by Shan Shu called out to his former coach on the second floor. The coach, who had just been feeling indignant, was momentarily stunned before a look of joy spread across his face. I am coming. Observing other coaches leading members away, Shan Shu astonishingly ceased his force training, and many who could no longer endure began to call for their former instructors. Although training under Shan Shu led to rapid improvement, one must still survive to appreciate it. As Shan Shu gradually released those members who had been nearly exhausted, the other coaches began to get busy as well. By evening, as the time approached, Shan Shu informed Li Lei of his early departure from the martial arts school. Watching Shan Shu leave, all the members and coaches sighed in relief. This is absurd. Obviously, Coach Shin is succinct and effective. Yet why does each encounter leave me with a sense of despair, making me hesitant to approach him? One member remarked, glancing at the already departed Shan Shu. I feel the same. I share that sentiment. After all, he is still a student, and we have been guided by someone who has yet to fully grasp it ourselves, which is somewhat embarrassing. In response, someone chuckled helplessly. I heard that Shan Shu is still attending high school in Luoyang. I wonder if he will be able to directly enter the prestigious Federal University. Highly unlikely. I've heard that even the most talented individuals from first-tier cities struggle to gain admission there. In truth, if Shan Shu is genuinely a martial arts prodigy, I would suggest he directly join the Federal Star Realm Special Recruitment Unit. Upon hearing this, those with business acumen and insight immediately brightened. Hiss! Are you referring to the newly launched star plan by the Federation? Indeed. Rather than languishing in school, it would be more beneficial to enter the Star Realm battlefield and engage in combat. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals exchanged glances and fell silent. Currently, the Federation's situation on the front lines is rather dire. They are preparing to directly recruit a batch of prodigies to undergo life-and-death training. This news has spread, and although resource supplies are abundant, it is equally true that the mortality rate is quite high on the other side. Shan Shu retrieved a mask that Wang Wu had given him previously and headed towards the black market. The black market, an unregulated area in Luoqing, is a place somewhat overseen by the inspection division, albeit with less stringent control. In a world where martial arts flourish, there are always items that are officially prohibited, yet in high demand, leading to the emergence of the black market. Conveniently, Shan Shu's home lies on the boundary between the regulated and unregulated areas, which is how he came to know of and participate in underground fighting. Within the unregulated area, upon seeing Shan Shu donning the underground fighting mask, the management personnel did not stop him. Young man here for some fun? As Shan Shu stepped into the black market, the lively scene before him starkly contrasted with the desolation outside. Listening to the raucous voices around him, Shan Shu walked straight ahead towards the center of the complex. Portable mecha cores, 100,000 each. No deception here. Selling 10 expired body tempering potions at a discounted price of 45,000. First-tier ferocious beast cores, 5,000 each. The street vendors shouted their wares like a bustling schoolyard, showcasing a wide array of products. Observing the dazzling array of goods, Shan Shu shook his head slightly. On the black market, 90 of the items are mere trash. Take those cores for instance. They are akin to defective 4090 graphics cards. Why are they being sold? It's not because the vendors want to, but rather because they are desperate to offload them onto some hapless soul hoping to snag a bargain. As those around him saw the mask representing underground fighting, they instinctively parted ways. Soon, Shan Shu arrived at a massive factory. Inside, shouts echoed. Fight! Fight! Kill him! Damn it! Get up! Within the factory, a scene reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum came into view, with various spectators seated in the surrounding stands. While some VIP boxes were also present in the recessed area at the bottom, two fighters, clad in exoskeletons embedded in their flesh, were engaged in a brutal battle in underground fighting. There are no gloves or protective measures aside from the referee outside the ring. Each strike results in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. As Luoqing lacks a Star Realm passage, many come here to watch the fights. To attract more viewers, the underground fighting arena has offered a championship prize. Complete 12 matches with a clean sweep to become the champion and take home 1 million in prize money. Even if one doesn't complete all 12 matches, each contest offers corresponding rewards. Winning the first match nets 30,000, while even losing can yield compensation if the performance is exciting. Moreover, this place is one of the few in Luoqing where ferocious beasts can be found. Alas, Shen Shu, come here. Chapter 29. Slaying a 7th stage Mortal Realm fighter Wang Wu, upon spotting Shen Shu at the doorway, hurried over, pulling him towards the preparation room. You're early. What's the rush? Sensing the urgency in Wang Wu's grip, Shen Shu was puzzled. He arrived ahead of schedule, so why the urgency? Aside from the usual matches, today there is a beast fight, and the head scorpion-tailed lion has gone berserk, seriously injuring its challenger. Seriously injured? Upon hearing Shen Shu's inquiry, Wang Wu sighed. It doesn't look good. The challenger took a sting from the scorpion-tailed lion. Although it's only a first-tier beast, it's roughly equivalent to a trained fighter. Thus, your time has been moved up. Shen Shu nodded in understanding. In underground fighting, injuries and fatalities are commonplace. In fact, sometimes a death can heighten the excitement among the spectators. As Wang Wu led Shen Shu through a maze of turns, they soon arrived at a preparation room. Upon entering, 4 or 5 pairs of eyes turned to scrutinize him. Many of those present were frequent patrons of the black market, yet some were easily identifiable as newcomers. Although there were no mech battles in this underworld, the combat involving the previous generation's embedded exoskeletons remained quite popular. Of course, there were also pure martial artists engaging in duels, with many unable to advance due to talent or resource constraints, ultimately opting for embedded exoskeletons. Thus, with a mere glance, Shen Shu observed that 4 out of 6 individuals were equipped with exoskeletons, while the remaining 2 were likely engaged in pure martial arts practice. Shen Shu paid them no mind and simply found a spot to sit down. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. Hey, are you here to give it a shot too? Upon hearing this, Shen Shu turned to look at the speaker, who was unadorned by an exoskeleton and whose voice bore the weight of age. The vitality in his blood was not as vigorous as that of the youth. With a single glance, Shen Shu deduced that this individual was likely a disillusioned resident of Luo City or some unfortunate soul who had been deceived into coming here. Having heard that even in defeat, one could still receive rewards. Although the Federation had already made its mark in the star system, the distribution of resources would never be equitable. Those who benefited sought to secure their advantages for generations, while those left behind yearned for a share. Hence arose the conflict, with victors dividing the cities and resources into tiers. Only martial arts could empower individuals to break through layer upon layer of obstacles. Contemplating this, Shen Shu simply replied with a curt hum. Sensing Shen Shu's indifference, the speaker felt no offense, for Shen Shu was the only individual in the preparation room to respond to him. I heard that fighting here earns you money, so I came. But I also heard that someone at the 7th level of the mortal realm just died facing a fierce beast. Is it true that people can die here? The man's voice quivered with fear. Yes, they can die, so if you're afraid, you might as well withdraw, Shen Shu replied, unusually verbose, for this place indeed had a reputation for fatalities, which was precisely why he had come. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man inquired, so it's true that you receive rewards even in defeat? Hearing this, Shen Shu closed his eyes and confirmed, yes. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, fell silent for a long while before suddenly breaking into a greedy smile. Then it's settled. As long as there are rewards, even in defeat, I have something to gamble with, he sighed. Could you share how one might win? Or perhaps we could face off. You could throw the match. And we could split the rewards. Teske, kid. I'm only telling you this because you seem so young. Once I win, you won't have this opportunity anymore. Shen Shu, initially thinking he was dealing with a down-and-out unfortunate soul, realized he was instead facing a gambler, and he gave the man a glance of disdain. Get lost, as Shen Shu's aura intensified. Even without taking action, a mere glance silenced the middle-aged man who had previously perceived Shen Shu as an easy target. He snorted coldly and walked away. Before long, Wang Wu re-entered and approached Shen Shu. "It's your turn. At this." Shen Shu rose and followed Wang Wu to a passage, subsequently removing his mask. Upon seeing Shen Shu's handsome and refined visage, Wang Wu patted him on the shoulder. "Quite a few members are watching this time. As long as it's thrilling, rewards will be forthcoming." It was indeed Shen Shu's striking appearance that had garnered considerable attention and financial rewards during the last boxing match. In the eyes of many, his scholarly demeanor seemed incongruous in the chaotic and bloody underground boxing arena, akin to a flower yet to bloom. Yet here, the audience relished in witnessing the destruction of such beauty. Wang Wu couldn't help but smile, having specifically chosen a worthy opponent who would satisfy the spectators. Wouldn't this be an exhilarating bout? Meanwhile, as the automatic doors of the passage closed behind him, Shen Shu strode towards the light ahead. Upon emerging from the passage, he was met with a chorus of boos. "What a kid! Honestly, he looks so fresh. I can't wait to see him get pummeled. Come on, Crusher, finish him off." In the audience, many shouted at the burly man facing Shen Shu. Listening to the jeers, Shen Shu frowned slightly. When a fighter acquires a title, it signifies that they have participated in at least 12 underground matches and have won consecutively more than 3 times. "Wang Wu, you really picked me a good opponent, die in an instant." Shen Shu grasped Wang Wu's urgency in seeking him out, especially since he had previously been willing to offer him 10,000. However, Shen Shu had never expected to be someone whom everyone would willingly assist without a motive. Wang Wu, as an intermediary, aimed to maximize his own benefits. At that moment, on the other side of the passage, the Crusher, hearing the crowd's uproar while observing Shen Shu's refined appearance, revealed a sinister grin. "Kid, you look so tender. Let me enjoy myself, and I'll spare your life." Listening to the pre-fight taunts, Shen Shu found himself appreciating the value of the trash-talking segment from the martial arts examination at school. "Ha! Look at you trying to put on an act." Shen Shu's words left those around him momentarily stunned. It felt as if they had heard Lin Daiyu directly insult Jia Baoyu's grandmother. Utterly astonishing. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Hey, look," the Crusher's expression just changed. "You know, this kid's only at the 2nd level of the mortal realm, but his verbal skills are impressive." As the audience laughed, the Crusher's face darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Initially intending to toy with Shen Shu a little longer, he now felt provoked. "You asked for it." With that, the Crusher lunged towards Shen Shu, his massive frame exuding an imposing presence as he charged forward. Seeing Shen Shu frozen in fear, the Crusher smirked wickedly. "Let me show you why they call me the Crusher." He swung a massive hand directly at Shen Shu's head. The audience's anticipation was palpable, as they seemed ready to witness Shen Shu's head explode like a watermelon. In the backstage area, Wang Wu's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of regret. As the fist approached, Shen Shu's gaze shifted, and he finally moved. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, Shen Shu dared to trade blows with the Crusher. The next moment, a horrific scream erupted in the arena. The anticipated scene of Shen Shu being brutally beaten never materialized. Instead, the Crusher was sent flying, his robust arm hanging limply by his side. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. "What a farce! This is ridiculous." Refund. After a moment of stunned silence, a chorus of curses erupted. Yet, the arena fell silent once more. The Crusher's arm appeared to explode from within, bones splintering and blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, Shen Shu walked calmly to the Crusher's side, his deep, tranquil eyes harboring a primal bloodlust. "I imagine you prefer this method of demise." As fear flickered in the Crusher's eyes, Shen Shu lifted his foot high. Bang! In the astonished gazes of all present, Shen Shu stepped down upon the Crusher's skull, shattering it. "You have slain a 7th-level mortal realm opponent, earning 10 hours of Sage's Moment." Chapter 30. The Boxing King Tournament. Observing the notification on the panel, Shen Shu's previous uncertainties were finally confirmed. When he had defeated Wu Shan, he had gained a sustainable reward of Sage's Moment. However, the act of killing yielded a one-time, greater reward. Thus, Shen Shu hesitated not and decisively ended the Crusher's life. For fatalities were commonplace in the underground boxing scene. Moreover, the very name Crusher suggested that he had claimed at least one human life. After his encounter with Wu Shan, Shin Shu felt far less discomfort regarding the act of killing. Yet, he gazed down at the blood on his shoes, a sense of disorientation creeping in. If his previous killing of Wu Shan had stemmed from a threat to his family, then the killing of the Crusher was purely for the thrill of bloodshed. In that moment, Shin Shu finally recognized a shift in his mentality. He was someone who had traversed worlds akin to a player in a game, lacking a certain degree of humanity, or perhaps, in this realm, he had become more spontaneous and resolute. Deske. Shin Shu disdainfully scuffed his shoes against the ground. Observing Shin Shu's actions, the previously silent audience collectively swallowed hard, in the midst of intense stimulation and contrast. Many felt their pupils constrict, yet the next moment, a roar erupted. Hell yes, that's what I came to see. In the wake of Shin Shu's brutal execution, many felt their adrenaline surge, with some standing and shouting, flushed with excitement. Just moments ago, there were doubts about the authenticity of the match, but with the Crusher's swift demise, the crowd was roused into a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the members' lounge, numerous prominent figures stood in excitement. At that moment, in one of the member rooms, a young man suddenly rose. Why is it him? Li Xiao, do you know him? A woman dressed as a bunny girl beside Li Xuanhua inquired hastily. Should we place a bet on him? At this, Li Sun's expression shifted rapidly, and he waved his hand dismissively. You go out first. As the service personnel departed, Li Sun activated his wristband. Zhonggu, can you guess whom I encountered in the black market? Upon hearing this, Zhonglu, who was resting in the hospital, couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse, damn it. I sent you to the black market to deal with that brat, and instead, you just happened to run into him? Unfazed by the reprimand, Li Sun swiftly directed the communication towards Shin Shu outside the window. Don't be angry, just take a look at who it is. I don't care who he is, as long as that Shin Shu kid pays the price. Wait a minute, isn't that Shin Shu? Zhong Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he lay on the hospital bed. The last time he had sneaked out of his house to teach Shin Shu a lesson, he ended up getting soundly beaten and had to stay at the hospital of the Inheritance Bureau in Luo City until his injuries stabilized before being transferred back to Lan City. His mech was completely wrecked, and he had been scolded by his father. Now, due to Shin Shu's hidden strength, he found himself confined to the hospital. Frustrated, Zhonglu had wanted to find someone in the black market to take revenge on Shin Shu. To his surprise, he encountered him here. How did he end up in the black market? Li Sun inquired. I've looked into it. Shin Shu comes from a poor background, so he probably came to the black market to make some money given his impressive skills. Zhonglu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and said, Wait, Shin Shu killed someone? Indeed, with just 2 moves, he killed a 7th-level ordinary realm fighter. As Li Sun spoke, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. He had been with Zhonglu when they went to stir up trouble, and after Zhonglu was incapacitated, he had helped him escape. Fortunately, they hadn't engaged in a fight then. Hearing Li Sun's confirmation, a smile spread across Zhong Li's face. Great! Quickly record everything about Shin Shu's underground fights and his experience with killing. He cackled. No need to find someone to mess with him anymore. Doesn't this kid want to change his fate through the martial arts examination? Isn't he a genius? Just wait until I make it so that he can't even attend school. For a moment, Li Sun looked stunned. Then a grin emerged on his face. Absolutely, Zhonggu. By then, this kid will have to beg you. Killing to break the spirit, brother. You're truly remarkable. Zhonglu beamed at the praise from his subordinate. His father worked in the Education Bureau, while he could not directly interfere with the martial arts examination. Gathering evidence of another's violation of martial regulations would make it easy to deal with a student from a 3rd-tier city. Meanwhile, above Li Sun's VIP room, Zhao Feng, one of the current managers and a former champion of the underground boxing arena, was observing Shin Shu in the ring with a furrowed brow. Are you certain it was him who killed Wu Shan? Zhao Gu, absolutely. Wu Gu was treated as a wanted criminal, and this kid was released without a scratch. One of the younger men beside Zhao Feng spoke with palpable disdain. Are you implying that this kid has some connections? Zhao Feng inquired, stroking his chin. Indeed. This matter was handled personally by the chief of the Inspection Bureau. And I've heard that the Inheritance Bureau also intervened. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng asked, Does Wu Hai know about this? The young man paused, then quickly lowered his head, saying, Wu Hai is aware that his brother is dead. But he doesn't know the details. As you know, the black market's boss values him highly and fears that Wu Hai might take risks because of his brother's situation. Understood. You may leave now? But remember, this matter is strictly confidential. If anyone finds out..." Before Zhao Feng could finish, the subordinate hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother, you know me. I'll definitely keep this to myself, rest assured, now that those people are busy flattering Wu Hai. As long as you stick with me, there will be benefits for you." "All right, brother." After the subordinate exited, Zhao Feng stroked his chin, realizing the black market was far from peaceful. Once, he had gained notoriety through sheer ferocity and acumen, becoming the champion and one of the managers here. However, as time passed, new talents emerged. Wu Hai had succeeded him by winning 11 consecutive matches, young and astute, regarded by the black market's boss as a potential successor. Originally, his 12th match was supposed to be against Wu Hai himself, but after being a manager for so long, he was no match for a wolf like Wu Hai. He had been dragging his feet, contemplating a desperate gamble, but now gazing at the young man poised to exit the arena. Shen Shu's decisive and ruthless strikes were no less impressive than Wu Hai's, perhaps even superior. Akin to a fierce tiger fresh from the hunt, the wolf against a tiger, the opportunity seemed ripe. With that thought, Zhao Feng turned and exited. Meanwhile, Shen Shu made his way back to the preparation room. Wang Wu, seeing this, was about to leave when suddenly his earpiece crackled to life, causing him to freeze in place before obediently returning to the corridor to wait. Moments later, as the automatic door slid open, Shen Shu was taken aback to see Wang Wu waiting at the entrance. "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wu forced a smile. "Haha, you performed excellently. Congratulations." Noticing Shen Shu's indifferent express, "I shall speak frankly. Young brother, you are in trouble." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu furrowed his brow slightly. Did Zhao Feng truly intend to take action? Noticing the subtle change in Shen Shu's expression, Zhao Feng chuckled and shook his head. "It is not I who seeks to trouble you, but rather Wu Hai.At the mention of this name. Shen Shu paused momentarily. "Who is he? You are familiar with Wu Hai, but you should certainly know his brother." "Wu Shan." Zhao Feng regarded Shen Shu with a knowing smile. Hearing that familiar name, Shen Shu's pupils constricted. He had thought that the matter concerning Wu Shan had been suppressed by the inspection division and Yuan Yi. Yet here it was surfacing once more. Zhao Feng, a man of high standing, instantly grasped the truth behind Shen Shu's expression. Indeed, the matter his younger brother spoke of was genuine. Wu Hai is the brother of Wu Shan, and emboldened by his sibling's strength, Wu Shan often disregarded the black market's regulations, leading to his current predicament, a consequence of his own actions. However, this does not imply that Wu Hai would be willing to let things rest. As he spoke, Zhao Feng fixed his gaze on Shen Shu with a smile. "And Wu Hai? He is currently a rising star in the boxing arena, boasting an impressive 11 consecutive victories and held in high regard by the black market's owners. With his only brother deceased, what do you think his next move will be?" Observing Zhao Feng, Shen Shu leaned slightly forward, poised for action. In response, Zhao Feng took a seat across from him, fixing his gaze on Shen Shu's youthful visage, which struck him with an almost surreal quality. "You may consider this intimidation, yet I must convey that I could have chosen to remain silent, allowing Wu Hai to discover your whereabouts, your address, or even your family, and take his revenge upon you like a venomous serpent. Be wise sharing this with you. I do not wish to provoke you. After all, Wu Hai is on an 11-fight winning streak and enjoys the favor of those behind the scenes. Do you desire my assistance?" Shen Shu rubbed his fingers together, regarding Zhao Feng with incredulity. "Why? On what grounds?" Zhao Feng discerned the implications behind Shen Shu's inquiries. "It was due to your decisive performance in the recent match. You have reminded me of my former self, ferocious and resolute, exhibiting such skill and temperament at such a tender age, which is why I sought you out. To be candid, even now, I still consider myself rather reckless." A sinister grin spread across Zhao Feng's face, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a gambler. "If you are willing to assist me, I will ensure you achieve 11 consecutive victories in the shortest time possible and provide you with the necessary resources. You must understand, the reason the higher-ups permit the existence of the black market is that it can procure items unattainable in third-tier cities, and I possess a few of those. You must be nearing your martial arts examination, correct? Trust me, some of these items can expedite your improvement before the test." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu felt a flicker of temptation. At that moment, however, Zhao Feng slowly rose from his seat. As long as we collaborate, I will grant you everything. Yet, the prerequisite for collaboration is that I must assess whether you possess the requisite potential. With that, Zhao Feng suddenly seized the chair beneath him and swung it towards Shen Shu's head. Chapter 32. A brutal beating. Shen Shu did not evade nor retreat. Instead, he braced himself and retaliated with a kick aimed at Zhao Feng, prepared to exchange injury for injury and gamble against him. Witnessing this, a wicked smile crept onto Zhao Feng's face. Although he presently donned a suit and tie, he was no stranger to life-and-death brawls. Zhao Feng held nothing back. If Shen Shu could not withstand this, he might as well perish here. Bang. The steel chair collided with Shen Shu, producing a piercing screech. To Zhao Feng's astonishment, the chair deformed upon impact, and in the next instant, thud. It was as if a locomotive had struck him. Zhao Feng was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the automatic door behind him. Bang. Outside, guard Wang Wu was startled by the loud noise and turned to see the door slightly bulging. His pupils dilated. What on earth is happening inside? Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, having been thrown against the wall, felt his internal energy surging violently, pain radiating from every part of his body. Yet, having nearly perfected his skin training, what truly incapacitated him was the force of Shen Shu's kick. The dark energy ravaged Zhao Feng's insides, inflicting excruciating torment. He found himself unable to rise. Damn. He could hardly fathom how a mere second-tier cultivator could possess such overwhelming vitality, nor did he anticipate Shen Shu's bizarre ability to breach defenses. On the other hand, Shen Shu was also in a precarious situation. His shoulder was now stained crimson with blood. Zhao Feng's strength had exceeded his expectations, but the real source of his injury was the chair's edge, akin to a steel blade. After all, Shen Shu was merely an ordinary cultivator, not one trained in skin refinement. Had Zhao Feng aimed for a lethal spot, Shen Shu might have wondered if Zhao Feng intended to soothe him before launching a fatal strike. Seeing that Zhao Feng had yet to recover, Shen Shu, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, suddenly charged towards him. Upon witnessing Shen Shu's approaching figure, Zhao Feng's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his hands, exclaiming, "Wait!" But before he could finish, Shen Shu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. In such a confined space, his martial prowess was maximized. Every punch imbued with dark energy inflicted severe headaches upon Zhao Feng. Although his physique at the 9th tier and years of combat experience prevented him from being instantly defeated, Shen Shu's vitality, far surpassing the 2nd tier, along with his uncanny ability to penetrate defenses, forced Zhao Feng to expend considerable effort protecting his vital areas while desperately attempting to suppress the dark energy that threatened to explode within him. As the dark energy accumulated, Zhao Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. He could no longer afford to hold back. Years of fighting experience compelled him to take a desperate gamble. Crash! Zhao Feng abandoned defense, abruptly raising his arm to counter Shen Shu's punch with his elbow. Caught off guard, this move would surely shatter Shen Shu's bones. Once Shen Shu's assault ceased, it would be Zhao Feng's turn. To this end, Zhao Feng summoned his inner energy. But in the next moment, he caught sight of a mysterious smile curving Shen Shu's lips. In an instant, a chilling sensation coursed through Zhao Feng's spine. Something's amiss. A trap? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Shen Shu's fist was about to strike his elbow, a series of explosive dark energies detonated at Zhao Feng's arm, causing his anticipated strength to dissipate in an instant. With a sharp crack, Shen Shu's punch shattered Zhao Feng's last line of defense, and he seized Zhao Feng's head in the blink of an eye. A knee approached rapidly. In that moment, Zhao Feng realized his fate was sealed. Thud. With a resounding crash, silence enveloped the preparation room. Shen Shu took a moment to catch his breath, gazing at the unconscious Zhao Feng before retreating to his previous seat. You have defeated a 9th-tier ordinary cultivator, earning the Sage Moment for 12 hours. As he beheld the notification before him, a smile broke across Shen Shu's face. Damn it, I had a feeling that if he were weaker than the Cranium Crusher, I would have taken that hit in vain. With a grin, Shen Shu examined his wound. The steel chair had left a gash on his shoulder. Although his vital energy had been staunched, blood still seeped from the wound after the fierce battle. Crimson stained his surroundings. Shen Shu retrieved a vial of medicine from his wristband and injected it into his injury. The medicinal substance swiftly halted the bleeding and even stimulated rapid tissue regeneration. Perhaps due to the prevalence of martial arts, the medical technology in this world was quite advanced, though ordinary individuals could not access such treatments. Having completed his tasks, Shen Shu began to reflect on the battle. Despite appearing to have triumphed effortlessly, Zhao Feng was indeed a seasoned fighter. The experience was invaluable. The Thunderstrike technique proved remarkably effective for Xin Shu, especially when combined with dark energy, becoming a potent weapon. Had Zhao Feng not suffered from the effects of the Thunderstrike, the outcome would have been uncertain, though it was clear that Zhao Feng would not dare confront Wu Hai head-on. It was evident that further improvement was necessary. Glancing at his status panel, Xin Shu noted, current remaining sage moment, 54 hours, 40 minutes. With so much time left, he might very well elevate his dark energy to perfection. However, Xin Shu was not in a rush. Based on prior experiments, he realized that the effects of consuming medicine while utilizing the sage moment were significantly enhanced. I shall ensure you receive a proper reckoning. Before long, Zhao Feng stirred awake. Although Xin Shu's strike had rendered him unconscious, it had not been fatal. As he regained consciousness, Zhao Feng wished he could slip back into oblivion. The pain was unbearable. Damn, your strikes were too brutal. Now awake, Zhao Feng glared at Xin Shu, seated comfortably in his chair, unable to refrain from cursing. You are not in any better state yourself? Xin Shu remarked coolly, gesturing towards his own blood-stained shoulder. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng struggled several times to rise, only to fail each time. Feeling the internal chaos wrought by the dark energy, Zhao Feng suddenly began to laugh. Good, very good. Xin Shu regarded Zhao Feng with an indifferent stare as he spiraled into madness. I do not comprehend, yet I hold it in esteem at that moment. Zhao Feng smiled for a brief moment, but upon noticing Xin Shu's indifference, he gradually composed himself. You are indeed formidable, yet such prowess is insufficient for a guaranteed victory. I shall prevail. Xin Shu merely gazed at him as he spoke. If he were just a tad stronger than you, then I would undoubtedly triumph. Hearing Xin Shu's words, Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Am I being underestimated? Nevertheless, it matters not. I have truly bet wisely this time. With a screech, accompanied by the sound of steel scraping against the ground, Zhao Feng observed Xin Shu dragging a chair towards him. His expression shifted dramatically. Wait, what are you intending to do? With a thud, Xin Shu simply placed the chair down heavily, then sat upon it with a resolute posture, leaning forward to fix his gaze directly upon Zhao Feng. Now, we must discuss the matter of remuneration. Chapter 33. Gravitational force. Watching Xin Shu depart, Zhao Feng's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. This was not due to the pain inflicted upon him, but rather the harshness of the exploitation he had endured. Brother Feng, how have you come to this? Are we simply allowing Xin Shu to leave like this? Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, the pained expression on Zhao Feng's face faded, replaced by an air of calm as he regarded Wang Wu. How have I come to this? Can you fathom it? Can you guess why I am in this state while Xin Shu has walked away? Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened in realization. Could it be that you were beaten by him? I am grateful that your dim-witted brain has finally stirred. Zhao Feng regarded him with a cold smirk. Xin Shu was your connection. You have contributed as well. If you manage the upcoming matters well, despite your lackluster intellect, your standing may yet rise. Understood. Wang Wu exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. At this moment, a satisfied expression spread across Xin Shu's face. As expected, Zhao Feng, a renowned figure in the black market, indeed possesses some valuable goods. Merely having potions is insufficient. During this period of enhancement, I require various techniques, methods, and even methodologies for utilizing mental energy. Do you believe you can manage all these things? Whether I can learn them is of no concern to you, but you must provide them. I happen to possess a fine item. However, it was acquired from another city, and it has been around for some time. No one in the black market can decipher it. It is the first half of a scroll. The latter part will be delivered upon the completion of our collaboration. At this moment, Xin Shu glanced at a technique within his wristband. Mental energy, ethereal blade, incomplete. This was the first tome he had acquired concerning the mastery of mental energy. Additionally, there was a plethora of potions and techniques at his disposal. Yet, this was not the sole harvest of his endeavors. I will arrange for opponents, ensuring you achieve an 11 consecutive wins promptly. No need for that. I desire formidable challengers, and it would be even better if they were ferocious beasts. Upon articulating this demand, Zhao Feng's face momentarily registered surprise. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke with a complex expression. I will arrange that for you as swiftly as possible. But do not become too complacent. Wu Hai has already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the mortal realm, poised to break through into the next level at any moment. At that instant, as Shin Shu approached the audience section, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of cheers. "Oh, finish him off!" Following the gazes of those around him, Shin Shu beheld the gambler who had spoken to him in the preparation room, now being yanked up by another fighter by the hair. His teeth were shattered, blood nearly obscuring his mouth. Yet, even in this state, he continued to mumble incessantly, as if surrendering. Unfortunately, this world is not always kind, and everyone must pay the price for their choices. Amidst the raucous cheers, the fighter suddenly lifted the middle-aged man high above his head, then forcefully brought him down onto his knee. With a crack, everyone present seemed to hear the distinct sound echoing in their minds. However, the sound of the bone shattering was drowned out by the tumultuous uproar. The middle-aged man did not perish, but he was rendered incapacitated. Shin Shu merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. In the realm of martial arts, fairness may exist, yet the human federation is currently embroiled in interstellar conflict. Living on borrowed time. Who, then, truly cares for the lives and deaths of these individuals? In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the fist reigns supreme as the ultimate truth. With this thought in mind, Shin Shu strode out of the underground fighting arena. Upon returning home, he tidied up once more, called his grandparents, and transferred 50,000 Federation coins before making his way directly to the school. "Why are you here at school in the dead of night?" The gatekeeper inquired with a puzzled expression upon seeing Shin Shu at the entrance. "I require access to the gravity chamber." "At this hour?" "Moreover, the gravity chamber requires authorization." The gatekeeper remained firm in his refusal. However, he suddenly noticed Shin Shu producing a card. Recognizing the familiar card, the gatekeeper recalled that the young man before him had received a promise from the principal after entering the elite class. "The principal truly granted you that?" As he spoke, the gatekeeper's expression became complex as he opened the gate. Watching Shin Shu's silhouette disappear into the night, the gatekeeper shook his head. "The principal has staked everything on this. Even the principal does not imply that one can freely utilize the school's resources. That card signifies that all expenses incurred by Shin Shu at the school are covered by his principal. Of course, Yuan Yi also claimed a share. The school absorbs 30%, Yuan Yi 30%, and the principal 40%. Upon arriving at the gravity chamber, Shin Shu swiped his card, and with a low hum, the lights of the individual gravity chamber illuminated. The room spanned approximately 60 square meters, equipped with various specialized apparatuses for gravity training. Previously, Shin Shu had participated in a collective chamber where all individuals donned specialized attire. This clothing not only concentrated the pressure but also served as a safeguard for life. In the collective gravity chamber, due to spatial constraints, everyone was primarily engaged in technique training. However, now, Shin Shu not only could practice techniques but also hone the newly acquired skills within. With this in mind, Shin Shu eagerly entered. Tenfold pressure. In an instant, he felt the pressure intensifying from all directions. Before him appeared a virtual panel. Current pressure, 3x. Vital signs, normal. Current pressure, 4x. Vital signs, normal. Current pressure. In a mere moment. Current pressure, 10x. Vital signs, normal. This sensation resembled weighted training. Even his qi and blood began to circulate sluggishly under such pressure. Sensing the changes within, Shin Shu's eyes lit up. Is this the effect of the individual gravity chamber? The efficacy is astounding. With this, he began to familiarize himself with the various apparatuses. Some were specifically designed for certain weapons, such as the long sword, and there were specialized gravity devices that could multiply the weight of the sword several times. This would not only expedite the practitioner's mastery of certain techniques, but also lay a solid foundation. Hiss. Under these conditions, if I were to combine the sacred sage moment with the potions, how incredible would the results be? Without further ado, Shin Shu laid out the potions provided by the school alongside Zhao Feng's. First, I shall refine the dark energy to perfection. Subsequently, Shin Shu picked up a Class C awakening potion from the ground. This potion significantly activates brain cells, allowing the user to comprehend techniques more swiftly. However, it also comes with side effects, such as fatigue and a sense of disparity after activation. Commencing the refinement of the bone-forging realm, Dark Energy, Chapter 34, Perfection, First Hour. With the aid of the awakening potion, you feel your comprehension enhance once more. Although you have perfected dark energy, you believe there is still a journey ahead to reach perfection. Second hour. Your dark energy and transformation energy have merged seamlessly. You are unaware of where your progress lies. 4th hour. You sense a momentary stagnation in the transformation of dark energy and transformation energy. This fleeting instant may seem trivial, yet it is indeed a flaw. 8th hour. You forget all distinctions between dark energy and transformation energy, attempting to fuse them. 10th hour. You have succeeded, forging a new path. Bone Forging Realm, dark energy, rare, perfected. Remaining Sacred Sage moment, 44 hours 40 minutes. Is this the end? In just 10 hours, I have achieved perfection in the Bone Forging Realm. After countless refinements, Shen Shu realized that transitioning from entry-level to perfection was not particularly arduous. It merely required patience, time, comprehension, and relentless experimentation. However, reaching perfection felt almost mystical. Only by transcending into a new realm could one hope to attain perfection. The consumption of sacred sage moments required an element of surrender to fate. Shen Shu glanced at his body, seemingly unchanged. Suddenly, he thrust his right fist towards his arm. A surge of qi and blood was unleashed, appearing no different from before. Yet the next moment, the qi and blood merged explosively with the others. Erupting forth, the power unleashed by this dark energy far surpassed anything Shen Shu had previously experienced. How could this be? Is this the ability to infuse my qi and blood into an adversary, thereby inducing greater damage? Shen Shu's eyes widened. Is this truly dark energy? The perfected dark energy has led Shen Shu down an entirely new path, one that is incomparable to the previous iterations. Even if Shen Shu is not permitted to elevate his realm at present, with merely his peerless level of dark energy, he could obliterate Zhao Feng. Is this the power of the awakening potion combined with the sage moment? Without hesitation, Shen Shu seized the fleeting opportunity, hastily perusing his soul volume of mental techniques. 1st hour. You meticulously read the first volume of Mental Force, Ethereal Blade, ensuring that your mental energy was sound before commencing your practice. 2nd hour. Due to the awakening of your mental force, Rock Body Refinement Technique, your mental energy became rich and robust, rendering it less susceptible to injury. However, you found yourself unable to manipulate it. 4th hour. You struggled to summon a thread of mental energy as per the Ethereal Blade's teachings, which instruct that it transforms mental energy into weapons to pierce enemies. Perfecting it allows mental energy to condense into countless weapons, killing without a trace. Your awakening potion has been exhausted. Upon reading this notification, Shen Shu promptly concluded the sage moment in the next instant. A profound sense of loss washed over him. Enveloping him entirely, various negative emotions surged forth. At one moment he laughed, and the next he wept, resembling a monk devoid of desire. After a brief interlude, as Shen Shu regained his composure, a sense of dread crept in. Although the potion and sage moment had doubled the effects, the side effects far surpassed Shen Shu's expectations, akin to a late-night wave of emo combined with melancholic music and memories of a certain individual. After a considerable time, observing that the time and potion were nearly depleted, Shen Shu realized that abandoning his endeavor midway would be unbearable. Consequently, he grabbed another bottle of awakening potion, consumed it, and resumed his calculations. 10th hour. You finally comprehend why when Chongqing feels remorse towards you. Your mental energy is as unyielding as stone, and despite exerting all your strength, you only manage to manipulate 3 strands, after which you could only transform them into weapons immediately. 17th hour. This stubborn stone-like mental energy is not only difficult to manipulate but also arduous to forge. You feel that the path of mental energy may not be suited for you. 19th hour. This wretched stone-like mental energy, I renounce it. I shall shatter it. 20th hour. After pulverizing the mental energy, although it sustained some damage, it coalesced into your first small ethereal blade. Mental Force, Ethereal Blade, Entry Level. Upon reading the notification, Shen Shu paused. 20 hours, and he barely reached the entry level, and this was under the dual enhancement of the Awakening Potion and the Sage Moment. It took only 10 hours of peerless dark energy for Shen Shu to reach this point. If he continued, his plans for a breakthrough today would surely be thwarted. Weighing his options, Shen Shu resolved to first examine the techniques and methods provided by Zhao Feng. After reviewing, Shen Shu selected 2 techniques: Body Refinement, Blood Sword, Incomplete, Common Realm, Crushing Hand. Shen Shu merely wished to familiarize himself with the methods, as Yuan Yi had previously stated that the Rock Body Refinement technique was sufficient to handle Shen Shu's bone-forging efforts. As for the techniques, They were indeed the domain of lethal combatants. The two techniques Shin Shu chose were both ruthless and sinister. For instance, the blood sword technique involved condensing blood into a sword after sustaining injury, which could then be unleashed at a critical moment to inflict severe damage upon an opponent, a final resort. The crushing hand, on the other hand, was exceptionally fierce. While it bore some resemblance to dark energy, it differed in that dark energy dissipated to mitigate physical damage, whereas crushing hand was a technique that unleashed explosive blood energy, providing tremendous force and impact when striking an opponent's head downwards. Akin to a rocket booster, without hesitation, Shin Shu commenced his practice. First hour. You ascertain that the blood sword poses no issues and begin your training. Lacking experience in spitting blood, you continually vibrate your blood energy. Second hour. Through incessant self-vibration, you identify the technique's challenges, realizing that such training could prove fatal if not mastered. Body refinement. Blood sword. Minor accomplishment. Third hour. Your physique grows robust. Enduring the strain. Body refinement. Blood sword. Major accomplishment. Fifth hour. You discover the secret, enabling you to utilize the blood sword even without sustaining severe injuries. Body refinement. Blood sword. Perfection. Seventh hour. You infuse your blood energy into the blood sword, amplifying its power, even allowing you to momentarily condense your blood into a sharp blade. Body refinement. Blood sword. Peerless. Ninth hour. Thanks to dark energy, you grasp the crushing hand technique with remarkable speed. 10th hour. You improve upon the crushing hand, integrating dark energy to enhance its power while minimizing side effects. 14th hour. You have seamlessly integrated the crushing hand technique and incorporated its skills into the Thunder Strike. Common Realm. Crushing hand. Peerless. Remaining Sage Moment. 10 hours 40 minutes. After 14 hours, achieving peerless mastery in both techniques left Shin Shu exceedingly satisfied. Yet, upon reflecting on his current capabilities, a hint of tension marred his smile. Gale Force Winds, Dark Energy, Thunder Strike, Blood Sword, Crushing Hand. What manner of techniques are these? How have I transformed into a ruthless brigand? Nevertheless, the enhancement these techniques provide to Shin Shu's combat prowess is indisputable. He could scarcely fathom the sheer ferocity of his Thunder Strike now. Gazing at the remaining 10 hours, a wave of despondency washed over him once more. Wait, hold on. I am not prepared to end the next moment. Shin Shu stared blankly at the virtual panel before him, murmuring, "What is the purpose of life?" Chapter 35. Common Realm. Fifth stage. An hour later, Shin Shu gradually emerged from his emo state. The side effects of consecutive awakening potion usage had plunged him into a state of depression. But fortunately, time began to mend his spirits. Alas, the aftereffects are rather severe, Shin Shu remarked apprehensively. After all, emo states are akin to nonconformity, exhibiting a certain latency. This sensation was reminiscent of witnessing the nonconformist moments from 3 years prior, somewhat jarring to the eyes. Practicing techniques was no longer feasible. Subsequently, Shin Shu turned his attention to the remaining potions and time. Let us refine my body. With that, Shin Shu uncorked a bottle of body refinement potion and drank it down. Moments later, he sensed his blood energy beginning to stir within him. First hour. As a destitute practitioner, you have never utilized such a fine substance. Relying on the peerless rock body refinement technique, your blood energy surged uncontrollably, eager to consume the body refinement potion. Third hour. You have completely devoured the body refinement potion, leaving no remnants, and you have broken through to the third stage of the Common Realm. In just 3 hours, he had entirely consumed the body refinement potion. Upon reading the panel's notification, a question mark slowly formed on Shin Shu's forehead. So swift. It should be noted that the benefits conferred by potions typically last a day to half a month for most individuals. During this period, blood energy would rapidly increase due to the potion's consumption, and the body would adapt to the resultant surge. Only an individual with an insatiable hunger for blood energy, coupled with a robust physique, could absorb the potion so rapidly. Did he mistakenly believe he had feasted well, when in reality, he had never experienced such abundance? The practice of the rock body refinement technique compelled Shin Shu to continuously wash his body with blood energy. Yet, as Shin Shu's physique strengthened, while his blood energy similarly grew, the unceasing cleansing also led to fatigue within the blood energy. The body refinement potion acted as a sumptuous feast for the exhausted blood energy. In an instant, Shin Shu felt his blood energy invigorating his body anew. With this thought, Shun Shu continued consuming the potion. 4th hour. After consuming the body refinement potion, your physique once again strengthened under the relentless flow of blood energy, which became increasingly abundant. 6th hour. You have broken through to the 4th stage of the common realm. The body refinement potion has been fully absorbed. Without hesitation, Shun Shu continued to ingest the body refinement potion, even consuming 2 additional body refinement pills. 10th hour. The surging potency of the potion relentlessly crashes against your meridians and body, yet the torrent of blood energy cleaves through it, and you feel a slight expansion in your physique. Some residual potion potency remains. You have reached the peak of the 4th stage of the common realm. Remaining sage moment, 40 minutes. Upon viewing the notification before him, Shun Shu could not help but widen his eyes. Transitioning from the peak of the 2nd stage to the peak of the 4th stage took merely 10 hours. Observing the nearly depleted body refinement potions, Shun Shu could scarcely imagine. With sufficient time and resources, he could ascend to a divine state overnight, given the aid of the sage moment. With that, Shun Shu clenched his fist, bang. Hearing the sound reminiscent of air being explosively compressed within his grasp, Shun Shu momentarily dazed, only to realize that the previously oppressive gravity chamber felt as if it were inactive. He also perceived a dissonance within his own body. Was this the disparity caused by a sudden surge in physical strength? The Peerless Rock Body Refinement technique demands nearly double the blood energy for each successive advancement. This rendered each of Shun Shu's enhancements akin to a rebirth, adjusting the gravity to 20 times. Before long, Shun Shu felt some pressure, but it was evidently insufficient. Adjusting the gravity to 30 times. Adjusting the gravity to 40 times. As Shun Shu increasingly intensified his training, he felt that familiar oppressive sensation wash over him once more. It is said that only those who have mastered the body refinement technique can adapt to the gravity of 40 times Earth's. Yet now, he was able to withstand it directly with his formidable physique and the rock-solid body refinement technique. After a brief period of acclimatization, Shun Shu began to utilize various apparatuses to metabolize the residual effects of the medicinal substances and to familiarize himself with his current body. The following day, as Sun Jiangwo arrived at the office, he was met with a cacophony of reports, his eyes gradually widening in disbelief. What did you say? Shun Shu used the gravity chamber at school last night? My allocation for the gravity chamber was depleted by 10% in one night. Sun Jiangwo exclaimed incredulously upon hearing the logistics department's report. But I only have 240 hours at 30 times gravity. At that moment, the head of logistics, glancing at the data displayed on the screen, was momentarily taken aback before stating, "You do have an allocation for 30 times gravity, but last night Shun Shu operated at 40 times gravity for 6 hours, and then increased it to 45 times. Our school's gravity chamber can only withstand a maximum of 60 times gravity. IT was nearly at full capacity last night, hence the substantial resource consumption." Sun Jiangwo, equally bewildered, hung up the phone and sat in his chair, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly remembered and hastily contacted Yuan Yi. "Yuan Yi, come to the gravity chamber with me right away." Yuan Yi, who was in the midst of comprehending the intricacies of energy transformation, felt puzzled upon receiving Sun Jiangwo's call. What's with the urgency this early in the morning? Nevertheless, he quickly prepared and headed to the gravity chamber. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Sun Jiangwo pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Yuan Yi arrive, Sun Jiangwo waved him over. "Coach Yuan, quick, check if the gravity chamber is malfunctioning. Shun Shu actually activated 45 times gravity. I dare not interrupt it recklessly." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ye's expression shifted dramatically. The rock-solid body refinement technique indeed exaggerates the practitioner's physical capabilities, becoming increasingly formidable with progression. Yet, Shun Shu was merely at the 2nd stage of the mortal realm. How could he possibly endure 45 times gravity? With that thought, he immediately swiped his card to shut the door, closing the gravity chamber, depressurizing. Moments later, with a whirring sound from the machinery, the door of the gravity chamber slowly creaked open. Shun Shu, upon seeing the entrance ajar, opened his eyes. He let out a helpless sigh, realizing that practicing and using the sage's moment were truly two different matters. Despite having reached 45 times gravity, he still found himself unable to break through the barrier to the 5th stage. He then turned to face Yuan Yi and Sun Jiangwo. "Principal, Coach Yuan.as." Shun Shu glanced at the two. Sun Jiangwo, who was about to step inside, halted his movement. The overwhelming vitality emanating from Shen Shu created a palpable pressure that momentarily made him hesitate. Yuan Ye's pupils contracted in astonishment. He broke through 2 stages? How could it happen so swiftly? This is the rock-solid body refinement technique? Yet, looking at Shen Shu's vibrant and solidified vitality, it bore no resemblance to the effects of illegal substances. Observing the vials scattered on the floor, Yuan Yi seemed to piece together a theory, though he struggled to believe it. The amount of medicine Shen Shu consumed in one night equated to the usage of others over 2 months. Could he truly be a monster, breathing in the surge of vitality and rapidly absorbing the medicines? Facing the bewildered gazes of the two, Shen Shu tidied up the vials and exited the gravity chamber. Heading towards the martial arts hall, Sun Jiangwo stared blankly at Shen Shu's retreating figure for a long moment before speaking. Is the gravity chamber broken? He truly withstood 45 times gravity. Given that vitality, it must be functioning properly. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwo's initial suspicion that Shen Shu might be exploiting the school's resources dissipated, replaced by a sense of excitement. Old Yuan, we placed a hefty wager this time. If he truly stands out in the exchange competition, we shall not incur losses. If he can be selected by those top-tier universities for the martial arts examination, we will reap substantial rewards. Listening to Sun Jiangwo's exuberance, Yuan Yi felt a surge of excitement as well, but after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, however, those universities have incorporated actual combat against ferocious beasts into this exchange. Shen Shu and the others have never encountered such beasts, I fear. Sun Jiangwo paused, then gritted his teeth. For this exchange competition, you will take Shen Shu and the others to the Star Realm Passage. The cost will be covered by the school. Chapter 36. Wu Hai. Unbeknownst to Shen Shu, he was singularly focused on one goal, to exert every effort in obtaining the sage's moment. The process of accumulating this precious time was tedious and monotonous. Within the martial arts hall, Shen Shu initially believed that his method of ruthlessly extracting the benefits of the sage's moment would deter many. However, to his surprise, numerous individuals flocked to him, and even some members who had been drained of their vitality fervently recommended their friends and brothers to join him, justifying it with, "How could I allow myself to be the only one to progress at the expense of others?" Before long, Shen Shu found himself busier than ever. He also kept his promise to Zhao Feng, attending underground boxing matches every night, akin to a regular job. After swiftly dispatching his opponents with just a couple of moves, he would depart. Days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had flown by. Observing Shen Shu's emergence from the gravity chamber, Yuan Ye's expression was complex. How did you break through again? Feeling the surging vitality of the 5th stage of the mortal realm, Shen Shu smiled. Breaking through is like this. After 2 days, he had finally crossed the hurdle that had previously obstructed him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi rolled his eyes. Shen Shu had completely shattered Yuan Ye's preconceptions regarding the rock-solid body refinement technique. Wasn't it supposed to become increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed? How could he break through a realm every couple of days? Not even the consumption of prohibited substances could yield such rapid results. All right, enough of your boasting. Shuao and the others have healed from their injuries. Prepare yourselves, for we shall head to Blue City tomorrow for the exchange competition. This. A smile broke across Shen Shu's face. Great! Ding. Upon hearing the notification from his wristband, Yuan Yi merely patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. All right, you may go about your business. Remember to gather at school at 8 tomorrow. By the way, the situation in Luo City has been unstable and a friend informed me that there may be remnants of the Walong tribe in the area. Keep a low profile. Don't let those ruffians set their sights on you. Remnants? Shen Shu frowned slightly. While referred to as remnants, they could also be termed traitors, individuals who betrayed the Federation to align themselves with the Walong tribe in exchange for the ability to control ferocious beasts to a certain extent. Such individuals specifically targeted talented but unseasoned geniuses within the Federation. Though I am unaware of your daily activities, you have been exuding a distinct scent of blood these past few days. Following the exchange competition, the martial arts examination will commence. Be cautious, and remember to contact me if you sense danger. With that, Yuan Yi patted Shen Shu's shoulder and departed. After pondering for a moment, Shen Shu shook his head. There shouldn't be anything around me. He then opened the message on his wristband. Wang Wu, Black Boxing Agent, there's a boxing match tonight. It has been arranged. Shen Shu furrowed his brow slightly. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been the one directly contacting him regarding the boxing matches. Why had it suddenly changed to Wang Wu today? Is something going on? Shen Shu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He then opened Zhao Feng's communication. Who are you fighting tonight? At that moment, within the underground boxing arena of the black market, Zhao Feng lay curled on the ground, bloodied and resembling a beaten dog. Before him stood his arch-nemesis, Wu Hai, alongside a middle-aged man in a suit who was leisurely petting a cat on the sofa. Zhao Feng's bloodied eyes glared at Wang Wu, who stood smugly behind Wu Hai. He had not anticipated that this intermediary was actually a lackey of Wu Hai. Brother Feng, don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for the good of the black market. If Shen Shu can make the inspection bureau chief intervene, what if he targets our people? Listening to Wang Wu's words, Zhao Feng's heart seethed with resentment. How could this sycophant dare to bite back at him? At that moment, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Shan, displayed a fierce expression as he shouted angrily at the man in the suit who was still petting the cat. Foster father, Zhao Feng's actions led to my brother's death. I seek vengeance. Wu Hai, you're talking nonsense, Zhao Feng retorted, struggling to rise. He then knelt before the sofa, pleading, Brother Liu, I genuinely wanted to cultivate a new fighter to compete against Wu Hai. But Wu Shan's death has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness flashed across Wu Hai's menacing face. You old fool, you lack the courage to fight me yourself. Yet you send a dog to try and kill me? I'll finish you right now. With that, he lunged toward Zhao Feng, his fingers curled, aiming straight for Zhao Feng's throat. Enough! In an instant, an invisible pressure filled the room, causing the previously audacious Wu Hai to falter, glaring menacingly at Zhao Feng before retreating. Lu Qingshan placed the cat down on the sofa and stood up. Shen Shu killed Wu Shan. This matter has been suppressed by the Inspection Bureau alongside Yuan Yi from the Inheritance Bureau. That's why I didn't allow you to seek revenge. Wu Hai lowered his head reluctantly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Damn old fool, if it weren't for your strange abilities, I would have killed you long ago. Their fear was not solely of the person before them. The existence of the black market was also due to the tolerance of certain individuals, as they could provide benefits to others. Thus, if Shen Shu truly had the backing of these formidable figures, even if he harbored hatred, he would have no means to exact revenge. After calming Wu Hai down, Lu Qingshan turned his gaze toward the kneeling Zhao Feng, his expression indifferent. Is it true that Shen Shu killed the cranium crusher with just 2 punches? Absolutely. In recent days, the fighters arranged for Shen Shu have been vanquished in mere 2 moves. And he is advancing at an astonishing pace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng hastily knelt and grasped Lu Qingshan's pant leg. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to seek him out. Lu Qingshan squinted slightly, murmuring softly. How did I not notice such a figure in Luoqing before? It seems the main god is granting me a chance to make amends for missing out on Shu Ayahan. Just then, a chime echoed as Zhao Feng's wristband activated, breaking the previously tense atmosphere. Adoptive father, it's a message from Shen Shu. Lu Qingshan glanced at it before tossing the wristband to Zhao Feng. Here's your opportunity. I need him at the fight arena today. Zhao Feng quickly took the wristband, coughed a few times to clear the phlegm from his throat, and replied, Beast fighting point 8 o'clock tonight. He dared not say more. Observing Zhao Feng's demeanor, Lu Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly addressed Wu Hai. Since he enjoys coming here to fight, let us make arrangements. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Wu Hai's face. If Shen Shu were within the management district, they would undoubtedly refrain from attacking him. However, since Shen Shu had voluntarily entered the black market, they could not be held accountable. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng closed his eyes and sighed. He had initially intended to give Shen Shu more time to develop, planning to inform Wu Hai that he had found Shen Shu's enemy, allowing them to face off directly. If Wu Hai were to kill him, it would be a case of first strike, then report, leaving no one to take his place, thus allowing him to maintain his position as champion. Should Shen Shu die, it could also be perceived as a gesture of goodwill towards Wu Hai. Ultimately, he would lose nothing, merely offering some of his superfluous possessions as a favor. However, due to the betrayal of his subordinate, he found himself in a situation where he lost out entirely at this moment. Shen Shu received Zhao Feng's message and felt no lingering doubts, heading directly towards the exit of the school. Chapter 37. The Wolong clan in the evening. After concluding his time at the martial arts hall, Shen Shu made his way to the underground fight arena. Remaining sage time, 32 hours. He planned to acquire some body-enhancing elixirs from Zhao Feng. With 32 hours left, he should be able to break through to the 6th tier in one go. Looking at the remaining sage time, Shen Shu calculated in his mind. Tio Yuanyi. Shen Shu's ability to break through a tier every 2 days seemed remarkable, but Shen Shu understood that his rate of advancement had slowed since his previous consecutive breakthroughs. This was partly due to his body becoming increasingly saturated with the effects of the elixirs, making subsequent effects less potent. Additionally, the Bloodstone body refinement technique required an immense amount of vitality for each advancement. According to Yuan Yi's calculations, Shen Shu's vitality now rivaled that of an average practitioner in the skin training stage. Yuan Yi had mentioned that although such rapid progress was rare, it could still be found in other cities. However, he said this merely to temper Shen Shu's pride. Not long after, Shen Shu entered the black market. Although the black market remained lively as usual, he felt an unsettling sense of being observed from the shadows. It wasn't that Shen Shu had noticed anything specific. Rather, upon stepping into the black market, he experienced a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, an instinctive combat awareness. Furthermore, as he ventured deeper into the underground fight arena, his heart began to race. Something was amiss. Connecting this to the peculiar feeling he had when Wang Wu contacted him earlier, it dawned on Shen Shu that something was wrong. In an instant, he turned and sprinted towards the exit of the black market. At that moment, Wu Hai and his companions, who had been observing from the sidelines, were taken aback. Although his adoptive father had instructed them not to escalate the situation, how could they allow Shen Shu, the enemy responsible for his brother's death, to escape? They immediately leapt from the dilapidated rooftop. "Damn it, don't let that brat get away. Chase him," with his furious shout. The vendors who had been hawking their wares sprang into action, seizing weapons and rushing toward Shen Shu. The vendor closest to Shen Shu raised a poisoned blade high, for those who lurked in the black market had no regard for honor. Were it not for the Federation's strict regulations on firearms, they would have simply shot him down. The glint of greed sparkled in the vendor's eyes. Killing Shen Shu would yield a bounty of 500,000 Federation coins. In the next moment, Shen Shu moved as if forewarned, dodging the poisoned strike with serpentine agility and retaliating with a powerful punch to the vendor's chest. The force of the blow detonated against the vendor's chest, shattering his heart and ripping apart the fabric of his back, sending him crashing into several others. Shen Shu did not linger to fight. He continued his sprint toward the exit of the black market. His expression was grim. Upon entering this place, he had prepared for trouble, but he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. His interest did not conflict with Zhao Feng's, so there could only be one explanation. Another force had altered Zhao Feng's intentions. With that thought, Shen Shu prepared to activate his wristband to contact Yuan Yi. Just then, a figure flashed beneath the moonlight. Relying on his combat intuition, Shen Shu leaned back as a fist narrowly grazed the tip of his nose. The assailant clearly did not expect Shen Shu to be so agile, abruptly changing tactics to strike at his chest. Shen Shu did not hesitate, raising his fist to meet the attack. Wu Hai's heart leaped with joy. How dare Shen Shu, a low-tier practitioner, confront him, a peak 9th-tier fighter? But in the next second, crack, with a sharp sound, Wu Hai's right hand twisted grotesquely, and he was sent flying. Upon seeing his assailant's face, Shen Shu immediately understood the situation. The person who had just ambushed him bore a striking resemblance to Wu Hai. Meanwhile, Wu Hai, staring at his contorted hand, was filled with shock as he looked at Shen Shu. Bewilderment in his eyes. "Aren't you a 2nd-tier practitioner?" He couldn't believe Zhao Feng had deceived him, but before he could finish, Shen Shu charged again. Just as Wu Hai prepared to counter, suddenly, bang! A muffled thud resonated within him as a surge of dark energy exploded, plunging Wu Hai into a state of blood stagnation. In the next moment, a powerful hand grasped his head. The immense force surged forth. With a violent crash, fueled by Shen Shu's tiger climbing technique, Wu Hai was slammed to the ground. As Shen Shu's fingers pressed against his head, a flash of horror crossed Wu Hai's eyes. This powered IT was abnormal. He desperately fought back, throwing a punch at Shen Shu's abdomen, attempting to compel him to release his grip, but the next instant, bang! Stone shards flew as the overwhelming force deformed Wu Hai's head. Despite his 9th-tier physique, his body twitched involuntarily. Shen Shu did not hesitate, raising his fist to deliver a flurry of strikes. "You have killed a 9th-tier practitioner. earning 15 hours of sage time. The onlookers were in a daze, staring at Wu Hai's grotesquely twisted head. Everett observing the person's dazed expression, Shen Shu couldn't help but purse his lips, his hands secretly maneuvering behind his back. NMD. Has playing the fool granted you a sense of superiority? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's expression darkened, but as he caught sight of Shen Shu's turned back, he suddenly chuckled. What are you fiddling with? Are you attempting to summon reinforcements? Spare yourself the effort. This area has been entirely isolated by my signal jammers. If you had remained in the management zone, I wouldn't have been able to act against you. Yet here you are, voluntarily entering the black market. Lu Qingshan licked his crimson lips. You have only yourself to blame. In the next moment, a rustling sound echoed around them. He had been waiting for his beasts to arrive. Shen Shu witnessed 4 or 5 scorpion-tailed lion beasts encroaching upon him. Chapter 38. All in, the ferocious beasts. Gazing at the surrounding ferocious beasts, a slight sheen of sweat broke out on Shen Shu's palms. Each of these scorpion-tailed lions possessed strength not inferior to Zhao Feng. However, the greatest threat still loomed nearby in the form of the middle-aged man. Before Shen Shu could prepare himself, Lu Qingshan whistled from a short distance away, in the blink of an eye. 4 or 5 scorpion-tailed lions charged directly at Shin's Hu. In light of this situation, a cold glimmer flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the nearest scorpion-tailed lion. The sharp teeth glinted ominously in the moonlight, and Shen Shu could almost smell the foul stench emanating from its maw. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded the stealthy strike of its tail, then seized the scorpion-tailed lion's tail. Oh, you enjoy stabbing people? Shen Shu's blood surged, almost solidifying as he thrust the tail spike towards the lion's fist-sized eye. With a howl of pain, the scorpion-tailed lion's form quivered violently, its claws flailing in the air. Meanwhile, the other scorpion-tailed lions began to close in on Shen Shu. In the background, Lu Qingshan's eyes glinted coldly. Even if Shen Shu managed to slay one beast, he would inevitably be injured by the others. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as Shen Shu delivered a powerful kick to the head of the scorpion-tailed lion. The crack of bone resonated sharply, and the previously howling beast fell silent. You have slain a level 1 intermediate beast, scorpion-tailed lion, earning 15 hours of sage moments. A single scorpion-tailed lion had bestowed Shen Shu with such a substantial amount of sage moments. Yet, this was no time to dwell on it. Utilizing the recoil from his strike, he swiftly retreated from the encirclement of the lions. Observing the prey he could easily grasp attempting to escape, Lu Qingshan was infuriated. Seize him! Instantly, the scorpion-tailed lions lunged forward anew, some driven by their instinct to hunt, aiming directly for Shen Shu. Yet at this moment, a smile finally graced Shen Shu's face. Serpent steps. Under the moonlight, amidst the pride of lions, Shen Shu transformed into a dancer on the tip of a blade, effortlessly slipping away with just a few graceful movements. Witnessing this, Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted, a chill creeping across his face. Shen Shu not only refrained from fleeing but boldly charged straight at Lu Qingshan. This scene completely exceeded Lu Qingshan's expectations. The lions had no time to retreat. Leaving Lu Qingshan Isola Hour 40. You have transcended to the 7th stage of the mortal realm. It appears you have devoted yourself to rigorous cultivation for decades, your vital energy now pure and abundant, surging within you unceasingly as you begin to restore your mental power. Hour 50. Thanks to the awakening elixir and your relentless visualization, your mental power has once again ascended, marking your emergence as a true mentalist. A far cry from your previous first-tier status. Hour 58. From your prior battles, you have come to deeply appreciate the exquisite utility of the ethereal blade. To guard against the potential control of your mental power, you begin to enhance the ethereal blade. Hour 72. With the increase in your mental power, your mastery of the ethereal blade has become markedly more adept. You currently possess 4 blades. Hour 85. Your command over the ethereal blade has reached a level of seamless execution. With the blades becoming even sharper and swifter, you now wield 7 blades. Mental power. Ethereal blade. Minor achievement. The enhancement of your mental power has elevated your perception of the surroundings to a new pinnacle. Your intuition has sharpened, advancing from basic combat intuition to intermediate combat intuition. Hour 80. The mental power emanating from Sierra has inundated you with unprecedented pressure, causing your mental power to compress further. Gradually, you realize that the rock body refinement technique elevates the quality of vital energy through continuous compression. Could mental power follow suit? Hour 100. You exert all your effort to compress your mental power, and indeed, its quality has improved. You have comprehended the mental power, rock refinement technique, rare, mental power, rock refinement technique, rare, entry level, current remaining sage moments, 2 hours current sage moment concludes. In the next instant, Shun Shu feels as though his soul has returned from another realm, laden with profound insights. In a fleeting moment, an overwhelming clarity courses through him, revitalizing his vital energy and alleviating the lingering pain in his chest. The surging energy within him imbues Shin Shu with an inexhaustible vigor. However, beyond the physical, it is the mental power that astounds him. Unlike the gradual upgrades of the past, his mental power now engulfs the ambient energy with an insatiable appetite, resulting in a remarkable leap in growth. His awareness of the surroundings sharpens, diminishing the once suffocating sense of threat. Yet, amidst Shun Shu's astonishment, it is Sierra who has infused mental power into the spirit cat. That is now gripped by terror. How could this be possible? Feeling Shun Shu's sudden surge in mental power, even the energy he had just exerted to compress Shun Shu's mental power is utterly shattered and absorbed. He can hardly believe it is said that if a human's vital energy is at the brink, due to battle or certain elixirs, they may achieve a breakthrough. Yet, this requires considerable time for recovery. What is Shun Shu doing? Building a skyscraper from a flat foundation? Is it truly feasible for someone to elevate their mental power in such a manner? At this moment, Shin Shu gazes at the cat's bewildered expression and merely chuckles. My friend, the times have changed. With that, he narrows his eyes, and in the next heartbeat, several ethereal blades are launched towards the spirit cat with lethal intent. Previously, Shun Shu could only perceive the formidable nature of that mental power. But now, with his enhanced mental prowess, he discerns that its strength is merely a facade, reliant solely on the crystal embedded in the spirit cat's brow. What he must do is, meow. Ah, how dare you. Almost simultaneously, two cries of pain resonate as Shun Shu directly assaults the crystal on the spirit cat's forehead, relentlessly severing Sierra's residual mental power. Upon hearing their master's anguished cries, the scorpion-tailed lions rush toward Shun Shu. Yet, he remains unfazed. In an instant, the crystal is shattered, and the mental energy Sierra could not withdraw is completely disrupted. The once ferocious scorpion-tailed lions now writhe in agony, noticing the absence of a kill notification for Sierra on his interface. Shin Shu lets out a resigned sigh. Such abundant mental energy. Although Sierra left behind a substantial amount, it still does not yield a kill notification. Meanwhile, in a lavish palace somewhere within the astral battlefield, a young man garbed in opulent attire suddenly clutches his head and roars, Shun Shu, the damned human. He possesses a secret. Suddenly, several ferocious beasts burst in. With a wave of his hand, a shadowy figure materializes before him. Locate this person? In an instant, several beasts surge out of the grand hall on the other side. Shun Shu observes the agonized roars of the beasts. He delivers a kick to the nearest scorpion-tailed lion. Bang! A spray of blood mist erupts as the lion is sent flying, tumbling several times before coming to a halt several meters away, its head concaved and crimson ichor pooling around it, leaving Shun Shu momentarily stunned. You have slain a mid-tier first-stage beast, earning 10 hours of sage moments. Seeing that the sage moments gained are far less than before, Shin Shu has grown accustomed to this reality. Although they belong to the same tier, his gains diminish post-ascension. While the same tier yields reasonable rewards, those beneath him are dismal, often offering only a minute or two. It seems that to amass a substantial amount of sage moments, one must venture into the astral passage. With this thought, Shin Shu turns his gaze toward the remaining beasts, who are regaining their composure and preparing to flee. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of swift movements, the heads of the scorpion-tailed lions are left with deep indentations. As he watches the last fleeing scorpion-tailed lion, Shun Shu remains unperturbed. He simply observes until, moments later, with a subtle wave, several ethereal blades are unleashed. The fragile sea of consciousness is instantly shattered, and the scorpion-tailed lion collapses mid-stride, as if its connection to reality has been severed. You have slain an early first-stage beast, earning 4 hours of sage moments. On the desolate wilderness, a gust of wind sweeps through, dispelling the sanguine scent and ushering in the fragrance of fresh grass. Under the moonlight, as Shen Shu approaches the management area, his wristband finally regains signal. He promptly contacts Yuan Yi. Such a significant event, with black market assassinations, ferocious beasts, and the clan. These are matters beyond Shen Shu's capacity to handle. On the other side, upon receiving Shen Shu's message, Yuan Yi rushes over from the school. Upon seeing Lu Qingshan and the scattered beast corpses, his expression shifts to one of bewilderment and shock. Suddenly, Shen Shu points to the spirit cat's corpse not far away. The moment Yuan Yi sees it, his gaze sharpens, and even his demeanor towards Shen Shu takes on a hint of wariness. Observing this, Shen Shu states directly, in the end, there was someone who seemed to be able to possess the spirit cat. Wanting me to join the clan, they forcibly demanded some sort of mark from me. Listening to Shen Shu's account, Yuan Yi seems unconvinced that he has been branded by the clan, and he inquires. And then? Just as Yuan Yi is about to press for more details, he suddenly feels an acute sensation as if a thorn is lodged in his back in his sea of consciousness. An ethereal blade hovers ominously, a mere step further, and it would pierce his consciousness. This is materialization of mental power? Where did you learn such techniques? Chapter 40. The military's hunt for beasts. Listening to Shen Shu, who dares to learn a mental power technique obtained from the black market, Yuan Yi is left at a loss for whether to marvel at his audacity or to chide his naivety. In this day and age, one must be wary of potential poisons even while dining. How bold must one be to practice such arts? Yuan Yi stares at Shen Shu, at a loss for words. It cannot be said that Shen Shu is reckless. After all, with sage moments, he would be able to detect issues at the first opportunity. It is precisely because the items provided by Zhao Feng are genuine and useful that he has continued to venture into the black market, ultimately catching someone's attention. Now gazing at the multitude of beast corpses, Yuan Yi turns to Shen Shu. You've advanced again? Shen Shu merely nods casually in response. Yes, I broke through during combat. Yuan Yi exclaims. You make it sound as simple as going out for a meal. The wilderness returns to silence once more. Yuan Yi stares at Shen Shu, reflecting on his past aspirations of nurturing a student like him, one who could escape the desolate confines of Luo City, soaring high and free. Yet now, as he observes Shen Shu, he is engulfed by a sense of disorientation, realizing how this remote location has bound him, much like a frail tiger. After a brief pause, Yuan Yi extinguishes his cigarette, opens his communicator, and casually scrolls through until he finds a name. Lin Shun. The clan in Luo City has been located. Yes, deceased, along with the spiritual entities. We shall discuss the particulars upon your arrival. Having finished the call, Yuan Yi turns to Shen Shu. When someone comes back, just answer their questions truthfully. Understood. Shen Shu nods in agreement, not inquiring further, which piques Yuan Yi's curiosity. Aren't you curious about whom I contacted? You're merely a high school student, yet you have already accrued several lives on your hands. Aren't you afraid? In the wilderness, upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Shen Shu ponders for a moment before shaking his head. Who you contacted is your business. If you want to tell me, you will. If not, why should I ask? As for killing, what can be done? Let them kill me if they wish. Shen Shu shrugs nonchalantly, eliciting a laugh from Yuan Yi. That makes sense, by the way. With your current strength, the martial arts exam should pose no problem. I have heard that the military will also be recruiting this time, and the principal has even offered to fund your journey to the astral passage for a broadened perspective. Where do you wish to go? Upon hearing this, Shen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Is there really a difference? Certainly, there is. University is a realm of learning and cultivation, with distinct specializations such as mecha engineering or telekinetic command, all of which require a foundation of vitality, representing a more expansive and gentle form of education. The military, however, is quite different. The locations for learning and training in the military, I have heard, are on the astral battlefield, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high. In truth, I would advise you to attend university, as I too hail from an academic background. The opportunities available there are far more abundant and varied. Listening to Yuan Yi's words, Shen Shu hardly hesitated. You don't seem to recommend the military? It's not that I don't recommend it. Even if I am reluctant to admit it, I must say you are indeed a genius. Individuals like you, provided you survive, could contribute immensely to the Federation. Yet, the military academies have a mortality rate that surpasses that of some combat units. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment before continuing. Yet military academies do have their advantages. If you can emerge alive, You will have the opportunity to lead a team of your own, with benefits, resources, and the entirety of the Federation's technology favoring the military. To speak candidly, the front lines are indeed tense at present. Conflicts abound within the Astral Passage, and the military is allocating substantial resources to those young, passionate warriors eager to make their mark. Therefore, it is the military for me. Shin Shu did not waver, for he understood that the genius Yuan Yi spoke of was merely a product of the accumulation of sage moments. If he could not swiftly and abundantly acquire these moments, he would be relegated to the ranks of the ordinary. Thus, he must venture into perilous territories to engage in battle and slaughter in order to grow stronger. The corpses of the fierce beasts surrounding him had already demonstrated that the carnage of the battlefield was the quickest path to obtaining sage moments. Of course, earning some extra income through martial competitions was also a viable option. Yuan Yi listened to Shin Shu's words, shaking his head in resignation, as if he had anticipated Shin Shu's choice. For, gazing at the surrounding corpses, the lean tiger emerging from its cage required not a comfortable and easy environment, but sustenance. Shin Shu craved combat. With this thought, Yuan Yi shook his head and couldn't help but say, "You may wish to observe those who arrive shortly, for they are a branch of the military." Before long, a low hum resonated through the night. A pitch-black shuttle hovered above the two. As the automatic doors opened, two young individuals clad in dark combat attire descended, a golden short sword embroidered on the chest of their uniforms. Brother Yuan, the taller of the two, nodded at Yuan Yi before surveying the surroundings. In response, Yuan Yi said little, merely nodding in return. The newcomers were taken aback upon seeing the young man beside Yuan Yi, for they were not permitted to allow outsiders to witness their business. After all, Yuan Yi could be considered a senior brother, so they refrained from further comment. They then produced their instruments to verify Lu Qingshan's identity. After a brief interval, they returned to Yuan Yi. "Brother Yuan, you've been a tremendous help this time. With the martial examination approaching, these nuisances have emerged, and we have been reassigned by the Golden Eagle. However, your methods were rather ruthless. You utterly smashed them. When did you awaken your telekinesis?" Lu Qingshan's skull was nearly shattered by Shin Shu, complicating the identity verification for Lin Shun and his companions. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi shrugged. "It has nothing to do with me. He did it." Yuan Yi exhibited no remorse in throwing Shin Shu under the bus. "Him?" Lin Shun scrutinized Shin Shu from head to toe. "This peak of the mortal realm can kill a skin practitioner. It seems you've forgotten what you brought back." "Peak?" Yuan Yi snorted disdainfully. "With your level of insight, it's no wonder you are in the Beast Hunters. The Golden Eagle and Beast Hunters are two specialized organizations. One focuses on intelligence, akin to the ancient Jinui operating within the Federation, while the other specializes in special operations, primarily active on the astral battlefield. However, in terms of authority, the Golden Eagle holds the upper hand." Lin Shun, upon hearing this, glanced at Shin Shu once more, then clicked his tongue in realization. "Hiss, hold on. If he isn't at his peak, then his vitality must be extraordinarily robust." His eyes then revealed a glimmer of understanding. "Body refinement technique? The level of vigor must be above perfection, right? Ultimate level. Where did you find this formidable individual?" Listening to Lin Shun, Shin Shu felt somewhat astonished, as Lin Shun appeared only slightly older than him, yet was the first to discern his true nature so swiftly. Well, the target of these nuisances was him, but he was countered. It wasn't who awakened the telekinesis. It was him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun scrutinized Shin Shu once more. "Hiss, you really stumbled upon a gem. To encounter someone dual cultivating martial arts and telekinesis here is quite rare." Yuan Yi, however, did not continue to banter with Lin Shun, but instead stated directly, "I have heard that the military will be recruiting as well." At this, Lin Shun's expression stiffened, but upon meeting Yuan Yi's gaze, he eventually smiled wryly. "Since the news has already spread, I shall speak frankly. They are recruiting. There have indeed been changes on the front lines, Brother Yuan. The astral battlefield is no longer as it was during your time. The military is in dire need of fresh blood. Universities are too slow. This time, not only commoners but even the children of prominent figures may be enlisted by the military. Thus there are internal obstacles to navigate. Not just the military, we will also be selecting promising candidates in advance." Yuan Yi merely nodded at this. Subsequently, he asked, "Will Luo City send representatives?" "The military will undoubtedly dispatch personnel," Lin Shun replied with certainty. Yet Yuan Yi shook his head. You know I'm not referring to that. Lin Shin appeared somewhat troubled. Brother Yuan, their isn't even a skin practitioner in Luo City. He was about to elaborate, but upon seeing Yuan Yi's indifferent expression, he helplessly shook his head. I'll come to see for myself later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi smiled slightly. This lad, with his ultimate level body refinement technique, is progressing rapidly. If he can obtain the military's resources, you might find yourself relying on his favor in the future. Lin Shun merely chuckled in response to a genius. Is there no genius in that place? It is merely to give Yuan Yi a face, after all, as he once represented their interests and now finds himself reduced to this. Fine, Brother Yuan, at worst, I shall make an extra trip. Chapter 41. Departure with the Shuttle's Departure. Shinshu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Instructor Yuan, thank you. Hold on. Yuan Yi waved his hand dismissively. Taking a cigarette and placing it between his lips is rather peculiar. The last time I imparted the dark force to you, you learned it so swiftly and even provided me with the secrets to the transformation technique. I am now on the verge of small success. Some old injuries are proving difficult to heal, but new ones will no longer leave hidden scars. Do you know what this is called? As he spoke, the cigarette bobbed in rhythm with his words. Yuan Yi lowered his gaze, striking a match. Sparks ignited and lit the tip of the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of burning tobacco and wood. The smoke enveloping him like a dense fog, he relished this retro flare of ostentation. This is called giving a rose. The fragrance remains on the hand. To put it simply, I see potential in you. And perhaps one day you might assist me in return. Yuan Yi then turned to Shinshu. Therefore, there is no need for you to thank me. Moreover, all of this is due to your own efforts that afforded me the chance to assist you. All right, you should return and rest early. I had hoped to see you shine in the exchange competition, but now it seems. Yuan Yi glanced at the wilderness, grimacing. TSK, aside from a select few, the rest probably wouldn't be worth your time. Off you go. With a swift motion, he extinguished the cigarette but waved his hand as he departed. Observing the retreating figure, Shan Shu understood clearly that although Yuan Yi had only exchanged a few words with Lin Shun, sometimes those few words made all the difference. Without Lin Shun, the military would still come, but merely for regular recruitment. Then, entering the military would mean he might be a genius, yet without sage moments. He would be confined to either a school or a training camp. However, with Lin Shun's presence, Shan Shu could swiftly grasp the intricacies of the military, times. Being 10 minutes early to acquire divine gear is indeed different from being 10 minutes late. The next day, within the gravity chamber, following Yuan Yi's notification, Shan Shu slowly opened his eyes. A night of cultivation had allowed Shan Shu to absorb most of the medicinal effects within him. As the automatic doors opened, Yuan Yi cast a glance at Shan Shu, noting the calm and composed demeanor that stood in stark contrast to the fierce battle from the previous day. Strangely, an inkling of mischief arose within Yuan Yi. With a firm pat on Shan Shu's shoulder, Shan Shu looked at him in confusion. Shan Shu, I retract my previous statement about you obliterating my rival's disciple. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu furrowed his brow slightly, only to have his expression relax moments later. I want you to crush everyone. Let those fellows see that what I cannot accomplish, you can. Listening to Yuan Yi's exceedingly dramatic declaration, Shan Shu felt a tinge of exasperation but ultimately nodded in agreement. Soon, they boarded the hover car. Shu Ao Han regarded Shan Shu with a glimmer of inscrutable emotion in his eyes. Uncertain whether it was due to the last encounter with Shan Shu, where he was thoroughly beaten, or some other matter, Wu Gang found himself repeatedly opening his mouth to greet, yet hesitating on how to proceed. The atmosphere in the vehicle felt somewhat awkward. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of being defeated by Shan Shu that made everyone uneasy in his presence. As the hovercar floated in midair, Shan Shu gazed down through the glass at the city he called home. In truth, Luo City was not lacking in charm. It was comparable to many first-tier cities from his previous life. However, much like the young Shan Shu, who had never ventured beyond his village, he found it hard to believe that such a world could harbor places as extravagant as the mythical Magic City. Upon witnessing the true grandeur of a major metropolis, he finally understood why Yuan Yi yearned to leave Luo City. Towering skyscrapers loomed over him, floating airships broadcasted news, and hovercars darted about. Occasionally, he caught sight of martial artists clad in mecha. Apart from Shu Ao Han, the others were expressions of envy. New Alliance City, a second-tier city capable of rivaling first-tier cities, boasted several attributes on par with the latter, including 3-star realm passages. This exchange was organized by them, encompassing a total of 33 third-tier cities and 8 second-tier cities, perfectly timed to familiarize themselves with the talents of other cities before the martial arts examination. Yuan Yi, observing the bustling scene outside, felt a fleeting sense of desolation before addressing the group. 33 third-tier cities, 8 second-tier cities. Upon hearing these figures, Shun Shu experienced a tangible awakening to the true nature of this world. Before long, as the hovercraft descended, a staff member approached, checked the list, and casually remarked, Luo City No. 1 High School, 5 exchange participants. After the staff member entered their information into the wristbands, they were escorted into a conference hall connected to the hotel. Oh, isn't this Yuan Yi, Major Yuan? Upon entering the hall, a fair-skinned, somewhat effeminate man swirled his wine glass and spoke with a hint of derision, followed by a familiar figure trailing behind him, Zhong Lu. Upon seeing Shin Shu, Zhong Lu visibly froze but quickly redirected his gaze toward Shu Ao Han, who stood a short distance away. Yuan Yi could not help but roll his eyes at the comment. You flamboyant fool, do you really have to bark everywhere you go? Even though he had been sent to Luo City, Yuan Yi was not one to shy away from retorts. Zhang Lan's smile faltered, and he coldly scoffed, still so defiant even in Luo City? No matter, that place will eventually strip you of your bravado. His gaze then shifted to Yuan Ye's back, lingering momentarily on Shan Shu before returning to Shu Ao Han. What is this? To escape Luo City, you've brought along the little daughter of the Shu family. Hearing this, Yuan Yi dismissed him with indifference. You should confront Guogang about the rumors. Coming to me with questions means one of those sycophants you liked is truly inquiring about you. Shin Shu had not anticipated that Guogang would be the one spreading rumors. The fact that he was being questioned now was simply ridiculous. If it was Guogang who started the rumors, you ought to confront him about it. You're not here to question me because one of those sycophants you like is genuinely interested. Are you? Shu Ao Han, taken aback by Shin Shu's lack of apology and his accusatory tone, felt her anger flared. While I'm not privy to your motives, I came to warn you out of kindness. Many of those you struck have formidable backing. Just that Zhong Li's father from the Education Bureau. If he truly holds a grudge, even if you are a gem, a mere rag draped over you could prevent your rise. Perhaps you are unaware, but Yuan Yi came to Luo City in a similar fashion. Shin Shu merely frowned at her words. Shu Ao Han's beautiful eyes swept over Shin Shu's expression before she continued. I heard you have awakened your psychic powers. If you are willing to assist me in the future, I can help you navigate these issues. Following her injury, her family had learned of the incident but had no intention of troubling Shin Shu. Quite the opposite, they sought to form connections upon hearing of his rapid rise. After all, the Dawn Star was not merely a battleground for martial prowess, but also a realm of interest for various influential families. Previously, Shu Ao Han had maintained her distance in Luo City due to the lack of worthy individuals. However, Shen Shu was now a different matter. Awaiting his response, she watched intently, but Shan Shu simply shook his head. I asked there anything else? Not perturbed by the dismissal, Shu Ao Han merely scoffed. Should you reconsider? Feel free to seek me out. With that, she exited Shen Shu's room, only to encounter Guogang loitering at the door. Guogang, taken aback, attempted to greet her, but Shu Ao Han disregarded him entirely, huffing in annoyance as she turned away. Observing her retreating figure, Guogang took a deep breath and knocked on Shen Shu's door. Moments later, Shen Shu regarded the card presented to him, scrutinizing Guogang before him. This contains the earnings from that incident. 84,000 federal coins. I initially intended to use this matter to acquire more memberships and earn some money. Of course, if you could teach my competitors a lesson, that would be even better, Guogang earnestly stated. After Shu Ao Han's visit, she had approached him directly, and his father had been warned. That very evening, he had narrowly escaped a beating from his father, which led to today's apology. Given his father's connections in Luo City spanning over a decade, it was effortless to ascertain the significance of Luo City No. 1 High School and Yuan Ye's regard for Shin Shu. Observing the card and Guogang's earnest demeanor, Shan Shu chuckled lightly in a way. I might even owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your rumors, I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. My employment at the Zhaoyang Martial Arts School was entirely my own endeavor, and my responsibilities were within the scope of my job. Therefore, you can keep the card. Shin Shu bore no significant grudge against Guogang and even considered himself one of the catalysts for the rumors. Taken aback, Guogang assumed Shinshu had not forgiven him and immediately stood up. Shinshu, I sincerely wanted you to teach the others a lesson, but I genuinely didn't expect Zhong Lu to be so petty as to leverage his family's influence against you. I can't assist with anything else. You must accept this money. Shinshu frowned slightly at the implication. Leverage against me? You were unaware? Guogang paused. I thought Shu Aohan came to tell you about this. The person you encountered today, Zhang Lan, is a martial arts instructor from Blue City. Zhong Lu has already declared that during this exchange competition, he intends to teach you a lesson, and he even said, your martial arts examination is doomed. Though his father merely held the position of deputy director at the Blue City Education Bureau, it is noteworthy that Blue City is a level 2 city. With Luo City falling under its jurisdiction, as he spoke, Guogang displayed a fleeting expression of guilt. Just moments ago, Shu Aohan had also mentioned Zhong Li's situation. Could a deputy director meddle in the martial examination? Absolutely not, Guogang asserted with resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, Shinshu rolled his eyes, retorting, then what is the point? It sounds as if this matter is of great consequence. However, they do possess the authority to review your martial examination qualifications and determine your eligibility to participate. Shinshu, unless. Guogang suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. If you manage to achieve remarkable results in this exchange competition and are duly recorded, it should prompt Zhong Lu to temper his actions a bit. However, due to Coach Yuan's connections with Zhong Lu, your performance in this exchange competition is likely to be fraught with challenges. As Guogang exited the room, Shinshu closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Ah, the bureaucratic system is truly infuriating. He approached the window, observing the airships gliding by amidst the bustling metropolis. Given the current circumstances, he realized he must carve out a path for himself. He would have to advise Yuan Yi to refrain from speaking too much. Initially intending to assist him in venting his frustrations, it now seemed that the only option left was to decisively confront those individuals. In the afternoon, with Yuan Ye's notification, the Grand Hall had already amassed a considerable number of attendees. The top students from various schools and level 3 cities were sizing up their surroundings, while the coaches leading them engaged in quiet conversations and subtle comparisons. Meanwhile, the martial artists from level 2 cities congregated together. I don't understand why they always bring in a bunch of useless individuals from level 3 cities. What purpose does it serve, with so many at the ordinary stage, level 2 or 3? To fill the ranks, of course. Otherwise, if you can't hold your own against those guys, at least having numerous level 3s as a buffer means you won't lose face. Haha. Their laughter echoed without restraint. Chapter 43. The great free-for-all. The surrounding competitors overheard the conversation, their faces igniting with indignation, yet none dared to voice their objections. Shinshu glanced at Guogang, pondering, with such arrogance, does no one intend to confront them? Guogang hurriedly clarified, of course we want to, but we simply cannot match them. Our foundational techniques, such as the rock body forging technique, are designed for building resilience. They, benefiting from the superior resources of level 2 cities, switch to advanced techniques as soon as they enter the ordinary stage. Their progress is rapid, and they can even select techniques that suit their individual strengths. Guogang initially anticipated that Shinshu would retaliate to relieve his frustrations, but was instead relieved to find Shinshu merely raised and then lowered his hand lightly, eliciting gratitude from him. Switch techniques? Guogang continued, indeed. While the rock body forging technique is commendable, its advancement is painfully slow. The deeper one delves, the slower the progress becomes. Conversely, those individuals have access to techniques for skin training right from the ordinary stage. Thus, most of the martial artists from level 2 cities have reached the pinnacle of the ordinary stage, even if they aren't specifically training their skin. Guogang's eyes glimmered with envy. Although he had the means to switch to some ordinary skin training techniques, his father had advised him that martial arts emphasize a solid foundation, and the rock body forging technique is celebrated precisely for establishing a robust base. This has resulted in his current status as merely level 4 in the ordinary stage. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Cough, cough, silence. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man, illuminated by bright lights. An aura of vitality emanated from him, capturing the attention of everyone present. I am Li Chongqing, the deputy director of the new Federation S Heritage Division. This exchange competition has undergone certain modifications to better showcase individual prowess and team collaboration, in alignment with the Federation S directives. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience, particularly from the students of level 2 cities, who displayed no reaction, but rather a hint of excitement. The competition format shifted from one-on-one bouts to team-based skirmishes, with each school forming a team and 10 teams grouped for a grand melee. Only one team from each group would be eligible for victory. The winning team would advance to the second stage of competition. As he concluded his address, many wore expressions of shock and confusion. 10 teams? Isn't that excessive? What if my teammates underperform? Won't that overshadow my personal achievements? Many voiced their concerns. Li Changqing anticipated this and responded. In the face of adversity, the distinction between the strong and the weak becomes evident. This assessment will be multifaceted, taking into account collaborative ability during chaos, sustained combat capability, and individual combat skills, all contributing to the final evaluation. Even those who face defeat can still earn rewards based on their scores. With a smile, Li Changqing continued, as this is the inaugural implementation of such a format, even those achieving lower scores will receive at least a body refinement pill. The individual with the highest score in the first stage can select from rare techniques, skills, or mecha suits. We are also honored to have Professor Zhao Chong from the Federal University, Major General Sun Wu from the military, and various representatives from the Spirit Control Division to observe the competition. This, a tall, ruggedly handsome young man and an affable middle-aged man stepped into the spotlight. The mention of their identities ignited fervor among the crowd. The participants were not merely competing for rewards. Those with exceptional talents might even secure immediate recruitment by prestigious universities. Previously, such opportunities were limited to Level 1 and Level 2 universities, but now even the Federal University had sent representatives. Although only a professor, this provided numerous individuals with opportunities. Even the self-important youths from Level 2 cities exhibited a spark of eagerness. What does the second stage entail? A curious voice inquired from the audience. Li Changqing revealed, the second stage will be a trial led by the military, conducted on the Starfield battlefield. This proclamation, many faces stiffened, as most competitors from Level 3 cities lacked access to the Starfield battlefield. Wow, this is quite an ambitious undertaking. Yuan Yi, accustomed to the spectacle, shook his head and remarked to Xin Shu and the others, it seems the military is eager to recruit. Every school is feeling the pressure. Fearing they might lose out on potential candidates, they've even dispatched a professor. However, this is advantageous for you. Perform well, and you might just secure a direct invitation. Just as Yuan Yi was about to continue, the coaches from each school came forward to draw lots, preparing to proceed to the training grounds. This moment, the training ground buzzed with life. The new federation aimed for Level 1 city status. The scale of the training ground rivaled that of a large stadium. To motivate the students from other schools, numerous spectators filled the viewing stands. As the exchange competition participants entered, conversations began to flow. They're here. I heard this free-for-all is far more intense than before. Indeed. Look over there. One pointed towards a group of doctors checking the last of the medical equipment surrounding the arena. Although the weapons were made from specialized materials, to prevent fatalities, 3 medical teams had been summoned, with one stationed outside for emergencies. Honestly, I feel that while the free-for-all may be swift, won't it be a bit unfair for those from Level 3 cities? At this, the others scoffed. Weren't they just here to make up the numbers? Our new federation has even reimbursed their travel expenses, accommodation, and provided participation rewards. What more could they want? I reckon this free-for-all is merely a stage for those fierce competitors to showcase their skills. If someone can dominate the entire arena, they'll certainly make a name for themselves at the Federal University, potentially securing a pre-invitation. But what if they don't get that pre-invitation and end up catching the military's eye instead? They might find themselves sent to the battlefield, which would be quite the predicament. The students in the viewing stands engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on who would score the highest, yet without exception. The names mentioned were nearly all renowned figures from Level 2 cities. However, the name that emerged most frequently was Songda. As nearly 300 competitors entered the arena, someone suddenly shouted, Songda. Following the voice, Sun Shu spotted a supporter in the audience holding up a placard for Songda. At the forefront of the group stood a tall, handsome figure, waving towards the stands. Observing this scene, Xin Shu initially assumed it was merely an enthusiastic fan, until Yuan Yi suddenly turned around and said, Look, weren't you always asking me who you wanted to take down? That's him. With a nod of his chin, he gestured towards the spirited young man, Level 4 in the skin training stage. Chapter 44. Let's get it done. Skin training? I fought against that before. Sun Shu scoffed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi shook his head. It's not the same. The one you fought lacked technique. He was merely a novice with some telekinetic abilities, and even his foundational technique was the most basic. But that guy is different. Yuan Yi glanced at Shu Ayahan nearby and remarked, "This guy, like Shu Ayahan, practices a technique infused with lightning attributes, a technique from the Unity stage. Equipped with a portable mech, he is poised to unleash his full potential in battle. Although his techniques may not be the pinnacle, they can certainly be regarded as top tier within the new alliance." Upon finishing his statement, he cast a teasing glance at Shun Shu. "Thus, when I previously mentioned obliterating him, it was merely bravado. All you need to do is land a blow on him with your hidden strength, and my friend will be quite content." Hearing this, Shun Shu regarded Song Da, who stood at the forefront of the group, with seriousness. After a brief moment, as everyone selected their custom weapons, the training arena was suddenly enveloped in luminous blue walls, effectively isolating the combat zone. This competition is divided into 6 rounds, with 3 battles occurring at a time. As he spoke, the first 3 teams were chosen to ascend the stage. Shinshu and his companions watched as the teams around them rose. They were slated for the latter half, providing him an opportunity to observe, in stark contrast to the palpable tension exhibited by the participants hailing from a tertiary city, the students representing the primary cities, all of whom were at least at the peak of the mortal realm, appeared far more relaxed and at ease, surveying their opponents like hunters eyeing their prey. The rules were unrestricted, as the signal to commence sounded. The teams in the arena exchanged wary glances, each reluctant to expend energy first and risk being exploited by others. Yet, on platform number 2, 2 teams from secondary cities spontaneously formed an alliance, declaring, "Let us first eliminate the low-tier teams before we contend among ourselves." With no attempt at subterfuge, the 2 teams swiftly divided their roles and launched an assault on the other teams, who were caught off guard, resulting in 2 individuals being knocked off the platform. The coaches of the eliminated teams immediately expressed their dissent, but Zhao Chongqing merely countered with indifference. To a certain extent, this exchange event was indeed designed to showcase a group of tertiary city participants as mere backdrops, yet it simultaneously provided opportunities for others. Almost instantaneously, teams from tertiary cities on platforms 1 and 3 saw this and quickly formed alliances, proclaiming, "Let us first purge them." Upon hearing this, many from the tertiary cities felt a surge of indignation. They had long been overshadowed by those from secondary cities, and if they could align to eliminate these opponents, they might seize a fortune. With this, a group surged towards a secondary team, their momentum formidable. Cries of battle echoing, however, they overlooked a critical fact. While individuals from the same school might lack cunning, the collective of numerous teams was quite different, as expected, aside from an initial bout of panic. The secondary teams quickly regained their composure, leveraging their superior individual strength to suppress the first wave of attacks. They even took the initiative to charge into the fray, leaving the uncoordinated tertiary teams floundering, with some opting to observe. Before long, the most naive and willing to expend effort among them were the first to lose 3 members, rather than succumbing to increased pressure from their diminished numbers. Other teams continued to watch, hoping to exhaust the stamina of the secondary teams, adopting an attitude of, "As long as they aren't targeting me, it doesn't concern me." This prompted Zhao Chong to shake his head in dismay from the spectators' seats. Indeed, the pace of the secondary cities absorbing the tertiary ones must be accelerated. At the very least, they ought to siphon off some budding talent. The disparity between the two is simply too great. Before Zhao Chongqing could bask in his triumph, Sun Wu interjected bluntly, "Even if they absorb them, it will only yield more sheltered blooms." His expression was stern. If these individuals received military training, relying solely on a few superficial skills, they would struggle to defeat these mortal realm practitioners. It was likely that a military formation could easily overwhelm them. This statement prompted a silent exchange of glances between Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongsheng, who remained speechless. With the front lines under pressure, the military had continuously petitioned for younger soldiers, advocating for stricter military training for students of martial arts, rather than some fanciful elite training. Yet, this proposal had been consistently suppressed by the Federation, for the sole reason that while widespread military education might improve conditions within the military, it would also stifle many talents. The Federation had managed to endure against numerous foes thus far, undoubtedly due to the military's contributions, which included many top-tier talents and those shaped by various specialized universities. Moreover, military training is genuinely perilous. Allowing the military to select personnel was already a compromise on multiple fronts. At this moment, on the stage, the secondary teams, while slightly strained under the onslaught of numerous opponents, faced no real danger due to the lack of unity among the attackers. Shortly thereafter, a cheer erupted from the audience as the battle on Platform No. 2 concluded. The final clash between the last two secondary teams ended with one being swiftly overwhelmed, leading to a rapid conclusion of the skirmish. Guosu's performance was commendable, had it not been for him bearing the pressure of two opponents. The battle could not have been resolved so swiftly, Zhao Chongqing observed, admiring the team now standing on the platform as they received praise from the two judges. However, the judges merely nodded, offering no further reaction, prompting Zhao Chongqing to lament Zhao Chang's discerning eye while questioning Sun Wu's demeanor. The military was indeed in need of personnel. Sun Wu, arms crossed, remarked that if they were merely recruiting for the ordinary military, Guosu would certainly qualify. However, this time, their cohort was not solely for standard recruitment. They aimed to select genuine talents for the military's future. The Federation had asserted that the military's combat methods could not cultivate top-tier powerhouses capable of intimidating foreign adversaries. This time, the military was investing significantly to reclaim its pride. Before long, all three platforms concluded their battles. The uproar from the audience intensified, as the victors on all three platforms were secondary teams. Below the stage, after watching the three confrontations, Shen Shu furrowed his brow. On one hand, the martial artists from secondary cities were undeniably formidable, exhibiting both endurance in combat and a level of technique far superior to that of their tertiary counterparts. On the other hand, Shen Shu pondered how he would fare in the arena, contemplating how to unify the strengths of his allies. Not only he, but also Xu Aihan and Guogang bore furrowed brows. At that moment, Yuan Yi clapped him on the shoulder. "Prepare yourselves, it's almost your turn." Observing the expressions of his companions, he paused, having spent time in both the military and academia, and immediately grasped their thoughts. "What? Have you truly been deceived by this chaotic melee?" He then chuckled. "In such a free-for-all, one must possess the strength to sit back and watch the fight unfold, rather than waiting for others to exhaust themselves. Why not strike directly at the strongest?" For a moment, Guogang and Xu Aihan looked puzzled. Wouldn't targeting the strongest lead to a quicker demise? Yet, Shen Shu's face broke into a smile. Yuan Ye's implication was clear. Rather than hoping for other teams to exert themselves alongside them, they should dive into battle from the outset. Why bother with unnecessary scheming? They're all enemies after all. Just engage. As the second half prepared to commence, participants ascended the stage according to the draw. Hearing this, Yuan Yi gave Shen Shu a pat. "Go ahead. You're in luck. You and Songda are matched on the same platform." With that, he revealed a mischievous grin, having waited for this moment for quite some time. Meanwhile, as Songda rose to his feet, cheers erupted from the audience. Amidst the clamor, he confidently strode towards platform number 1, while Shen Shu and his companions ascended as well. Once all participants were in place, the luminous barrier enveloped them, and the match entered its countdown phase. At this juncture, Song Shang approached Yuan Yi. "Major Yuan, it's been a while." On the platform, Shen Shu spoke in a grave tone to Xu Aihan and the others. "I have a plan that, even if we don't defeat Songda, will still allow us to accumulate significant points." Upon hearing this, Guogang's face lit up with excitement. "What plan?" Before Shen Shu could respond, an invitation for an alliance reached his ears. "Hey there, I'm Lu Shan. This Songda is notorious even among secondary cities. Why don't we team up to take him down first, and then we can settle the scores amongst ourselves?" Just as Xu Aihan was about to accept, Shen Shu turned and firmly rejected. No, Shen Shu's refusal left Lu Shan momentarily speechless, as well as bewildering Guogang and Xu Aihan. "Be cautious. If you choose to simply observe, we might just eliminate you first." Shen Shu remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Songda across the platform, who was conversing casually with his teammates. At that moment, the starting whistle pierced the air. "Bro," Lu Shan began, still attempting to persuade Shen Shu. However, in the next instant, Shen Shu advanced towards him, swiftly slapping his palm against Lu Shan's neck, rendering him unconscious before tossing him off the stage. With a resounding thud, the audience erupted in laughter as the other teams were still processing the sudden turn of events. Shen Shu's unexpected strike not only stunned his teammates but also caught Songda, who was preparing to clear the stage, off guard. The cheers from the spectators grew louder as Shen Shu glanced at the notification panel. Defeated a 4th-level Mortal Realm opponent, earned 1 hour of Sage's Moment. Chapter 45. The arrogant recluse, has this fellow lost his mind? He couldn't even win and then turned on his own team. An astonished spectator exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. You don't understand. This is the mark of a true strategist. Recognizing he cannot defeat Songda, he first seeks points from his own allies. However, a mocking smile played upon the lips of the speaker. Although the inhabitants of the third-tier cities harbored a certain fear of Songda, it did not imply they would be intimidated by this individual. At this moment, on the arena, Shen Shu casually lifted two opponents and hurled them off the stage. As he delved deeper into the practice of the rock-solid body technique, Shen Shu discovered that not only those of a lower rank, but even those of equal or greater standing in both vigor and physique could not withstand his onslaught. Damn it. Get them out of here. In the blink of an eye, three teammates were tossed aside, prompting an immediate furious charge from one of the onlookers. Not just Shen Shu, even Guogang and others found themselves targeted by rival teams. Swiftly encircled, this development piqued Songda's curiosity from the opposite side of the arena. Shen Shu, is this your plan? Suddenly feeling the pressure mounting, Shu Ao Han could not help but grit her teeth and question Shen Shu. Yet, Shen Shu showed no inclination to respond, instead charging straight into the thronged at that moment. Even though Shu Ao Han was reluctant, she had no choice but to follow Shen Shu into battle. After all, they were all in the same boat. Keep up with him, gritting her teeth, Shu Ao Han plunged into the crowd behind Shen Shu. Shen Shu's demeanor was icy. Once the battle commenced, he had no thoughts of anything else. Just as he had previously contemplated, he would act decisively. Just as Shen Shu prepared to throw aside those obstructing him, a crackling thunder echoed, and in the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Aiming a kick directly at his head, bang. Caught off guard, Shen Shu could only raise his arm to block. Below the arena, Zhao Chang's eyes sparkled with surprise. To cultivate a lightning attribute technique to this level, this Songda indeed possessed some merit. That participant likely felt the brunt of that blow. Hearing this, Zhao Changcheng wore a broad grin. Songda is truly a top talent of our new alliance. By the way, his brother Song Shang participated in the Beast Trial previously. These two can be considered the twin prodigies of the Song family within the new alliance. Nearby, Sun Wu scoffed at the mention. Song Shang? Isn't he the coward? Since he is his brother, I find myself favoring that kid from the third-tier city even more. Such abundant vigor must surely be attributed to the rock-solid body technique. Judging by his physique, it might even be above perfection. To cultivate to the 7th level of the mundane realm in such a resource-scarce area as a third-tier city is no small feat. In my view, even if he were to be defeated by Songda now, his innate talent would not be inferior to his opponents. Moreover, Sun Wu narrowed his eyes, observing Shen Shu's ARM as someone frequently engaged in frontline combat. He keenly sensed that Songda's attack had merely been thunderous noise with little real impact upon Shen Shu. That kid from the third-tier city seemed to have already neutralized Songda's attribute vigor. This remark caught the attention of the other two. Although Sun Wu belonged to the military, he held a significant position and possessed keen insight. Zhao Chang immediately inquired of Zhao Changcheng, "What is the name of this kid?" As Zhao Changcheng glanced at the roster, he promptly replied, Shen Shu. At this moment on the arena, witnessing Shen Shu withstand the kick without being thrown off, Songda appeared somewhat astonished. Some skill. I wondered how someone dared to snatch points right under my nose. Observing the scorched spot on Shen Shu's arm, Songda sneered contemptuously. You've garnered enough points. Now, get off the stage and don't say I didn't give you a chance at this time. Shen Shu shook his somewhat numb arm and raised his gaze to Songda. Initially, he had intended to clear the area of others, seize all the sage moments for himself, and then deal with Songda, but unexpectedly. Are you in such a hurry? What's the rush? Songda was momentarily taken aback by Shen Shu's abrupt and disjointed utterance. Eager to exit the stage, Shu Ao Han felt as if she had heard these words somewhere before, but in the next instant, she saw Shen Shu charge towards Songda in an instant. The smile on Songda's face froze. This insignificant shrimp from a third-tier city not only refused to surrender but dared to retaliate. Arrogance. With that, his fist surged with crackling arcs of electricity, hurtling toward Shen Shu. Seeing Shen Shu neither dodge nor evade, a cruel glint appeared in his eyes. He had felt the formidable physique and surging vigor of Shen Shu when his kick landed on his arm. But alas, his lightning attribute could not be withstood merely by brute strength. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. In the next second, a sharp pain shot through his mind. Psychic power? Crack? Unlike the buzzing thunder of Songda's lightning, in an instant, the crowd seemed to hear the thunderclap erupting from the arena. They beheld Songda's figure being instantly propelled away. Caught off guard, Songda found himself teetering perilously close to the edge of the stage. This scene caused everyone to momentarily freeze. Shu Aohan, watching from behind Shin Shu, was filled with astonishment. She could no longer gauge Shin Shu's realm, initially thinking it was merely his abundant vigor that rendered her unable to perceive his level. It turned out he had long since transcended her. How long has it been? Oh my gosh, look! Songda is about to be eliminated. As one person exclaimed in surprise, indeed, Songda staggered, nearly falling off the stage, and more critically, after Shin Shu's kick, he offered no respite but charged forward. The crowd held their breath, just as Songda, on the brink of falling from the stage, managed to gather himself and stood at the edge. This scene prompted a collective sigh of relief. If Songda were to be eliminated just like that, their new alliance's top genius would become a laughingstock. But at that moment, bang, the final hidden force erupted, severing the last thread of hope for Songda's survival and sending him tumbling off the stage. The sound was not loud, yet it caused several heavyweight spectators below to change their expressions. Hearing that all-too-familiar sound, Song Shang gritted his teeth and turned to Yuan Yi. Hidden force? Did you really manage to figure it out? Sun Wu and Zhao Cheng also wore looks of astonishment. That the hidden force of the bone-forging realm? It doesn't seem right. Its power appears even greater. In this brief moment of combat, both shifted their attention from Songda to Shin Shu. After all, a participant from a third-tier city had, in just that instant, revealed prowess beyond perfection in the rock-solid body technique. The ability to wield psychic power as a weapon and even techniques of the bone-forging realm. The explosive combat power displayed was comparable to those monsters from the first-tier cities. Without a doubt, Shin Shu would become the focal point of their attention. As for Songda, alas, what a pity. If only he had been a tad more cautious, he wouldn't have fallen so directly. Before Zhao Cheng could finish his sentence, he saw Shin Shu move with remarkable speed to the edge of the arena, suddenly reaching out to grasp Songda's collar just as he was about to fall, pulling him back from the brink of elimination. As Songda regained his composure amid his injuries, he looked at Shin Shu with a pale face. This moment, Songda realized that had it not been for Shin Shu's assistance, he would have already been out of the competition. All the elaborate stage set up for him, all the aspirations of entering the Federal University, would have turned to dust. Thus, he gazed at his opponent Shin Shu with confusion. Observing Songda's puzzled expression, Shin Shu grinned broadly. Because that would be too easy for you. Upon hearing this, Songda's mind momentarily went blank. The next second, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward his face, accompanied by the words, "I promised someone I would thrash you," bang. Even though Songda had trained his skin, when that punch landed on his face, he felt momentarily dazed, blood splattered, marring his once handsome visage with a vicious look. However, Songda did not care about the injuries on his face. At that moment, the anger and humiliation he felt overshadowed any concern for his wounds. You seek death. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity erupted from his body. The arcs spread across the arena, even causing Songda's teammates to feel a tingling sensation, their vigor momentarily stifled. But in the next second, bang, another punch struck Songda's face with such force that it quelled his earlier bravado. Shin Shu, bathed in lightning, appeared utterly unaffected. How is this possible? Even below the arena, Zhao Changcheng, who was Songda's martial arts coach, could not help but exclaim. Attribute vigor might affect others, but against Shin Shu, it would be quite ineffective. Zhao Cheng hesitated for a moment before speaking. His vigor is too abundant, too solidly rooted. It cannot be influenced by Song Shang's simple lightning attribute. Yet that lightning attribute was something nearly no one could withstand in the new alliance. Observing Zhao Changcheng's disbelief, Sun Wu wore a cold smile. That is because everyone's foundation is unstable. Then he could even influence my vigor, Major General Sun Wu. How do you explain that? In response, Sun Wu shot him a sidelong glance, revealing a benign smile as he replied. It indicates that your foundation is also unstable. You? Seeing Zhao Changcheng growing somewhat irritated, Zhao Cheng quickly interjected. Old Zhao? Don't get angry. As Zhao Cheng spoke, Zhao Changcheng appeared to seek validation as he remarked, "How can one not feel anger? Am I truly less stable than a student from a third-tier city?" Zhao Jiaoshi, please offer your judgment. How is this even possible? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang remained silent, merely gazing at Zhao Changcheng. As Zhao Changcheng felt the scrutiny in Zhao Chang's eyes, the skepticism on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. Could it be that he truly is more stable than I am? Zhao Chang sighed. Previously, the Federation had chosen the rock-solid body refinement technique as the foundational martial art not merely because it could be practiced at any stage, but because the warriors trained in it possessed peak vitality and physique within the same level. Although the attributes developed now do yield considerable effects, sometimes even miraculous ones, they are generally ineffective against the rock-solid body refinement technique, where one might as well rely on technique in battle. But how can one compare techniques with someone who possesses abundant vitality and formidable physique? Everyone present understood the inevitable outcome of such a comparison. Wouldn't the rock-solid body refinement technique then be invincible? Not at all. Zhao Chang shook his head, directing his gaze towards the arena. We all recognize the power of the rock-solid body refinement technique. But why have we ceased its practice and shifted to other martial arts? Zhao Changqing instinctively replied, the advancement is too slow, and the required vitality is terrifying. Indeed, Zhao Chang nodded. Although Shen Shu possesses a robust physique and ample vitality, Song De is not lacking either. After all, he is trained in skin refinement and can rely on pure technique without being reduced to such a state. Heh? Sun Wu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ultimately, everyone has grown accustomed to rapid progress, neglecting the truly significant aspects. Zhao Chang did not dispute this. Thus, Sun Wu is correct. Shen Shu's effort to attain the 7th level of the mortal realm, along with the vitality invested, is no less than that of Song De. As they spoke, they watched the arena where Shen Shu had mounted Song De, delivering blow after blow. His originally unassailable vitality seemed to encounter an insulator in Shen Shu. And in an instant, he appeared to lose all strategies, relying solely on instinctive defense. Observing this, Shen Shu furrowed his brow, suspecting whether Song De had inadvertently dug a pit for him. It was not that he was overthinking. Rather, Song De was simply too weak, lacking even the pressure that Lu Qingshan and his ferocious beasts had imposed on Shen Shu. Trap! Several ethereal blades circled around him, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Yet, throughout the encounter, Shen Shu did not detect any substantial threat. The only semblance of a counterattack came when Song De, flustered from being overwhelmed, began to flail his arms in desperation. Is this the so-called genius that Yuan Yi spoke of? Shen Shu couldn't help but scoff in disbelief. However, in truth, Song De was not inherently weak. Had he not been countered by Shen Shu, combined with his disorientation from the unfamiliar combat and the continual disruption of his vitality by Shen Shu's dark energy, he might have held his ground better. Moments later, as Song De's defensive arms fell limp, this once promising young man collapsed on the arena floor. Witnessing this, Shen Shu rose and kicked him off the stage. You have defeated a 4th-level skin refining practitioner, earning 10 hours of sage moments. Defeating someone is not the same as killing them, and thus only 10 hours were awarded. However, Shen Shu turned to look at the others in the arena. In an instant, the previously hostile factions found themselves united. Friends, let us speak civilly. I can surrender on my own. Someone remarked upon seeing Shen Shu's bloodied fists and the dire state of Song De. In response, Shen Shu shook his head. That would not do. The next moment, Shen Shu transformed into several afterimages, darting out with a series of thunderous punches, witnessing the so-called geniuses, the hopes of various families, and the children of others who had reached this stage through arduous training and perilous battles being struck down one after another was astonishing. The better-prepared skin-refining practitioners found themselves at the receiving end of Shen Shu's formidable blows. Both Guogang and Xu Aihan stood in a daze, and even Zhonglu, who had already advanced, appeared somewhat stunned. A genius? A genius merely meets the threshold to encounter Shen Shu, qualifying only to receive a punch. Chapter 47. Zhong Li's official report, Black Market Fights. Once Song De was kicked off the arena, no one could impede Shen Shu's relentless advance. Unless Song De had foreseen this and coordinated with everyone to oppose Shen Shu, there might have been a slim chance, but as it stood, Shen Shu's vitality surged to its peak. With each punch, the shockwaves of energy sent opponents flying. The first arena concluded, winner, Luo Cheng No. 1 High School. When the judge observed that all participants had been cleared from the arena, he stood in a daze for a moment before speaking. Below the stage, the audience stared at Xin Shu in astonishment. Goodness, this is simply too ferocious. Surely he isn't on performance-enhancing drugs. As they watched Xin Shu single-handedly dominate the arena, many murmured in shock. Silence and astonishment spread throughout the vast hall. Yuan Yi, watching Xin Shu from below the stage, maintained his composed demeanor, appearing scholarly and somewhat lethargic, reminiscent of his initial emergence at Luo Cheng No. 1 High School. Applause erupted below the stage, with Sun Wu standing up enthusiastically, clapping vigorously. Yes, he led the applause. Those around him began clapping in a daze, which soon transformed into thunderous applause. His gaze towards Xin Shu was filled with fervor. At that moment, a newcomer entered the hall. Upon seeing Xin Shu in the arena, the newcomer paused momentarily before approaching Sun Wu and whispering something. Xin Shu recognized this person. Lin Xin? Listening to the applause in the hall, Yuan Yi relaxed against his chair, lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling a plume of smoke towards Song Shang. Ha! Song Shang, so you came here to gloat about your brother, who was knocked unconscious on the arena. Is this your method of interrupting my path back? You are less ruthless than when we acknowledged our defeat to Valen in the Star Realm. Just after boasting about his brother, Song Shang's fair, delicate face turned as placid as a calm lake. Ha! Just because you put on a deadpan face doesn't mean you're impressive. After evading military judgment, you should just keep your tail tucked and hide in the shadows, yet you still enjoy coming out to flaunt. Yuan Yi approached Song Shang, observing the slight twitch of his eyelid. He raised his chin slightly. Song Shang, what are you pretending for? Crack. Song Shang's knuckles cracked audibly as he forced a smile. You truly are fortunate. You didn't perish in that ambush, and now you encounter someone like him in Luo Cheng. Perhaps you might even leverage him and your former friends to return to the battlefield. But alas, it seems you do not know this young man well. Song Shang smiled at Yuan Yi. I recall that the Federation has a stipulation. Those martial artists who did not participate in the martial examination are prohibited from engaging in illegal activities, such as underground fights. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi's smile froze. He was aware that Xin Shu had been to the underground fighting arena. If someone were to report him, would he still be eligible for the martial examination? Could he still stand on this arena so openly? And so what? It's merely a trivial matter. Surely they wouldn't let a talent like Xin Shu slip away? Yuan Yi scoffed. But at that moment, a signature smile spread across Song Shang's face. Some matters, when not brought to the surface, weigh little. Yet if they are made public, the stakes change entirely. Song Shang, what benefit do you gain from this? Even if Xin Shu cannot participate in the martial examination due to his talent, he will undoubtedly be taken in by the military. They do not care about such trivialities. Upon hearing this, a fierce expression appeared on Song Shang's face. What benefit? I seem to recall saying this to you once before. Your so-called comrades brought about their own demise. I merely sought to survive. Had you not insisted on escalating matters, labeling me a deserter and traitor, demanding justice for your wretched comrades, I would not have been confined to the new Federation. As he spoke, Song Shang took a deep breath, restoring a semblance of a smile. I cannot guarantee that I can suppress Xin Shu. However, you should prepare to be forever confined within Luo Cheng, and even the inheritance your teacher arranged for you may not be within your reach. At that moment, Song Shang glanced at Zhang Lan and Zhong Lu, who appeared somewhat pallid, with beads of sweat forming on Zhong Li's forehead due to anxiety. When Song Shang looked at him, Zhong Li's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he finally made a decisive move. Just as Sun Wu was about to pull Xin Shu over for a friendly chat, suddenly, a voice rang out in the hall. I report. I, Zhong Lu, officially report the winning team of Arena No. 1, Luo Cheng No. 1 High School Xin Shu, engaging in illegal activities, committing homicide, and purchasing unidentified drugs on the black market. As he reached the end, Zhong Li's eyes turned red, his voice hoarse as he declared, reporting Xin Shu for violating federal law. There is no qualification to participate in the exchange competition, nor is there eligibility for the federal martial arts examination. This is the evidence. Amidst the surge of energy, Zhong Li's voice reverberated throughout the vast venue, momentarily stalling the previously fervent atmosphere, plunging it into an eerie silence, as those around began to murmur amongst themselves. Xin Shu, just having descended from the arena, clenched his fists as he gazed at Zhonglu, who had risen to his feet. Beside him, Xu Aohan and Guogang were evidently taken aback by Zhong Li's audacious choice to target Qinshu at this moment. Absurd. All participants had undergone thorough checks prior to the competition, rendering any violations impossible. Any issues concerning this student can be addressed later, Sun Wu remarked after casting a glance at Qinshu. Just as Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongqing were preparing to intervene and suppress the matter, suddenly, Major General Sun, is this truly appropriate? The student has reported that Qinshu lacks the qualifications for the exchange competition, and he has even presented evidence. If we do not take a closer look, this could tarnish the reputation of our new alliance city-state. Song Shang smiled amiably at Sun Wu. Sun Wu narrowed his eyes at Song Shang. At that moment, Zhan Lan directly connected Zhong Li's wristband to the live virtual screen. In an instant, videos began to play across the screen. In one corner of the arena, a fighter was sprawled before Qinshu, the Skull Crusher. As the words faded, in the next heartbeat, Qinshu crushed the skull of the man before him with a decisive kick. The subsequent footage showcased various scenes of Qinshu's underground boxing matches. Except for the first, which was rather gruesome, the rest depicted simple victories. The final clip froze on Qinshu's image as he turned to face the crowd, his eyes reflecting calmness, indifference, and a ferocity akin to that of a predatory tiger surveying its prey. A collective chill ran through the audience as they beheld Qinshu's demeanor. His refined appearance now seemed to mask a ruthless beast. At this moment, Lin Shun, standing beside Sun Wu, glanced at Qinshu, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Chapter 48. The Reversal Violation. With Zhan Lan's sudden exclamation, a chorus of shouts erupted. Violation, violation. The spectators, who had just witnessed their own being cast down from the arena, roared in outrage. Them. What was it but a mere underground fight? Aside from the apparent severity of killing, everything else seemed trivial in their eyes, especially in their secondary city, where many had traversed the Star Realm passage and even witnessed death firsthand. Yet humans are inherently fickle, often swayed by the crowd. When Zhan Lan, as a teacher, stood up to declare a violation, his students began to echo his sentiments, followed by their friends, and then others. Hearing the clamor in the venue, Sun Wu's gaze turned ICY. At that moment, Lin Shun leaned in to whisper something into Sun Wu's ear. Moments later, a look of surprise and shock crossed Sun Wu's face. Are you certain? Indeed. The travel records of the hovering vehicle, as well as my enforcement records, were all active, Lin Shin confirmed. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Sun Wu's face as he stepped forward. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, the power of a consummate realm warrior unapologetically unleashed, causing the crowd to feel as though a mountain had settled atop them. Sun Wu? Zhao Chong exclaimed, witnessing Sun Wu's blatant display of force, his voice rising in indignation. This is new alliance city-state, not your military jurisdiction. Zhao Chongqing's eyes narrowed as well. Sun Wu, even if you were from the military, is it not against protocol to suppress students in a controlled area? In response, Sun Wu merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhao Chong and his companion. A smirk gracing his lips. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your trivialities. I am aware that Qinshu personally executed a member of the Valong clan, severing their telepathic control. I have justifiable reasons to suspect that Qinshu's involvement in underground fighting was to assist the military in drawing out the clan. Such a person, we not only failed to protect, but you allowed him to be publicly exposed? Zhao Chong, you owe me an explanation. Zhao Chong was momentarily dumbfounded. You, Sun Wu, are exerting force in our venue, and yet you demand an explanation from me? Zhao Cheng's gaze toward Sun Wu was filled with fury. Meanwhile, Qinshu was also taken aback. He had gone to the black market to cooperate with the military? Qinshu had never anticipated that this matter would escalate to such proportions. Sun Wu, Qinshu is merely a student from a tertiary city. What could he possibly offer in terms of cooperation? Zhao Chong retorted, clearly agitated by Sun Wu's audacity, yet he found himself at a loss against the military's burgeoning influence. Sun Wu continued to exude his oppressive aura, glancing at Lin Shun beside him. In response, Lin Shun explained to Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongqing, directly utilizing his authority to retrieve the enforcement footage from that day. Moments later, Zhao Chong stood in stunned silence. If they were unable to intervene, he, Zhao Chong, would not hesitate to extend an olive branch at a critical juncture. After all, Qinshu possessed genuine talent capable of competing for a place in the Federal University. However, he had not anticipated that the situation involved the clan. This was a matter of stance. Internal strife within the Federation and external issues could not be shaken, lest one face demotion. Zhao Chong, momentarily dazed, inadvertently glanced at Song Shang nearby, his eyes reflecting a mixture of frustration and resentment. Xin Shu, despite any current issues, had personally slain a member of the Valong clan. Now, participating in underground fights and killing an underground boxer. Was this truly a matter of concern? He promptly declared, after discussions among the leaders, Xin Shu faces no charges. The footage displayed earlier pertains to a classified operation aimed at capturing members of the clan. Simultaneously, Zhao Chong addressed the audience, clarifying his stance. With this turn of events, Sun Wu once again directed his gaze at everyone present. Now, let the exchange competition resume. With that, the immense weight that had pressed down upon the crowd seemed to vanish into thin air. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, no longer preoccupied with Shen Shu's identity. They were instead awestruck and fearful of Sun Wu's demonstrated prowess and the palpable aura of violence surrounding him. Meanwhile, Sun Wu cast a glance at Zhonglu, Zhanlan, and Song Shang. He would not forget who had compelled him to exert such force. He then waved his hand. That student is suspected of leaking classified information and disturbing public order. Take him away for investigation, along with his accompanying teacher and Song Shang. Yes, Lin Shen responded, swiftly leading a team to escort them out of the venue. Zhonglu immediately shouted, I am a lawful whistleblower. My father is the deputy director of the education department. You cannot. Before he could finish, Lin Shen struck him, knocking him unconscious on the other side. Zhao Chong could only close his eyes in exasperation. The education department? When the military and its subordinates, the beast hunters, sought to intervene, how could the education department have any say? As for Zhanlan, though somewhat apprehensive, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Song Shang's expression darkened. Sun Wu's assertiveness surpassed his expectations, having categorized the situation in such a manner. Was this the style of the military's youth faction? Once the farce concluded, the exchange competition continued, though the fervor was far from its previous heights. While Shen Shu had certainly astonished many, Sun Wu's commanding demeanor had left everyone feeling like startled deer, both fearful and enraged. Major General Sun is quite decisive, but have you considered the ensuing complications? These are students, the brightest from various schools in the new alliance. They have countless families behind them. Is it worth offending so many for the sake of one student? Zhao Chong mused, stroking his fingers. Sun Wu merely chuckled disdainfully. Thus, how can you insects hope to vanquish ferocious beasts like the Valong and others? Zhao Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. Had the military become so arrogant recently? Let me enlighten you. Even if someone were to take action against me, it would only be within the military. And the method of dealing with me would be to send me to the Star Realm battlefield. To return with the heads of a few Tier 4 beasts or to slay a Valong leader. That would pose no issue for me. Xin Shu is undoubtedly ours in the military. With that, Sun Wu turned to Zhao Chong. Professor Zhao, do you wish to contest with us on behalf of the Federation? Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's expression darkened. This is Sun Shu's freedom. A talent such as his would be better suited for the Federation. Ha? Naive. Sun Wu sneered. He will not go to the Federation. Are you attempting to threaten a student in private? As Zhao Chong prepared to interject, Sun Wu interjected, Impossible. We are merely a bit assertive, not unreasonable. The earlier virtual video did indeed cause some minor disruptions, yet it has only solidified my understanding. Xin Shu is a ferocious tiger. You schools cannot afford to nurture such a beast. Sun Wu recalled the moment in the virtual video when Xin Shu had brutally slain Wu Hai and then turned his gaze upon the others, a smile gracing his face. I am eagerly anticipating his performance in the second phase. Chapter 49. The Secret of Yuan Yi. With Sun Wu's assertive demeanor, the exchange competition concluded rather swiftly. Moments later, as Sun Wu departed from the venue, he approached Xin Shu and, upon noticing Yuan Yi beside him, paused momentarily. I remember you, he remarked. You delved into the art of dark energy, claiming it was a formidable tool against ferocious beasts. However, I heard that due to a leak from the allied exercises involving the clans, many lives were lost. You caused quite a stir over that, yet it seems the higher-ups in the Federation and some old-timers from the military intervened, and the matter was soon quelled. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi rose, offering a bittersweet smile that, I was young back then. With a firm pat on Yuan Yi's shoulder, Sun Wu reassured him, do not worry. Those old codgers will eventually retire. Individuals like you will surely be given opportunities. Moreover, he directed his gaze toward Shen Shu. You have taught this student exceptionally well. He then turned his attention back to Shen Shu. I have high hopes for you. You are well suited for the military. I do possess some preliminary recruitment slots, but it will depend on your performance in the second phase, Sun Wu stated candidly. After nodding at Yuan Yi, he took his leave. Zhao Cheng also exchanged a few pleasantries with Shen Shu. Compared to Sun Wu's decisiveness, Zhao Cheng's demeanor was considerably more tactful. The Federation University fosters multifaceted growth for its prodigies. Rest well. I look forward to your performance in 3 days during the second phase. Hearing both leaders extend their olive branches, the surrounding competitors displayed expressions of envy, though they could do little but covet such opportunities, as they lacked the capability to dominate a single arena. Soon after, Shen Shu and his companions returned to their room amidst the curious gazes of others. Inside the room, observing Yuan Ye's hesitance, Shen Shu stated directly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop acting as if you're constipated." Yuan Yi was taken aback. He was the one who had been critical, yet he found himself on the receiving end of a rebuke. "You truly lack respect," he retorted habitually, before clearing his throat and moving to the window. "While I find you somewhat eccentric, I never anticipated you to be this extraordinary. However, I must admit, this time, I have indeed implicated you." "How so?" Shen Shu leaned against the sofa, raising an eyebrow. It was not disrespect but rather a desire to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. Yuan Yi inhaled deeply, gazing out at the buildings. To put it simply, I was once considered a genius myself. When I transitioned from school to the military, I sought to achieve great things. Subsequently, the Federation organized a joint trial to evaluate the disparate teachings of universities and the military, gathering numerous talents, myself and Song Shang included. However, Yuan Ye's expression turned pensive. The clans infiltrated the trials, and ultimately, Valong discovered it and set an ambush in a bid to survive. Song Shang exposed the positions of our comrades, sacrificing our lives to secure his own escape. In the end, many of my friends perished. They could have survived. Yuan Ye's voice remained calm and succinct as he spoke, yet his clenched fists betrayed his tumultuous emotions. Song Shang not only emerged unscathed but, due to the deaths of his competitors, even ascended in rank. It is unjust. Why should he prosper while we fall? Yuan Ye's teeth ground together as he lamented. The passionate hero sacrifices himself, while the cowardice of betrayal leads to the rise of a future star. He slammed his fist onto the table beside him. I refused to accept this. Therefore, I lodged complaints, leveraging all my connections and resources to escalate the matter. The military was furious and sought to punish Song Shang severely. Yet, ultimately, his connections safeguarded him. His reputation is now tarnished, preventing him from advancing within the university or making a living in the Federation. And the military will not accept him. As for me, Yuan Yi turned to Shen Shu. I naturally became the target of their vengeance. Nonetheless, he continued, they dared not provoke the military, and gradually, I was demoted until I found myself as a coach within the Heritage Division, eventually arriving in Luo City. Suddenly, a smile broke across Yuan Ye's face. I initially thought my life would remain this way, mingling with those youngsters day by day, but then I encountered you. Although Sun Wu has ensured your safety, you are not genuinely pursuing the clans, so this matter cannot withstand scrutiny. I have already contacted Lin Shen, and I will take full responsibility for this incident. I have lost my former zeal. All I ask is that you carry forward the dreams I once held. Listening to Yuan Ye's words, Shen Shu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he approached the window. In the Federation, what holds the greatest value? Yuan Yi, momentarily confused by Shen Shu's inquiry, pondered before responding, strength. Strength is paramount. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu patted Yuan Ye's shoulder. Rest assured, it won't be long before all matters are resolved. Yuan Yi chuckled at Shen Shu's confidence, shaking his head. You are rather self-assured. He then abruptly stated, all right, if you have any violations to report, speak now so we can settle accounts. None. Truly, none at all. I am but a model student. Noting Shen Shu's genuine lack of infractions, Yuan Yi shook his head. By the way, wasn't Wen Chongqing supposed to arrange for someone to conduct a mental power assessment during the exchange? They should be arriving soon. Moreover, now that you've utilized mental power during the exchange competition, the members of the Spirit Control Division were watching closely. You've truly struck gold. Yuan Yi's eyes gleamed with envy and schadenfreude as he observed Shen Shu's confusion. What do you mean? Yuan Yi paused in thought before explaining. Mentalists, or the Spirit Control Division, hold a unique status within the Federation. These individuals solely cultivate mental powers. Their purpose is to identify the clans and counter the Valong. The Valong possess an innate strength in mental powers, causing significant disruptions during combat, thus elevating the status of mentalists. However, in the Federation, the greater the privilege one enjoys, the more one must sacrifice, if you are simultaneously recruited by the mentalists and the military. Your future career prospects will be exceptionally abundant. As he spoke, Yuan Yi patted Shen Shu's shoulder. Now, rest up. I suspect that the second phase of the exchange competition will immerse you in the true battlefield of the Star Realm. It will be a stark contrast to the exchange. There will be genuine peril involved. Oh, by the way, the rewards for the exchange competition will be distributed tomorrow. Yuan Yi then exited the room. Peril? Rewards? Shen Shu glanced at the panel before him. Remaining sage moments, 72 hours. With such an abundance of sage moments, he decided to wait and see what valuable techniques or skills the rewards might offer. Chapter 50. Claiming Rewards, Dragon Battle in the Bone-Forging Realm. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and upon opening it, Shen Shu beheld Shu Ao Han standing at the threshold. Is there something you need? They just informed us that it's time to collect our rewards. Shu Ao Han maintained her usual frosty demeanor, though a hint of something different flickered in her gaze as she regarded Shen Shu. Very well. With that, Shen Shu closed the door, donned his jacket, and departed. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, he found that the other teams had already assembled. The previously bustling and chattering teams fell silent as Shen Shu entered, their gazes converging upon him. Whether due to his remarkable performance the previous day or the events that transpired, Shen Shu had compelled these self-proclaimed geniuses to reassess the team hailing from a Tier 3 city. Seeing this, Guo Gang couldn't help but feel relieved for having followed his father's advice to be forthright with Shen Shu and express his apologies. Had he offended such a person, it would have been catastrophic. Perhaps Shen Shu would not recall him, but Guo Gang would remain perpetually anxious. Shortly thereafter, led by Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Chong, the group made their way into the Heritage Division of the new alliance. Those who excelled in the exchange competition represent the pinnacle of local student talent. Therefore, we have made the bone-forging realm techniques and skills available for selection. Of course, if anyone aspires to become a mecha engineer in the future, we can also provide a complimentary B-class mecha as a reward, with 6 arenas, 6 teams, and 30 individuals. The provision of a bone-forging realm technique for each participant left Shen Shu astounded. This is truly lavish. Such resources are only sufficient to challenge a Tier 1 city. One can only imagine the wealth of those Tier 1 cities. Zhao Chongqing opened the door to the martial arts department. Gazing at the array of chips displayed within, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement, for each chip represented something of the bone-refining realm. He recalled the adage, "Too much greed leads to indigestion." It is best to choose techniques that resonate with one's own capabilities. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned them to enter. As the crowd streamed in, Zhao Chong unexpectedly reached out to stop Shen Shu, catching Zhao Chongqing off guard. Observing this, Shen Shu furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance at the two. Zhao Chong, wearing a faint smile, inquired, "You practice the rock-solid body refining technique, do you not?" Shen Shu hesitated but eventually nodded. Noticing the wariness in Shen Shu's expression, Zhao Chong chuckled, saying, "I mean you no harm. I merely wish to advise you. Since you have chosen to build your foundation with the rock-solid body refining technique and have cultivated it to this extent, it would be prudent not to hastily alter your techniques. However, if you truly wish to change, you might consider the Daybreak Pillar technique of the Federal Unification Realm. It is an extension of the rock-solid body refining technique." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's pupils constricted. The Unification Realm? Zhao Chong, sensing the significance of this detail, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, someone from a Tier 3 city had never encountered true treasures. Am I able to select something from the Unification Realm? Zhao Cheng's expression stiffened. That is not feasible. However, if after this you can apply to our Federation or accompany me to participate in the internal tests of the Federal University, I can advocate for you. Once you are enrolled, I can grant you access to such techniques. Shen Shu, momentarily taken aback, shook his head almost instinctively. Then forget it. I'm going in to select my items. What? Zhao Chong was momentarily bewildered by Shen Shu's decisive rejection. Just moments ago, he had seemed intrigued. What had prompted this sudden firmness? Only Shen Shu understood his own thoughts. While he coveted the techniques, what he truly yearned for was the sage moment, and no matter how exceptional the technique. Without the enhancement of the sage moment, he might not achieve perfection. Not to mention other factors. Professor Zhao, considering the effort put in by General Sun yesterday, do you really think you can entice someone away with merely a technique from the unification realm? That seems rather unrealistic. Zhao Chongqing shook his head and chuckled as he watched Shen Shu's retreating figure, eyeing his view. Zhao Chong had spent too much time in the university. If it were him, he would have simply handed the Daybreak Pillar technique over to Shen Shu. This technique could be considered an advanced version of the rock-solid body refining technique and, if transitioned from the rock-solid body refining technique to perfection, would surpass techniques of the condensation realm. At that point, if Shen Shu succeeded, he would remember Zhao Cheng's kindness. If he failed, the military would bear the blame. Meanwhile, within the martial arts department, although Shen Shu had no intention of changing techniques, he discreetly committed the Daybreak Pillar technique to memory. He proceeded directly to the technique area. Tiger Fist, Mandarin Duck Leg. 7 Star Fist, Ice Finger. Shen Shu's gaze swept across the names and descriptions of the chips, accompanied by virtual demonstration videos. To prevent individuals from easily reading and memorizing the techniques, the chips were encrypted, and the images were somewhat blurred. Yet, even through the murky visuals, Shen Shu could sense the fierce movements. Each technique was annotated with its attributes related to blood energy and physicality. He observed Xu Ayahan selecting a technique of ice attribute, while Guogang straightforwardly requested a B-grade mech, rumored to start at 3 million in the market. Shen Shu quickly scanned through the various techniques. Although each one was commendable, none bore the label of rare. This left him somewhat disappointed. Just as he prepared to choose a footwork technique, he suddenly spotted a virtual image in the corner of the shelf. Within the image, a figure battled against an overwhelming tide of beasts, their blood energy growing increasingly formidable, standing like a pillar amidst the raging currents. Hiss! Shen Shu immediately set down the technique he held and approached. Bone Refining Realm Dragon Battle in the Wild, rare, incomplete. Blood energy requirement. Blood energy in the bones or perfection of the rock-solid body refining technique. Like a dragon in the field, soaring through countless battles, like a warrior in the wild, fighting to the death. Technique description. This technique consumes blood energy in combat. Only those with substantial blood energy may practice it. Mastery enhances combat strength as blood energy depletes. Yet this technique lacks fixed routines, necessitating personal synthesis of various techniques. If unable to do so, one should not attempt to learn. Reading the description, Shen Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he seized it and strode towards the exit. Upon witnessing Shen Shu grasping this technique, Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Chong were momentarily taken aback. Shen Shu, are you certain? The description of this technique does seem somewhat intimidating. While it has a high ceiling, its lower limit is alarmingly low. You might find that the blood energy you expend does not correlate with the power you gain before reaching full mastery. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu remained resolute. This is it. This technique resonated with him profoundly. Once everyone had made their selections, Zhao Chongqing nodded and stated, I have recorded the techniques chosen by each of you into a one-time use format and sent them to your respective wristbands. Please note that these are rewards for each of you and cannot be shared privately. Otherwise, the consequences range from legal penalties to the forfeiture of martial arts. The Federation maintains strict control over the dissemination of techniques and martial arts, as certain techniques practiced privately can be deadly. Moreover, resources are insufficient for all to cultivate. Alright, in 2 days, how much you can learn upon returning depends on your own fortune. The second phase of testing will commence punctually in 2 days. Saying this, the assembly dispersed within the hall. In an instant, Shen Shu hurriedly dashed towards his room. Guogang raised his hand, just about to call Shen Shu out to celebrate with a meal, only to see Shen Shu already gone. Ayahan. Not going to in the room, he was engrossed in perusing the technique. First hour. You are exploring all explanations of Dragon Battle in the Wild and watching videos to understand the technique. Chapter 51. Dragon Battle in the Wild Ultimate. You have consumed a clarity potion and a body refining potion. Third hour. You have become thoroughly familiar with the content of Dragon Battle in the Wild, and all information regarding the technique is vividly present in your mind. As Shen Shu's understanding deepened, he gradually comprehended why Dragon Battle in the Wild demanded such high blood energy. This technique lacks requirements for specific moves. Rather, it focuses on the utilization of blood energy. Just as Shen Shu's every punch is a joint action of bones, meridians, and blood energy, Dragon Battle in the Wild alters the approach to blood energy. It shifts from a steady output to explosive bursts. This equates to burning blood energy for output, wagering one's life. It is no wonder there is a blood energy requirement. This is not something just anyone can practice. But he possesses abundant blood energy, not to mention the ample blood energy coursing through Shen Shu's body. Even if it were depleted, he could forcibly initiate the Sage Moment and instantly restore himself. It's as if he treats burning blood energy as a mere basic attack. 18th hour. You have grasped the method of burning blood energy, and due to your previous practice of the rock-solid body refining technique and constant strain on your body to enhance blood energy, mastering this technique feels as familiar as returning home. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Initiation. 26th hour. You discover that by incorporating transforming strength into the technique, you can burn more significantly without inflicting harm upon yourself. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Great accomplishment. 39th hour. Just as the introduction states, the method to elevate the limits of the technique is to integrate your own elements. You have infused the technique of Sudden Storm with all your insights. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Rare perfection. As you integrated your own technique, you watched as the incomplete label faded from Dragon Battle in the Wild. In merely 39 hours, not only had you perfected this technique, but you had also eradicated the incomplete suffix. While the Sage Moment played a significant role, the insights gained from your prior training with other techniques had proven immensely beneficial. Now, the focus shifts to the ultimate direction. Achieving the ultimate requires one to innovate their own contributions. After pondering for a considerable time, Shen Shu finally consumed another vial of blood energy potion, for he had exhausted quite a bit during his previous iterations. 40th hour. You deeply feel the compatibility of Dragon Battle in the Wild, yet there is an inkling that this technique must have some deficiencies. 45th hour. Compared to the previous burning of body and blood energy, you sense that this trial of comprehension is exceedingly abstract. 50th hour. Perhaps Dragon Battle in the Wild is trapped in a deadlock. Is merely burning blood energy insufficient? 60th hour. You decide to take a bold approach. Since you are battling to the death, why not ensure the enemy pays a heavy price even in their final moments? You have found your direction. 70th hour. You have attained enlightenment. Bone Refining Realm Dragon Battle in the Wild. Rare. You have comprehended the technique Dragon Battle in the Wild. Dragon's Roar. Roar that blocks all, a heavy fist aimed at death itself, bolstering the next attack based on the blood energy expended. Remaining Sage Moment. 2 hours. Gazing at your comprehension, your breath quickens. Dragon Battle in the Wild has evolved into a method of burning blood energy to augment attack power. And the longer the battle endures, the greater the output becomes. In this realm, the Dragon's Roar stands out as a paragon, its blood-burning intensity reaching unparalleled heights, disregarding the toll it exacts on its wielder. The result is a terrifying output of power. Current estimations suggest that Shen Shu can burn up to 30% of his vitality in a single instance. As for the consequences, he can only assure that he will not perish. And he should be able to engage in battle normally, though other outcomes remain uncertain. If Thunderous Roar Hidden Force Dragon Battle in the Wild. Dragon's Roar. Shen Shu contemplated the effects of this series of enhancements when applied to Thunderous Roar. Yet, he ultimately found it beyond his imagination. After all, even the combination of Thunderous Roar and Hidden Force is far beyond what ordinary practitioners can withstand. Dismissing the interface, Shen Shu intermittently utilized Dragon Battle in the Wild to burn his vitality. Gauging its potency, as it stands, the initial enhancement was merely around 40%, but this would increase as the battle progressed, which is precisely why Dragon Battle in the Wild is so revered. The 70 hours invested were certainly worthwhile. In the ensuing 2 days, Shen Shu indulged in the opulence of a second-tier city. In Luo City, he was required to engage in daily battles to acquire Sage Moments. However, in this locale, he relished the rare opportunity to rest, allowing himself to relax. Naturally, it would have been ideal if others were willing to practice alongside him. Can anyone practice with me? I assure you. I will restrain my strength. Never mind, Shen Shu. Even if you do hold back, we truly cannot endure it. Within the hotel training room, the others hastily waved their hands, shaking their heads. After 2 days, they discovered that Shen Shu was not as fearsome as initially perceived. At least, he did not seem inclined to maim or incapacitate others, but rather exhibited an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. Yet, Such kindness was only evident when not in practice. Once sparring commenced, many felt a chill. It was utterly gruesome. Merely escaping the training room would result in being dragged back. Just as Shen Shu was about to persuade the others to train with him, a sudden clamor of footsteps erupted at the entrance. Ahem, everyone, please tidy up. It's time to attend to business. Zhao Chongqing addressed the individuals in the room. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu clenched his fists. 2 days of rest had nearly concluded, and he certainly could not afford to forfeit the opportunity for sage moments. Before long, everyone found themselves in a vast plaza, where beams of light intermittently flashed, and those emerging from them exuded a potent scent of blood. Surrounding them were dozens of formidable presences and soldiers on guard. This was the Star Realm Passage. Sun Wu and Professor Zhao were already awaiting everyone in the Star Realm battlefield. He then paid the fee for entry into the Star Realm Passage. Each individual required approximately 500,000, but these expenses were covered by the new alliance. As the light beams suddenly intensified, the group felt as though they were lifted into the air, and in the next moment, they were thrust into a tumultuous whirl, akin to being tossed in a washing machine for several minutes. Moments later, while Shen Shu managed to maintain his composure, Guogang could not help but retch onto the ground beside him. Even those who had come before wore expressions of distress. Unbelievable. Given that we can connect to the Star Realm battlefield, why can't the passage be more stable? A participant who was somewhat in the know couldn't help but voice his frustration. Of course, comfort is desirable. Sun Wu's voice echoed nearby. However, if the passage were stable, it would be easy to pinpoint, and what awaits you then might not be me, but rather ferocious beasts. With that, Sun Wu waited until the crowd had regained their composure before gesturing. All right, the second phase is about to commence. The rules are straightforward. Within 3 days, you will hunt ferocious beasts. The individual who slays the most will receive the rewards for the second phase. Each participant must hunt at least 3 beasts of their respective levels and survive, with the cores of the beasts and recording devices serving as proof. I'll be direct regarding the rewards. The first place will receive exemption from examinations for entry into the military or federal universities, along with a resource reward of 10 million. The second and third places will receive material and technique rewards. Others will be rewarded based on their rankings. The hunting grounds will be near the Star Alliance Passage, specifically in Zone C of the Star Realm battlefield. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a thread of energy and a miniature device to appear behind each participant's ear. The map of Zone C has also been sent to your wristbands. To ensure your safety, the energy thread can handle beasts of rank 4 and below, while the survival device can activate passively when in a near-death state. Now, you may begin immediately. With Sun Wu's declaration, the crowd stood dumbfounded. What? We're starting right away. Chapter 52. Fishing. The group had just arrived, and commencing immediately seemed rather hasty. Moreover, many onlookers from the surrounding camp were observing them. Given the multitude of eyes upon them, initiating the second phase right now felt rather inappropriate. Noticing the crowd's hesitation, Sun Wu furrowed his brow. What are you waiting for? Am I supposed to treat you to a meal? He then gestured toward the passage outside. You only have 3 days. Your wristbands will continuously record the points for each beast you hunt. Oh, by the way, Sun Wu turned to the crowd with a slight smile. I almost forgot to mention, due to previous actions by Zhonglu, many of the clans are now aware of our activities here. You must remain vigilant not only against ferocious beasts, but also against those seemingly friendly humans. Therefore, I must reiterate, there is a risk of death this time. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your chance. Upon hearing this, the participants exchanged glances. The commencement of the second phase had exceeded everyone's expectations, yet no one chose to withdraw in battle. Injuries are inevitable. Death is a reality of the battlefield. Besides, if you back out now, you will forever be barred from the military and top universities. With that, one participant boldly strode toward the camp's exit. At that moment, Guogang suddenly spoke up, "Excuse me. Can we use mechs in the second phase on the battlefield?" Sun Wu merely shook his head. As long as it's below level A, you may use them. I must stress again. This is both a trial and a life or death examination. There are no unnecessary taboos. Having said that, Sun Wu made his way toward the command room that had long been prepared within the camp. Seeing this, the others promptly proceeded to exit the camp. Since Shen Shu was still unfamiliar with the surroundings, he chose to position himself protectively in front of the group, trailing behind for a time. Meanwhile, within the command room, upon Sun Wu's return, Zhao Cheng's eyes were filled with concern. Do you truly consider these children as bait? Is this the military style? In response, Sun Wu maintained a calm demeanor. Zone A is already fully engaged in battle. Other areas will follow suit soon. This military examination is likely to be the largest assault by the clans in history. If we do not seize every opportunity to eliminate a portion of them, we may find ourselves at a loss when it comes time for the military examination. Zhao Cheng's expression was complex. He clearly disapproved of the military's methods. Yet, he ultimately said, even if there are orders from above for me to cooperate, Sun Wu, I will not hesitate to thwart any overreach. Given Sun Wu's exhibited demeanor and the actions he had taken over the past 2 days, Zhao Cheng had no doubt that if sacrificing certain individuals could yield greater benefits, Sun Wu would do so without hesitation. Ah, you needn't worry about that. The Spirit Control Division has already managed to control some clans and has disseminated the information. The abrupt initiation I just conducted, along with the prior announcements, should have resulted in several clans infiltrating the camp and overhearing. Now we simply await the outcome. As he spoke, he turned to Lin Shun beside him. Is everything arranged outside? Yes, some of our brothers have already followed. They will only act in the most perilous moments. Nodding, Sun Wu then raised his gaze to the virtual display screen. Meanwhile, the group had already ventured deep into the Star Realm battlefield, encountering numerous carcasses of ferocious beasts and dried bloodstains along the way. Many individuals formed alliances to enhance their strength for exploration. Observing this, Shu Aohan found it an opportune moment to address several classmates from Luo City. Let us act together. We can look out for one another. And I have some understanding of the Star Realm battlefield. Sure. All right. Seeing the others readily accept, Shu Aohan turned to Shin Shu. I'll sit this one out. Shin Shu shook his head, rejecting the faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Why not? Shin Shu, don't be stubborn. The Star Realm battlefield is not a mere competition. It's perilous. If you're concerned about unequal rewards, we can divide them based on contributions. Shu Aohan found it perplexing why Shin Shu was reluctant to join the group. As it seemed an entirely beneficial proposal, yet Shin Shu remained resolute in his refusal. Having assistance nearby is advantageous, isn't it? Shin Shu merely cast a sidelong glance at them, replying coolly, too inefficient. As they journeyed, they encountered some low-tier ferocious beasts which were swiftly dispatched by the group. While this appeared commendable, the beasts, driven by instinct, chose to flee in fear rather than confront the overwhelming numbers. Moreover, you all are somewhat sluggish. With that, Shin Shu, having gained a basic understanding of the Star Realm battlefield, surged forward into the depths. You? Watching Shin Shu's retreating figure, Shu Aohan attempted to voice an objection, but found him already reduced to a mere speck in the distance. The others fell into a contemplative silence. Shin Shu's vitality was exceedingly exuberant, so much so that during their moments of respite, he found himself idly waiting, his time seemingly squandered. Meanwhile, on the cusp of the B and C grade zones, a ripple coursed through the air, and figures began to materialize as if traversing through a mirrored surface. Hua, hua. Upon their arrival, many were immediately beset by a wave of nausea. Moments later, a voice inquired, Brother Chong, 7 are dead, and 13 remain. Upon hearing this figure, the leading emaciated man's face contorted with anguish. Damn it, this cursed smuggling route is utterly unreliable. 7 lives lost. These were my painstakingly cultivated connections among the kin, now mercilessly torn apart by chaotic currents. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Yet, this is all worthwhile. The wild dogs, fully aware they were being baited, still deployed personnel at their camp. We can use their lives to draw the military and the hunter Golden Eagle to us. The heavens may be unjust, relegating us to the status of untalented mortals, but if we can ensnare these prodigies, the Master God may very well grant us their bodies. He turned to his companions, declaring, Brothers, our fate shall be altered this very day. At that moment, a third-tier savage rhinoceros, fiercely protective of its young, charged toward them, abruptly interrupting Mu Chang's speech. In response, Mu Chang swiftly turned, his eyes darkening, and in an instant, an invisible force surged toward the rhinoceros's mind. Thanks to the imprint of Wolong's consciousness, there was virtually no resistance. The rhinoceros gradually halted before Mu Chang. I have but one instruction. The more you kill, the more pleased the Master God shall be. Now, hasten to gather your beasts. In an instant, the group behind Mu Chang dispersed rapidly in the command room. Sun Wu observed as Shan Shu effortlessly dispatched a second-tier armored crocodile, renowned for its defenses. With a single punch, admiration gleaming in his eyes. The tier of the savage beasts corresponded to the tier of the warriors. First tier aligned with apprentices, second tier with mortals, third tier with skin refining, and fourth tier with bone forging. And so forth. Just then, Lin Shan entered and leaned close to Sun Wu's ear, whispering, "Suddenly, numerous individuals have exited the camp. Their tiers are not high. They seem to be bait. There appears to be activity in the heart of Zone C as well. And Shin Shu is quite close. Should we alert him?" Sun Wu pondered momentarily before shaking his head. No need to alert him. Simply inform those trailing him to ensure protection. He then inquired, "By the way, I heard this lad chose dragon battle in the wild." "Indeed." Zhao Chang nodded. "He seems to have already grasped the basics, truly worthy of someone who can refine the rock segment body technique to perfection." In response, Sun Wu chuckled softly. "It seems he is still experimenting, yet to fully indulge. Convey the location of the nearby savage beast horde to him." Zhao Chang immediately interjected, "Is that wise? Perhaps we should first announce it to everyone, marking it as a fourth-tier leader's horde. Let those with courage approach." Though Zhao Chang felt it still violated protocol, he ultimately acquiesced at that moment, as Shan Shu continued his search for savage beasts. A positional alert chimed on his wristband. Notification. This position corresponds to a fourth-tier leader's savage beast horde. Exercise caution and refrain from reckless provocation. As he glanced at the coordinates not far from him, a flicker of excitement crossed Shen Shu's face. Chapter 53. Confronting the horned bull herd alone? Throughout his journey, the savage beasts in the Star Realm battlefield were not as numerous as he had anticipated. Instead, he encountered far more humans hunting on the battlefield. Coupled with his unfamiliarity with the terrain and lack of extensive experience among other warriors, he found himself scavenging only a few scattered first- and second-tier beasts. Observing the considerate marking of the savage beast horde behind him, Shan Shu hesitated no longer. Swish, swish, swish. The dry branches and withered grass brushed against Shan Shu's garments, producing a rustling sound. Before long, he detected the potent scent of blood and decay in the air. Moo! Hearing the roars echoing above, Shan Shu spotted a dense cluster of savage beasts not far away. Bang! The horned bulls within the throng collided with each other, producing a resounding thud. Armored horned bulls? Shan Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. They had studied relevant courses on savage beasts in school, and he had memorized the material verbatim. Thus, upon sighting the beasts, he immediately recognized their identity. This breed of savage beast was known for its gregarious nature and omnivorous diet. Celebrated for its formidable defenses and brute strength, frequently active in the Star Realm battlefield, often controlled by the Wolong clan for coordinated charges. Faced with this group of beasts, even those in the bone-forging realm would be trampled into the ground without the ability to hover in midair. Just as Shan Shu contemplated this, he noticed something amiss. Why did this group of savage beasts seem so agitated? Soon, he discerned a massive horned bull, several times larger than its companions, curled up in the center of the herd. Its once sharp horns broken in half, and its neck and body bore fresh wounds seeping blood. The horned bull leader is injured. Why not simply slay it? Zhao Chang questioned. Sun Wu shook his head in response. Horned bulls are stubborn creatures. Having been wounded by a shadow leopard's ambush, they will surely seek revenge. Moreover, having this horned bull herd remain here serves to intimidate any other beast that might attempt to escape from the depths of the zone. Furthermore, I believe this herd is perfect for testing the student's capabilities. As he spoke, Sun Wu glanced toward the positions of the others, who were gravitating toward the horned bull herd. While the students might manage to fell one or two savage beasts, they are ill-equipped to handle an entire horned bull herd. You hold Shin Shu in high regard, do you not? Now he must remain here and observe obediently. You think? Zhao Cheng's words trailed off as he witnessed Shan Shu suddenly charge forward. How dare he? On the other side, having thoroughly surveyed the surroundings, Shin Shu abruptly burst forth from the underbrush. With the horned bulls having consumed nearly all the wild grass surrounding their territory, his approach immediately drew their attention. In an instant, many horned bulls looked up, but upon realizing it was merely a young human, they returned to their resting positions. Meanwhile, the bulls that had been clashing their horns roared and charged toward Shen Shu. Rumble, rumble. Even the charge of just 2 or 3 horned bulls produced a thunderous sound. Facing beasts as large as off-road vehicles required immense courage. In the command room, everyone watched with bated breath to see how Shu would respond. They believed his best course of action would be to evade and exploit the horned bull's unwieldy size to strike at their vulnerable spots. Yet, Shu evidently had his own strategy. He showed no intention of retreating. Fueled by dragon battle in the wild, he surged forth at a speed surpassing that of the horned bulls. As the two were on the verge of colliding. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a flurry of intangible, ethereal blades shot forth, piercing directly into the vulnerable minds of the savage beasts. The sudden pain almost caused the horned bull to topple over. In the following instant, Shu clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the bull's forehead. Bang! With a single punch, the charging bull was halted as if it had collided with a wall, almost lifting off the ground due to the force of the impact. The combined might of dragon battle in the wild, dark force, and the charging punch erupted within the fragile skull of the horned bull. Boom! You have slain a second-tier horned bull, earning 15 hours of sage time. Before Shu could even assess the situation, another horned bull, having recovered from the pain inflicted by the ethereal blades, charged toward him, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. Seeing this, Shu did not retreat but advanced instead, his hands lunging forward to seize the two horns. Crack, crack, crack. The stones beneath his feet crumbled under his weight as the bull's eyes turned blood-red, frenzied with the desire to gore the audacious human before it. Yet in the next moment, a faint crimson mist of blood energy enveloped Shu. With a surge of strength, Shu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Come down! With a sudden downward thrust, he slammed the horned bull's head into the ground with tremendous force. Thud! The bull's once mighty skull shattered under the impact of Shu's kick, sending the massive creature sprawling back into the herd. Its once resilient head now lay in ruins, blood and viscera spilling forth. You have slain a second-tier horned bull, earning 18 hours of sage time. As Shu marveled at the combined potency of dragon battle in the wild, thunderclap, and dark force, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He had anticipated a significant accumulation of power, yet he had not expected it to be so profound. Moreover, the battle prowess bestowed by dragon battle in the wild far surpassed his expectations. That last kick had increased his damage by at least 45. And this enhancement would continuously escalate through sustained combat until it reached the limits of his own body. At that moment, the entire herd of horned bulls was thoroughly shaken by Shu's display. Witnessing their fallen comrade, the previously lethargic bulls rose, emitting furious roars. Just then, moo! With a roar from the largest bull in the herd, the nearest dozens of horned bulls surged toward Shu, intent on impaling the audacious human who dared to provoke them with their sharp horns. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Shu did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he boldly charged towards the rampaging horned bull. This audacious act left everyone in the command room momentarily stunned. How is this even possible? What kind of vitality and physique is this? Among all the prodigies he had encountered, Shu may not have been the most monstrous, but he certainly was the most ferocious. He had never imagined that someone could stand their ground against the charge of an entire herd of horned bulls with a mortal body. And now he was recklessly intent on confronting the entire herd alone. One that included four-tiered beasts, no less. Was this even human? At that moment, Sun Wu began to feel restless. Damn it. Inform those accompanying Shu that the situation is dire and they must act immediately to rescue him. No one had anticipated Shu's reckless behavior, challenging an entire herd of over 30 horned bulls. Even formidable warriors at the bone-forging stage would think twice before engaging. All eyes were glued to the screen, desperately searching for any sign of fear on Shu's face. Yet, there was none. Instead, his expression bore an uncanny calm, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before a storm. The only peculiar detail was the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was he uttering? Zhao Chong could not suppress his curiosity. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, who had been observing intently, deciphered his lip movements after a few attempts and hesitantly remarked, "It seems like All In." Chapter 54. The Enraged Horned Bull Leader. All In is a form of wisdom. Nicholas, life philosophy mentor, master of betrayal, creator of loyalty, gambler Zhou. As Shu poured all his recently acquired sage-like moments into mastering the rock-solid body technique. It took mere moments for him to achieve a breakthrough. Hour 21. Through arduous training, you have progressed further. You have now transcended to the 8th stage of the mortal realm. Everyone was aware that the rock-solid body technique was notoriously difficult to master, with progress being an arduous endeavor. However, they all understood that the benefits of a successful breakthrough were monumental, so immense that even the most gifted individuals found it hard to resist the allure. At that very moment, as he faced the charge of the horned bulls, Shen Shu's vitality surged to new heights following his breakthrough. The thin mist of blood energy that had surrounded him thickened considerably. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, a fierce flame ignited within Shen Shu's eyes. Battle. The raging vitality not only enhanced Shen Shu's combat prowess, but also invigorated his spirit. Faced with the oncoming charge, he did not even attempt to evade. His entire being pulsated with energy. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the first horned bull charged towards Shen Shu, only to be met with a powerful kick that sent it hurtling back. Its head instantly deformed, and its massive body crashing to the ground. Splatter! In the next moment, blood sprayed forth. The carcass of the fallen bull not only pierced its companions with its horns, but also tripped 2 or 3 others. As they fell, a cloud of dust was kicked up. At that instant, Shen Shu wasted no time. Guided by his instinct for combat, he seized one of the protruding horns amidst the chaos and swiftly mounted the beast. The other horned bulls, witnessing this, were momentarily thrown into disarray. After all, beasts are still beasts. In an instant, thud, thud, thud. Shen Shu unleashed a flurry of punches upon the armored back of the horned bull. Zhao Chong, witnessing this from the command room, could not help but shake his head. After this encounter, they would need to find Shen Shu a suitable weapon. Other than the abdomen, the rest of the bull's body was encased in hard armor, making it nearly impossible to generate any meaningful force while riding it. Such attacks could not inflict fatal damage, unless he possessed some technique for penetrating strikes, but given his current level of mastery in the rock-solid body technique, he lacked the time to learn it. It was time to prepare for a rescue. While the kinfolk were still unaware of the situation here, they must not disrupt the plan. Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, Sun Wu hesitated for a moment. If it were anyone else, he might have readily agreed. However, Shen Shu was indeed rather peculiar. Moreover, his mentor was none other than Yuan Yi, a man who had spent years studying the intricacies of dark energy. Perhaps to thwart Zhao Cheng's expectations, or perhaps to validate Sun Wu's suspicions. The next moment, a horned bull that had just endured a few punches suddenly let out a mournful cry. Then began to thrash about wildly, attempting to shake off Shen Shu. Yet, as Shen Shu unleashed another punch, boom, the sound was so resonant that it could be heard through the monitoring headsets. The once frenzied bull abruptly ceased all movement and collapsed. Meanwhile, around the herd of horned bulls, more and more participating students began to gather. Arriving late, they found that someone had already engaged the herd. It doesn't matter. Among the students, the highest ranks are still just us few. We wouldn't dare to intervene, so let's see if we can pick up some scraps. A group of participants from secondary cities huddled together, fixated on the tumult within the horned bull herd. At that moment, one keen-eyed individual suddenly clicked his tongue in recognition. Wait, doesn't that figure look familiar? Isn't that Shen Shu? This is indeed Shen Shu. Almost simultaneously, Guo Gang, observing from the periphery of the herd, widened his eyes in disbelief. He never dreamed that Shen Shu would dare to provoke the entire herd by himself. Should we go help him? Guo Gang nervously glanced at Shen Shu amidst the swirling dust. Upon hearing this, Shu Ayahan's expression turned grave as she bit her lip and replied, "It's difficult. The herd is preparing to assault Shen Shu." Observing the vast assembly of horned bulls, the remaining beasts began to rise, ready to join the fray, even the 4-tiered leader bull in the center, who struggled to stand despite its injuries. Guo Gang's courage was extinguished in an instant. Should we report this to the instructors? Upon hearing this, Shu Ayahan's earlier tension began to dissipate. While others might be unaware, she had some insight. Sun Wu and the others knew there was a possibility of kinfolk attacking, yet they rashly initiated the exchange competition. Clearly as bait. There must be instructors covertly following them. The scene of Shen Shu single-handedly confronting the entire herd appeared perilous, but in truth, it should pose little threat. This is far too dangerous. How do we proceed? At that moment, Shen Shu's protective instructor, Wang Sun, was left bewildered by Lin Shan's orders. This is not a matter of courage. It's a question of whether I can even rescue him. The situation has become too chaotic. You all saw that the entire herd of wild bulls has begun to stir. Furthermore, it seems the kinfolk have taken the bait. If I were to recklessly attempt a rescue, would it not disrupt the plan? Meanwhile, farther from the herd of horned bulls, what was once a desolate area suddenly began to teem with ferocious beasts. Scattered yet increasing in number, some had been drawn here by the scent of blood, while others were likely controlled by the kinfolk. The command room's decisions, coupled with Shan Shu's commotion, had stirred the Star Realm battlefield into a flurry of activity. Witnessing this, Sun Wu rose from his seat, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately sat back down. I cannot act yet. If we only capture these minor creatures, it would be meaningless. Those ferocious beasts are merely testing the waters. If we reveal our hand prematurely, the plan will be thwarted. As for Shan Shu, one must always bear the consequences of their own choices. With Sun Wu's final decision made, all accompanying protectors fell silent, quietly watching Shan Shu's battle unfold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu was fully immersed in his combat. Surrounding him lay the carcasses of over a dozen horned bulls, their crimson blood staining the earth. The remaining bulls, provoked by the scent of blood, had lost all reason. Whether they were pushing, colliding, or inadvertently injuring their kin, they were determined to eliminate Shen Shu. Amidst the confined space, Shen Shu darted left and right, bang. As he landed a punch on the bull's abdomen, the dark energy within erupted, amplifying the beast's internal vitality, combined with the deadly grip of the ethereal blade. In an instant, the bull's innards were obliterated. You have slain a 3-tiered horned bull, earning 35 hours of sage-like moments. Hour 102. The increasing vitality renders your breakthrough more arduous. Yet with your tenacity and assistance from elixirs, you have triumphed over the challenges. You have ascended to the 9th stage of the mortal realm. Shen Shu had no time to glance at the panel. He felt the surge of vitality swell once more. He swiftly turned and delivered a kick. Boom. Blood mist erupted. This kick was more terrifying than any before. Shattering the bull's skull and releasing a torrent of blood mist, dragon battle in the wild current amplification. 100. Witnessing his kin fall one after another, the 4-tiered leader bull, previously restrained by the pressure of the surrounding students, could no longer maintain control. Blood filled its eyes as it recklessly charged towards Shen Shu. Moo, with a deafening roar. The previously frenzied horned bulls around Shen Shu reluctantly dispersed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as stones were dislodged. Within mere moments, the charge of the bulls was upon him. Shen Shu prepared to evade, but an overwhelming force of vitality locked onto him, nearly pinning him down. As the bull's horn approached, the ethereal blade relentlessly sought to ensnare the leader bull. Moo, a chilling cry echoed. In the instant of collision, Shen Shu narrowly avoided the most dangerous horn, but was still sent flying. Splatter! A spray of blood danced in the air. Chapter 55. A vicious kick from the crippled leg. As they watched Shen Shu soar through the air, all those observing this scene held their breath. Even Sun Wu clenched his fists in tension. He yearned to call for rescue, but such words would lead to the unraveling of their plan. Perhaps Shen Shu would be safe, but many others would fall into peril. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and closed his eyes. Life and death are matters of fate. The 4th-tier beasts, even when gravely injured, are not something an ordinary individual can withstand. Just now, the blow from the horned bull leader, even against Shen Shu's formidable physique, would undoubtedly result in internal injuries, perhaps even fractured bones, leaving him to await the arrival of death. As Sun Wu could not bear to witness the downfall of such a genius. A sudden exclamation from Lin Shun pierced his ears. What the hell? Sun Wu hastily opened his eyes, only to see Shen Shu suspended in midair, miraculously conscious and resolute. To his astonishment, he chose to retaliate. At that moment on the battlefield, Shen Shu seized the horn of the horned bull leader in a last-ditch effort, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The contrast of his gleaming white teeth with the blood painted a picture of a desperate struggle tinged with madness. Despite the presence of his inner strength, he still felt his bones ache and his insides roil. With just a single strike, Shen Shu recognized the vast disparity between them. Initially, he had thought that even if he couldn't defeat the beast, he could at least escape, especially since the leader had sustained injuries. However, the leader's timing was impeccable. This, however, did not signify Shen Shu's surrender. With determination, He gripped the horned bull leader's hand and exerted a powerful force, then unleashed a punch aimed at the leader's eye. Bang! It was as if he had struck solid iron. The horned bull merely closed its eyes and braced itself against Shen Shu's blow. Yet, the next instant, boom! As Shen Shu's hidden energy erupted, the horned bull let out a piercing roar, blood seeping from the corner of its eye, and the intense pain drove the leader into a frenzy, violently shaking its head in an attempt to throw Shen Shu off. Seeing this, Shen Shu quickly released his grip and landed on the ground. Just when everyone thought he would flee, Shen Shu executed an unexpected maneuver. He circled to the injured rear leg of the horned bull leader, where 3 gaping wounds, resembling claw marks from other fierce beasts, had reopened, causing fresh blood to flow from the partially healed areas due to the recent charge of the horned bull. Crack! As the stones beneath Shen Shu's feet crunched, the horned bull leader seemed to sense something and forced its eyes open. But in the next moment, dragons roar, thunder. Not only did Shen Shu not flee, but he also dared to counterattack against the 4th-tier beast. This scene left everyone around in utter disbelief, a collective thought echoing in their minds. How could he dare? With a low shout from Shen Shu, his blood energy erupted. He delivered a fierce kick to the joint of the horned bull leader's injured leg. Boom! Thunder erupted. Crack! Onlookers beheld in shock as the already wounded right leg of the horned bull bent grotesquely under Shen Shu's ferocious kick. Moo! The anguished howls were even more intense than before. Shen Shu's right leg tingled from the impact, yet he stood momentarily transfixed by the bizarrely contorted joint. He had expected that his most powerful move would at least fracture the horned bull leader's bones. But feeling the force rebounding from his foot, he completely lost confidence in his ability to continue fighting the beast. His strongest attack had merely deformed its joint. Unbeknownst to him, this scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. It filled them with terror. Sun Wu, Shen Shu must be rescued. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Chang exclaimed recklessly, immediately striding out of the command room, and Sun Wu made no effort to stop him. Staring blankly at the virtual screen, he could hardly believe that an ordinary individual could injure a 4th-tier beast, nearly incapacitating a leg of the horned bull leader. This was a 4th-tier beast, comparable to the bone-forging realm, renowned for its defenses. Not to mention Shen Shu, even someone at the peak of skin refining would struggle to shake the armored horned bull. At that moment, as Zhao Chang departed, Sun Wu suddenly noticed the expression of disappointment etched on Shen Shu's face. Instantly, Sun Wu felt as if he were in a dream. Was he actually feeling disappointed? Huh? Sun Wu chuckled and shook his head, utterly perplexed. Lin Shen, prepare the hunters for action, he declared, stepping out of the command room himself. He chose to reel in the net early, for at this juncture, Shen Shu's displayed value had already surpassed the entire plan. Just as both men exited the command room, the clan's forces were preparing to strike. The horned bull leader's roar had signaled their assault. They were undoubtedly closing in to protect the horned bull leader. Report. Sun Wu and the others have left the command room. There must be a significant upheaval here. In an instant, fear and excitement flickered in their eyes. Fear stemmed from the fact that Sun Wu was a formidable presence, while their leader, the wild dog, could barely manage to control a bone-forging beast. The excitement arose from the prospect of exceeding military control. Be why the grace of the supreme god. Sun Wu's departure from the command room must signify an unexpected turn of events. I will have the beasts intercept Sun Wu and the others. We shall take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter everyone. Even if we cannot eliminate the competitors, we will surely make the military pay a price. The wild dog's eyes gleamed with fervor. Those foolish pigs of Muchang dare not come near the military. Now all the spoils belong to us, brothers. After killing them, we will dash toward the boundary of the C-class battlefield, where an inconspicuous smuggling route lies. Now, unleash the beasts. Yes. The faces of the clan members were alight with fervor. If they could slay these so-called geniuses and carry away their corpses, they would not only receive renewed powers from the supreme god but might also gain the talents of those prodigies. In that instant, the previously serene beasts surrounding the battlefield surged towards the Horned Bull clan, following suit. The situation shifted dramatically after the Horned Bull leader's roar. Meanwhile, Shen Shu did not flee towards the open areas but instead circled within the herd of horned bulls. The crazed Horned Bull leader limped after him, seemingly perilous. Yet, each time, Shen Shu not only evaded its attacks, but also caused the frenzied beast to injure its kin, a two-for-one strategy, emphasizing the art of evasion. Bang! Shen Shu's fist struck the head of an inadvertently wounded horned bull, and with the explosion of hidden energy, the beast collapsed. You have slain a third-tier horned bull, earning 40 hours of sage time. Remaining sage time, 160 hours. While others may have struggled against the horned bulls, Shen Shu's hidden energy was exceptionally effective against these tough-skinned beasts. He continued to evade among the herd, simultaneously reaping the lives of other horned bulls. Hour 1. Your blood energy consumption accelerates during battle. The ongoing struggle hones your physique. Hour 120. After continuous exertion of blood energy, you have reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Yet your blood energy remains insufficient. Your physique is too strong. To advance further to skin refining, you require more blood energy to rupture your veins and skin for a rebirth. Hour 160. The abundant blood energy has caused a sensation of swelling. If maintained for a while, you may very well break through to skin refining during combat. Gazing at the notifications on his panel, a glimmer of determination shone in Shen Shu's eyes. He realized he couldn't deal with the leader in his current state, but perhaps after achieving skin refining, he could attempt to severely injure it. With that thought in mind, he advanced towards the less than 10 remaining horned bulls. At that moment, several figures appeared not far away. Shen Shu. At this time, Guogang stumbled, still trembling from the encounter with a 4th-tier beast. Gritting his teeth, he urgently continued, "Run! A multitude of beasts is approaching from the periphery." Chapter 56. Skin Refining Realm Achieved. As Guogang finished speaking, he seemed to expend all his strength to disperse around the outer area of the horned bulls. Moments later, a fierce beast burst forth from the withered grass. And soon, like waves crashing upon the shore, one horned bull after another emerged from the surroundings. Just then, a voice echoed in everyone's earpiece. The clan has unleashed the beasts. The competition is paused. Everyone, follow the protective personnel and evacuate swiftly. Sun Wu's voice rang out, tinged with surprise. He had not anticipated the current scenario. Logically speaking, although Shen Shu had been entangled with the horned bulls for some time, it was only the first day of the exchange competition. Once they all emerged, the plan was bound to fail. Yet, the clan had chosen to act early due to these abnormal developments. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. With Sun Wu's command, an aura suddenly appeared behind Shen Shu. "Shen Shu, I am with the military. I will hold off the horned bull leader. You must retreat. It is too dangerous here." A military member responsible for protecting Shen Shu suddenly made his presence known. At that moment, Shen Shu had just claimed another horned bull's life. "You have slain a 3rd-tier beast, earning 20 hours of sage time. Current remaining sage time, 50 hours. Listening to the military member's words, Shen Shu gazed at the rampaging horned bull leader in the distance, filled with reluctance. If he could kill it, how much sage time would he gain? Shen Shu couldn't help but lower his voice. Speaking resolutely, the next moment, his panel displayed, "Hour 50. A crack has formed in the skin of your arm." In an instant, Shen Shu looked down to see a fissure emerging on his arm. Yet due to the binding of his blood energy, not a drop of blood flowed forth. Upon witnessing this, Shen Shu clenched his teeth. "You help me hold it off." Hearing this, Lu Li nodded earnestly. Shen Shu's performance this time would undoubtedly attract the attention of the military, and he might even become Lu Li's superior in the future. Fueled by adrenaline, he prepared to risk injury to assist Shen Shu in detaining the horned bull leader. However, Shen Shu's next words left him momentarily speechless. "Wait until I break through to the skin refinement stage, then we'll deal with it together." Lu Li thought to himself, "Did I just mishear something? Me? Hold off a 4th-tier beast? And you're still planning to refine your skin? Don't you know that skin refinement requires abundant blood energy?" But the very next second, a thunderous sound erupted from behind. In an instant, the remaining horned bulls were decimated by Shen Shu's successive punches. Within mere moments, the once 30-strong herd of armored horned bulls was left with only their leader. Watching as all his kin, including his harem and offspring, fell silent, the horned bull leader let out a mournful bellow. Ignoring Lu Li's attempts to attack, it charged recklessly towards Shen Shu. "Moo! Shen Shu! Run!" Lu Li, who had been trying to pull him back, could only forcefully intervene, but was sent flying the next second. AT Skin Refinement Level 9. He could manage a tug-of-war, but against a crazed fourth-tier beast, he was utterly helpless. Though his surprise, Shan Shu did not flee towards the main force. With only 2 protectors there, diverting such a furious fourth-tier beast would only exacerbate the situation. The larger group was well aware of this, their expressions complex as they watched Shan Shu, mentally preparing for their own escape. But in the next moment, Shan Shu made a sudden turn and charged straight into the oncoming horde of beasts. From a bird's-eye view, one would see the clan as hunters driving a pack of wolves to hunt sheep. Yet amidst the sheep, a vicious tiger shed its disguise, charging forth with the frenzied armored horned bull. This scene unfolded before the clan members who were pursuing the students. Kill him, with the wild howls of the dogs. The foremost beasts surged towards Shan Shu. Their sharp fangs seemed poised to tear flesh from his body. Yet before the wolf could reach him, Shan Shu's foot seemed to shatter a barrier. Ripping through the surrounding air with a piercing sound in the blink of an eye, his foot landed squarely on the wolf's head. Boom. The wolf was sent flying, crashing into the beasts behind it and creating a bloody path. You have slain a third-tier beast, earning 15 hours of sage moment. The wolf's strength was clearly inferior to that of the armored horned bull, hence the modest reward, but it mattered little given the sheer number of beasts present. Shan Shu surged through the bloodied path he had created, swiftly seizing the throat of an approaching beast from the side. With a powerful throw, he slammed it to the ground. Boom. Blood splattered. With each beast Shan Shu hunted, the fissures on his skin multiplied, some even shedding to reveal the delicate, pale skin underneath. Upon this new skin, a red aura flickered, as if yearning to break free from its confines, yet it remained trapped. Just then, a rumble echoed behind him. The armored horned bull, enraged by Shan Shu's attack, closed the distance rapidly. Shan Shu, unfazed, intentionally dangled the horned bull. The ethereal blade circled around him, wounding the beasts attempting to attack, leaving them momentarily dazed, only to be met by the rampaging horned bull leader. Shan Shu would first injure a beast with his mental prowess, then let the armored horned bull deliver the fatal blow. Before using the ethereal blades to reap the rewards of sage moment in almost an instant, he had amassed 50 hours. This spectacle left the wild dogs nearby astonished. What the hell? Why is that mad bull attacking us? Yet soon, they realized something was amiss. The clan member, seeing Shan Shu deep within the beast tide, plotted to eliminate him. He concealed himself among the beasts, intending to injure Shan Shu with his mental power, hoping the surrounding beasts would swarm in to kill him. But the moment his mental strike approached Shan Shu, he felt as if he had been slapped. It was not painful, yet the humiliation was profound. The next second, the ethereal blade swiftly followed the trace of the attack. Piercing scream erupted, injuring not only the clan member but also the beasts under his control. He practices both martial and mental arts. Realizing this, the wild dog turned tail. Kill him. Killing him will be worth it. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Shan Shu continued to slay several beasts, his panel suddenly changed. Hour 360. The old skin has shed. The new skin now bears more blood energy. From this moment, you shall fear neither blade nor spear. Skin refinement stage achieved. You have broken through. Skin refinement stage. Current tier. Skin refinement level 1. Chapter 57. Slaying a fourth-tier beast. With the notification from his panel, Shan Shu's skin, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, began to peel away in layers. Meanwhile, Sun Wu, upon learning that Shan Shu had plunged into the beast horde controlled by the clan, was left in shock. Shan Shu's actions could be described, in the most flattering light, as valorous. In a harsher tone, as reckless. He could not fathom why he, merely a contestant, neither part of the military nor any other department, would slay so many beasts. What did he stand to gain? The only explanation was loyalty, a loyalty to the Federation, willing to face danger for the sake of others. A genius who was not afraid of death. Such a genius, loyal and unyielding, bore far greater significance than one who merely possessed talent. At that moment, another military member remarked, "Why does it seem like Shan Shu is moving like a dragon?" Huh? A dragon? The term dragon was coined within the military to describe certain fierce individuals who darted left and right on the battlefield. However, no one expected this term could apply to Shan Shu. Sun Wu's voice rang out again. If Shan Shu is in danger, begin encircling him. Zhao Chong had already moved out. Roars erupted from Sun Wu's side amidst a cacophony. At this moment, a multitude of beasts charged towards the camp. To protect the contestants and complete the encirclement plan, many personnel had been deployed, leaving the camp somewhat vulnerable. Although some had warned him of such risks, Sun Wu had dismissed these concerns. As a Realm 1 expert, he was an absolute sovereign in this C-grade star battlefield. With the sudden release of his blood energy, a heavy aura descended upon all beasts attacking the camp. The next moment, boom, one of the beasts exploded, showering Sun Wu in a cascade of blood. The Wild Dog's so-called blockade plan merely delayed Sun Wu for a few minutes. Meanwhile, as Shen Shu's old skin neared complete shedding, he clenched his fist. Boom! In that instant, while others were still boasting about their punches, Shen Shu merely tightened his fist, releasing a wave of explosive energy. Just then, the familiar rumble echoed behind him. The relentless armored horned bull charged again. A cold glint flickered in Shen Shu's eyes. Come on! This time, he neither dodged nor evaded. To the astonishment of onlookers, he suddenly turned and grasped the charging bull's horn. The tremendous force nearly carved a trench in the ground beneath him. Yet Shen Shu held firm, refusing to be thrown off. Blood energy surged within him, akin to a ferocious dragon. With both hands gripping the bull's horn, after a moment, the exhausted armored horned bull finally halted. Unable to push Shen Shu back any further, its right hind leg, already injured, twisted grotesquely, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Seeing this, Shen Shu exhaled heavily. His gaze sharpened. You've chased me for so long. Now it's my turn. With that declaration, he exerted tremendous force. Boom! Enhanced by the dragon battle in the field and the horned bull's exhaustion, Shen Shu pressed the massive bull's head into the ground. With one hand gripping the horn and the other clenched into a fist, he unleashed a flurry of punches. The shockwave of blood energy stirred up clouds of dust. The sound of his fists striking bone echoed across the clearing. This spectacle left everyone in a trance. Is this a human? A nearby second-tier contestant muttered in disbelief. In the next moment, gasps filled the air as Shen Shu, after a series of punches, suddenly lifted his leg. Thud! A kick sent the armored horned bull soaring, unable to issue a cry. The weakened bull, already fatigued from the earlier struggle, had its horn snap during the tumble. A dented footprint marked the center of its forehead. Shattered bone piercing through skin, blood gushing forth in torrents. The once mad fourth-tier beast now resembled a feeble, battered dog, on the brink of collapse. Severely injured and relentlessly pursued by Shen Shu, it was utterly drained of strength. After a few futile attempts to rise, it ultimately collapsed. Observing this, Shen Shu advanced without hesitation, delivering several decisive blows. You have slain a fourth-tier beast, earning 300 hours of sage moment. The rewards from slaying above his tier provided Shen Shu with substantial gains. Alas, it is truly arduous to slay. With grievous injuries, employing all means at my disposal, and facing an adversary with counteractive abilities, I have nonetheless expended considerable effort. Just as Shen Shu caught his breath, a sudden shout pierced the air nearby. Danger! In the blink of an eye, a foul wind rushed towards him. Relying on his combat instinct, Shen Shu instinctively ducked and rolled, yet felt a sharp pain sear through his back. In an instant, blood soaked through his garments. Roaring, not far away, a massive black leopard bared its gaping maw and roared at Shen Shu, its claws glistening with fresh blood. Damn it! A chill coursed through Shen Shu's eyes. The skin he had only just regenerated was marred by the sneak attack of this ferocious beast. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of vigilance crossed his gaze. He had toughened his skin, yet this creature could still break through. Seeing Shen Shu evade the lethal strike left the wild dog momentarily astonished, but relief washed over him as he quickly shouted, "That is a fourth-tier shadow leopard controlled by the clan. Just hold it off, reinforcements will arrive shortly." With that, Lu Li led his men towards the wild dog and his companions. They were seasoned fighters against the clan, understanding that if they could eliminate the clan members, they would significantly alleviate Shen Shu's burden. The wild dog, initially bewildered by Shen Shu's narrow escape from death, felt a surge of panic as Lu Li and his men charged forward with murderous intent. However, witnessing Shen Shu wounded and facing the shadow leopard, he quickly suppressed his fear and turned to the now frantic clan members, declaring, "Do not panic. If we kill that Shen Shu, we will achieve great merit." His eyes flashed with menace, "Otherwise, the main deity will not forgive us." At these words, Several clan members trembled. They evidently feared the deity's wrath more than death itself, their faces contorting into expressions of ferocity as they commanded the surrounding beasts to assist the shadow leopard in eliminating Shen Shu. Faced with the approaching shadow leopard, Shen Shu's brow furrowed slightly. Dealing with the relatively sluggish armored horned cattle, he had dared to provoke them despite the significant disparity in their ranks. However, against such a swift predator, he found himself at a loss, forced to evade as the encroaching beasts constricted his space for survival. Just hold on a little longer. At that moment, all the protective personnel surged towards Shen Shu. Yet distant aid could not quench his immediate plight. It was not in his nature to passively endure assaults. As the shadow leopard lunged once more, a glint of madness ignited in Shen Shu's deep-set eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he charged directly toward the beast's deadly claws. In the wild dog's ecstatic gaze, the shadow leopard's razor-sharp claws raked across Shen Shu's chest, blood gushing forth in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong, who had just arrived, felt a surge of anguish. Shen Shu. Sensing the claws pierce his flesh, the shadow leopard's eyes glinted with contempt, thinking that if the armored horned cattle could not withstand its claws, how could a mere human even dare to? Just as the shadow leopard contemplated the rewards it might receive from the clan, a massive hand suddenly seized its throat. A tremendous force surged through its neck. Chapter 58. War tramples, instant kill of the shadow leopard. Bang. The sheer strength, as if not of this world, slammed the shadow leopard down from the air. Before it could struggle, Shen Shu unleashed two powerful punches against the wildly flailing claws. Crack! With two sharp sounds, the front claws shattered. Shen Shu then raised his right leg in an instant. A tremendous danger enveloped the shadow leopard. It had previously witnessed Shen Shu shatter the skull of the horned cattle with a single kick. In response, the leopard opened its mouth, intending to bite Shen Shu to force him to abandon his attack. But the next second, bang! Shen Shu's foot, surrounded by a surge of blood energy, resembled the head of a roaring dragon as it struck the leopard's mouth. In that moment, the shadow leopard realized the depths of its folly. Had it braced itself with its head, perhaps it might have had a glimmer of hope. But now, rip! The condensing blood energy acted like a war axe, nearly grinding all its teeth to dust, sending its head crashing towards the ground. Bang! Dust and red-white liquid exploded into the air. The shadow leopard's body twitched twice before falling utterly still. You have slain a fourth-tier beast, earning 300 hours of sage moments. Ah! The wild dog's wretched wail echoed. With a single kick, Shen Shu had obliterated the shadow leopard's head. As the beast controller, the wild dog's consciousness suffered a devastating blow, nearly shattering the seal branded by Valen. Not far away, Zhao Chong, who had been preparing to provide support, now wore an expression of horror. From any perspective, Shen Shu had just appeared as an enraged master. His overwhelming assault decisively ending the battle. Perhaps due to Shen Shu's extraordinary abilities, everyone had forgotten that he was capable of severely injuring the highly defensive armored horned cattle. Thus, many had overlooked Shen Shu's combat prowess, perceiving him merely as a physically strong and vigorous genius. However, viewed from another angle, Shen Shu was faster than the armored horned cattle in defense, and stronger than the shadow leopard in attack. Coupled with his terrifying melee combat skills, he was undeniably a formidable hexagonal warrior. Nevertheless, despite everything, Shen Shu was still injured. Shen Shu, you are wounded. Quickly leave. I can handle the rest. Just as Zhao Chong prepared to lead Shen Shu away from the battlefield, he discovered that the initially grievous wound on Shen Shu's chest was healing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, within Shen Shu's status panel, Hour 30. Although the injury has consumed a significant amount of your vitality, the regenerative strength of your body seems to have increased, and your healing ability has slightly improved. Hour 50. The vitality consumed has been fully restored, and the negative effects from Dragon's Roar have been eliminated. In a mere instant, with the infusion of Sage Moments, Shen Shu returned to peak condition. Or rather, as long as Sage Moments were available, Shen Shu would remain in prime form. The shadow leopard sought to trade injuries, ultimately meeting its demise, while Shen Shu emerged unscathed once more. Are you a monster? Zhao Chong approached Shen Shu, speaking in a daze. The pressure emanating from his chi stifled the surrounding beasts, rendering them nearly immobile. Professor Zhao, what brings you here? Aren't we still in the midst of the competition? Upon hearing this, a question mark slowly emerged above Zhao Cheng's head. So, you've been under the impression that we are still in a competition? That makes sense. Ever since Shan Shu stepped onto the battlefield, he had been engaged in relentless slaughter. Reflecting on it now, although Shan Shu's earlier reckless charge into the beast horde might have been an attempt to relieve pressure on those around him, was there not a possibility that he was merely guarding his own food? At this moment, Zhao Cheng's most immediate impression was indeed this. Just as Zhao Cheng prepared to strike down the surrounding beasts, Shan Shu intervened decisively. Professor Zhao, let me handle this. Zhao Cheng watched as Shan Shu swiftly dispatched the struggling beasts that sought to resist his blood energy pressure, delivering punches to their heads. Regardless of their tear, in an instant, the Wild Dogs clan members howled in despair, their frantic figures betraying their fear of Zhao Cheng competing with Shan Shu for the kill. Never mind, the clan members over there will have specialists to handle them. Their mental power derives from Valen and is somewhat sinister. Such dangerous tasks should be left to them. Hearing this, Shan Shu inwardly lamented. These individuals were all potential sources of sage moments. Observing that the remaining beasts had been largely dealt with, and that the few remaining second-tier beasts offered little in terms of sage moments, Shan Shu could not help but declare, I have mental power too. I am unafraid of danger. I can also earn merit. Zhao Cheng, while killing and capturing clan members indeed earns merit, what is your status? Merely a participant, at best a future star of the Federation. Do you even have the right to speak? Just then, Shan Shu noticed a group of individuals in white robes appearing not far from the battlefield. Seeing the arrival of the Spirit Control Division, Zhao Cheng naturally turned to Shan Shu and said, All right, if we need you to handle even this, we might as well retire. Suddenly, a rush of wind whistled through the air. Sun Wu unexpectedly arrived above the battlefield. Seeing that Shan Shu was not only uninjured but was instead vigorously clearing the beasts, Sun Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then commanded, Military Department, hunt the beasts, eliminate all surrounding creatures. The rest of you, cooperate with the Spirit Control Division to encircle the clan members. With that, Sun Wu merely cast a distant glance at Shan Shu before surveying the surrounding battlefield. With Zhao Cheng present, he needed to ensure no other threats lurked nearby. Observing the Spirit Control Division members and the encircling personnel, the Wild Dog and his cohorts appeared ashen-faced, their eyes filled with hatred as they watched Shan Shu, who was still full of life. Suddenly, the Wild Dog broke into a sinister grin. You think the Spirit Control Division can judge me? Not a chance. In an instant, the Wild Dog's mental power surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping over the clan members behind him. Boss Wild. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed as if his spine had been ripped from him, his eyes rolling back as he died on the spot. This scene clearly exceeded the expectations of those around them. At that moment, one of the white-robed figures shouted, Want to infuse your spirit? Dream on! In an instant, everyone felt as if their surroundings had twisted, a tremendous mental force surging toward the Wild Dog and his companions. After the Wild Dog had drained the surrounding clan's psychic energy, it surprisingly chose not to resist. Instead, it charged toward Shan Shu like an imposing mountain. Despite the efforts of the members of the Spirit Control Department to block it, a portion still slipped through. Feeling the incoming psychic force, Shan Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, several ethereal blades met the oncoming attack head dash on in an instant. Supported by Shan Shu's immense psychic power, the ethereal blades formed an impenetrable net, shredding the incoming energy into fragments. At that moment, Zhao Cheng felt a rush of wind pass by him. After a few afterimages, he realized that Shan Shu had directly appeared before the Wild Dog. Looking into Shan Shu's deep and cold gaze, the Wild Dog felt as though it had been targeted by a natural enemy. In the next second, a large hand pressed firmly against its face. Chapter 59. The military's recruitment, the Azura Trial force that could not be resisted surged through the Wild Dog's distinctly knuckled hands. The next moment, bang! Shan Shu forcefully slammed the Wild Dog's head into the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Shan Shu stood up, still grasping the bloodied head of the Wild Dog. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from the Wild Dog's mouth. Observing that the Wild Dog was still conscious, Shan Shu felt a twinge of surprise. It was evident that Zhao Cheng and Sun Wu could have ended the battle here. Yet they chose to. I assure you, aside from this place, you will not be preoccupied with thoughts of combat and slaughter. For you slay to the point of exhaustion every day. Bang. Shin Shu heard the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. How tantalizing. Shin Shu. The Azura trial. Zhao Chong was about to say something when he saw Shin Shu gazing at Sun Wu, enunciating each word deliberately. I want to join. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Sun Wu's face as he exchanged a glance with Zhao Chong. Very well, you need not participate in the martial examination. During this period, Lin Shun will accompany you to help you acclimate to life in the military. I still have matters to attend to here. With that, he departed. All the participants withdrew in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, not far away on the battlefield, Mu Chong and his companions were mercilessly dealing with their ferocious beasts, even risking injury from their bites. They could only disguise themselves as ordinary individuals slaying the beasts in this manner. Damn it! This pack of wild dogs has not only failed their mission but has also exposed these people. Mu Chong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his consciousness caused by slaying the beasts. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look at Shin Shu beside the white-clad figure. A bounty? Is this a high-value target marked by the wild dogs? Just as he was trying to discern more clearly, the white-robed individuals abruptly halted and turned to glance back. Seeing this, Mu Chong was taken aback and without hesitation struck at the beast beside him. On the other side, Ma Wenyuan, preoccupied with controlling the wild dogs, could only extend his mental energy so far. After a fleeting glance, he turned away. Observing everyone's departure, Mu Chong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yet a hint of excitement crept onto his face. A bounty. The Spirit Control Division will surely help erase it, he chuckled to himself. But I have already memorized his face. At this moment, everyone looked at Shin Shu, who stood at the forefront of the group, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some, unfamiliar with Shin Shu, felt a twinge of envy and jealousy, while the gazes of Xu Aihan and others were far more intricate. Shin Shu had risen from being a mere transparent figure in the class to trampling all beneath him in a martial examination. To be honest, many harbored resentment and anticipation, hoping to see Shin Shu face true genius in the exchange competition, as if such a spectacle might restore a semblance of balance to their own egos. But Shin Shu did not falter. He emerged as a fierce tiger from the mountains, trampling all beneath him with an unmatched grace. In the blink of an eye, Shin Shu transformed from a classmate into an object of their admiration. Guogang merely sighed, for he understood that Shin Shu was indeed formidable. However, Xu Aihan's emotions were even more convoluted. She not only recognized Shin Shu's strength, but also grasped the significance of being contended over by Zhao Chong and Sun Wu, and even inspected by a spirit master in person. Soon, everyone departed from the Star Realm battlefield. At that moment, Aihan, come along with us. With Wen Chongqing's wave, Xu Aihan hesitated briefly before following suit. She initially intended to greet Shin Shu but found him engrossed in conversation with Ma Wenyuan, repeatedly asserting, I promise, once I clear the beasts from the Star Realm battlefield, I will seek you out. Ma Wenyuan was rendered speechless, while Lin Shun beside him could only shake his head in resignation, noting that Shin Shu seemed more inclined towards hunting beasts than they did. Indeed, it was a wise choice for Sun Wu to recruit you into the military. With your demeanor, you would surely suffocate in the Federation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right? Since you wield the ethereal blade, I shall teach you some reconnaissance techniques later, allowing you to substitute for us in capturing the Qin. Ma Wenyuan's words instantly dispelled Shin Shu's thoughts of returning to the Star Realm battlefield to continue accumulating virtuous moments. However, Lin Shin suddenly voiced his disagreement. Commander Ma, isn't this inappropriate? Shin Shu has already been affiliated with our military. Hearing this, Ma Wenyuan scoffed dismissively. What of the military? Does the military not require our assistance in resisting the Valen? Does it not need us to identify the Qin? I know Sun Wu values him. I am not suggesting he forego joining the military. Listening to Ma Wenyuan, Lin Shin exhaled in relief. Yet the next moment, the other's words widened his eyes. As long as one possesses talent and capability, what is wrong with holding dual roles? In an instant, everyone nearby was taken aback and astonished. If Shin Shu were to gain the military's protection, he could traverse the Federation with ease. Yet if he were to achieve the status of a Spirit Control Division officer, he could maneuver freely in any direction. The Spirit Control Division holds authority over identifying the Qin, resisting the Valen, and even acquiring intelligence from these individuals. Their powers are exceedingly vast in some respects, They might even surpass the ancient Jinui in strength. Commander Ma. Some politically astute individuals felt a compulsion to intervene. But Ma Wanyuan merely shook his head. I have stated, only those with ability and talent are worthy. While he admired Shen Shu's spiritedness, he would not force the matter without a foundation of talent. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals ceased their objections. Shen Shu's combat prowess is formidable, but in the realm of mental energy, it is solely reliant on talent, time, and comprehension. Do not be deceived by Ma Wanyuan's age, as he has already turned gray in his 60s. Yet, reaching the rank of Spirit Master within the Spirit Control Division at this age is indeed a mark of genius, even earning him a name in the headquarters as a notable figure, commander of the Spirit Control Division. It is evident how demanding the requirements for mental energy talent are. Soon, the group arrived at the branch of the Spirit Control Division. The pure white chapel shimmered with a sacred glow under the sunlight. Just as Ma Wanyuan was about to lead the group inside, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Shen Shu, Song Shang, just finished with his examination, was preparing to leave the Spirit Control Division when he spotted Shen Shu returning with the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shen remarked beside Shen Shu, he indeed possesses some influence in the Federation. Lacking any incriminating evidence, they cannot force his hand. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu furrowed his brow. A powerful background? It could be considered moderate. It is merely that his sister has made a good marriage. However, I suppose now that the military is involved, those behind him may not dare to protect him too fiercely, given his limited value. Otherwise, he would not have been subjected to scrutiny. Listening to Lin Shen's words, Shen Shu revealed a look of understanding. So Song Shang possesses a bit of background, but not excessively so. It seems the obstacles in assisting Yuan Yeping will not be too formidable. Subsequently, he ignored Song Shang and followed Ma Wanyuan into the Spirit Control Division. Observing this, Song Shang's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned back to follow them inside. Chapter 61. If not examined, one can only be subjugated to death. The interior of the Spirit Control Division did not entirely reflect the medieval aesthetic of its exterior. Various technologies that Shen Shu had only seen on television were commonplace here, exuding a distinctly cyberpunk sci-fi ambience. One might mistakenly think they had entered a technology museum. Noticing the curious expression on Shen Shu's face, Ma Wanyuan chuckled, surprised. Are we? Glancing around at the array of machines bustling about, Shen Shu nodded. I had expected the Spirit Masters to be akin to ascetic monks in their training. Upon hearing this, Ma Wanyuan laughed and shook his head. Indeed, many perceive the Spirit Control Division in such a manner, yet, in truth, the methods of cultivating mental energy vary for each individual. Some thrive on good food and drink, their thoughts flowing freely, thereby enhancing their mental energy, while others believe that only through asceticism can one progress. Thus, it cannot be generalized. As for these, Ma Wanyuan surveyed the advanced technology surrounding them. We are human too, and unlike you, our physical prowess is not as robust. To guard against potential attacks, technology is imperative for us. He then leaned slightly closer to Shen Shu, whispering, in fact, the portable machinery was not initially designed for you warriors, but for us. It merely proves more effective when applied to you. Ma Wanyuan, resembling a garrulous elder, incessantly conversed with Shen Shu, occasionally greeting individuals who paused to respectfully acknowledge him, to which he merely nodded, indicating his esteemed standing in this place. Before long, Commander Ma, as the group arrived at a somewhat oppressive corridor, a stern-faced Spirit Master blocked their path. He is entrusted to you. Upon seeing the individual, Ma Wanyuan waved his hand, and the wild dog, previously ensnared in levitation, was drawn to the man's side. Casting a glance at the newly captured kin, the individual merely glanced once. It will take a week. Upon hearing this, Ma Wanyuan responded directly, life or death is irrelevant. Soul searching is permissible. This declaration, the previously stoic and composed individual's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. Understood. One afternoon, I will extract all his secrets. With that, the individual eagerly led the wild dog deeper into the corridor. The wild dog, restrained by mental energy and unable to move, thrashed violently. They were kin, humans who had already betrayed the Federation. Neither the Spirit Control Division nor the military would show them any mercy, a reality they had long accepted. Yet the psychological preparation for such an eventuality and the actual experience of arriving at what they referred to as the hellish interrogation chamber of the Spirit Control Division were entirely different matters. In the wild dog's fearful gaze, the other gradually vanished into the depths of the corridor. This was the place of interrogation, where specialization reigned supreme. The previous Spirit Master, though merely a Spirit Master, was exceptionally skilled in interrogation and soul-searching. With that, Ma Wenyuan led the group to the entrance of a pristine white room. "You need not enter," Ma Wenyuan instructed Lin Shan. Lin Shan evidently understood some of the Spirit Control Division's protocols and promptly stood at the entrance. Inside the room, Ma Wenyuan retrieved a document from his sleeve and handed it to Shan Shu. The practice of telekinesis diverges significantly from martial arts, emphasizing the transmission of spiritual resonance. Individuals blessed with exceptional talent may glean insights from handwritten manuscripts, capturing the essence conveyed by their authors. This manuscript, belonging to a spirit warrior, bears a name that is somewhat arbitrary, yet it is of no consequence. Peruse its contents, and should any aspects elude your understanding, do not hesitate to voice your queries. Upon completion, I would appreciate your reflections for my assessment. With that, he settled cross-legged upon the ground, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. When Chongqing and Xu Ayahan followed suit, and witnessing this, Shan Shu also seated himself on the ground to begin his examination. Telekinesis without the ability to scout, one can only be ensnared to death. Shan Shu, what an abstract title. Hour 1. You commence reading the manuscript, as Ma Wenyuan asserts that it conveys the author's spirit. Gazing at the cryptic characters, you are enveloped by an enigmatic force. Hour 3. You feel absolutely nothing. Could this fellow be intoxicated with inferior wine? Is this abstraction genuinely telekinesis? It bears little resemblance to the ethereal blade. Hour 9. Wait, this manuscript seems to communicate abstraction itself. Hour 24. Following the thread of abstraction, you experience a sudden clarity as if the clouds have parted to reveal the moon. You feel as though you have learned something, and an unbidden sense of genius arises within you. Hour 36. Aha! You are a nascent genius. You have merely located the first correct door in this labyrinth. The silver lining is that you have gained a preliminary understanding of the path, taking the first step from nothing to something. Telekinesis without the ability to scout, one can only be ensnared to death, entry level. Hour 81. You, equipped with the wisdom of the sages, boldly begin to traverse ahead. After all, it is merely a labyrinth, is it not? Just abstraction? Let us try everything. Your telekinesis gradually attains the capability to capture the nuances of your surroundings. Telekinesis without the ability to scout, one can only be ensnared to death, minor success. Hour 134. You have traversed every conceivable path, expending considerable time, yet the benefit is evident. Your telekinesis appears to have strengthened. Quite splendid. Hour 152. You can now discern the mental seas of those around you, even identifying their vulnerabilities. Major success. Hour 230. Alas, while your telekinesis has indeed intensified, due to the nature of the rock, it has become increasingly challenging to wield. Hour 300. An immense telekinetic force envelopes you within a 10-meter radius. In both the mental realm and reality, nothing can evade your perception. Furthermore, due to this colossal force, it seems you can assimilate the telekinesis of others, crushing it. Insight. The basic combat integration of telekinesis has sharpened your sensitivity to the environment, enhancing your close-quarters combat abilities. Telekinesis without the ability to scout, one can only be ensnared to death, perfection. Remaining sage moments. 430 hours. In an instant, Shan Shu felt his mind clear. Even with his eyes closed, within a 10-meter radius, everything was laid bare before him. Initially, Shan Shu aspired to achieve a breakthrough to the pinnacle in one fell swoop. However, upon realizing that merely attaining perfection had consumed so many sage moments, he promptly halted his efforts, recognizing that telekinesis, being intrinsically linked to enlightenment, required time to cultivate, a seemingly bottomless pit. Slowly, Shan Shu opened his eyes and returned the manuscript. Observing Shan Shu's actions, Ma Wenyuan displayed a hint of astonishment. To his eyes, Shan Shu had merely finished perusing the manuscript and ceased further contemplation. Could it be too challenging? Subsequently, Ma Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had initially thought Xin Shu to be a promising talent, capable of self-learning the ethereal blade, indicative of some innate gift, yet it appeared he possessed a somewhat dismissive disposition. Nevertheless, he cautiously inquired, "Is there anything you do not comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Shan Shu pondered for a moment and shook his head. He had explored nearly every avenue to achieve perfection, thus there were no lingering questions. Seeing this, Ma Wenyuan sighed once more, diverting his attention from Shan Shu to Shu Aohan. "I have heard from Chongqing that you have gained a preliminary understanding of scouting techniques. Allow me to observe your telekinesis in action." In response, Shu Aohan released her telekinesis like delicate threads, aiming to ensnare Ma Wenyuan's force and investigate the traces of the steel seal. Ma Wenyuan's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. Not bad. After all, Shu Aohan had only been learning for half a month and had already achieved such results, a testament to her exceptional talent and relentless diligence. Subsequently, Ma Wenyuan casually inquired of Xin Shu, "Shu Aohan has had a slight head start. What insights have you gleaned from observing her telekinesis?" After a moment of contemplation, Xin Shu replied, "It is satisfactory. The method of examination is commendable, yet the telekinesis is rather feeble. It may suffice a guy. This is a method of interrogation and soul-searching. You should learn it first. By the way, I almost forgot to ask. From where did you acquire the ethereal blade?" I heard that Xin Shu obtained it from the black market, and Ma Wenyuan's expression darkened. "Such a technique acquired through unofficial channels, if it hasn't rendered you a fool. You are indeed fortunate. Here's the deal. I can apply for the complete version of the ethereal blade for you. Once you complete a few tasks and proficiently master the art of examination and soul-searching, you should be able to redeem the points earned. I would prefer to give it to you directly, but regulations do not permit it." Observing Ma Wenyuan's attentiveness akin to that of a guardian to his kin, many around them paused in curiosity. After all, this old man usually wore a stern demeanor. Who is this young fellow? Unfamiliar. Could he be the child of that esteemed soul master here for training? Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Shen wore a peculiar expression. What child of the soul master? Just a month ago, Shan Shu was merely a student from a Tier 3 city, even resorting to underground fighting to support his family. Now, he has unexpectedly transformed into a coveted figure in the two major factions, the military and the spirit control division. Quickly, try on this robe. Is it suitable for you? At Ma Wenyuan's insistence, Shan Shu donned the white robe of the spirit control division. From a distance, Xin Shu appeared somewhat pale, but upon wearing it, he found the robe akin to portable mecha, albeit lighter and thinner, primarily designed for defense. The lining contained numerous survival and other technological functions, and the entire robe could morph according to personal preferences. It was not excessively loose, but tailored in all the right places, with intricate details outlined in golden threads. The robe's hem and cuffs were adorned with blue-gold starry patterns. Clothes make the man, as they say. Shan Shu's physique was already tall and well-proportioned. Wearing the robe further complemented his handsome features, resembling autumn waters and jade bones, a perfect blend of talent and beauty. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "Hist, I've heard the military is changing its uniforms. If only they were this appealing." Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed someone and frowned slightly, intending to intervene when he heard Song Shang remarking at Shen Shu, "Oh, I didn't expect that classmate Shen has caught the eye of the Spirit Control Division. Uncertain, do I still have the right to converse with classmate Shen? Who is this foolish person?" Upon turning, Shen Shu immediately curled his lip at the sight of Song Shang. "Not worthy of you." Song Shang's face stiffened, and even those who had admired Shen Shu moments ago shook their heads in dismay at his crude words. How could this seemingly ethereal being speak so coarsely? Noticing Song Shang's frozen expression, Shen Shu suddenly smiled. "However, while you might not be worthy, I am quite curious about what pearls of wisdom might emerge from your dog's mouth." Chapter 63. A young man from the Spirit Control Division arrives. Hearing this, Song Shang clenched his teeth. His fists tightened. Casting a malevolent gaze at Shen Shu, he yearned to teach this ungrateful youth a lesson. Yet, in that instant, he felt several presences lock onto him, including Lin Shen beside Shen Shu, but the most threatening was the psychic energy that could engulf him at any moment. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he glanced at Ma Wenyuan. The commander of the Spirit Control Division was actually willing to take action for Shen Shu. After a moment of hesitation, Song Shang suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "May I borrow a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shu looked back at Ma Wenyuan, who promptly pointed him in a direction. There was a reception room to the right. Speaking thus, the two walked straight ahead, while Lin Shan stood at a distance. Shin Shu took a seat at the main position. Speak. Shen Shu coldly regarded Song Shang. This man was undoubtedly here regarding Yuan Yi, or else he wouldn't waste time with him. Noticing Shan Shu's frosty demeanor, Song Shang suppressed his humiliation and anger, smiling as he said, I didn't expect a person who has made mistakes could raise someone like classmate Shan. However, the Spirit Control Division places great emphasis on loyalty. Classmate Shin wouldn't he want his future affected by Yuan Yi's connections, would he? Upon hearing this, Shin Shu did not rush to respond, instead letting out a cold laugh. What are you trying to imply? Observing Shan Shu's expression, Song Shang resumed his usual calm smile. What I mean is, if you can sever ties with Yuan Yi, I could assist you in advancing smoothly in the future. The price to pay is merely to tell me that Yuan Yi bears a grudge against you, forcing you into underground fighting, ha ha ha. Watching Shin Shu suddenly burst into laughter, Song Shang was momentarily taken aback as he continued. I do have some enmity with Yuan Yi, but not with you as long as you are willing to cooperate. I assure you, Yuan Yi will have no opportunity to retaliate against you. Saying this, Song Shang produced a card from his hand. Here is 1000. All it takes is a single word from you. Observing the card thrust before him, Shen Shu's smile faded, and he suddenly asked, Song. Shin Shu momentarily faltered on how to address the person before him. You may call me teacher, Song Shang interjected fittingly. Hee, do you truly think you are worthy, Song Shang? What level of cultivation do you possess? Upon hearing this, Song Shang assumed Shin Shu was assessing his capabilities and smiled confidently. 8th stage of bone refining. Hiss. Not weak at all, Shen Shu licked his lips. Have you awakened your psychic powers? Song Shang's brow furrowed, not fond of Shen Shu's line of questioning. Although I have awakened, my talent in this regard is not high. Oh, Shin Shu revealed an understanding expression. In other words, you, a leisurely waste, wish for me to betray my former teacher, and your price for bribery is 1000, alongside your so-called influence on my future? Shen Shu's words rendered Song Shang's complexion somewhat unsightly, but suddenly he noticed Shen Shu lean slightly forward, indicating for him to come closer to speak. As Song Shang leaned in, Shen Shu lowered his voice. Do you know that I can kill a 4th-tier beast? At this declaration, Song Shang's eyes widened in shock. Yet before he could respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, followed by Shen Shu seizing his head and smashing it violently against the table. Bang! Hearing the commotion, Ma Wenyuan instantly burst through the door, but even before he could enter, a figure flew out. Thud. The force was so great that Ma Wenyuan felt the wall tremble. At this moment, Shin Shu stepped over the shattered table, producing a series of crackling sounds. Shen Shu strode directly to Song Shang. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from battle, Shen Shu's sudden 2 strikes and the assault on his consciousness left Song Shang dazed for a considerable time. Noticing this, Shen Shu couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder you were able to flee back then. Turns out you're just a waste, wasting resources. You? Song Shang seethed with anger, but at this moment, he had lost the opportunity to retaliate. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Ma Wenyuan and Lin Shan, he could only suppress his fury. Quite resilient, Shin Shu looked down at Song Shang. Did you not claim there is no enmity between us? Well, now there is. Should anything happen to Yuan Yi, even if he merely stumbles down the stairs and twists his ankle, I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Song Shang's eyelids twitched. Shin Shu, do you truly believe that participating in an exchange competition and achieving some ranking can alter this world? Let me inform you. You will soon understand how this world operates, and you will pay for your actions today. Listening to Song Shang's words, Shin Shu broke into a radiant smile. Bribery, threats. Commander Ma, Song Shang's intent to bribe a Spirit Control Division psychic to harm the loyal. And upon the failure of his plan, resorting to personal threats. What kind of behavior is this? As these words escaped his lips, the onlookers collectively paused. After a long moment of bewilderment, Ma Wenyuan finally spoke. This must be handed over to the Federation for processing. Upon hearing this, Shin Shu shook his head. No, he threatened a psychic. I believe he is affiliated with the crowd, who claimed he was a newcomer unfamiliar with the procedures and incapable of handling cases. This is far too adept. The heavy accusation leveled against him caused Song Shang to lose his temper instantly. Shin Shu, you slander me. In response, Shen Shu smiled slightly. The wristband has captured virtual footage. You know how to record, don't you? I can too. Saying this, Shen Shu glanced at Ma Wanyuan. Of course, the final decision rests with you. Ma Wanyuan surveyed the fallen Song Shang, then turned to Shen Shu. Without a hint of hesitation, I also believe he is affiliated with the Qin. Zhou Lao. A soft voice called out. Investigate whether he has any issues. You are framing me. Song Shang completely erupted, his blood boiling. No longer concealed, just as Ma Wanyuan and Lin Shun prepared to restrain him. Shen Shu suddenly pivoted and kicked out, bang. The sound resonated like thunder. Song Shang was sent crashing back against the wall by Shen Shu, who was considerably shorter, creating a dent in the surface as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Shu stood upon Song Shang's chest, coldly gazing down at him. Disturbing the peace, arrest, Song Shang. I can kill you right now. As Shen Shu's weight pressed down, the force intensified in an instant. Song Shangjin felt the looming threat of death. He had been immersed in the tranquility of peacetime for far too long. And it had been ages since he had set foot on the battlefield. Despite his superior strength compared to Shen Shu, how formidable could a man be whose fangs were broken and claws dulled? Consumed daily by thoughts of avenging a mere instructor from a Tier 3 city, Song had relinquished his resistance, yet he continued to grit his teeth in denunciation. Shen Shu, what you're doing is persecution. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu smiled, leaning down to whisper in his ear, didn't you once do the same? These words detonated in Song's ears. After speaking, Shen Shu waved his hand, and Zhou Lao promptly took him away. This scene left the onlookers in a prolonged state of shock, as if Shen Shu were the true commanding officer here. The actual commanding officer, Ma Wanyuan, observed Shen Shu with a complex gaze. Remaining silent, the others exhibited a myriad of expressions, some in admiration, others in indignation, but most were simply astounded and fearful of Shen Shu's methods. The once tranquil Yuling division now welcomed a young man. Chapter 64. To Blue City. Ma Wanyuan cast a deep glance at Shen Shu. This style of his could be described charitably as an iron-fisted approach, or harshly as an abuse of power. However, Ma Wanyuan surveyed the astonished minds around him, uncertain whether recruiting Shen Shu, whose talents had immediately earned him a place in the Yuling division, was the right decision. Perhaps, he thought, Shen Shu could breathe new life into this stagnant environment. Disperse, disperse. What is there to see? Have you all finished your business? With that, Ma Wanyuan waved to the crowd, who swiftly scattered like birds. Turning to Wen Chongqing, he added, you two are somewhat familiar. Please introduce him to the necessary procedures within the Yuling division. Oh, and Lin Shen. Now that Shen Shu has joined the Yuling division, shouldn't the operation to capture the clans also be considered part of familiarizing him with military procedures? Lin Shen nodded vigorously. Their military had always maintained a connection with the Yuling division, often collaborating on tackling the troublesome clans and operations in the Star Realm battlefield. They even had specialized units like the Golden Eagles and Hunter Fiends to facilitate cooperation. Ma Wanyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then, once the wild dogs uncover any information, take Shen Shu along to familiarize him with the process. Understood, Lin Shen affirmed. Subsequently, Ma Wanyuan patted Shen Shu on the shoulder, intending to offer some encouraging words. However, recalling Shen Shu's recent conduct, he instead stated, though you hold dual positions, remember that both the Yuling division and the military are departments of the Federation. I hope you do not squander your talents. I have faith in you. With that, Ma Wanyuan turned and departed. With the martial examination approaching, he was already quite busy. As Ma Wanyuan left, Wen Chongqing regarded Shen Shu with a sense of bewilderment. Having been a veteran of the Yuling division herself, she felt compelled to treat even the 8th-level noble scions with courtesy, yet Shen Shu had brazenly declared his intent to fight. What had happened to the world? Just a month ago, Shen Shu had been a student who needed to take on sparring jobs to make ends meet, and she had even lamented her earlier misjudgments for some time. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Chongqing sighed, let us go, I'll tell you about the Yuling division. You too, Wen Chongqing beckoned to Shu a hand. She glanced at the now disheveled room before turning to enter another reception area. The primary responsibilities of the Yuling division encompass supervision in matters related to psychic abilities. Externally, they collaborated with the military or acted independently to confront Walong. Internally, they monitored the infiltration of clans and conducted arrests when necessary. Aside from direct orders from the Federation and joint actions with the military, the Yuling division enjoyed extensive authority, even capable of intervening in other departments. Other organizations could question, protest, or even lodge complaints against the Yuling division. But they had no authority to interfere with its actions. After explaining, when Changqing casually glanced at Shen Shu, those two statements were enough to stir the ambitions of any aspiring individual. Yet, Shen Shu merely nodded in response. Surprised by this, when Changqing continued, of course, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and if you err or interfere with the normal operations of the Federation without concrete evidence, there will be repercussions within the Yuling division. The lightest punishment could involve reassignment, while the severest could entail the erasure of psychic abilities and expulsion from the Yuling division. Thus, she cautioned Shen Shu, today, with Commander Ma present, if you were to act without solid evidence, you would face consequences. When Changqing intended to issue a warning to Shen Shu to temper his conduct, yet he clearly misinterpreted her words. Concrete evidence, that means confirming the captured individual's connection to the clans, or even possessing a Walong sealed eye. In such cases, the Yuling division wields unlimited enforcement authority. As for monitoring other positions, others were responsible for that task, I suspect. Given your strength and your ties to the military, you will likely be entrusted with the most perilous capture missions, perhaps even requiring you to confront Walong directly on the Star Realm battlefield. As when Changqing elaborated, Shen Shu gained a deeper understanding of the Yuling division. In essence, it functioned as an intelligence agency, a secret police force, and a disciplinary committee, all while being able to collaborate with the military. This department wielded a staggering amount of power, a blade suspended over everyone's heads, inevitably drawing scrutiny from all. Turning to Xu Ayahan, when Changqing remarked, "You possess considerable talent and should be eligible for the joint martial psychic cultivation program of the military and the Yuling division. Hence your current position beside me for preliminary learning. Martial psychic cultivation? Can I participate?" Upon hearing Shen Shu's query, when Changqing was momentarily taken aback. "You? Those programs are for the new generation to undergo training and trials. What business do you have there?" "But I am also part of the new generation," Shen Shu exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. At this, when Changqing found herself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew awkward until Lin Shan interjected. The Martial Psychic Cultivation Program is indeed a commendable initiative, with support from the Federation. However, you are already a reserve contestant for the Shura trials, just waiting for the martial examination to conclude before the remaining participants are selected. The intensity of your trials will far surpass that of the so-called martial psychic cultivation. Moreover, those who emerge from that program will merely become special operations personnel in the military or bronze inspectors in the Yuling division. But you are already a bronze inspector. You need not concern yourself with that. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu merely pouted in resignation. Soon after, a knock resonated at the door. A staff member entered, stating, "The interrogation room has uncovered some information regarding the clans. It is somewhat troublesome, and we need you to come over." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances before following the staff member. In the interrogation room, Zhou Lao wore a grim expression. "We've uncovered numerous secret bases of theirs and have dispatched personnel to handle it. However, this task is a bit tricky, as Commander Ma specifically requested that you handle it." When Changqing glanced at Shen Shu, realizing that rather than requesting her assistance, it was more about having Shen Shu take the lead. Clearly, Ma Wenyuan wanted to assess Shen Shu's capabilities. As Zhou Lao waved his hand, a virtual screen appeared before them, displaying Zhong Tianxiang, Tier 2 City, Deputy Director of the Blue City Education Bureau. As they observed the upright middle-aged man on the screen, Zhou Lao quickly continued, "This task is complicated for 3 reasons. The need for cross-regional investigation, incomplete evidence, and his son, Zhonglu, is currently detained in the New Alliance Commonwealth." In the memories of the Wild Dog, Zhong Tianxiang was merely a fleeting image, suspected of providing the clans with information on talents rated B and above in Blue City and the cities under its administration. According to the Wild Dog's recollections, Blue City was overseen by a powerful figure, both of whom belonged to a clan of Walong named Xier. Listening to Zhou Lao, Shen Shu confirmed, "Zhonglu? Xier? What a coincidence to have enemies gathered in one place." At that moment, Zhou Lao rubbed his temples. "This is all the information we have, I must stress again, without evidence against Zhong Tianxiang. And with the martial examination approaching, if we attempt a hasty arrest, they could report you for delaying the martial examination and the consequences you understand. Thus, you may seek assistance from the local Yuling division. Oh, and I must inform you that during my soul searching, I triggered the seal, so they are undoubtedly aware that the wild dog has been compromised. Zhou Lao glanced at Shen Shu, stating, therefore, whatever you intend to do, you must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu immediately stood up. What are you doing? When Changqing was taken aback by Shen Shu's sudden energy. Without responding, Shen Shu walked out the door, declaring, to Blue City. Chapter 65. The Profligate's Confession, information on Zhong Tianxiang watching Shen Shu's departing figure, when Changqing was momentarily stunned before hastily following suit. Not long after, the group boarded an airship and departed the Yuling Division. Meanwhile, in the top office of the Yuling Division, Ma Wanyuan remarked, Commander, Shen Shu and the others have left. Should we contact the Blue City side for cooperation? In response, Ma Wanyuan set aside his work. There is no need for us to offer assistance proactively, but we should accommodate any requests made by Shen Shu as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the staff member paused, realizing that while both actions appeared to be supportive, their implications were worlds apart. The latter clearly carried a sense of testing. Suddenly, the staff received a message and, after listening for a moment, reported, Commander, we just received a message. Shen Shu and his companions have gone to the police station to take someone away, intending to escort Zhonglu. Upon hearing this, Ma Wanyuan appeared somewhat astonished. Previously, he had assumed that Shen Shu had overlooked Zhou Lao's specific mention of him. Indeed, Zhonglu represents a crucial point. It remains to be seen how they will leverage this. As the saying goes, once Shen Shu and his group have spoken, he shall assist them. Understood. With that, the staff retreated. Observing this, Ma Wanyuan stood pensively before the floor-to-ceiling window for a moment. On his desk lay a comprehensive dossier detailing Shen Shu's lineage spanning 3 generations to the present. The Imperial Spirit Division, being a unique department, adheres to stringent scrutiny and entry protocols. For instance, Shu Ayahan possesses an impressive background and academic history, coupled with the familial enmity stemming from their deaths at the hands of their kin. Only after surmounting numerous hurdles does one qualify for the dual cultivation of martial and mental prowess, assessing one's capabilities and loyalty to the Federation, thus gaining entry into the Imperial Spirit Division. Yet, what does Shen Shu possess? His background is remarkably simple, bordering on rudimentary. Until merely a month ago, he bore no notable characteristics, yet within this brief span, he has emerged in the public eye with an almost overwhelming force. Although his cultivation level is not high, he cannot even be compared to the top tier at level 1 or even 2. His combat potential is astonishingly formidable, capable of engaging a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Such a leap in combat prowess cannot merely be attributed to a foundational technique. It necessitates that Shen Shu's cultivation methods be extraordinarily refined. But how could that be? How old is Shen Shu? Where could he possibly find the time and energy? Is he truly an omnipotent prodigy? A monster that transcends genius? Even the most rigorous tests of talent and comprehension yield to him in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that Shen Shu's foundation, both in vigor and mental power, began with the foundational technique. This is akin to starting with weighted training, particularly when Ma Wanyuan faced Shen Shu's mental energy directly. The force he exuded was no longer merely substantial, but akin to a mountain, leaving him in awe. Although Shen Shu has yet to master it completely, his mental power already surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Such a being, he neither dares to release him nor fully trust in his potential, opting instead to recruit him temporarily. As the head of a subdivision within the Imperial Spirit Division, wielding considerable authority. He is certainly no fool. Shen Shu, have you truly attained enlightenment, rendering all paths accessible to you, or do you harbor secrets? The truth of this mystery can only be unraveled gradually through Shen Shu himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu unceremoniously tossed Zhonglu onto the floating vehicle of the Imperial Spirit Division. Shen Shu, what do you think you're doing? I must inform you that my father is the Deputy Director of the Blue City Education Bureau. If you dare to lay a finger on me. Before Zhonglu could finish his tirade, Shen Shu interjected, just let me bear the consequences. Why does everyone seem to act this way? Zhonglu was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu shook his head. Indeed, Song Shang also enjoys saying such things. Your father is the Deputy Director of the Blue City Education Bureau, correct? I am taking you there right now. Stunned, Zhonglu froze in disbelief. Huh? My father has already intervened on my behalf? At this, Shen Shu chuckled lightly. Yes, your father does possess quite a bit of influence. He even allowed me to accompany you to apologize on behalf of the Imperial Spirit Division. After all, I recall the first time I struck you at the Chaoyang Martial Arts School. Your friends claimed that it could prevent me from even participating in the martial examination. Zhong Li's expression stiffened. Impossible. I am me, and my father is my father. Although we may have enmity, my father is not the type to exploit his position for personal gain. He collects information on talented youths from the subordinate cities of Blue City annually, reporting it to the Education Bureau to assist the Federation in talent selection. Why previous threats to you merely meant to exclude you from the information pool, preventing you from entering the talent database. My father is indeed a legitimate federal official, Zhong Lu earnestly conveyed to Xin Shu, fully aware that his comfortable existence stemmed from his father's position, and he immediately sought to extricate his father from this affair. However, before he could finish, he noticed Xin Shu and the others exchanging serious glances. Believing they were skeptical, Zhong Lu hastily added, "You must believe me. My father truly harbors no selfish intentions. He even goes out of his way for those with talent, some of whom have entered the Imperial Spirit Division and the military." At this, Wen Chongqing's expression abruptly shifted. If Zhong Tianxiang truly posed a problem, this could escalate significantly. Xin Shu's eyes narrowed as he continued to probe. No wonder old Zhong possesses such influence, directly persuading the newly established new federation to release individuals while sending me to apologize to old Zhong. Upon hearing this, a smug expression crossed Zhong Li's face. Hee, Xin Shu, I'm not foolish either. Do not try to play games with me. We indeed have some personal grievances, and I even contemplated reporting you to the Education Bureau with video evidence, which would have undoubtedly barred you from the martial examination. But my friend, I now acknowledge your capabilities. He then glanced at Shu Ayahan across from him. I pursued you not solely because of your family's influence. I genuinely like you. There is something about your icy demeanor that I have never encountered. And it's intriguing. I simply wish to pursue you. I admit, I'm a bit shameless. He then looked at Xin Shu and Shu Ayahan. If you two truly end up together, I have no complaints. Hearing Zhong Li's words, Xin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Shu Ayahan, too, appeared bewildered. What in the world? Shu Ayahan could not help but retort, to which Zhong Li chuckled. Heh, you're just like me. The more someone fawns over you, the less you appreciate it. Conversely, Xin Shu neglects you entirely, yet he, noticing the change in Shu Ayahan's expression, Zhong Li swallowed the final three words, beat you up, and turned his gaze back to Xin Shu. The purpose of my sharing this is to convey that I am not foolish. Why father emerged from a level 3 city, ascended to the Education Bureau, and eventually became the deputy director. He indeed possesses some capabilities. However, for the Imperial Spirit Division to personally return me, it must be that he was incited by Song Shang to report you. I want to delve into further details. Xin Shu, you have some strength and ability. It is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. This incident was instigated by Song Shang and ultimately sold me out. I will provide you with an explanation. Moving forward, you may continue your pursuits. And I will persuade my father to retract the report. Let us all hold no grudges against one another. What do you think? Zhong Lu earnestly regarded Xin Shu. While in custody, he had come to realize that Xin Shu had managed to secure the protection of a military brigadier general despite the evidence against him. From any perspective, it was clear that antagonizing Xin Shu was no longer prudent. Having witnessed too many individuals who, despite humble beginnings, suddenly soared to greatness, he understood that bullying such individuals now could lead to severe repercussions should they rise in the future. Upon hearing this, Xin Shu regarded Zhong Lu with a complex expression. If you had realized this sooner, why did you act otherwise? Zhong Lu shook his head candidly. This is all the fault of that despicable Guogang. If not for his reckless gossip, would I have acted that way? I was simply infatuated with Shu Ayahan at the time. What could I possibly fear from a level 3 city? As for what transpired later, that was merely Song Shang's doing. This is our opportunity to mend matters. I will assist in retracting the report, and you needn't hold any ill will toward my father. The Imperial Spirit Division need not exert further effort in investigating him. Let us all coexist harmoniously. He then turned to Wen Chongqing. Having witnessed the Imperial Spirit Division's approach, Zhong Lu had never seen them come to apologize, which indicated one significant point. The Imperial Spirit Division was indeed displeased and intended to confront his father. Xin Shu and the others exchanged glances. Indeed, while the wealthy may exhibit some eccentricities, most are not particularly foolish. They understand how to pick their battles and may even lower their heads voluntarily. However, regrettably, this time, the target was his father, with Zhong Lu merely caught in the crossfire. Subsequently, Shen Shu smiled at Zhonglu. Very well, I will shake hands with your father when the time comes, and we shall consider this matter settled. Chapter 66. Shu Ayahan's concerns. Mu Chang's scheme. Zhonglu was elated. He felt he had grown wiser. Traditionally, it was his father who smoothed over matters, but this time, he had managed to resolve it himself. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, he deemed the loss of face worthwhile. The floating vehicle emitted a low hum. Through the window, Shen Shu gazed upon the bustling cities outside. In that moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Regardless of the previous battles or the pressure he sensed from Sun Wu and the Imperial Spirit Division, witnessing such a peaceful landscape instilled an uncanny feeling of unreality within him. As if all of this were an illusion, at that moment, when Changqing approached Shen Shu. If Zhong Tianxiang truly poses a threat, we must handle this delicately. Do not act impulsively. This type of clan, which does not require controlling ferocious beasts, possesses even more concealed steel seals capable of hiding. Only methods of scrutiny at a high level can uncover them. If you act recklessly, it may provoke them. When Changqing was genuinely frightened, Shen Shu, before the entire assembly of the Imperial Spirit Division, had boldly declared Song Shang to be a collaborator with the clan. She was genuinely concerned that Shen Shu might indiscriminately apprehend individuals. Should Zhong Tianxiang indeed prove problematic, it would not be inconsequential. If there are no issues, the other party reported it under the pretext of disrupting the martial examination. Setting aside Shen Shu's newly acquired supervisory identity, her directive to lead the team must be executed without fail. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu simply nodded. Just as when Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to contact the Blue City Spirit Division to investigate the individuals recommended by Zhong Tianxiang, Shen Shu suddenly inquired, "What do you mean by the hidden and disguised steel seal?" Listening to Shen Shu, it was merely curiosity. When Changqing paused and replied, "Our side possesses soul-searching methods, and naturally, they have corresponding techniques on their end as well. If they are aware that the wild dog has been compromised, then its steel seal will self-destruct. To be honest, uncovering so much information is a testament to Director Zhou's extensive experience. As for hiding, it is rather straightforward. The steel seal will conceal itself in the corners of the consciousness, typically evading scrutiny from ordinary examination methods. Yet a comprehensive inspection could threaten personal consciousness and privacy. Without concrete evidence, a thorough investigation would only exacerbate the conflicts between other departments and the Spirit Division. Shen Shu nodded slightly at this. This is inevitable. The Spirit Division wields considerable power, and other departments will undoubtedly band together for self-preservation. It isn't that they refuse to investigate, but who doesn't have a bit of privacy or moral issues? Therefore, you must remain prudent, being a newcomer, in order to advance further. When Changqing spoke with an air of maturity, though paired with the youthfulness of his counterpart, it appeared somewhat incongruous, as if molded by society into a figure favored by all. Observing Shen Shu's lack of rebuttal, when Changqing sighed in relief. Thinking, Shen Shu is rather agreeable and obedient. Even when silent, he possesses a certain cool demeanor. Just as Shen Shu felt a bit uncomfortable under when Changqing's gaze, when Changqing suddenly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and turned to leave. Not far away, Shu Ayahan watched this scene, her heart feeling a bit constricted. Recalling Zhong Li's earlier words, she clenched her fists. Could it be that I really like someone who hits me? That would be too. Shu Ayahan's face involuntarily flushed. Shu Ayahan, stop overthinking. After a moment of calm, she walked over to Shen Shu's side. Yet she remained silent, standing beside him like a wooden post. Moments later, she looked pleasantly surprised as Shen Shu turned to her. Straightening her posture, Shen Shu frowned at Shu Ayahan, asking, "If you have something to say, just speak." His cold tone left Shu Ayahan momentarily speechless, stammering for a while before finally managing, I was just wondering if you would return to Luo City." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu pondered for a moment. My family is there. All right. With that, Shu Ayahan hurriedly departed. A moment later, she reflected on Shen Shu's icy demeanor. He was quite fierce just now. But strangely, I wasn't very angry. At this time, not far away, Lin Shen observed the scene with a puzzled expression. What are they doing? Interrupted by Shu Ayahan, Shen Shu began to miss home. He wondered how his grandparents were and what Zhao Liang and Sun Wang were doing. As everyone made their way to Blue City, at the deepest point of the Blue City Star battlefield, Mu Chang was pleading for mercy in front of a spirit entity. Master, the wild dog's reckless actions led to this failure. But I have memorized the appearance of a genius, the one marked and pursued by the wild dog before its demise. His name is Shen Shu. Hearing this name, Hill, who was punishing the family clans, paused in surprise. Shen Shu? Is he from Luo City? Mu Chong, as if pulled from water, was momentarily stunned. Master, has he also been controlled as a family clan? Listening to Mu Chong's words, a flicker of dangerous humanity flashed in the spirit entity's eyes. Why bring up that topic? Realizing that Shen Shu had resisted his mental power as a mere mortal, he couldn't help but feel enraged. Aware he had misspoken, Mu Chong hastily added, a genius who can attract the attention of the Master God. And yet, Zhong Tianxiang's submitted list did not include his name. This shows his incompetence. I have already uncovered Shen Shu's identity. And soon. Enough. Hill interrupted impatiently. The confrontation is intensifying. If it weren't for the need to deliver a strong message to the Federation for this martial examination, I would have crushed you right here. Suppressing his murderous intent, Hill stated emphatically, bring me this Shen Shu, by any means necessary, regardless of whether he lives or dies. As he spoke, the spirit entity seemed to have its soul drawn out, collapsing into unconsciousness. Witnessing this narrow escape, Mu Chong let out a sigh of relief. However, his expression soon shifted. Bringing Shen Shu here is no easy task. The wild dog has already alerted them. How can we sneak in with our slender limbs to seize someone from the spirit division and the military? That would be exceedingly difficult, unless we lure Shen Shu into a trap. With that, Mu Chong activated his wristband, examining the information he had previously requested from Zhong Tianxiang. Shen Shu lives in Luo City. His only remaining family are his grandparents. Were they the ones who raised him? Suddenly, a smile crept upon Mu Chong's face as he gazed at Shen Shu's photo in the virtual projection. Shen Shu, if your grandparents were to suddenly pass away, would you return to attend their funeral? Chapter 67. Obstruction. Shen Shu remained unaware that he had become a target of the family clans. Nor did he know that someone was preparing to act against his family. At this moment, the hovering craft let out a whistle as it descended into a bustling city. Shen Shu closed the mental technique manual on soul-searching that Ma Wenyuan had given him. Initially, he intended to assess his own understanding and talent, hoping to grasp the technique through his innate ability. However, after reading for over half an hour, he had only managed to skim through the entire text, with no comprehension or insight gained whatsoever. The towering buildings outside the window showcased a city that, while not as advanced as the federal New City, was still markedly better than Luo City. As the hovering craft slowly opened its hatch, a staff member approached promptly. We are from the Blue City Spirit Division, Lin Feng. When Chongqing glanced at the individual's credentials, his brow furrowing slightly. Just a small team leader from the Spirit Division? No bronze supervisor accompanying us? Although Shen Shu had recently joined the Spirit Division and had just acquired his bronze supervisory status, it was still a legitimate title. It seemed rather dismissive that Blue City would only send a team leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Our bronze supervisors are all out on assignments, so I'm the one here to welcome you all. If there are any oversights, I hope for your understanding. We have arranged accommodations and a welcome banquet for you. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Shen Shu interjected directly. No, I want to see Zhong Tianxiang right now. We have returned his son, and we must meet with Vice Director Zhong. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he subtly glanced at a young man behind Shen Shu. Noticing this, Lin Feng chuckled. Well, isn't that a good thing? I heard that the Spirit Division from the New Alliance is handling cases across regions. Our leaders have prepared for this. We could have a meal together with Zhong Tianxiang, which would make things easier for you to explain. In response, Shen Shu regarded Lin Feng with a piercing glance before promptly revealing his identity. I am an inspector. I must see Zhong Tianxiang right now. This declaration left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. He gazed at the cold expression on Shen Shu's youthful face, realizing he could not compare with the seasoned inspectors from the New Alliance, especially not one so young. Just as he prepared to say something else, Shen Shu stepped forward, slightly lowering his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. We can eat later, and we can meet the leaders later. But if this task is delayed, you know the internal penalties within the Spirit Division. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting Shen Shu and the others to be so urgent. He awkwardly chuckled. I wouldn't dare to delay you. Since you wish to see the Education Department's Vice Director, then please follow me. With that, he wore a somewhat pained expression as he boarded his hovering craft. Heading toward the Education Department, Shen Shu and the others followed closely behind. Blue City and the New Alliance had always been in competition, while the New Alliance aspired to elevate to a level 1 city. Blue City would not outright obstruct them but harbored some resentment. Moreover, the New Alliance's Spirit Division was operating in their territory, which complicated matters. Cooperation was expected, yet there were unspoken rules. For instance, when entering someone else's domain, one ought to pay respects, meet the leaders, say a few flattering words, and report on tasks. In essence, it was all about social niceties. But Lin Feng did not expect that the new inspector from the New Alliance would be so young. Nor did he anticipate that the other party would show no deference at all. After reporting this situation to his superiors, in a banquet hall at that moment, Sun Dian, the vice commander of the Spirit Division, couldn't help but scoff. Since they are so confident, we need not continue to cater to them. Let us proceed with business as usual. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turned knowing at that moment, when Chongqing sighed as he looked at Shen Shu. We are conducting an investigation in a different region. We should at least meet with them. Whether we directly seek Zhong Tianxiang or investigate the materials, it will facilitate our efforts significantly. He won't be able to escape. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu pressed his lips together. When Chongqing comprehended the significance of the situation, akin to apprehending a criminal from a past life, it necessitated gathering evidence, witness testimonies, material proof, and even perusing extensive records. Only after establishing suspicion would one proceed to take the suspect away for interrogation, adhering to proper protocol. However, this approach overlooked a crucial element. Time. If Zhong Tianxiang were indeed culpable, considering his previous dealings with numerous individuals, and having personally recommended many, might there not be someone who would alert him? Moreover, his mental scrutiny was at an impeccable level. A mere test would reveal everything. Thus, it was imperative to meet Zhong Tianxiang first. Observing that Shen Shu remained silent, when Chongqing let out a sigh. Every newcomer to the Spirit Control Bureau harbored aspirations of achieving great deeds, brimming with vigor and fervor. Yet, all too soon, they would be battered by an array of rules, ultimately transforming into shrewd individuals. Much like her Dai in that moment, when Chongqing felt as if she could foresee Shen Shu's future self. Either he would evolve from a cool, handsome figure into a disheartened man, or he would become a cunning and worldly individual. Alas! When Chongqing sighed once more, before long, the hovercraft descended upon the Education Department's building. According to regulations, our operations required continuous video recording, and as a staff member of the Blue City Spirit Control Bureau, I would oversee the proceedings. Any violations would grant us the authority to intervene and report. Lin Feng had by now adopted a businesslike demeanor, and upon hearing this, when Chongqing sighed again, this moment, Shen Shu merely cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng before striding directly into the building alongside Zhonglu. Even Zhonglu, though not particularly astute, could sense that something was amiss. The posture Shen Shu and his companions exhibited was hardly one of diplomacy. It was clearly a prelude to confrontation. It was not just Zhonglu who noticed this. The fact that Lin Feng donned the enforcement robe of the Spirit Control Bureau drew the attention of many others. This was akin to Shen Shu and his companions wearing casual attire while a subordinate in formal garb recorded the events. The casual wear seemed utterly pointless. Noticing this, Shen Shu narrowed his eyes and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You can do it with that, he proceeded onward. Meanwhile, Zhong Tianxiang was busy packing his belongings in preparation for departure. As the sound of knocking echoed through the air, his somewhat plump face quivered involuntarily. He hastily composed himself, feigning an air of diligence. Director Zhong, Spirit Control Bureau. The young woman's voice outside had yet to finish when, bang! The door was abruptly kicked open by Shen Shu. Lin Feng observed the bewilderment on the faces of those present. Deputy Director Zhong, I've brought your son. Shen Shu's voice rang out from beyond the threshold. Chapter 68. Soul Search. Although Shen Shu's temper had been provoked by Lin Feng and company's so-called businesslike demeanor, he still wished to adhere to the original plan of handing Zhonglu over to them, while seizing the opportunity to approach and shake hands, employing his mental scrutiny. If all went well, he could simply claim to have been incensed by Zhong Li's report. However, if problems arose, not only would Zhong Tianxiang face dire consequences, but so would Lin Feng and those who sought to intimidate him. None would escape unscathed. With this in mind, Shen Shu firmly grasped Zhonglu and strode into the room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the door he had just kicked in. Shen Shu, he murmured almost instinctively, the name slipping from his lips amidst the chaotic footsteps and surrounding clamor, barely audible. Yet, Shan Shu's gaze sharpened. His formidable physique allowed him to instantly detect the subtle whisper. Akin to a fly buzzing, curiously, Zhong Tianxiang did not immediately look to his son. Instead, he fixated on Shan Shu's face, squinting in uncertainty. Seeing this, Shan Shu advanced with Zhong Lu. Deputy Director Zhong, I am with the Spirit Control Bureau's Oversight Division. As he spoke, Shan Shu extended his right hand. Zhong Tianxiang, observing his son being held by Shan Shu, assumed the latter was genuinely there to return his child and thus extended his hand in response. In the next moment, a wave of mental force, as formidable as a mountain, surged toward Zhong Tianxiang's consciousness. Zhong Tianxiang struggled to suppress his instinct to retaliate. Any such action would expose him, after all. He was not a mentalist. Gazing at Shan Shu's youthful visage, he secretly rejoiced. Shan Shu was so young, and while his mental abilities were powerful, his steel seal was personally concealed by the deity, imperceptible to anyone below the mastery level. Perhaps, if he caused a commotion, he might yet escape unscathed. As Shan Shu released his grip, Zhong Tianxiang let out a long breath, believing he had merely experienced a false alarm. Suddenly, however, a large hand clamped over his face, followed by an overwhelming force. Bang! Shan Shu slammed Zhong Tianxiang's head against the desk. Dad, Shan Shu, what are you doing? Zhong Lu rushed forward, yelling at Shan Shu in anger. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, not far off, chuckled coldly. Youth is simply unable to temper their tempers. He then remarked icily, Inspector Shen, this is an act of violent enforcement. This. Shan Shu could no longer contain himself. Violence, my foot? This is a matter of the clan. At Shan Shu's explosive retort, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How could it be possible that the deputy director of the education department was of the clan? It should be noted that some clans, in order to mislead the Spirit Control Bureau, possessed false memories. This was precisely why Zhou Zhou had emphasized the need for evidence before Shan Shu's arrival. In this moment, Shan Shu paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. His focus remained solely on Zhong Tianxiang. You recognize me? Why? He believed he had not yet attained a level of notoriety that would cause Zhong Tianxiang to neglect his own son in favor of scrutinizing him. The only explanation was that his unexpected presence here was far more shocking than that of Zhong Ai. In response, Zhong Tianxiang continued to grit his teeth in denial. You are slandering me. I will report you. Seeing that Zhong Tianxiang remained unyielding, Shan Shu did not linger. He glanced at his interface. Mental ability. Soul Search, rare, first hour. Obscure characters that once seemed incomprehensible now appear simple to you. 45th hour. You understand the principle of soul search and can begin to practice it, entering the fundamentals. 90 hour. Although you encountered numerous detours while learning scrutiny, those very detours proved beneficial in mastering soul search. Your colossal mental force, which could easily crush another's consciousness and capture information, now achieves mastery in soul search. 200 hours. You have become proficient in using soul search, achieving perfection. Remaining sage hours, 230 hours. Shan Shu promptly allocated points to his deep blue skill. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered the technique of soul search. Instantly, his immense mental force surged toward Zhong Tianxiang's consciousness. No. Zhong Tianxiang's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. If he had been able to argue moments before, under the pressure of soul search, he could no longer feign innocence. He could not fathom how someone as young as Shan Shu could possess mastery in scrutiny and even soul search. He could only hope that Shan Shu's proficiency in soul search was limited. You cannot. You have no evidence. You cannot invade my mind. As Shan Shu continued his relentless probing, Zhong Tianxiang's hopes waned, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. His mental force could no longer remain concealed. In an instant, the expressions of all those present from the Spirit Control Bureau shifted dramatically. They had all encountered members of the clan before. Unlike the mental force of ordinary mentalists, that of the branded clan members bore an essence of control and implantation, akin to a virus. This was one of the defining features that allowed the Valen to dominate ferocious beasts. Not just Shan Shu, but everyone in the room was swiftly enveloped by Zhong Tianxiang's mental force. Especially Shan Shu. As Zhong Tianxiang attempted to exploit a gap in Shan Shu's mental force, he discovered that Shan Shu's mental presence was as steady as a rock. In the next moment, as Zhong Tianxiang sought to carve out an escape route with his mental force, he suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground. Shen Shu seized Zhong Tianxiang, rising to his feet, and violently slammed him against the wall. Thud! Dust cascaded down as a result of the tremendous force, plunging Zhong Tianxiang into a state of disorientation, akin to experiencing a sudden internet outage while in the midst of an exhilarating gaming session. Then, as the soul search activated, Shen Shu's mental force consumed Zhong Tianxiang's consciousness piece by piece, like a ravenous beast devouring its prey. Fragments of Zhong Tianxiang's memory surfaced. Stop touching, we want to learn this foreign language. Shen Shu. What is this learning scenario? While others might struggle with soul search due to their mental limitations or backlash, such issues posed no challenge for Shen Shu. A myriad of memories flashed through his mind. Soon enough, he identified several pivotal points. Director Zhong, it seems that the new alliance is specifically seeking you. Do be cautious. All right, thank you, Deputy Director Sun. No problem, probably just a routine check. Those candidates you recommended previously were quite impressive. I hope you continue your efforts. The city of Luo is under your jurisdiction. Provide me with the information on someone named Shen Shu. The reason for the failure of this wild dog operation lies entirely with him. Shen Shu? I'll send it to you. What are your plans? It's not a good time to act against Shen Shu. I need to devise a way to draw him out. The scene abruptly cut off. At that moment, Shen Shu clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zhong Lu, who stood beside him, still somewhat in disbelief. Given that Zhong Tianxiang's mental force had targeted everyone, he had notably refrained from inflicting harm on Zhong Lu. With this realization, Shen Shu abruptly delivered a punch to Zhong Tianxiang's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhong Tianxiang nearly regurgitated his meal from the previous night. Yet in the next instant, Shen Shu seized his hair and yanked him upwards. Where is Mu Chong? Given that Zhou Lao had previously speculated that Mu Chong was in charge of Lan City, Shen Shu posed the question directly. Hearing this, Zhong Tianxiang chuckled softly. I do not know. Shen Shu's soul-searching would inevitably trigger the steel seal. As long as he could delay Shen Shu, perhaps when the main god's consciousness descended, he might manage to drag Shen Shu down with him. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu did not hesitate. He grasped Zhong Li's neck beside him and lifted him. The strength of Shen Shu was beyond what even the Bone-Forged could withstand, let alone Zhong Lu. In an instant, Zhong Li's face began to turn purple, his limbs thrashing in desperation. Witnessing this, Zhong Tianxiang's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Merely a waste, killing him would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu tightened his grip. Very well, he replied, his eyes unblinking, as he remarked indifferently, as for the clan, Zhong Tianxiang, in his final moments, wishes to control his son, Zhong Lu, while Zhong Lu, in an act of righteousness, perishes valiantly. I shall ensure he receives the posthumous compensation. This, Zhong Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this something a righteous person would utter? Not only Zhong Tianxiang, but also Lin Shun and Wen Chongqing behind him were taken aback, momentarily unable to discern who the true villain was. Just as Shen Shu was about to snap Zhong Li's neck, Zhong Tianxiang suddenly cried out, I truly do not know where Mu Chong is. But he instructed me to gather people in Luo City under the pretense of protecting the martial examination, consolidating the students for unified protection. He must be heading to Luo City. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu released the nearly asphyxiated Zhong Lu, finding his conjecture largely corroborated. After Zhong Tianxiang finished speaking, he appeared as if his bones had been drawn from his body, collapsing in an instant. His mental power began to crumble and dissipate inch by inch, a process akin to slow torture. Grant me a swift end. Zhong Tianxiang trembled as he spoke. In response, Shen Shu looked down upon him, saying, Thank you for your cooperation. However, your intention to facilitate the clan's slaughter by gathering students, leading to the demise of so many, is a consequence you must bear. With that, Shen Shu turned to leave. Chapter 69. The clan's conspiracy, heading to Luo City. As Shen Shu approached, Wen Chongqing and the others instinctively took a step back, but Lin Shen suddenly spoke up. What has transpired in Luo City? Being part of the military, he had refrained from intervening in Shen Shu's dealings with the Spirit Control Department. However, if the clan posed a threat to local order and urban safety, he had every reason to intervene. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu merely cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Lin Feng and stated directly, The clan is preparing to attack Luo City. Shen Shu's voice remained flat, yet Lin Shun felt the suppressed fury within Shen Shu's profound gaze. He immediately declared, I will contact the military to mobilize nearby personnel for defense. With that, he strode toward the exit. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly regained his senses. Impossible. That must be a false memory. How could a third-tier city like Luo City be a primary target? He was unaware of what Xinshu had witnessed, but he instinctively knew that whatever Xinshu had seen boded ill for them. The vice director of the Lan City Education Department was a member of the clan, and that despicable Zhong Tianxiang had connections with their spirit control department. Thus, upon comprehending Xinshu's words, Lin Feng instinctively retorted. Yet, the next moment, Xinshu could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He stepped forward and seized Lin Feng by the neck, lifting him off the ground. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Are you attacking a colleague? Xinshu. Seeing Xinshu lay hands on Lin Feng, Wen Chongqing could not help but exclaim, rushing forward to restrain Xinshu's arm. The young ones are still too impulsive. The handcuffs are still active. At this point, Lin Feng struggled, his voice strained from his throat. In response, Xinshu tightened his grip. Colleague, I now suspect you are colluding with the clan. Not just you, your leader. Sun Dianjing disclosed information to Zhong Tianxiang before we arrived. Lin Feng, you had best pray that your leader is not Sun Dianjing. Hearing Xinshu's words, Lin Feng froze suddenly. No need to pray. My heart is already dead. His leader was indeed Sun Dianjing, and every action he had taken that day had been subtly guided by him. If what Xinshu stated was true, Sun Dianjing's fate was uncertain, but surely it would be dire. You slanderous fiend. Ha! Save your energy to explain yourself to the investigators. With that, Xinshu abruptly flung Lin Feng aside, sending him crashing against the wall, where he coughed up blood and lay still. Xinshu then turned to Wen Chongqing, instructing, contact Ma Wenyuan. Inform him that Zhong Tianxiang is with the clan. He has compiled a list of numerous talented students across various levels and has even recommended many for positions within the Federation. How to handle this is up to him. I must return to Luo City. Ever since he learned that a deranged clan had specifically sought his information to head to Luo City, Xinshu had felt an incessant unease. The wave of agitation surged within him. Observing Xinshu's retreating figure, Wen Chongqing gritted his teeth. I will keep watch here, Ao Han. You accompany Xinshu and assist him in coordinating the Spirit Control Department's forces in various regions. Upon hearing this, Shu Ao Han promptly complied and hurried to catch up with Xinshu. Shortly thereafter, the hovercraft descended once more. Shu Ao Han approached the control panel and began inputting various commands. Moments later, Xinshu felt a sudden surge of acceleration from the craft. Shu Ao Han turned back and announced, the nearest route has been set, and emergency mode is activated. The cities and defensive systems will not impede our passage. With that, she accessed the internal panel of the new Federation Spirit Control Department. Emergency report. We have received information that the clan is preparing to assault the Federation cities. All Spirit Control Department members near Luo City, please assemble immediately. Following the issuance of this information, it wasn't too long before the number 7 external operations team was only 300 kilometers from Luo City and on their way. The number 9 Golden Eagle team was 430 kilometers away and also en route. In just a short while, 4 teams had responded to the call. Meanwhile, Lin Shan turned back to Xinshu, stating, I have reported the situation to Major General Sun Wu. He has urgently dispatched a team of hunters and notified the forces in Luo City. They are to activate city defenses and detain all suspicious individuals. Upon hearing this, Xinshu nodded slightly, his expression remaining calm, yet the incessant motion of his legs betrayed his inner turmoil. Soon after, his wrist communicator beeped. Xinshu immediately connected, and the next moment, Yuan Ye's large face appeared before him. What's the matter? Moreover, amidst such chaos, the act of seizing 2 elderly individuals, particularly one who was partially incapacitated, weighed heavily on Mu Chang's conscience. Despite the man's formidable mental prowess, he was not a true martial artist. Thus, Mu Chang ultimately resolved to leave behind a video that would drive Xinshu into a frenzy. Let us proceed. Just as Mu Chang and his companions were preparing to depart in their hovercraft, an unexpected announcement rang out. Passage was prohibited here. Following a directive from the military, the city's defenses were swiftly mobilized. At that moment, outside their hovercraft, a tactical unit activated the no-entry sign and readied to implement an airspace lockdown in the area. Observing this, a grave expression flickered in Mu Chang's eyes. How could they act so quickly? He had assumed the military examination was imminent, prompting an early lockdown in Luo City. Upon hearing this, He opened the cabin door and smiled. "Commander, we are from the Education Department, dispatched to ensure the safety of the martial examination. Here are our credentials." Instantly, the tactical team opposite him paused, bewildered. Wasn't the protection of the martial examination the military's responsibility? Furthermore, it had been communicated that this might be a familial invasion, particularly concerning personnel from the Education Department, who were to be delayed by any means necessary. The leader's eyes flashed with suspicion, though he maintained a facade of composure. While feigning a verification of their credentials through the system, he discreetly contacted his teammates and reported to his superiors. He even spoke up, "So you are the ones sent by the Education Department. We are here to escort you. Our superiors have instructed us to ensure you receive a warm welcome upon your arrival." The leader then remarked to Mu Chong and his companions with a smile, "Why don't you come with me to the Education Department? Our superiors wish to show you the promising talents cultivated in Luo City over the past few years." At this, those behind Mu Chong brightened. If they could visit the Education Department, it would provide an opportunity to eliminate some officials and a few promising candidates, which would indeed be a significant achievement. Suddenly, a surge of mental energy erupted from Mu Chong, enveloping the tactical unit before him. In an instant, the mental force invaded the consciousness of several members like a virus. Within moments, several members of the tactical team collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Mu Chong produced a knife from behind him and, before the bewildered tactical personnel, swiftly slashed their throats. The warm blood splattered across Mu Chong's face, rendering him a fearsome sight. "Brother Chong, what are you doing? Aren't you alarming the city defenses?" One of his teammates shouted in panic. Without responding, Mu Chong severed the arm of the tactical team leader and activated his wristband. "Alarming? They are already aware," he declared as he activated the wristband before the eyes of the group. "Tactical Unit Number 2 has encountered suspected familial entities, requesting support." A sinister smile crept across Mu Chong's face upon seeing this message. They had been on edge since they heard we were from the Education Department. "Well then, since we have been exposed, let us act swiftly, Brother Chong. Since our actions have been revealed, shouldn't we retreat?" One of the familial members attempted to persuade Mu Chong. "Retreat?" Mu Chong pivoted and slammed the bloodied knife against the face of the speaker. "Do you think retreating will ensure your survival? Will the Master God spare us?" As he spoke, he increased the pressure of the blade, cutting into the person's face, blood gushing forth. The surrounding individuals fell silent in terror, and Mu Chong grinned menacingly. "Complete the mission, or become the Master God's sustenance. Do you understand?" "Understood," several familial members exclaimed, invigorated by his words. "Action!" they exclaimed, discarding the hovercraft and dispersing towards their respective targets, simultaneously gathering the ferocious beasts they had long acquired through various means. Meanwhile, within Luo City, various schools were hastily evacuating students. After observing that the students from Luo City No. 1 High School had completed their evacuation, Yuan Yi patted the principal on the shoulder. "These children are now in your care. Soon, city defense personnel will arrive to take over the external protection." With that, Yuan Yi dashed towards the Heritage Hospital. Shortly thereafter, Luan Fu, the director of Shan Shu's inspection division, excitedly informed Yuan Yi, "The familial entities are causing turmoil across the city. Concentrating our forces to eliminate them would be a significant accomplishment." Yuan Yi immediately countered, "Our mission is to minimize casualties. The military and tactical units will handle the familial entities. Your priority should be to protect the civilians." Although Luo City is a third-tier city, its basic defenses and tactical armed forces are capable of combating familial entities. However, as unrest erupted throughout the city, chaos ensued. Gamblers, emboldened by their stamped mental powers, ruthlessly slaughtered innocent civilians. Breakfast shop owners ignited flames, all of whom were familial entities bearing the stamped mark. Though not as powerful as Mu Chong and his ilk, their stamped mental abilities were sufficient to instigate chaos. In an instant, disorder engulfed the city. Luan Fu, upon receiving Yuan Ye's message, couldn't help but mutter a few curses. No wonder he could only serve as the chief instructor. And now he still thought of protecting? Protection hardly compares to the merit of exterminating familial entities. Just then, one of his subordinates shouted, "Director, familial entities are charging towards us." Luan Fu hesitated momentarily before shouting, "Hold your ground. I'll be there shortly." At that moment, Mu Chong observed the approaching inspection personnel with a cold snort. Initially pressed for time, he had considered sparing them, but now they were willingly walking into their demise. With a wave of his hand, Several second-tier ferocious beasts surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive rounds struck the ferocious beasts, leaving crimson blossoms in their wake, while the inspection personnel felt darkness envelop their minds. Amidst Mu Chang's mental interference, the beasts lunged at the heads of the inspection team members. In an instant, blood spurted forth. Luan Fu, who had just emerged, staggered upon witnessing the scene. How could these familial entities be so powerful? Moreover, why do these ferocious beasts look so familiar? Aren't these the beasts we captured during the underground boxing tournament? Logically, all of these beasts should have been executed, but a purported pharmaceutical company offered an irresistible price to utilize them for experimentation. Ultimately, he pocketed the money, and the beasts found a pretext to evade slaughter. Compensating for the losses incurred from the black market's closure, at this moment, Mu Chang also noticed Luan Fu and merely glanced at him when, in the next second, a ferocious beast lunged directly at him. No, I helped you all. Before he could finish, the beast seized him in its jaws, violently thrashing its head. Moments later, the area was drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Mu Chang arrived at the Heritage Hospital, charging directly towards the location he had previously scouted. Chapter 71. Relax, take a deep breath. Outside the inspection division, shortly after Mu Chang's departure, another group arrived. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked scene and the dismembered body of Luan Fu, the leader turned back. Luan Fu is dead. We merely need to clean up the remaining traces. Hearing this, one of the side individuals couldn't help but comment, is it worth all this effort for a third-tier city? The leader shook his head helplessly. Whether it's worth it or not, can we disregard Prince Hill's orders? Let us go. The military should have already taken action. Our mission here is complete. As they spoke, the group seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to make their way out of the city. Simultaneously, within the Heritage Hospital, the sudden assault by ferocious beasts plunged the facility into disarray. Some capable individuals spontaneously rose to confront the beasts. Meanwhile, Mu Chang had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the hospital. Soon, he arrived at the room indicated in the files. With a swift push, he flung open the door. Uncle, Auntie, hello there. The next instant, his smile froze on his face. The empty room made his eyes widen in shock. Where are they? Mu Chang's expression twisted in rage. After all his efforts, where had they gone? But soon, as he felt the warmth lingering on the bed, a malicious grin returned to his face. Oh, running away? In an instant, veins bulged on Mu Chang's forehead as he maximized his mental power to scour the surroundings for clues. Shortly after, he suddenly gazed in a specific direction. Ah, there's someone assigned to protect them. It seems you value your family highly. With that, Mu Chang charged deeper into the hospital. Any obstructive individuals along the way were crushed mentally into submission. At this moment, Yuan Yi sensed the sweep of mental energy and his expression darkened. They re-coming, he exclaimed, turning to the nurse before him. Take these two and hide. I will hold off the familial entities. We two old fellows aren't worth it. Instructor Yuan, take the girl and flee. Shen Shu's grandfather urgently grasped the nurse and implored Yuan Yi. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi smiled. I promised Shen Shu to ensure the safety of her grandparents. With that, he broke free from the old man's grasp and patted the nurse's shoulder. I leave them in your hands. At this moment, although the nurse's hands trembled with fear, she nodded resolutely, maneuvering the automated wheelchair towards the scanning room. Soon after, Mu Chang stood before Yuan Yi. Bone refinement realm? A mere glance was enough for Mu Chang to scoff. And you dare to stand in my way? As he spoke, Yuan Yi wasted no time and hurled the gathered medications at the ground. Instantly, a pungent, acrid odor permeated the air. This is evidently a toxic gas resulting from the mixture of drugs. Seeking death. Mu Chang's expression shifted dramatically as his mental force surged forth instantaneously. Buzz. Even though Yuan Yi was prepared, in that fleeting moment, his mind went blank. He was overcome by a desire to simply succumb to slumber, allowing his adversary to toy with him. Observing this, Mu Chang could not help but smirk coldly. What of being in the bone-tempering realm? As long as the mental force was sufficiently potent, it could easily influence the opponent, albeit these mental forces would eventually be reclaimed by the master deity. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Mu Chang's mind. His countenance darkened, his temples throbbed violently, and the repeated exertion of mental force began to strain his consciousness, even causing cracks to form on the steel seal that Xier had branded upon him. Feeling the agony radiating from his consciousness, Mu Chang regretted unleashing all the ferocious beasts, which had resulted in chaos. Ultimately, he could only helplessly draw a knife from behind his waist, advancing towards Yuan Yi with the intent to personally terminate him. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through his body. The gas he had inhaled exacerbated his already unstable vitality. Mu Chang's complexion changed drastically. Damn it! He hastened his steps, the blade imbued with blood energy aimed at Yuan Yi's neck. At that moment, almost instinctively, Yuan Yi moved. Years of unwavering dedication to martial arts allowed him to instinctively retreat, even amidst the chaos clouding his mind. Pfft! Blood spurted forth from Yuan Yi's chest. The sensation of pain swiftly dissipated the drowsiness that had enveloped him. Witnessing this, Mu Chang endured the excruciating pain and intensified his mental force, while his entire being erupted with bone-tempering energy, striving to directly slay Yuan Yi. With the last remnants of his awareness, Yuan Yi lunged forward. The blade pierced Yuan Yi's abdomen, yet he clung desperately to Mu Chang. He pounded relentlessly on Mu Chang's back, unleashing the hidden energy within Mu Chang's body. His physique surpassed Mu Chang's. With the dark energy combined with the gas in the air, as long as he could restrain Mu Chang, he would ensure the safety of the Shin family, even if he were to perish. Biffed! Mu Chang spat blood. Realizing Yuan Yi's intent, his eyes widened in fury. You seek death. Mu Chang's energy and mental force erupted violently, his hand gripping the knife, twisting incessantly, attempting to break free from Yuan Yi's grasp. At that moment, a humming sound of a hovercraft filled the air. The next second, with a whistling sound, boom! A tremendous noise erupted from above, and the ceiling collapsed instantly. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Yi felt something seize the nape of his neck, and a surge of vitality rushed into his body, which miraculously began to heal his injuries. Transformation. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, and before him stood that familiar figure. "Catch your family is safe," Yuan Yi mumbled through clenched teeth, blood pooling in his mouth as he addressed Shen Shu. Upon witnessing this, Shen Shu tightened his fists. "Leave the rest to me." Saying this, he handed Yuan Yi over to the hurriedly arriving Lin Shan. Without delay, Lin Shan took him back into the hovercraft, where a medical pod awaited. Immediately, Shen Shu turned to face the individual he had ensnared with his mental force. Gazing at the face etched in his mind, Mu Chang trembled involuntarily. The nearly tangible murderous intent in Shen Shu's eyes made Mu Chang feel as though he were being targeted by an enraged tiger. Shen Shu, if you kill me, your threat will only grow. The clan will not spare you, and neither will Valong. You will know no peace, Mu Chang stammered, trembling. In response, Shen Shu merely delivered a swift kick. Boom! The immense force sent Mu Chang crashing through the wall. In the next moment, Shen Shu's vitality surged like a roaring beast, propelling him towards Mu Chang. With a single stomp, bang! Dust erupted, and debris flew. A crater formed instantly beneath him. Shen Shu stood upon Mu Chang's chest, blood gushing from his mouth. Looking down at Mu Chang, who resembled a dying dog, Shen Shu spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "You shall know no peace. All of you shall pay for the deeds committed today." He. Blood flowed from Mu Chang's mouth. The once arrogant Mu Chang, who had been so boastful before Yuan Yi, now writhed in agony, his proud mental force crushed and devoured by Shen Shu, and all the meridians in his body shattered by Shen Shu's vitality. Just as Mu Chang was about to be crushed beneath Shen Shu's foot, he suddenly felt a release, fresh air flooding back into his lungs. Having narrowly escaped death, Mu Chang gazed at Shen Shu in bewilderment. Shen Shu crouched down, fixing his gaze upon Mu Chang. "You're afraid." Hearing this, Shen Shu shook his head slightly. He had just probed Mu Chang's mental force and, upon learning of the vile intentions this beast harbored towards his family, had changed his mind about killing him outright. He leaned down and said, "Dying like this would be too easy for you." With that, he abruptly seized Mu Chang's arm, and with a forceful tug, terror filled Mu Chang's eyes. "Wait! Don't!" "Ah!" As Mu Chang's agonized screams echoed, Shen Shu tore off one of Mu Chang's arms, and Mu Chang watched in horror as his skin, muscle, and bone were gradually ripped away, the searing pain and emotional turmoil driving him to the brink of madness. "Maniac! You're the real demon!" In response, Shen Shu remained silent, somewhat dazed by the bloodshed he had wrought with his own hands. He felt no fear. Rather, he found a twisted pleasure in witnessing Mu Chang's terror and tears. Sometimes, it is through violence that one instills fear. Soon, a smile crept across his face. Relax, take a deep breath. Saying this, Shun Shu grasped Mu Chang's other arm.its, not over yet. Chapter 72. I excel in slaughter. As Lin Shun and the others finished clearing the surrounding ferocious beasts, they beheld the pit at the heart of the hospital. Shen Shu was drenched in crimson blood, the white robes of the Spirit Control Bureau adorned with splashes akin to blooming plum blossoms. Hearing the commotion behind him, Shan Shu slowly turned. His pale face was splattered with bright red blood. More terrifyingly, behind Shen Shu, a limbless figure was struggling for life. Shu Ao Han instinctively took a step back. Lin Shun's expression grew serious at the sight. Shen Shu, your family has been relocated to safety. What is the purpose of this? As he spoke, Lin Shen prepared to approach Shan Shu. Upon seeing this, Shan Shu interjected, "Don't come any closer. That fellow is coming." With that, a surge of mental force erupted from Mu Chang. The once barely alive Mu Chang suddenly opened his eyes wide, and upon seeing the person before him, Shi-Er paused momentarily. He sensed Mu Chang's steel seal had been probed and wished to ascertain the situation. However, as soon as his consciousness descended, he beheld Shen Shu. "You survived?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Shu was reminded of their first encounter with the clan. "You were waiting for me?" Observing the surroundings and Mu Chang's condition, Shi-Er let out a cold snort. "This is merely a manifestation of mental force. Even if you were waiting for me, you couldn't harm me nor capture me." Shi-Er felt a sense of pride. In response, Shen Shu lightly parted his lips. "You talk too much." Shi-Er was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, Shen Shu leaned down to address Mu Chang, or rather, the Shi-Er that had descended upon Mu Chang. "Cherish your remaining time. I will slay you, die in a most tragic manner." With that, Shan Shu suddenly raised his foot. Boom! Like a watermelon bursting open, blood sprayed across the pit. Subsequently, Shan Shu stood up and walked towards Lin Shan. "Where in Luo City are there still clan members?" Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Shan Shu, Lin Shan swallowed hard. "Luo City is still high." Saying this, Shen Shu boarded the hovercraft, and Lin Shan and the others quickly followed. Buzz! With a resounding hum, the hovercraft swiftly ascended. At this moment, the survivors gradually emerged from the hospital, gazing at the bloodshed in the pit and the corpses of the ferocious beasts, their legs trembling as they wept. Meanwhile, aboard the hovercraft, the remaining support troops had arrived. The situation concerning the clan in Luo City would not worsen any further. Eradication was merely a matter of time. Lin Shen took a deep breath and addressed Shen Shu. "Your family has been moved to a safe house. We carry greater dangers now." In response, Shen Shu nodded. Seeing this, Lin Shen finally articulated his true intentions. The clan members are akin to rats within the Federation. While they may cause some damage, it is ultimately not severe. Shi-Er, on the other hand, is different. He is a minor noble of the Valong race, and his father is a high-ranking Valong. Even General Sun would struggle to defeat him without the aid of soul warriors. Therefore, since your talents are so remarkable and you excel in mental force, I advise you to refrain from provoking or antagonizing them until you achieve the bone-tempering realm. Accumulating strength is the prudent course. Shen Shu furrowed his brow and replied earnestly to Lin Shan, "My talents are lacking. I am even less adept at mental force. What use is accumulating strength?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Shan and Shu Ao Han nearby were taken aback. "Are you serious? You possess the dual endorsement and recognition of the Spirit Control Bureau and the military." Lin Shan assumed Shen Shu was speaking in jest. "Then what are you skilled at?" Hearing this, Shen Shu gazed out at the increasingly familiar scenery and the bloody battles within the city. "I excel in slaughter." With that, Shan Shu opened the hovercraft door and leaped down. Whoosh! The fierce wind swept across Shan Shu's face, causing his garments to flutter. The once diminutive structures rapidly loomed larger as he neared the ground. Buzz! Like a dragon's roar, the nearly tangible vitality enveloped him. At this moment, the students of a high school in Los Angeles could not help but raise their heads to gaze at the blood-red meteor streaking down from the sky, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of hope. "The military is here to rescue us." Sun Wang and Zhao Yang, who were mingling among the crowd, also turned their attention towards ITIN the next instant. A thunderous crash echoed as the meteor plummeted directly into the midst of the ongoing battle. Dust and smoke billowed into the air. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Both the kin and the mobile units stood frozen, staring at the swirling haze. Suddenly, A colossal phantom of a fierce tiger materialized menacingly within the smoke. The next moment, Shinshu burst forth from the fog. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted. Under the weight of multiple layers of power, a Qin warrior was transformed into mere afterimages as they were flung away, leaving only a cloud of blood in their wake. Just as Shan Shu had asserted, the overwhelming aura of blood. His formidable physique and the rock-solid mental force, coupled with a series of empowering techniques, had all molded the current Shinshu, a being born for battle and slaughter. You have slain a third-tier Qin warrior, earning 15 hours of sage time. Shinshu did not even glance at the notification panel. With a resounding crash, he lunged forward again, and the Qin, momentarily dazed and standing still, suddenly felt an enormous hand pressing against their face. In an instant, a surge of immense force struck. Boom! Shinshu seized the man's head and slammed it into the ground, leaving a mangled and shattered cranium in his wake. Damn it! Kill him! The remaining Qin frantically unleashed their mental force upon Shan Shu. In response, Shan Shu could not help but turn back. Like a mountain, his mental force surged forward. In mere moments, the once mighty Qin warriors were crushed, culminating in the obliteration of the last Qin skull. The battle was decisively over. Just as Lin Shan stepped off the airship, he stood stunned at this scene. Recalling Shan Shu's earlier words about being adept at killing that moment, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. Is that a military personnel? Why does he look so much like Shinshu? At this time, Shinshu's ears twitched, and he turned to reveal a smiling face, waving his hand before stepping back onto the floating vessel. As Shinshu turned around, Zhao Liang and the others finally recognized him clearly. Zhao Liang couldn't contain his excitement as he shook Sun Wang's arm. Holy crap, that's Shinshu! He even greeted us. After a moment of daze, Sun Wang exclaimed, "Ha, damn it, he fooled us." But then, he suddenly smiled joyfully. That's great. The eldest son is finally doing well. Chapter 73. Sweeping through Los Angeles on the floating vessel. Lin Shin sighed, choosing not to further impede Shinshu. He wished to convey to Shinshu that such measures were unnecessary, as reinforcements had already arrived. However, smelling the scent of blood emanating from Shinshu, he opted for silence and instead recorded Shinshu's actions and words. This was not an act of betrayal. On the contrary, Shinshu's distinctive character and traits would be reported to the military for comprehensive analysis, paving the way for tailored weaponry, training plans, and mechs. Before long, as Shinshu leapt off the floating vessel once more, Lin Shin spoke directly into his earpiece. The remaining Qin and ferocious beasts are relatively scattered. I will guide you from the airship. Good. Listening to Shinshu's succinct response, Lin Shin glanced at Shu Ayahan, who promptly began gathering information. Moments later, locations of the beasts and Qin appeared on Shinshu's wristband. Seeing this, Shinshu darted through the city. With a roar from a ferocious beast, it was seen relentlessly battering against a rusty iron door of a single-story house. Bang! With a powerful impact, the iron door warped and cracked. The beast's bulging eyes peered through the gap, observing a man wielding a knife and a student held closely by his mother behind him. Realizing they had been discovered, the knife-wielding man gritted his teeth, a fierce look crossing his face. Get me Omio back inside. I will fight it. The man swung the kitchen knife directly at the beast's snout. The next second, boom! Blood erupted instantly, splattering the man from head to toe. I'm so strong. The man exclaimed in disbelief, and I have also reported to Major General Sunday your grandfather's injury has been treated adequately at the Inheritance Bureau. The remaining care will be handled by the military department, ensuring that he will regain his vitality. The arrangement for your family will also be managed internally by the military, so you need not worry about their safety any further. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Do take some time to visit your family. Chapter 74. Returning home. The changes in Blue City. Upon hearing the words return home, Shinshu momentarily froze. What initially began as a mere participation in an exchange competition had escalated into a special recruitment by the military, culminating in his appointment as an inspector. Indeed, it had been a while since he last returned home. With that thought, Shinshu prepared to head directly towards the safe house. Observing this, Lin Shin hurriedly interjected. Are you truly planning to go like this? Although the inspector uniform of the Spirit Command has a cleansing function, you should at least wash up a bit. He then gestured towards the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Shinshu glanced at the bloodstains on his attire and did not decline. The warm water cascaded over him, gradually softening the dried blood clots. Shen Shu had lost count of how many lives he had taken, how many beasts he had slain. Aside from the initial fury and a tinge of revulsion when he had killed Mu Chong, he had become nearly numb to it all. The congealed blood pooled beneath his feet, forming a small red puddle. Moments later, after rinsing his white robe with water and activating the cleansing and drying functions, he stepped out of the bathroom. Lin Shen and Shu Ao Han both couldn't help but be taken aback by the transformation. If just moments ago Shen Shu had appeared as a ferocious deity fallen to the mortal realm, now he resembled a cultured and affable scholar, his demeanor softened by the lingering remnant of ferocity from his recent bloodshed. There was a distinct sense of youthful generality about him. Lin Shen, observing this, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. With your appearance, even if you don't return to the battlefield, remaining in the rear as a figurehead would be excellent. Saying this, Lin Shen opened the hatch. The remnants of the fiends had been largely cleared, and it was essential for someone to take responsibility for the city that had been invaded by such ferocious beasts. However, the follow-up investigations would be handled by others. You should go spend some quality time with your family, he urged. Nodding in agreement, Shen Shu suddenly turned back to Lin Shen and asked, "How is Yuan Yi doing?" Lin Shen hesitated for a moment before replying, "His physical condition isn't too severe, but his sea of consciousness has suffered considerable damage, and he has accumulated quite a number of internal injuries. We can only proceed with conservative treatment for now, and we are in the process of contacting personnel from the Spirit Command to assist with his recovery." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu paused in his step, reconsidering, "Did I ask there anything I can do to help?" Lin Shen pondered for a moment. There is a force within Yuan Yi that has been aiding in alleviating his injuries, which should be your frequently utilized power. Realization dawned upon Shen Shu as he understood Lin Shen was referring to the transformation energy. If you have the time, you could assist in dissipating some of the internal injuries. It would facilitate his treatment. However, there's no rush. First, go see your family. With that, Shen Shu hesitated briefly before exiting the hatch and making his way to the safe house. The moment they laid eyes on him, tears welled up in the eyes of his elders. Shen Shu hurriedly approached them. His grandmother incessantly pulled him close, recounting the recent events. His grandfather had become much more cheerful than before, the murkiness in his eyes gradually replaced by the spark of life. Listening to his grandmother's ramblings, Shen Shu, who had nearly exterminated the fiends and their kin in Luo City, felt akin to a docile tiger finding warmth at home, gently attuned to her words. The injury that had caused his grandfather's paralysis was not a grave matter at the Inheritance Bureau's hospital. At least, now that Shen Shu held a certain status, the burden of the underground fighting he had once toiled for had transformed into a mere inconvenience, effortlessly resolved by others. Instructor Yuan has treated us well, providing the finest medicines and machinery in Luo City. Initially, he intended to assist your grandfather with mechanical bones, but considering your grandfather's age and the capabilities of our hospital, it wasn't, he pursued. Xiao Shu, Instructor Yuan has shown great kindness to our family. He has been looking after us during this period, his grandmother continued. Hearing this, Shen Shu couldn't help but nod. If it weren't for Yuan Yi this time, his family would have been in true danger. Suddenly, his grandmother grasped the hem of Shen Shu's clothing, her brow furrowed with concern as she implored, "Xiao Shu, your grandfather is recovering well enough. Let us return home. There are so many injured outside. We old folks shouldn't monopolize these resources." At her words, Shen Shu fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Night fell, and the moonlight bathed the surroundings. As the floating vehicle descended, the elderly couple returned to the home where they had spent the majority of their lives. Their faces lit up with visible joy. Even though Shen Shu could now provide them with better conditions, they remained fond of the house they had known for so long. Shen Shu took this opportunity to reminisce about the feelings of the past. The next day, Xiao Shu, come out for breakfast, dressed in a shimmering golden robe, complemented by a combat belt that accentuated his stature. Shen Shu exhaled a deep breath as he stepped out of his room. "Xiao Shu, have you grown taller again?" His grandmother beamed as she assessed him. "Of course, it's the age of growth. You should eat a few more eggs." Having spent the past few days on the road and in battle, Shen Shu had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. He sat at the table, cracking open an egg and alternating bites of pickled vegetables and the egg. His grandfather, rarely emerging from his room, joined him for breakfast. Seeing Shen Shu eat heartily, his grandmother's smile deepened. "Xiao Shu, now that your grandfather and I are fine, don't feel too pressured. Focus on your martial arts and perhaps pursue a romantic interest as well. Cough. Shun Shu nearly choked on the egg at her words. Before his grandmother could elaborate, he hastily swallowed the food and declared, "I've finished eating. Grandma, I need to visit Instructor Yuan today." His hasty exit elicited a knowing smile shared between his grandparents. In the following days, Shun Shu found himself at ease. The military had fully taken control of Luo City, conducting extensive sweeps for the remnants of the fiends, and various companies and officials associated with the beasts were swiftly dealt with. During this time, Shin Shu spent his nights in the old house and visited Yuanyi during the day, occasionally stopping by Luo City No. 1 High School to chat with Sun Wang and Zhao Liang. However, upon learning of Shun Shu's impending visit, the school rolled out banners and made a grand fuss, dissuading him from returning again after his first visit. At this moment, within the Luo City Military Treatment Center, as Shun Shu infused the last trace of transformation energy into Yuanyi, he exhaled a long breath. "It's a blessing that my vitality is robust. Given the extent of your internal injuries, surviving until now is truly miraculous." Yuanyi chuckled at Shun Shu's words. "I initially intended to clear my injuries while learning transformation energy myself, but it seems I've hit the jackpot. Our hero from Luo City, Inspector Shen, is personally assisting me." Hearing this, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang, who were nearby, chimed in teasingly, "Indeed, with Shin Shu back at school, it's like he can shake hands with the principal and leave him overjoyed." Zhao Liang scoffed. "I've heard that the principal is currently reporting to the Education Bureau, lounging back like it's all beneath him, more flamboyant than the Luo City Education Bureau itself." Amidst their banter, Shin Shu could only shake his head with a smile. By the way, Shin Shu, now that you've been specially recruited, will you be returning for the martial arts examination? After a light-hearted laugh, Sun Wang turned to Shin Shu and inquired, "Shouldn't be coming back." As Shin Shu sliced an apple and offered it to Yuanyi. He remarked, "If that's the case, do you two plan to join the military then?" Yuanyi's eyes widened in surprise. "You two are preparing to enlist? Well, don't flatter yourself thinking we're joining the military just to seek you out. With our grades, we can't afford to look down on mediocre schools. And prestigious schools wouldn't want us either. Might as well join the military for the resources and support." Upon hearing their reasoning, Shin Shu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Shen entered, first nodding to Yuanyi before leaning in to whisper to Shun Shu, "There's been an incident. The Spirit Command in Blue City has raised charges regarding your previous suspicion of Sun Dianjing's soul search testimony, and many individuals connected to Zhong Tianxiang have protested as well. Officer Ma is backing you, but the Spirit Command requires your presence." At this, Shun Shu set down the fruit knife, gazing at Lin Shen with indifference. "They claim they need me to return. It is an undeniable fact that Zhong Tianxiang is a fiend. What is there to suspect?" Lin Shen's expression grew peculiar. "Well, some sordid matters cannot be openly discussed. Even Officer Ma faces various constraints, which is why they need you to return." Cough, cough, enough. You've been here long enough. Hurry and leave, Yuanyi interjected, having caught Lin Shen's hushed tone. Sun Wang also sensed the gravity of the situation. "Don't worry, we'll frequently check in on your grandparents. You can go without worry." Shin Shu offered an apologetic smile as he stepped out. Heading towards the floating vehicle, he casually remarked, "Do you think Sun Wang and Zhao Liang will have any issues enrolling in the military?" Lin Shen paused for a moment before responding. "With the military expanding its recruitment, they should have no problem at all." Shun Shu nodded slightly. Lin Shen, being astute, surely understood his implication. He was not so saintly as to neglect his companions, especially considering they had once been the back row 3 generals. If he became formidable yet failed to care for those around him, it would reflect poorly on his humanity. However, he mused, when a relationship becomes entangled with various interests, it is prone to distortion. He continued, "I shall do my utmost to ensure they rely on their own strength. I will provide support in the end." Initially believing this to be a casual arrangement, Lin Shen grasped the depth of Shun Shu's sentiments towards the two individuals in question and replied, "Understood. I will make the arrangements." As Shun Shu boarded the hovercraft, a low hum resonated, and they once again set off toward Blue City. Chapter 75. The Military's Reward. The Great Sun Constructing Cauldron Technique. Observing the buildings gradually shrinking in the distance, Shun Shu retracted his gaze. Lin Shen was busy organizing the documents in his hands. This time, Your timely discovery of Zhong Tianxiang's affiliation with the clans and your effective measures have essentially secured your position in the Inspection Division, AS, for your actions in Luo City, where you eliminated a significant number of clans and fierce beasts, including the likes of Mu Chong from the Bone Forging Realm, and prevented major damage to the Level 3 city. You will certainly receive rewards from both the Spirit Control Division and the military. Rest assured. While speaking, Lin Shun handed the freshly organized documents to Shen Shu. The current situation in Blue City, as per Major General Sun's directive, is for you to select a technique or skill, ensuring a secure acquisition first to demonstrate our sincerity. After all, since you have joined the military, if you wish for the horse to run, you must provide it with fodder. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he believed that joining the military would not yield any material rewards. He thought such benefits would come only after formal induction. Yet, here he was receiving them outright, as he perused the documents. Shen Shu was astonished to find that the majority of the techniques listed were indeed rare treasures. Lin Shen, noticing his surprise, smiled with satisfaction. Rest assured, now that you are part of the military, you will not suffer any losses. Moreover, you have been recommended by Major General Sun as a candidate for the Shura trial, and your recent military achievements are more than sufficient for you to select some excellent items. He gestured towards several techniques. During your previous combat, the data model analyzed your fighting style, which predominantly favors a powerful close combat approach, relying on your formidable vitality and physique to overwhelm opponents. Thus, I have filtered some techniques from the martial arts library for you. Shen Shu followed Lin Shun's finger to read: Bone Forging Realm, Chaotic World Fist, rare. 1 fist stirs the clouds and winds, 2 fists shake mountains and seas, 3 fists cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink. This technique is colloquially known as the Farmer's 3 Fists. The entire sequence consists of just 3 punches, with power increasing successively. The third punch has the capability to strike enemies across distances, making it highly compatible with your style, and this one. Skin Refining Realm, Soul Severing Capture, rare. Although it does not belong to the Bone Forging Realm, it aligns well with the dark energy and possesses significant lethality against humans. Though it is less effective against fierce beasts, by the way, Major General Sun is aware of your cultivation of the rock-solid body refining technique, and this can be granted to you as an exception. As he spoke, Lin Shun performed a few operations and brought up a page. Unity Realm, Great Sun Constructing Cauldron Technique, rare, with profound vitality. Construct an unquenchable flame cauldron. This is likely the technique Zhao Chang used to entice you into joining the Federal University. After all, given his position, the most he could offer would be a technique at the Unity Realm, and this is the only one that might attract you. Seeing the astonishment in Shen Shu's eyes, Lin Shen couldn't help but smile with pride. A university, in terms of foundation and resources, cannot possibly compare to the military, which has been on the front lines. The fairness Major General Sun spoke of was not mere rhetoric. The current Federation is not as favorable as you might imagine. The previous refusal was simply due to your recent induction and lack of merit. Even if you had directly requested it, there would have been oversight. But now, it's different. Listening to Lin Shun's words, Shen Shu felt a sense of indifference wash over him. Indeed, joining the military was the right choice. Not only could he earn merits, but he could also obtain the Great Sage's moments. I want the Great Sun Constructing Cauldron Technique. Lin Shun, as if anticipating this, replied, no problem. However, be prepared. You are currently at the skin refining level. I suggest you focus on the Great Sun technique while primarily honing the rock-solid technique to establish your acupoints. Once your vitality accumulates sufficiently, you can then merge with the cauldron. As he spoke, Lin Shun retrieved the relevant materials and handed them over to Shen Shu. With some time left before their arrival in Blue City, Shen Shu took his time to browse through the documents, which were replete with text and video demonstrations, highlighting key points and common pitfalls for learners. These annotations were left by the military to facilitate future practitioners. All right, take your time. And remember, the technique must not be shared casually. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu nodded. With the various annotations available, he became increasingly engrossed in his study, recognizing that this advanced learning could save him valuable moments of sagehood. Forge acupoints at the nodes of the meridians using vitality, then connect the acupoints to complete the cauldron formation. Finally, continuously compress and refine the vitality poured into the cauldron, gathering into a great sun of vitality, where vitality flows unceasingly and the sun remains ever bright. Shen Shu couldn't help but marvel. The rock's solid body refining technique had already brought his vitality refinement and absorption to the pinnacle. Yet the Great Sun constructing cauldron technique opened a new pathway, allowing the vitality to be further condensed and compressed, enabling it to hold even more life force. In a wonder, it was said to be suited specifically for the rock's solid body refining technique. For those with weak vitality, even if they exerted tremendous effort to open acupoints and construct a cauldron, once their vitality was truly compressed, would they not find their realm diminished? The Great Sun constructing cauldron technique, drawing from ancient practices, consists of 365 acupoints. The more acupoints one opens, the greater the capacity for compression and storage of vitality. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. One must continuously practice. As a mortal body can contain the boundless Great Sun, the materials concluded with details on which potions and methods to assist in cultivation. However, some of the potions mentioned were unfamiliar to Shen Shu, let alone how to procure them. Alas, it seems I must rely on my own efforts. With that, Shen Shu closed the documents and returned them to Lin Shun, then turned his attention to the interface before him. Unity Realm, Great Sun constructing cauldron technique, rare, remaining sagehood moments, 880 hours. With a sweeping gesture, Shen Shu watched as the moments of sagehood flowed like water. First hour, you attempt to gather vitality to forge an acupoint. Second hour, the surging vitality. Once your greatest reliance, now must be restrained like a dragon threading through a needle's eye. One misstep could damage your meridians, yet thanks to the transformation energy, you remain unharmed. Eighth hour, you finally complete your first acupoint, but it has yet to meet the standard of the technique, and you prepare to expand it. 15th hour, you grow increasingly adept. The once surging vitality now enters the acupoint, yet the continuous consumption leaves you somewhat depleted. Practicing a Unity Realm technique while at the skin refining stage proves overly taxing. 25th hour, you have fully recovered and established the preliminary form of your second acupoint. 40th hour, you have opened your second acupoint, but your vitality has been exhausted once more. Shen Shu paused the moments of sagehood, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Had he truly expended all his vitality to open 2 acupoints? Moreover, as the vitality flowed into the acupoints, Shen Shu distinctly felt an increase in his body's capacity for vitality. Merely 2 acupoints had already provided nearly 10% of his previous capacity. To think that his entire vitality was at the pinnacle level of the rock-solid body refining technique, and these 2 acupoints could accommodate close to 10% of it was astonishing. Fortuitously, Shen Shu cultivated the rock-solid body refining technique, allowing for rapid recovery and expansion of capacity. Otherwise, he might have needed much more time. With this thought, Shen Shu took out several body refining pills and vitality potions. Chapter 76, Advancing 5 Stages, Skin Refining Stage 5, 41st hour. You consumed a body refining pill and a vitality potion, improving efficiency. 42nd hour. After digestion, you swallowed another body refining pill. His own mediocre body refining pill only had an effect for 1 hour. But from the messages within the techniques, Shen Shu learned that some potions could directly open an acupoint. However, such potions started at 1 million per bottle. Truly, the path of martial arts was a gold-guzzling beast. Just then, seeing Shen Shu consume a body refining pill, Lin Xin was momentarily taken aback. You are starting your cultivation already? As he spoke, he produced several bottles of potions and body refining pills from his belongings. Do not use those potions, they may leave residual effects. Hearing this, Shen Shu looked at the crystalline, blood-red potion Lin Xin offered. It was akin to being offered a luxurious cigarette while he was stuck with a cheap one. While he felt gratitude, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the generosity. I'll return it to you later. Without further ado, Shen Shu consumed it. 50th hour. With the aid of the potion, you have opened your 3rd acupoint. 123rd hour. You have opened your 12th acupoint. The 180th hour. You have successfully opened the 18th acupoint, and all your acupoints are now filled with vital energy and blood. At present, the sheer quantity of your vital energy is sufficient to overpower an average bone-forging practitioner. Great Sun Alchemy Technique, rare, beginner. You have advanced beyond the 2nd stage of skin refinement. Remaining sage time, 700 hours. Indeed, a quality elixir can significantly enhance Shen Shu's efficiency. He involuntarily exhaled a breath of turbid air. The blood energy that had previously been on the verge of overflowing from his body now retracted in brilliance. Internally, his acupoints have nearly transformed into another source of energy for Xinshu, not only accommodating greater amounts of vital energy but also, under its nurturing warmth, fortifying the acupoints and meridians. The solidity of these components has improved considerably compared to before. Initially, Xinshu intended to wait and see if he could gain further benefits from the elixir, but recalling recent events, he gritted his teeth and directly infused all remaining sage time into his cultivation. 200 hours. You continuously cultivate the rock-solid body technique, acquiring new vital energy and opening acupoints. 400 hours. Open 38 acupoints, refining the blood energy into the bones, further strengthening your physique. Reaching the third stage of skin refinement. 520 hours. You have opened 52 acupoints, gradually connecting them. The vital energy is compressed once more, yet your capacity for it has increased. And your proficiency in opening acupoints has improved, allowing the vital energy to integrate into your skin, achieving the fourth stage of skin refinement. 700 hours. You have opened 81 acupoints, gradually forming a minor circuit. The vital energy has shifted from a deep crimson intertwined with a hint of gold, but quickly concealed itself within the acupoints. This is the essence of vital energy converging into the Great Sun. Fifth stage of skin refinement. Guanyin Great Sun Alchemy Technique, rare, minor achievement. At this moment within Xinshu's body, the 81 acupoints faintly interconnected, forming a small circuit, each acupoint flashing with a brilliant essence. The vital energy surged within the acupoints, akin to the relentless roar of a river. The sudden enhancement of power left Xinshu somewhat unaccustomed. Suppressing the pangs of his heart, he felt the strength contained within his body and remained unable to calm his emotions for a long while. From engaging in underground fights upon his arrival, to subsequent sparring, slaying ferocious beasts, and exterminating kin, culminating in his fateful battle on the star battlefield for Sage Time, where he became renowned, eventually joining the military. At this moment, everything has finally borne fruit. Xinshu's prowess has geometrically increased. He then contemplated his abilities. With his current physique and vital energy, what would happen if someone were to receive a full-force buff of thunder directly from him? Just then, his communicator suddenly chimed. Ma Wanyuan. Upon seeing the name, Xinshu activated the communicator. Xinshu, where are you? Ma Wanyuan inquired. Weariness etched across his brow as he glanced outside at the gradually emerging city skyline. We're almost there. Hearing this, Ma Wanyuan perked up. Great. Let me ask, are you certain your soul search has reached a high level? Xinshu furrowed his brow. We're almost there. Good. When you arrive in Blue City, don't act impulsively. I'll handle matters with Sundianjin. You just need to assist with the investigation. At this, Xinshu's eyes narrowed. Why? Seeing Xinshu's inquiry, Ma Wanyuan sighed. Although Sundianjin has informed Zhong Tianxiang, he is, after all, the deputy commander of the Spirit Control Division. Despite some personal ethical issues, he is essential for the division at this time. I hope you can understand. Listening to this, Xinshu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You've investigated Sundianjin, haven't you? His actions extend far beyond merely notifying Zhong Tianxiang. Sigh. Just stay out of this. I'll handle it with that. Ma Wanyuan ended the communication. Observing this, Xinshu narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Ultimately, it is a case of officials protecting one another. From his exploration of Zhong Tianxiang's memories, Sundianjin has been taking a considerable number of thought power seedlings from Zhong Tianxiang each year. Purportedly to aid in his own cultivation, it is precisely because of this transaction that Zhong Tianxiang has been able to receive advance warning during investigations by Xinshu and others. Just as Xinshu was contemplating this, Lin Shen suddenly spoke from behind him. Though Ma Wanyuan asked you not to interfere, you still hold a military identity. The Federation may appear to be flourishing, but internally it is riddled with various pests. This time, you might witness it firsthand. Regardless of the outcome, you are ultimately a part of the military, just as General Sun Wu assured you. Although you may not possess numerous privileges, the military can guarantee that the individuals you face will also lack privileges. This is fairness. This is also the intention of Major Sun Wu. Upon hearing this, Xinshu couldn't help but scoff. Are you all cryptic? Your words seem to carry hidden meanings. Just tell me why it has to be me. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, having been lost in the thrill of his earlier bravado. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, the reason is quite simple. Because you have conducted a soul search, thus, as long as some individuals can make you compromise, then matters will cease to be a concern. Commander Ma Wenyuan's request for you to refrain from involvement is to protect you. Given your recent initiation into the Spirit Control Division. As for us, we respect all your choices. Lin Shen wore a knowing smile as he spoke. Just then, the hovercraft began to descend slowly, and Shun Shu distinctly noticed a large group of individuals clad in white robes waiting at the landing site. Chapter 77. A Display of Authority? Blue City, Spirit Control Division. As soon as Shin Shu and his companions touched down, the impatient members of the Blue City Spirit Control Division could no longer contain their disdain. Who is Shin Shu? As the hatch opened, one individual could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, Shun Shu merely turned to the speaker. I am. Dio, you have something to say? The youthful visage, coupled with the faint crimson aura of vital energy, drew the attention of many present. What an egotistical attitude, making so many of us wait for just one person. The new Alliance city has yet to rise, and already the oversight here resembles that of a first-tier city. Shin Shu cast a sidelong glance at the surrounding jeers, unfazed. If you don't wish to wait, feel free to leave. Not a buddy, then? Such strong offensive prowess. Many faces displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Initially, they had hoped this inspector would be sensible and converse amicably, allowing him to pass. But now, they could dream. What a sharp-tongued brat. I heard this kid is from the military. Indeed, even donning the inspector's mantle of the Spirit Control Division, he cannot shed that biting nature. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the speaker. What the hell? Before Sun Wu departed, he had instructed to both familiarize Shin Shu with the military and provide him with support. Yet, he hadn't even sought trouble, and the other party had already insulted him? Shin Shu directly held down Lin Shen's hand, gesturing towards the one who had just spoken. You. Upon being singled out, the individual who had been mocking the crowd suddenly felt a wave of unease. Seeing the other's demeanor, Shun Shu merely coldly recorded something. Currently documenting. A member of the Blue City Spirit Control Division is willfully obstructing an investigation and attempting to provoke discord between the Spirit Control Division and the military. Preliminary suspicions of collusion with the kin. I hope the Blue City Spirit Control Division can provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will be unable to account for this to the young major's confidant beside me. Lin Shen. Huh? I can still be accountable for this? The members of the Blue City Spirit Control Division. Huh? What you just said are my own words. At this moment, the eyes of the Blue City Spirit Control Division members widened in disbelief. Wasn't he just newly appointed? How is he so familiar with the procedures? Shu Aohan, watching from behind, was taken aback by the scene. The Blue City Spirit Control Division had always looked down on others. They only gave others a hard time, never having experienced such a snub. He couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, which echoed sharply in the silence. Just as someone was preparing to retort, Shin Shu swept his gaze across. Do you have something to say? You are abusing your power. The individual, under pressure, protested. If you have doubts, you may report me to higher authorities. However, I suspect you are hindering my investigation and colluding with the earlier speaker, while also defaming me. What is your name? Shin Shu's final question was akin to calling roll in class, instantly freezing the Blue City Spirit Control Division's morale. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. The inspector's position was indeed a rank above theirs, and he was accompanied by military personnel, with both eloquence and might. What could they say? Watching the silence envelop the crowd, Shin Shu let out a cold laugh. Since there are no issues, yet you obstruct my path, what do you intend to do? Hinder an inspector's investigation. The Blue City Spirit Control Division is engaged in collective shielding. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, gazing at Shin Shu with incredulity. What? We aren't speaking. Why are you still pursuing this? Those irrelevant individuals, step aside. Shin Shu snorted coldly and strode forward. In an instant, the crowd that had just obstructed the way reluctantly parted to create a path. One was an inspector of the Spirit Control Division. One is a major general from the military, who has been unjustly accused by Shin Shu of attempting to incite discord between the military and the Spirit Control Department. This series of accusations and insults left them utterly bewildered. Shin Shu entered the Spirit Control Department of Blue City without any hindrance. As he made his way in, many turned their gazes toward him, their expressions a mix of helplessness, complexity, and even disappointment, as if they perceived Shin Shu's youth as a reason for their distrust. At that moment, a middle-aged man, upon seeing Shan Shu enter, was initially taken aback. But soon a smile spread across his face. He was Li Nuadun, one of the deputy commanders of the Spirit Control Department in Blue City. He had just instructed that if Shan Shu approached with a meek attitude and spoke respectfully, he would be allowed entry. However, if he came in aggressively, they would confront him. Observing Shan Shu's swift entrance, Li Nuadun surmised that he should be easy to manage. This individual must be the inspector who misjudged our commander's son and his deputy. Although he has wrongfully accused our deputy commander, we, being magnanimous, have decided not to report it. You simply need to apologize to our deputy commander. Hearing these words, Shan Shu narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a hint of a smile. Very well, lead the way. This response caught Lin Shan's attention. He could hardly believe that Shan Shu was capable of admitting fault, and thus remained silent. Li Nuadun, unaware of Shan Shu's temperament, presumed that the latter had indeed been intimidated. On the other hand, Ma Wenyuan was adamant about not letting Commander Sun off the hook. Their commander in Blue City had personally intervened to hold Ma Wenyuan back, following the procedures in an attempt to take advantage of Shan Shu, who had recently become an inspector. Initially expecting a challenging endeavor, Li Nuadun found himself amused to discover that Shan Shu was, in fact, quite pliable. Indeed, all the military selection and the genius recommended by Ma Wenyuan to several spirit lords ultimately amounted to nothing more than a pawn in the game of power. If Shan Shu were to concede first, then even if Ma Wenyuan came in person, coupled with Commander Sun's recent breakthrough to the Spirit Master level, it would be difficult for the Spirit Lords to contest. Ultimately, the blame could be shifted onto Shan Shu. Perhaps this could even drag Ma Wenyuan down with it. As he pondered, a smile of pride and amusement spread across Li Nuadun's face. Acknowledging one's mistakes and learning from them is truly commendable. There is great potential here. With that, Li Nuadun patted Shan Shu on the shoulder. In response, those who had previously looked on with hope could not help but shut their eyes and shake their heads. Shan Shu, however, observed everything around him with a cold gaze. It seems Commander Sun indeed has some issues. Time was of the essence. He had not even had the opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. But for him, such an investigation seemed unnecessary. What investigation could surpass the act of soul-searching? With a smile, Li Nuadun guided them into an office. Upon entering, Shan Shu's eyes narrowed once more. Despite having claimed that the other party bore significant suspicion, they now remained unperturbed in such an office. As the doors swung open, Commander Sun raised his head to glance at Shan Shu and the others, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a surge of mental energy crashed upon them like a tidal wave. Even Shan Shu felt the veins in his temples throb. Moments later, he noticed Lin Shan and the others grimacing in pain, prompting Commander Sun to smile and say, "Apologies, everyone, I've just broken through to the Spirit Master level, and my mental energy is somewhat uncontrollable." As the mental energy receded, Lin Shan's expression turned grave. The difference between a deputy commander of the Mind Master level and one of the Spirit Master level was monumental. No wonder the commander of Blue City was so intent on protecting this individual. After contemplating for a moment, Shan Shu fixed his gaze on the slight smirk at the corner of Sun's mouth. So, he has indeed advanced to the Spirit Master level. Chapter 78. With such scum, how has the Federation not yet perished? Shan Shu was unaware of the true implications of being a Spirit Master. However, he was acutely aware that both Ma Wenyuan's earlier words and the various oddities and discomfort he sensed stemmed from this Spirit Master. Taking a deep breath, Shan Shu prepared to enter the room, only for Commander Sun to suddenly look up and say, "You can express your apologies right here. My office is not open to those who spread rumors and falsely accuse their colleagues." Commander Sun, although you have advanced to the Spirit Master level, Shan Shu is still one of our military personnel. Do not overstep your bounds. Witnessing Sun's arrogance, Lin Shan could not contain his anger and spoke out. The military? Then it is even less your place to meddle in the affairs of the Spirit Control Department. As Sun's arrogance reached new heights, Lin Shan was about to voice further objections when Shan Shu abruptly raised his hand to halt him. He turned to face Su and Yo. "You think I am here to apologize? Then why are you standing here?" Sun replied, as if it were self-evident. Perhaps he has some issues, but as long as he is not truly a member of the Dwellers, then what do those issues matter now that he has advanced to the Spirit Master level? Ha! You claim I am falsely accusing a colleague, then let me pose some questions to you. Commander Sun, when I came to apprehend Zhong Tianxiang, you informed him in advance and sent Lin Feng to obstruct us, hindering the investigation. That is one. As he spoke, Shan Shu took a step forward. The numerous exceptionally talented students you acquired from Zhong Tianxiang, aside from a select few who became subordinates of the Spirit Control Department, many have gone missing. That is 2.as. He listened to Shen Shu's words and observed his movements. Sun narrowed his eyes. I told you. You are not allowed to enter this room. In an instant, a tidal wave of mental energy crashed down upon Shen Shu, akin to waves striking a reef. Feeling the intense pain emanating from his mind, Shen Shu remained steadfast. Zhong Tianxiang is able to hold the position of deputy director at the education department in Blue City as a member of the Dwellers, and has evaded scrutiny multiple times, all of which is inextricably linked to you. That is 3. Crack, crack, crack. Sun's mental energy nearly crushed the once unyielding boulder that was Shen Shu, yet he remained unmoved, coldly fixing his gaze on Sunday. Therefore, I have the right to question you, to apprehend you, and to conduct a soul search. With another step forward, the distance between Shen Shu and Sun was reduced to merely 7 paces. The next moment, bang. The floor erupted with a thunderous sound. In an instant, Shen Shu surged forward like a rock tearing through a tsunami, appearing directly before Sun. In the face of Sun's horrified expression, Shen Shu seized his head and slammed it onto the desk before him. In that moment, the desk cracked in two, with splinters embedding into Sun's face, blood streaming forth. You seek death. Sun's eyes turned crimson. Just as he attempted to resist, Shen Shu lifted his head once more and slammed it down again. Bang! This time, the force was so tremendous that it sent dust cascading down from the ceiling, causing many downstairs to pause and glance toward Sun's office. Seeing that Sun was now nearly unconscious, Shen Shu gripped his hair and lifted him, looking down at his bloodied face, coldly stating, "Now, I am conducting a soul search. Against non-dweller members of the Federation, you have the right to object." Shen Shu held up the nearly unconscious Sun. And this scene left Lin Shen and Li Nuodun utterly speechless. Observing Shen Shu's familiar style in this moment, Lin Shen finally understood why Shen Shu had remained silent, allowing Li Nuodun to mock him. It was undoubtedly deliberate, wasn't it? When someone is on the verge of being beaten to death, what good is it to defend oneself? Moments later, Shen Shu spoke. Commander Sun has not expressed any objections to the soul search. You are. Just as Li Nuodun was about to voice his opinion, Lin Shen suddenly turned to him and said, Commander Sun has been resisting law enforcement, and Inspector Shen had no choice but to take action. What are you trying to achieve? Facing Lin Shen's dangerous glare, as well as the distance between them, Li Nuodun could only grit his teeth in frustration. Our Commander Wu will be back shortly. At that time, along with your Commander Ma, we shall see how you explain yourselves. No matter how defiantly Nuodun's words were, it was now too late to stop what was unfolding. Shen Shu's mental energy surged directly toward Sun's mind. Unlike Zhong Tianxiang's mind, Sun's was absurdly expansive, with a faint blue sphere at its center, continuously surrounded by what resembled spiritual energy. So, this is what a spirit master's mind looks like? Shen Shu felt a moment of confusion, but soon enough, his mind was inundated with Sun's memories. Sun had previously held a certain degree of power and status, and though his mental energy was lacking, he managed to usurp someone else's position. To gain merit, he wrongfully accused several civilians and military personnel, labeling them as dwellers, which granted him a preliminary promotion to squad leader. Fearing being usurped by newcomers, he resorted to leveraging his seniority to steal credit and suppress others, even going so far as to target talented individuals and colleagues as a means to enhance his own mental prowess. In the end, he conspired with Zhong Tianxiang, receiving numerous unconnected yet talented individuals, allowing him to torment and humiliate them, while those who resisted simply vanished. Corruption, slander, abuse of power, and rampant killings, if adhering to the laws of the Federation. Sun could be sentenced to death 10 times over. He could not believe that everyone was unaware of the atrocities Sun had committed. There had to be individuals who either condoned his actions or, at the very least, turned a blind eye as long as there were no problems arising from below. It was even possible that his recent advancement to Spirit Master was a pretext for compelling Shen Shu to apologize, thereby continuing to shield Sunday Ha. Shen Shu finally comprehended the meaning behind Sun Wu's words regarding the parasites within the Federation. As he spoke, Shen Shu exerted force with his fingers, abruptly awakening Sun Dianjun, who stared fixedly at the mangled face before him and remarked, Perhaps for those whom you casually labeled as kin and unjustly murdered, this damnable world deserves destruction, doesn't it? I find myself in agreement with that sentiment now. You filthy scoundrel. The overwhelming sense of immersion from his memories compelled Shan Shu to the brink of crushing Sun Dianjin's skull in an instant. You can't kill me. I am a spirit master. Sun Dianjin struggled to articulate. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu glanced at him and suddenly smiled. I too believe that such a death would be too lenient for you. With that, Shan Shu seized Sun Dianjin by the hair and dragged him out of the office. Through the corridor, down the stairs, and into the hall, a vivid trail of blood marked their passage behind them. As the onlookers caught sight of Sun Dianjin's pitiful state, they were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Shan Shu declared, "If anyone has evidence against Sun Dianjin, feel free to approach me privately." He refrained from directly naming those who had compromised their integrity to survive. Just as Shan Shu was poised to take Sun Dianjin away, a furious shout erupted from outside the Blue City Spirit Administration. Release Sun Dianjin, Chapter 79. For every lie, a bone shall be crushed. The voice was laced with rage and disbelief. Wu De had envisioned all possible scenarios upon his return, such as Shan Shu reconciling with Sun Dianjin or finding Shan Shu ensnared in peril within the Blue City Spirit Administration. Yet he had never anticipated witnessing Shan Shu dragging Sun Dianjin out like a mangy dog. Following the sound, Shan Shu spotted a middle-aged man he did not recognize. However, upon seeing Ma Wanyuan beside him, he immediately understood that this man was Wu De, the head of Blue City. Shan Shu then hoisted Sun Dianjin up and looked coldly at the sullen Wu De nearby. On what grounds should I release him? The audacity of Shan Shu's words left many in shock. Wu De, the head of the Blue City Spirit Administration, had faced no opposition since assuming his position. While some may have held dissenting opinions, none dared to voice them unless they were prepared to forfeit their standing. This assertion momentarily left Wu De at a loss for words. Enraged, he laughed scornfully. A mere inspector dares to disregard authority? It seems you need to be taught a lesson. In response, Shan Shu took 2 steps forward, and Ma Wanyuan summoned his psychic energy. Who says Shan Shu is merely an inspector? At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Shan Shu is not just one of your new Federation members. He is also affiliated with our military. Sun Wu leaped down from a hovering vehicle and approached Ma Wanyuan. Oh, what a commotion this is! Sun Wu's lips curled into a smile upon seeing Sun Dianjin's wretched appearance. Brigadier General Sun, isn't your military currently investigating Qin for the martial examination? What brings you to our Spirit Administration? Wu De, noticing the sudden appearance of Sun Wu, lowered his voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu smiled slightly. Indeed, we are investigating. He then turned his gaze toward Shan Shu. Isn't that right? Wu De, observing Sun Wu's focus on Shan Shu, narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Shan Shu belongs to your faction? Then if he treats a member of our Spirit Administration in such a manner, I will certainly. Before he could finish, Sun Wu raised an official document from his pocket and tossed it over. You will certainly what? Exact revenge? On whom? Shan Shu. Are you prepared to retaliate against an aspiring candidate for the Shura trials? Are you poised to harm the future of our military? As he spoke, Sun Wu's eyes sparkled with danger as he assessed the distance between the two parties, suppressing his smile. Are you intent on annihilating our military? Upon seeing the document Sun Wu hurled, Wu De clearly observed the series of seals from the military, including the stamp of the military committee. They all knew that the military had resumed the Shura trials, and they were aware that those selected for the trials would inevitably become focal points of military attention. However, he had not anticipated that Shan Shu would be included on that list. Gritting his teeth, he returned the document. Brigadier General Sun has misunderstood. I merely intended to say that Shan Shu's unwarranted treatment of our Blue City Spirit Administration's deputy commander will compel us to lodge a formal protest with the Federation. Upon seeing Sun Wu's arrival and recalling the message Lin Shan had conveyed to him earlier, Shan Shu understood the underlying intention. He then cast a disdainful smile at Wu De. Unwarranted. Are you perhaps sporting a tumor on your neck? This remark left Ma Wanyuan momentarily stunned, and even Sun Wu appeared taken aback. Huh? You have quite the tongue. Wu De could no longer contain his psychic energy, unleashing it upon Shan Shu like a tidal wave. Ma Wanyuan's pupils constricted. In an instant, a psychic force equal to Wu De's intercepted it. Sun Wu bellowed, Wu De, dare you? In response, Wu De exploded with fury. Ma Wanyuan, Sun Wu, are you two truly willing to protect this contemptuous rogue? Upon hearing this, Ma Wanyuan was about to retort when Shan Shu suddenly stepped forward and stomped on Sun Dianjin's foot, producing a series of cracking sounds. A piercing scream erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Sun Dianjin jolted awake in agony, and Ma Wanyuan's eyes widened as he questioned Shan Shu, "What are you doing?" In response, Shan Shu merely glanced at him coldly and replied, "Is being contemptuous of authority sufficient to be labeled a rogue?" With that, he lifted the now-awake Sun Dianjin by his hair. "You truly flatter me. To overlook such a rogue beneath you, yet only see my defiance of authority?" Hearing this, Sun Dianjin's eyes brimmed with fury. "Shan Shu, you will meet a dreadful end. Wu Da, I am innocent." At this, Shan Shu couldn't help but smile. He glanced at Ma Wanyuan, who was struggling to maintain composure, and sighed. Shan Shu, upon hearing this, Shan Shu simply regarded Ma Wanyuan and said, "Director Ma, it has been some time. I trust you are aware of Sun Dianjin's transgressions. Thus, I must inquire, how do you believe he should be dealt with?" With that, he tossed Sun Dianjin to the ground like a lifeless dog. When Shan Shu relayed the information regarding Zhong Tianxiang's kinship back, he had already begun investigating the deeds committed by Sun Dianjin. He was well aware of Sun Dianjin's actions and had initially cautioned him against rashness, fearing for his safety, intending to handle matters discreetly. But now, observing the onlookers, he sighed once more. Some matters cannot be measured by mere weight. Yet once they are brought to light, they cannot be contained. Shan Shu was forcing him to take a stance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke. Sun Dianjin has committed some wrongs, but having now ascended to the status of a spirit master, he should be sent to the front lines, to atone. Upon finishing, Ma Wanyuan shamefully closed his eyes. "Ha!" Sun Wu scoffed. "What a notion of atonement! Can that bring back the lives of those victimized, allowing such a rogue on the front lines? Are our lives not worth anything?" He then turned to Shan Shu. To harm civilians, oppress colleagues, murder peers to ascend, and exploit kin for psychokinetic prowess. Sun Dianjin deserves execution. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu nodded. "I share Brigadier General Sun's perspective." At that moment, fear flooded Sun Dianjin's eyes as he shouted, "Wu Da, you must save me! Save me! I acted for Blue City." 4. Before he could finish, Wu Da bellowed, "Silence." He then turned to Shan Shu, his expression grim. While Sun Dianjin is at fault, he is currently responsible for overseeing the Blue City Star battlefield and the kin review in certain regions. We must allow him a temporary reprieve to complete his duties. The deceased are already gone, and our Blue City Spirit Administration will provide the necessary compensation. A spirit master cannot perish so easily. Shan Shu pondered for a moment. "Very well, since Director Wu has spoken, I cannot refuse to show respect. However, to prevent Sun Dianjin from escaping accountability, I require him to publicly confess his past misdeeds, using my soul searching as evidence. For each lie, a bone shall be crushed." Chapter 80. Is living not simply about achieving clarity of thought? Listening to Shan Shu's concession, a smile flickered across Wu Da's face. Yet upon hearing the final statement, the smile faded. He did not necessarily wish to shield Sun Dianjin. If he could avoid the burden of the past, once Sun Dianjin ascended to the rank of Spirit Master, he could return to a first-tier city and perhaps even the Federation. However, should these misdeeds be exposed now, not only would Sun Dianjin be barred from returning to the Federation, but he would also face charges of failing to manage his subordinates, oversight failures, and various other accusations that could jeopardize his standing in Blue City. His eyes narrowed. There are countless individuals in the Federation. Sun Dianjin has merely erred slightly. If we spare him, he could save many more. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu shook his head. "If I spare him, I will be sacrificing myself." Suddenly, Shan Shu exerted force and violently twisted off Sun Dianjin's arm. "You may begin now. I am not at fault. I did this for Blue City." Crack, crack, crack. Shan Shu crushed a finger, speaking as if he were observing a dead dog. "I have no desire to hear such excuses. You lunatic! I will fight you." In the next moment, Shan Shu seized Sun Dianjin's head and slammed it into the ground. "I do not wish to hear this." Everyone was struck by Shan Shu's iron-fisted demeanor. Inside the Blue City Spirit Control Division, many who witnessed this scene could not help but crouch down and weep. The sound of bones shattering echoed continuously. Sun Dianjin finally succumbed to fear, uncontrollably revealing all his misdeeds. Whether it was framing others, tormenting colleagues, or abusing talented newcomers without connections, He even confessed to causing the deaths of military personnel and various other offenses. Many listened, trembling, as if dredging up painful memories. Yet more experienced a sense of confusion and anger. Moments later, as Sun Dianjing recounted his crimes, Wu De, with a grim expression and gritted teeth, almost spat out the words. "Can we let Sun Dianjing go now?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shu released Sun Dianjing's hair and chuckled. "He is free to die in an instant." It was as if Sun Dianjing glimpsed a path to survival, desperately writhing forward. Observing this, Shen Shu addressed Wu De, "By the way, does Officer Wu believe that Sun Dianjing deserves to die?" With Wu De under pressure, he could only nod. Shen Shu could not help but smirk. However, it seems in Officer Wu's worldview, as long as a person is still of use, they do not deserve death. In response, Wu De cast a dark glance at Ma Wanyuan and Sun Wu, who were poised to intervene, and took a deep breath. His value while alive outweighs that of his death. Seeing this, Shen Shu smiled and looked down at the writhing Sun Dianjing. "But I do not share that sentiment." As he spoke, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Shen Shu suddenly lifted his foot and brought it down with a thud, bang. Like crushing a watermelon, Shen Shu directly stomped on Sun Dianjing's head, shattering it, with fragments of bone spraying onto the threshold of the Spirit Control Division. Wiping the blood splattered on his face, Shen Shu looked up at Wu De and declared, "If he deserves to die, then let him die, for my value while alive surpasses his die in the suffocating air." Shen Shu's words resonated like a sentence of judgment and mockery. Everyone understood that from the very beginning, Shen Shu had never intended to spare Sun Dianjing. Wu De gazed at the lifeless form of Sun Dianjing under Shen Shu's foot, and in that instant, the mockery unleashed an uncontrollable fury within him. "You are courting death." Before Ma Wanyuan could react, Sun Wu swiftly seized Wu De, attempting to restrain him. Observing this, Shen Shu strolled over. "Why is Officer Wu so angry? Although Sun Dianjing is dead, I am still alive. According to your philosophy, I too can atone for my sins." "No," Shen Shu suddenly tilted his head. "What sins do I have?" He stopped just 7 steps away from Wu De. "Officer Wu, is it not your negligence that constitutes a crime?" At that moment, Ma Wanyuan found himself at a loss for words. Compared to Shen Shu, he felt like a mere rookie, no, merely an embryo. Sun Wu was equally taken aback by Shen Shu's audacity. "My friend, with your method of investigation, won't you end up at the Federal Assembly? You are merely an inspector." At this moment, Shen Shu merely gazed at Wu De. "You, guilty, assault the innocent me. I believe I am entitled to retaliate." But Sun Wu did not allow Shen Shu the opportunity to act. He forcefully restrained Wu De, lowering his voice to say to Shen Shu, "Inspector, you are only an inspector. Your rank is insufficient." Sun Wu's blatant favoritism made Wu De grit his teeth in frustration. "Release me." He could see that had Sun Wu been a moment late, Shen Shu would have truly acted against him. As Sun Wu let go, Wu De fixed a steely gaze upon Shen Shu. "Very well. Since you believe you are of value, then all of Blue City's families will be entrusted to you. You had better not spare a single one." Otherwise, in response, Shen Shu merely smiled slightly. "No need for threats. I thank Officer Wu for the gift." Wu De assumed Shen Shu spoke merely to provoke him and immediately waved his hand. Addressing Sun Wu and Ma Wanyuan, "I will remember your actions today. We shall meet at the Federal Assembly." Hearing this, Sun Wu merely shrugged. Ma Wanyuan sighed, a troubled expression on his face, then turned to Shen Shu. "Alas, I doubt I will report this matter truthfully. Wu De will certainly transfer you to Blue City afterward to deal with the families. If you need anything, feel free to inform me." As he spoke, Ma Wanyuan glanced at the headless corpse of Sun Dianjing, shaking his head. Sun Wu then looked at Shen Shu and smiled. "You've got guts. Rest assured, no one will use their power to oppress you in this matter. However, you may face temporary detention. Fear not. We have people who will ensure you are treated fairly." Sun Wu patted Shen Shu's shoulder with admiration. Suddenly, he turned to Wu De and declared, "Report to the Federation? Very well. You have allowed your subordinates to unjustly kill members of our military. I will inform the military committee about this. We shall meet at the Federation." At this, Wu De's expression darkened. Ultimately, he too was in a precarious position. While Shen Shu had dealt with Sun Dianjing in front of the Spirit Control Division, those who would detain him were under the joint oversight of the military, the new Federation Spirit Control Division, and Blue City's Spirit Control Division. The military and new Federation were predictable, but as for Blue City, There were some who covertly revered Shin Shu, even if they dared not openly show it. At that moment, Lin Shin, having transformed into a guardian of the military, could not help but express his admiration to Shin Shu. "You are incredibly bold. Truly, you are the most daring person I have ever encountered. What were you thinking?" It was absolutely thrilling to resolve a deputy's fate in front of a commanding officer. "Brother, I am genuinely impressed. Do you have a grudge against him to be so ruthless?" Lin Shan's face was lit with excitement. He had witnessed too many individuals escape punishment due to entangled interests, believing that Sun Dianjing would be another such case. Yet, Shin Shu had forced him to confess while simultaneously executing him. Shin Shu merely shook his head at Lin Shan's words, "No grudge. I simply felt that if I did not kill him after extracting his soul, it would be too pitiful." Lin Shan was taken aback. "Is that really the reason?" After a moment of contemplation, Shin Shu replied earnestly, "Precisely, to live is to pursue clarity of thought." Chapter 81. The Dawnstar Assembly. While Shin Shu was still enjoying his time in custody, news of Sun Dianjing's public execution spread rapidly. Many grassroots personnel within the Spirit Control Division felt a sense of satisfaction upon learning of Sun Dianjing's deeds. I personally watched and gave my approval. Sun Dianjing truly deserved to die. The inspector has finally done something worthwhile. I heard this young inspector is named Shin Shu, recruited by the new Federation through exceptional means. The Blue City commanding officer has already reported him. It seems he will soon be dismissed. How absurd. We risk our lives down here, while Sun Dianjing reaped benefits and got promoted. Now that he's exposed, the involved parties will face no repercussions? Ridiculous. You're overthinking it. This Shin Shu is quite clever. He made Sun Dianjing confess and then executed him on the spot. At most, it will be seen as improper enforcement, affecting the public order. Within the Spirit Control Division, many discussed these matters as the situation rapidly escalated. Across the Federation, this incident detonated like an underwater bomb, seemingly inconspicuous but stirring up a surge of undercurrents. 3 days later, at the Dawnstar Federal Assembly, Lancy, a representative from Blue City, glared at the military personnel clad in black uniforms across from him, unable to contain his fury. "Are you military personnel not going to provide an explanation for the brutal killing of a spirit master?" Upon hearing this, an elder from the military pondered how to diffuse the tension. Yet, a young military member beside him slammed the table and exclaimed, "An explanation? Why should we owe you one? The Federation grants you Spirit Control Division inspectors the authority to search families. How have you conducted yourselves? You kill the innocent and claim credit, even framing our military personnel. When it comes to searching families, it's either a storm brewing or chaos on the astral battlefield. It's never straightforward. Now, after we have helped you eliminate a rat, you expect us to provide an explanation for this vermin?" Sun Wu, sitting not far away, could not help but smile at his colleague's outburst. The opposing representative was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that?" As the situation began to escalate into a shouting match, the presiding officer raised a small gavel. Bang, bang, bang. As the gavel struck the table, the noisy environment gradually quieted down. The coordinator of the Federation on Dawnstar, Luo Xiao, scanned the crowd, coldly stating, "This is the Dawnstar Assembly, not a place for you military personnel to bicker." Hearing this, the recently outspoken member sneered. Luo Xiao then glanced at the documents submitted earlier, directing his gaze toward the individual in white robes who was deep in thought nearby. Shin Shu is a member of the New Alliance's Spirit Control Division, and he has killed individuals from the same division. What are your thoughts on this matter, fellow soul warriors? Upon hearing these words, several figures clad in white robes opened their eyes. The spirit warriors have begun to play a decisive role on certain battlefields. While Sun Dianjing has indeed made some errors, his method of enhancing his psychic power involves motivating his peers. Due to these mistakes, he resolved matters privately without reporting them to the Federation. I propose that Shin Shu's psychic abilities be revoked, and he be expelled from the Spirit Control Division to atone for his actions. As soon as this statement was made, a cold snicker emanated from the military division not far away. Their lips twitching in preparation to interject at that moment, another white-robed soul warrior spoke up. "I oppose this." This remark prompted the first speaker to turn and glance at the individual who had spoken. Shin Shu was specially recruited into the Spirit Control Division by Ma Wanyuan. The reason for this special recruitment is that Shin Shu comprehended the fundamental examination techniques in a mere 10 minutes. And during this practice, he further demonstrated his soul-searching abilities. Soul-searching demands a high level of willpower. Shen Shu has consecutively probed individuals such as Zhong Tianxiang and Sun Dianjing, showcasing his formidable talent as a psychic warrior. In my view, he possesses the potential to become a soul warrior. This statement sparked a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of many. How many soul warriors does the Federation even have? With that, Kong Lingqiu turned to Yang Hai. I wonder if Yang Hai's defense of his student Wu De stems from genuine concern or other motives, hastily dismissing such a promising talent. Is this not rather rash? Moreover, Sun Dianjing has severely undermined the discipline of the Spirit Control Division, causing considerable unrest. Even if Shen Shu had not killed him on the spot, I would not tolerate such a person. Under Yang Hai's indifferent gaze, Kong Lingqiu addressed the assembly. As for Yang Hai's justification of Sun Dianjing's actions as a means of motivating his peers to enhance their psychic abilities, I would counter this. If Shen Shu killed Sun Dianjing precisely because of his clear-minded intentions, does that not render Shen Shu innocent as well? Yang Hai merely regarded Kong Lingqiu with a cold eye. Both being stationed at Dawnstar, they might share differing philosophies, yet he had not anticipated that Yang Hai would show him no favor today. So, did Sun Dianjing die in vain? What then shall we do about the Star Realm battlefield and launching and the search operations concerning the affiliated clans? Listening to Yang Hai's words, Kong Lingqiu could not help but smile. That's simple. The records state it clearly, right? Wu De has requested that Shen Shu take over Sun Dianjing's previous responsibilities, addressing the affiliated clans and any anomalies in the launching Star Realm battlefield. This statement left the military division momentarily stunned. This task could indeed reflect Shen Shu's capabilities, but is this not too burdensome for him, especially with the Shura trials about to commence? Just as they were preparing to retort, Kong Lingqiu directed his gaze toward the military division. I hear Shen Shu has also been designated as a seed for the Shura trials. If that is the case, to ensure Shen Shu is not subjected to external interference, why not allow for supervision? Upon hearing this, Yang Hai's expression shifted. Kong Lingqiu actually intends to have the military involved in this matter. The judges are already affiliated with the participants. How can you expect an impartial oversight? I oppose this. This matter should be overseen by Wu De and the launching Spirit Control Division. Observing this, Luo Shao on the podium tapped his gavel, having discerned the situation. The military and Kong Lingqiu were resolute in protecting Shen Shu. He then stated, since this is the case, let us proceed to a vote. Moments later, the military's oversight received 12 votes in favor, 5 opposed, and 3 abstentions. With a casual glance, Luo Shao struck the gavel again, declaring the matter resolved in accordance with the voting results. Let us move on to the next agenda item. According to directives from within the Federation, the Valen clan, in conjunction with Void Star Beasts, is exerting pressure on the Federation. As an essential talent replenishing planet, Dawnstar has become a primary target for the Valen clan's harassment. The powerful beings from the Void Star Beasts are currently in a standoff with the Valen clan and cannot be mobilized. We must confront any potential crises in the Star Realm battlefield alone. Chapter 82. Release. Search for the affiliated clans in Lancheng. At the Spirit Control Division's detention center, Shen Shu was enjoying a relatively comfortable time. Remaining sage hours, 400 hours. Having personally eliminated Sun Dianjing granted Shen Shu a direct boost of 300 hours of sage time. However, he had not utilized these remaining hours, opting to reserve them for emergencies. As he prepared to continue his attempts at opening meridians, Lin Shen traversed the corridor and approached Shen Shu with a serious expression. Ahem. Shen Inspector, you have truly committed quite a significant offense this time. UVE directly stirred up the Dawnstar Council. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu merely lifted his gaze to find Lin Shen's eyes betraying a barely contained smugness, and he shook his head. Oh. Observing this, Lin Shen felt a twinge of disappointment and stubbornly continued. The council has decided to impose a severe penalty on you. Oh. The smugness in Lin Shen's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of confusion. Wait, buddy, are you not even worried? Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of some high-ranking Federation official? In response, Shen Shu shook his head and chuckled. It is your own smug demeanor that you cannot conceal. Furthermore, while the Federation has its internal issues, it still operates under established laws. Although I killed Sun Dianjing, he was also resisting arrest and publicly acknowledged his crimes. My actions could at most be considered a bit extreme. Moreover, have you not been monitoring this situation? Why should I be afraid? Shen Shu stated matter-of-factly. The military wishes to recruit him and win him over, so they must exert effort regarding this matter. He does not believe that the military has not experienced any grievances from the Spirit Control Division over the years. From a broader perspective, it is likely that some individuals within the military are using this opportunity to apply pressure on the Spirit Control Division. Further ensuring his safety, Lin Shun could not help but click his tongue. Setting aside everything else, your mindset is indeed suitable for cultivating psychic power. You have truly made a name for yourself on Dawn Star this time. Your superior's superior, who happens to be Ma Wenyuan's mentor, Kong Lingqiu, has gone so far as to let it be known that there are indeed internal conflicts within the Spirit Control Division, all to speak in your favor. He even stated that you possess the potential of a soul warrior. Not to mention, with this statement alone, no one within the Spirit Control Division on Dawn Star would dare openly jeopardize you. As he spoke, Lin Shin opened the door to the detention area and continued, however, there is a price to pay. You will be responsible for cleaning up the mess left by Sun Dianjing. Nonetheless, the military will oversee and assist you. You are also permitted to form your own team for support. Formal orders should be forthcoming shortly in the afternoon. With Ma Wenyuan personally arriving, Shen Shu received the official command from the Federation. Although there would be military oversight, the affiliated clans were not an easy adversary. By the way, Ma Wenyuan produced an item from his pocket. Here, take this. Psychic Power, Ethereal Blade. This is the complete version, originally intended for you after Zhong Tianxiang's incident, but it was delayed due to matters in Lanqing.as. He spoke. Ma Wenyuan patted Shen Shu's shoulder. I have arranged for someone to analyze some intelligence regarding the affiliated clans in Lancheng. I still need to handle matters concerning the new alliance, so if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to contact me. Having said that, Ma Wenyuan turned and left. In his eyes, Shen Shu had transcended the status of merely a psychic prodigy. His temperament, methods, and even combat prowess likely placed him among the top tier within the Federation. Although he had recruited Shen Shu into the Spirit Control Division, it was clear he would not simply become a cog in the Federation's machinery, nor would he be easily manipulated. Rather than attempting to bind him, it would be wiser to collaborate to the fullest extent, especially considering the looming issues surrounding the Star Realm battlefield. Following Ma Wenyuan's departure, Lin Shin clapped Shen Shu on the shoulder and handed him a stack of documents. All right, buddy. While your previous approach was quite effective, it is now essential to extract key information from these threads and clues. Shen Shu glanced at the thick stack of materials. After a casual scan, he noted on his interface, 10th hour. You have thoroughly studied the materials and identified several key individuals. Without hesitation, Shen Shu tossed the documents aside. Seeing this, Lin Shin was momentarily taken aback. These documents contain information about individuals closely associated with Zhong Tianxiang and Sun Dianjing. Some within the Spirit Control Division in Lanqing had secretly compiled this for you as a token of gratitude. Having reviewed it, time is pressing and the tasks are heavy. We must act swiftly. After all, his sage hours are somewhat limited. Shen Shu strode toward the exit of the Spirit Control Division. At that moment, a group of dozens appeared outside. As Shen Shu stepped out, a woman at the forefront approached him, standing directly in front of him. This scene caused Shen Shu to pause and furrow his brow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the woman. Soon, she knelt on one knee before Shen Shu, clasping her hands in salute. Thank you, Inspector Shen, for apprehending and slaying Sun Dianjing. I am Bai Yin. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. As Bai Yin made this gesture, the others followed suit. Hearing this name, Shen Shu instantly recalled that these were individuals who had previously suffered at the hands of Sun Dianjing. They were merely unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire. Observing this, Shen Shu chose to remain silent. Approaching Bai Yin, he gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that merely living well was sufficient. Just as Shen Shu was about to leave without a word, Lin Shen unexpectedly grasped the corner of his garment, urging him not to depart, for these were the spiritists of Blue City, a place unfamiliar to him. It would be wiser to accompany them. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu suddenly came to a realization. Of course, if you are willing to follow me in purging the kin of Blue City, then do come along. With that, he made his way directly toward the floating vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yin turned and followed suit, as did the others. The young man's stride was robust. His attire from the Spirit Control Bureau transformed into a cloak, its color shifting to black. As he deemed the previous white too ostentatious, Blue City Entertainment Duel Arena, Shen Shu mentioned, his lips curling slightly to reveal their destination. As the floating vessel ascended, it gradually melded into the crimson hues of the setting sun. Unlike the underground boxing matches of Luo City, this was indeed a legitimate arena for pugilistic contests. According to the dossier, 3 promising students had come here after communication with Zhong Tianxiang, only to vanish thereafter. As the Spirit Control Bureau arrived, the previously lively venue fell eerily silent. Bai Yin and her companions were expressions of indifference, unleashing their psychic powers to sweep the area, while the others infiltrated the interior to conduct searches. Why has the Spirit Control Bureau come here? It's nothing. It should just be a routine inspection. The boss will send them off soon. The 2 boxers shrugged, exasperated. Suddenly, a figure shot out from within, with a resounding crash. He slammed against the illuminated lightbox, his clothing shredded by the shards of glass, leaving him in disarray. Boss? How could the Spirit Control Bureau wrongfully accuse someone? Li Ming, in agony, writhed and cried out. The autumn wind howled. The cloak fluttering. Shen Shu approached with calm assurance, gazing at the enraged visage of the portly boss, Li Ming. This was the suspicious individual indicated in the dossier. Leaning in, he inquired, I seek information. 3 months ago, 3 students were introduced here by Zhong Tianxiang and subsequently vanished. Tell me, where are they? Shen Shu's angular face bore no hint of menace, his tone remarkably serene. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Li Ming's eyes, and he hastily shook his head. Have no idea, but I will certainly cooperate with the investigation. A smile graced Shen Shu's face as he patted Li Ming's shoulder. Excellent, your willingness to cooperate is appreciated. Li Ming willingly submitted to scrutiny and soul-searching. Chapter 83. The Great Purge, the Methods of Shi Erno. I haven tea. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, a fierce expression overtaking his features as he retreated while shouting in anger. Yet the next moment, he felt a gust of wind by his side, and a large hand seized his throat. In an instant, Shen Shu's psychic force bore down upon him like a mountain. Realizing this, Li Ming ceased to hide his intentions. With a hum, his stamped psychic power erupted, sweeping towards the surrounding ordinary people. Not good, stop him, Bai Yin shouted urgently, but in the next instant, she stood frozen in place. With a dull thud, Shen Shu's expressionless fist struck Li Ming's abdomen, the immense force causing Li Ming's eyes to bulge. Yet he could not breathe due to Shen Shu's grip on his throat. Flailing like a fish out of water, Shen Shu remained impassive, for both the spiritists and those stamped with the mark of the kin possessed a fatal flaw. Once cornered, they were akin to fallen phoenixes reduced to mere chickens. Be compliant. With that, Shen Shu ceased his inquiries and directly delved into soul-searching. Moments later, with a decisive twist, Li Ming's neck was snapped, and he was carelessly discarded. You have slain Spiritist Li Ming, earning 10 hours of sage moments. Indeed, this hasty kin could provide only a limited supply of sage moments. Evacuate the civilians here. Capture all those under his command. With that, Shen Shu strode into the depths of the duel arena. Moments later, with a sudden crash, a wall within the arena collapsed, a ferocious beast crashing down, struggling briefly before falling still, eliciting screams from the surrounding civilians. Bai Yin and the others peered inside, only to witness Shen Shu emerge after delivering a fatal blow to the beast with a single punch. Notify the military and the Spirit Control Bureau to clean this up. You will follow me directly. Without further ado, the air of grim resolve emanating from Shen Shu straightened Bai Yin and her companions' postures. Yes, the previously flustered civilians were now subdued. Clad in a golden-black robe, his features sharp and youthful demeanor calm, Shen Shu captured the attention of all around him. As he passed, an involuntary tension filled the hearts of the onlookers. Words spread rapidly. For instance, several members of the Spirit Control Bureau returned home after drinking, recounting the harrowing tale of how a young man had decisively dealt with a high-ranking official of the Bureau in front of the commander. Initially, many had dismissed it as mere rumor, but witnessing today's events, they could not help but recall the recently circulating whispers. This was indeed the Spirit Control Bureau. Just moments ago, those who had publicly pledged to assist Shen Shu now watched him with fervent gazes. Breaths quickening. There was no corruption, no convoluted procedural trial. The entire process could be summed up in 8 words. Find, examine, soul search, execute, swift and ruthless. Shen Shu entered the floating vessel with composure, heading toward the next destination. The kin, in their desperation to prevent one from being captured and implicating others, had left scant clues in Li Ming's memories. However, they were sufficient. Xin Shu, you must exercise restraint with soul-searching. Excessive use can affect your psychic power. Lin Shen remarked, his expression grave. Hearing this, Xin Shu merely shook his head with a smile. It won't affect me. This was partly due to the effects of the rock body refinement technique, which made it difficult for him to mobilize his psychic force, while simultaneously rendering it hard for others to influence him. Additionally, with the existence of sage moments, Xin Shu could swiftly cleanse any memories that might affect him, even utilizing such influences to enhance his psychic power. Seeing Xin Shu's demeanor, Lin Shen felt a tinge of indifference. However, one thing was certain. When an inspector from the Spirit Control Bureau possessed the autonomy to act freely and was adept in examination, soul-searching, and combat, the repercussions for the Qin would be catastrophic. Within just 2 days, Xin Shu had executed 10 Qin, his efficiency and iron-fisted methods causing even the military, which had initially intended to assist, to be taken aback. Yet, as these Qin fell, the concealed Qin within Blue City quickly reacted. In a warehouse somewhere in Blue City, as Xin Shu landed, he was greeted by the stench of blood. 2 ferocious beasts had already scattered, having bitten and maimed the majority of the workers present. Witnessing this, Bai Yin frowned deeply. Inspector Shen, these Qin must have received instructions. They are no longer hiding and have begun their rampage. Xin Shu narrowed his eyes at the sight. Meanwhile, a crazed Qin glared at him, gritting his teeth. Federation's lapdog, you've finally arrived. Observing the Qin's fury, Xin Shu remained composed. What is this? No longer hiding, with a casual wave of his hand. The mysterious blade shot forth, piercing the already frail consciousness of the beast, simultaneously shattering the stamp within its psyche. The Qin cried out in pain, and in the next second, Xin Shu appeared before him, seizing the Qin's head without a word. His psychic force toyed with the stamped mark within the Qin's mind, relentlessly tormenting it. Moments later, as a different aura descended, the Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Rage reaching its zenith upon seeing Xin Shu, he sensed the peculiarity of the stamp and sought to investigate. Is you? Indeed, Xin Shu replied, his tone devoid of warmth. I will hunt down every Qin in Blue City and slay them. However, I find it rather tedious. I shall give you the chance to kill me, allowing your comrades to find me here. Xier, upon hearing this, erupted in furious laughter. Do you take me for a fool? To give you the opportunity to ensnare them all. Xin Shu met his furious gaze with quiet resolve, his lips parting slightly. You seem to misunderstand. Whether they come or not, I can still ensnare them all. The question now is whether you wish for them to expose themselves and face the military and Spirit Control Bureau's wrath, or if you prefer to gamble at this. Xier scoffed. Mu Chong was unable to kill you. Do you expect these worthless fools to succeed? In response, Xin Shu merely smirked. Then it all comes down to you. Do you think it more crucial to stir chaos in your last moments, or to use these lives to gather more information about me? After uttering these words, Xier's expression gradually calmed, his gaze fixed intently on Xin Shu. You are exceedingly arrogant, even leaving your mark unobliterated. Xier's insinuation was cleared. In response, a smile broke across Xin Shu's fair face. Isn't this an opportunity for you? Let us see if you can make use of it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xier's face. Xin Shu, only children make choices, while I can have it all. With that, he, behind him, Bai Yin, with a somewhat grim expression, spoke. Upon receiving the news, chaos had ensued within Lan City due to numerous clans. Furthermore, Bai Yin scanned the surroundings. Here, an abundance of civilians and clans had appeared. At that moment, Xier turned to Xin Shu, revealing a faint smile. Xin Shu, I am offering you an opportunity. If you kneel and admit your wrongs, I might spare those civilians. Chapter 84. Truly, you have overstepped. Xin Shu was momentarily taken aback before responding directly. Hearing this, Xier realized that Xin Shu would never acquiesce to his demands. He merely sought to provoke. He watched Xin Shu with keen interest. As incidents involving the clans in Lan City escalated, Xier understood that the city could no longer remain hidden. Rather than allowing his subordinates to be utterly ineffective, Xier decided to reveal them prematurely. Simultaneously, he positioned a portion of his forces in ambush, intending to deliver a significant blow to the Spirit Administration. However, Xier did not anticipate that it would be Xin Shu who would undertake the extensive cleansing of the clans. He also never expected that Xin Shu would attract his presence by ravaging the Steel Seals. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. He was eager to witness Shen Shu's downfall. At that moment, Shen Shu observed the civilians gradually appearing around the warehouse, alongside the clans not far behind. His eyes narrowed slightly. Some civilians trembled, tears glistening in their eyes, while others appeared vacant, moving in a daze. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yan's expression darkened. Their actions were associated with a certain death toll, typically reserved for those who could not be saved, victims of clan persecution. The civilians before them were evidently being used as human shields by the clans. Should they truly engage, it would be unavoidable to harm these innocents. Those with talent but poor character might find themselves haunted by this incident for life, and it could even provide malicious individuals the opportunity to slander Shen Shu as a perpetrator of indiscriminate slaughter. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yan declared, "Shun Inspector, I will handle these civilians. If someone must bear the blame for the indiscriminate killing of innocents, leading to widespread civilian casualties, I am willing to take responsibility." When Shen Shu killed Sun Dianjing, she was ready to sacrifice her life for him. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu merely waved his hand dismissively, turning to the grinning Sierre. "Is this your arrogant leverage? Using ordinary people to obstruct me?" Sierre, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, "Isn't this what you humans enjoy? Shen Shu, others have attempted a great cleansing before, but alas, your indiscriminate killing will only drive more who despise the Federation into our ranks. But if you choose not to kill, what will you decide?" Sierre let out a piercing, sinister laugh. In response, Shen Shu regarded him with a cold glare before shifting his gaze to the panel. First hour, you will thoroughly memorize all chapters of the Ethereal Blade. 10th hour, thanks to the enhancement from the first half, your comprehension of the Ethereal Blade accelerates, and due to Sun Dianjing's prior mental fortification, you have gained considerable malleability in your psychic powers. 30th hour, you have shaped 30 ethereal blades and grasped the essence of the psychic force's dual nature, subtly identifying a pivotal point. Psychic force, ethereal blade, perfected. 50th hour, you have destroyed all the shaped ethereal blades, as the essence of the ethereal blade lies in its intangibility. Form hinders its ethereality. 80th hour, you are no longer constrained by the shape of psychic force. At the behest of your thoughts, the destroyed ethereal blades can morph into any shape, capable of inflicting greater devastation. Psychic force, ethereal blade, supreme. Remaining sage moments, 350 hours. With this passage of time and the growth of his psychic force, what once took him several hours to enhance the ethereal blade now required only 80 hours to reach the supreme level. Observing the lingering smugness on Sierre's face, Shen Shu suddenly smiled. "Why should I choose?" With that, Shen Shu casually waved his hand. In the next moment, his psychic force expanded like a blossoming spider web, ensnaring not only the consciousness of all civilians, but also severing the clan's hold over them. In an instant, anguished screams rang out. Then, under Shen Shu's control, the threads became as sharp as executioner's blades, swiftly enveloping the clan's consciousness and steel seals. Shen Shu glanced at Sierre, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. "I hope you can withstand this." In that moment, Shen Shu's psychic force abruptly constricted, shattering all the steel seals. Simultaneously, a surge of psychic energy erupted from the fragments, rushing towards the surrounding civilians. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yan's complexion turned pale. "Protect the civilians." Several members of the Spirit Administration unleashed their psychic powers instantly. Yet just then, Shen Shu's psychic force enveloped everyone, absorbing all the impact. One person bore the entire brunt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sierra's eyes also reflected a flicker of pain. Although each steel seal inflicted only minor injuries, the sheer volume Shen Shu had just obliterated was overwhelming, as everyone stood in shock. Shen Shu suddenly vanished, swiftly crossing the crowd to stand beside the clan member writhing in agony. With a single kick, bang, blood splattered. Seizing the moment of the clan's suffering, Shen Shu, like the grim reaper of the night, swiftly harvested their lives. In no time, he returned to face Sierre, slightly panting. Even with his vast psychic force, the recent actions had pushed his limits. However, the advantage was that his rock-solid psychic force sustained further damage, saving him the effort of refining it. Meanwhile, Sierre, filled with anguish, stared intently at Shen Shu. "Shen Shu, I will." Before Sierre could finish, he felt a massive net suddenly surge towards his consciousness. Seeing this, Sierre left abruptly, his threatening words left unspoken. Observing the vacant expressions of the clans, Shun Shu couldn't help but smirk. He was eager to test the true strength of Wallen's psychic force. With that, Shun Shu directly invaded the mind of the clan member before him. Swiftly snapping his neck, casting a glance at the surrounding civilians, some weeping, others bewildered, Shun Shu addressed Bai Yin and the others. These individuals are in your care. With that, he stepped back onto the floating vessel. Watching Shun Shu's retreating figure, Bai Yin and the others were left in a daze. His aura was deadly, powerful, even managing to safeguard the civilians. If only I had encountered such a person when I first joined the Spirit Administration. Not just Bai Yin, but the others around her shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, within Lan City, the chaos was rapidly quelled by the military and the Spirit Administration. After all, the city defenses of a second-tier city were considerably stronger than those of Luoqing. The next day, 3 days, in just 3 days, you have nearly eradicated all the clans in Lan City. Lin Shun gazed at Shin Shu in disbelief. Shin Shu's relentless mind invasions provided the clans with virtually no respite. Shin Shu merely nodded indifferently, yes. Observing Shun Shu's demeanor, Lin Shin began to suspect he was merely putting on a facade, exclaiming in astonishment, "Come on, buddy, at least respond." "Your indifference makes me look foolish," in response. Shin Shu shook his head. The cleanup of Lan City is finished, but that does not mean all matters are resolved. He then turned to Lin Shin. "So, tell me, what has transpired in the Starfield Battleground?" Chapter 85. The Starfield Battleground. The Starfield Battleground. Hearing Shun Shu's words, Lin Shan's gaze became vacant as he stared out the window. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Since you are reserved for the Shura trial, it matters not if I share this with you. As the Federal Rear Base, Morning Star serves as a nurturing ground for talent. To ensure these talents do not become complacent in a comfortable environment, considerable resources have been allocated to create numerous Starfield passages connecting various battlegrounds of lesser intensity. This indeed is an excellent initiative. Martial artists from Morning Star can venture into the Starfield battlegrounds for training. Meanwhile, the Wallen clan continuously sends fierce beasts and their young into these battlegrounds for the same purpose, aiming to diminish the Federation's future strength. For a long time, this was an unspoken agreement between both parties. However, Lin Shin turned to Shun Shu. Now, Wallen seeks to disrupt this balance. An increasing number of clans and Wallen members have infiltrated this Starfield battleground, even creating an implicit pressure for the Federation to withdraw. Should the powers of various cities falter, the Federation will either destroy the passages, forever denying these cities the opportunity for training, or fierce beasts and Wallen will flood into Morning Star through the Starfield passages. This has occurred before. Some of the current third-tier cities were once second-tier, but fell due to their inability to guard the Starfield passages and ultimately deteriorated into third-tier cities. Thus, in comparison to the clans within Lan City, the Starfield battleground poses a far more significant issue and is the military's primary focus for defense. Upon hearing this, Shun Shu's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Defense? How will you defend?" Hearing Shun Shu's query, Lin Shun fell silent for a moment before replying, "By establishing defenses within the Starfield battleground. The Starfield passages cannot withstand the mass exodus of personnel. Thus, if they cannot hold, many will perish." Lan City, bolstered by Sun Dianjing's promotion to Spirit Master, significantly enhanced its capacity to combat the Wallen clan and had a great chance of holding out. But Lin Shun gazed at Shun Shu. Though it is evident that Sun Dianjing deserves his fate, many advocate for his exoneration. Upon hearing this, Shun Shu fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Lin Shin placed a reassuring hand on Shun Shu's shoulder. "Do not dwell on whether you were too impulsive in the past. Currently, both sides remain in a standoff. As Aki City, Blue City has seen significant military deployment from the army, so there is no need for you to feel overly pressured." Listening to Lin Shan's words of comfort, Shin Shu merely shook his head. "I have never regretted killing Sun Dianjing. I do not consider it impulsive. I am simply pondering. Since you mentioned the military's considerable troop presence, could it not indicate that the opposing side also possesses a multitude of ferocious beasts, or even the Valen race?" Lin Shin initially thought that sharing the broader perspective would make Shin Shu reconsider, but instead, Shin Shu was contemplating the battlefield situation. He chuckled, shaking his head. "You certainly have a sharp mind." He then spoke seriously. "In Blue City alone, there are at least 15 fourth-tier ferocious beasts, with the Valen already concealed among them. As for higher-tier beasts, they have yet to be observed. After all, the Federation is not to be underestimated, and the front line is under considerable pressure. However, should hostilities commence, we are likely to encounter fifth-tier beasts, which would signify the direct involvement of the Valen. Each Valen would necessitate at least one spiritual warrior to counter, with the ferocious beasts being an additional challenge. With 120 secondary cities and 6 primary cities in the Dawn Star, it remains uncertain how many will be safeguarded this time. Lin Shun's expression turned wistful. In response, Xin Shu simply stated, "Understood." Having grown accustomed to Xin Shu's indifferent demeanor, Lin Shun moved on. The next day, Xin Shu declined the commendation ceremony offered by the Spirit Control Bureau and the military, delegating the task to Bai Yin and others. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Originally overlooked by the Spirit Control Bureau, Bai Yin and her companions, under Xin Shu's guidance for 3 days, amassed significant accolades, with nearly everyone achieving 2 ranks of promotion, and Bai Yin ascending 3 ranks, just a step away from the vice-commandant position. Before the Star Realm passage, Bai Yin began to articulate her desire to join Xin Shu in the Star Realm battlefield. But Xin Shu gestured for her to remain silent. The remaining tasks are in your hands. Execute them splendidly, and you will have the opportunity to showcase your talents and shape the world you desire. As he spoke, a flicker of light enveloped them, and Xin Shu, Lin Shun, and the others vanished. After several days of interaction, these individuals proved themselves capable and ambitious, having developed their own principles against injustices due to past experiences of exclusion and oppression. Xin Shu did not mind lending them a hand. Moments later, as the sensation of earth-shattering movement subsided, Xin Shu gradually opened his eyes. It resembled a militarized border, once accessible to civilians for hunting and openly selling the locations of ferocious beasts. It was now fortified with a multitude of military defenses. As he surveyed the area, he noted apprentices and soldiers clad in rudimentary powered armor, warily assessing their surroundings, due to the rear echelon's nature. Many were young, yet a significant number were in the mundane realm, practicing their skills in this world. Mundane individuals constituted the majority, with only the Federation's frontline soldiers exhibiting greater strength, as they were composed of those with latent talents. Once Lin Shun regained his composure, he remarked to Xin Shu, "Though firearms may be less effective against ferocious beasts, they are better than nothing." With that, Lin Shun led Xin Shu toward the burgeoning fortress ahead. Soon, they arrived at a large tent, and Lin Shun lifted the entrance flap, saying, "Step inside. Major General Sun Wu awaits you." Upon entering, Xin Shu found Sun Wu frowning at a virtual map, acknowledging Xin Shu's arrival with a wave. He gestured for him to come closer. "I hear you managed to root out all the Valen from Blue City in just 3 days. Well done. It has alleviated some of the city's burdens." Sun Wu regarded Xin Shu with approval. To eliminate all Valen from a city in 3 days is no small feat, even for Wu Da or my mentor. Sun Wu then directed Xin Shu's gaze to the map. "Take a look at this." As Xin Shu followed his line of sight, he beheld the virtual map, resembling a series of bubbles. The center was a massive bubble, encircled by smaller ones. This represents the Star Realm battlefield surrounding the primary city. This smaller bubble here is the Star Realm battlefield of Blue City, and adjacent to it is that of the new Alliance City-State.as. For this, Sun Wu pointed to the largest bubble at the center. It is the Upper City, the Level 1 city of Dream City, which encompasses the battlegrounds for you candidates of the Shura trial. Chapter 86. The benefits of the Shura trial's early commencement? At this revelation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xin Shu's eyes. Once just a distant dream, the Star Realm battlefield now lay before him as his own domain. As Sun Wu continued, "Initially, your trials were scheduled for after this standoff at the Star Realm battlefield. However, certain individuals within the military believe it more prudent to determine your standings during this confrontation rather than have you engage in isolated tasks. Thus, the seedlings selected by the Dawn Star will enter the Star Realm battlefield to fight during this standoff. Consequently, this engagement is not solely about your actions against the Valen in the Star Realm. It pertains to your Shura trial as well. The military will identify the most outstanding among you and allocate additional resources accordingly." Xin Shu was taken aback. "So soon?" Sun Wu nodded. "Indeed. It feels somewhat rushed. I intended to prepare more supplies for you, but now..." With a wave of his right hand, a long, jet-black blade materialized before Xin Shu. Its substantial form resembled an ancient oxtail knife, wide and heavy, with a dark scabbard reflecting a chilling gleam under the light. Gazing at the blade, Sun Wu's expression grew complex, despite its ordinary appearance. The weapon's material was exceptional that I wish to gift you a more refined weapon, but based on your combat model, this blade aligns perfectly with your style, bold and powerful. To accommodate your unique physique and combat requirements. This is a specially crafted version of enhanced materials. Give it AT or Y.as Sun Wu handed the weapon to Shen Shu. He immediately felt its weight. While it might seem cumbersome to others, it was perfectly balanced for him. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, and a glint of cold light flashed by. Satisfied, Sun Wu nodded. Your techniques predominantly favor close combat, so this is a one-handed sword, ensuring lethal capability without hindering your melee combat. Additionally, this material employs the Federation's latest technology, capable of absorbing energy from the blood of ferocious beasts to repair damage and breaches. Continuing, Sun Wu produced several vials of potions. I heard from Lin Shun that you lack adequate potions. Take these for your supplies during battle. He then handed Shen Shu a small, gilded black token. This is proof of your candidacy for the Shura trial, and your provisional rank is major. With this, you can establish your identity, rank, and function in the Star Realm battlefield. Furthermore, it can record the blood of ferocious beasts and Valen, documenting your achievements. Upon receiving the token, Shen Shu hesitated to grasp it. Regarding Sun Wu instead, he understood the principle of not biting the hand that feeds. Recognizing Shen Shu's hesitation, Sun Wu chuckled and said, "Take it. This is a personal investment from me." Only then did Shen Shu accept the potions and the long blade, prompting Sun Wu to smile. Despite the hurried nature of the Shura trial, with some preparations lacking and the risks heightened, the potential rewards were also substantial, especially the wartime bonuses. Your task is simple. Hunt ferocious beasts and Valen in your preferred manner to alleviate the pressure of direct confrontation. The rest is up to us. Of course, this is both a test and a means to earn merit. As long as you survive, you will receive a third-class merit award, 3 A-grade potions, your choice of 3 books from the Bone-Forging realm, and a cash reward of 10 million. Shen Shu's eyes widened in surprise. The military's willingness to offer such promises even before the battle had commenced was indeed generous. Sun Wu, suddenly grinning, revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Though what I am about to say may be disconcerting, I will share this. Our military craves combat and war. Such circumstances yield the swiftest promotions and the most resources. Naturally, it is also the most perilous. Shen Shu, the reward I just mentioned is merely a baseline. As long as your performance is remarkable and you eliminate enough foes, the rewards will be enhanced. As he spoke, Sun Wu patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. The extent of your gains entirely depends on your own capabilities. This, a glimmer of determination flickered in Shen Shu's eyes. The Great Sun Pillar technique has only just begun, requiring an abundance of sage-like moments to refine his physique. Top-tier elixirs would significantly enhance his efficiency, and he felt he still lacked some superior martial techniques. With this thought, Shen Shu took a deep breath. Very well. Just then, Lin Shen suddenly entered. Major General, several reconnaissance teams delving into the Blue City Star battlefield have encountered a level 4 beast, the two-headed serpent, and are requesting assistance. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu prepared to stride out directly. Currently, he was the only high-level combatant available in the entire Blue City Star battlefield, as others had been reassigned to different star battlefields. Suddenly, a figure emerged beside Sun Wu. Noticing Shen Shu stepping forward, Sun Wu's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed Lin Shen. Provide Shen Shu with the location and the communication channel of the reconnaissance team. Let him handle it. Sun Wu had witnessed Shen Shu's combat prowess. He had no doubt that Shen Shu could manage encounters with ordinary level 4 beasts. Lin Shen appeared somewhat taken aback. Although he had seen Shen Shu's strength, entrusting such a task to him seemed somewhat hasty. However, in this star battlefield, Sun Wu's word was law. With that, Lin Shen led Shen Shu out of the main tent and transmitted the relevant information to him. The primary mission was to eliminate the level 4 beast and assist the reconnaissance team in their retreat. I have already sent you the beast's data. Although the military has made every effort to investigate the battlefield conditions, it is, after all, a territory controlled by beasts, and you must be adaptable in certain situations. Shen Shu nodded at the map that had just been uploaded to his wrist device and prepared to depart. Also, if you encounter insurmountable challenges, remember to request support. In response, Shen Shu merely waved his hand and departed directly. Under the watchful gaze of numerous soldiers, he swiftly traversed the open fields. This moment. Within the jungle, a member of the clan observed the reconnaissance team encircled by the two-headed serpent, but spared them from attack, unable to suppress a disdainful spit. "Pa, I really don't understand what makes them such good bait. These reconnaissance teams are nothing more than expendables for the Federation, right? How could anyone come to their rescue?" Upon hearing this, a clan member nearby shook his head. Prince Hill mentioned that there is a sworn enemy of his in Blue City. Perhaps that person will enter the Star Battlefield. If we can capture him, we might be granted higher privileges. Even if that doesn't happen, we could still use these 2 level 4 beasts to fill our bellies. So we won't be working in vain. Hearing this, the clan member's disdainful expression faded. "Fine, then let's follow your plan. Have the shape-shifting lizard conceal itself well while I attract attention." Chapter 87. Ambush, the Beast's Surprise Attack. Silence die in the Blue City Star Battlefield. Within the beast-infested jungle, the remaining members of the reconnaissance team maintained vigilant watch, not letting the slightest sound go unnoticed. After a prolonged silence, Sushinaya voiced his unease. "Something's off. It's too quiet." A team member, anxious as he glanced at the wounded captain, replied, "Perhaps the beasts haven't pursued us." Sushinaya shook his head in disbelief. A level 4 beast like the 2-headed serpent? Alongside the clan, how could we possibly escape? We must have become bait. As he spoke, Sushinaya activated the communication device, observing the already jammed signals with a bitter smile, surrounded and calling for aid. As soon as these words left his lips, the faces of the remaining team members turned ashen. Although they all harbored similar suspicions, voicing them sent tremors of fear through their hearts. Indeed, with level 4 beasts and clan members laying in ambush, and so many having perished, what right did they have to escape or even call for help? Sushinaya forced himself to stand. Prepare for sacrifice. He then tapped a concealed box at his waist. "If we truly are bait, then even in death, we must take down 1 or 2 beasts." Sushinaya's gaze was fierce. Every squad member bore injuries, and unless Major General Sun Wu arrived in person, their chances of survival were slim. At this, the expressions of the surrounding team members were a complex mix of fear and dread, but upon recognizing the grim reality, it transformed into fury. Just then, a rustling sound echoed through the surrounding jungle, the sound of scales scraping against dry wood. Instantly, the remaining few held their breath. Meanwhile, the 2-headed serpent raised its head, gazing toward the open fields not far away. A figure charged into the jungle with almost no concealment. Just one person. The clan members sneered at the sight of Shun Shu. As expected, what good prey can a bunch of useless individuals attract? Simultaneously, Shun Shu noted he was drawing closer to the location where the signal had been lost, his eyes narrowing. From the very beginning, he had sensed a pervasive malice directed at him. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. It was evident that this rescue mission was likely a trap. With this realization, Shun Shu's long knife at his waist slightly emerged from its sheath, and his mental energy began to radiate outward. He found them. As he expanded his mental search, Shun Shu quickly located several human figures. With his blood surging, he moved swiftly, reaching the concealed location of the individuals in mere strides. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Shun Shu, Sushinaya nearly activated his emergency device in panic. "You are the reconnaissance team requesting aid?" Shinshu merely glanced around, frowning slightly. Each person was nearly injured, and if these were indeed the ones calling for help, he would require some time to evacuate them. At that moment, Sushinaya noticed the insignia on Shinshu's chest and exclaimed, "Major? Are you alone?" Major General Sun did not come. This could be a trap laid by the clan. "You must leave quickly," Sushinaya urgently whispered to Shun Shu. This, Shun Shu had already sensed the potential for treachery upon entering the jungle. He simply nodded slightly. "I understand." With that, Shun Shu pressed his hand against the hilt of his blade. Turning to survey his surroundings, the sound of scales scraping the ground echoed ominously. "You dare to come for rescue alone?" A voice resonated through the jungle as a clan member observed Shun Shu from a distance. In response, Shun Shu swept his gaze over the figure. "I expected you to remain hidden." Observing Shun Shu's calm demeanor, the clan member was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated his entrance would startle Shun Shu, setting him up for an ambush with the 2-headed serpent. However, Shun Shu exhibited no reaction, maintaining his stance oriented toward the concealed 2-headed serpent, as if he had known of their presence from the very beginning. This rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. At this moment, Shun Shu's gaze scanned the surroundings. His battle instincts warned him that there was certainly more than one beast lurking nearby. Otherwise, he would have already charged to slay the two-headed serpent. Realizing an ambush was impossible, the clan member ceased hesitating, and in an instant, unleashed his mental energy toward Shan Shu. Simultaneously, from the muddy pit directly in front of Shan Shu, the two-headed serpent sprang forth. Seeing this, Shan Shu's internal energy surged, his blood pulsing with a golden glow as if awakened from slumber. The energy that had been restrained erupted outward, the vitality fostered by the Great Sun Pillar technique revealing its initial brilliance. Hiss! The two-headed serpent emitted a piercing hiss as it lunged at Shan Shu. Clang! A flash of cold light sliced through the air as Shan Shu's blade was drawn in an instant. The faces of the reconnaissance personnel were etched with astonishment as they rushed toward the two-headed serpent. Charge! Su Shania bellowed through gritted teeth. Yet in the next moment, Shan Shu's blood surged, and his long knife cleaved into the serpent's neck. In that instant, blood splattered. Meanwhile, the other serpent head lunged toward Shan Shu's abdomen, but he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the serpent's skull. The two-headed serpent cried out in pain. Just then, thunder roared as Shan Shu's foot came crashing down onto the serpent's head. Crack, crack, crack. The scales shattered, and blood sprayed forth. The two-headed serpent's orange-red eyes were filled with agony. It felt as though a mountain had descended upon it. Die for me, boom! Shan Shu's blood surged like a pumping mechanism, and in the next moment, the serpent head, riddled with cracks, could no longer withstand the pressure, being forcefully pressed into the ground in an instant. Bone shards scattered and blood flowed freely. With the two-headed serpent severely injured, the nearby clan members let out a collective wail, and in that moment, the mental energy surrounding Shan Shu's consciousness abruptly relaxed. Just as he prepared to deliver a lethal blow to the remaining serpent head, an unexpected sharp pain pierced through his back. Danger. Almost instinctively, Shan Shu forcibly sidestepped. The next second, blood gushed forth. Even though Shan Shu was prepared, the beast had capitalized on the moment too perfectly. From the nearby thicket, the shape-shifting lizard's disguise slowly faded away, revealing its gaping maw, its barbed tongue piercing into Shan Shu's left shoulder. Remarkably, it had not penetrated. The clan members observing from the shadows were left in disbelief. What kind of physique is this? 2 level 4 beasts. Su Shania was astonished. Was there truly a need for 2 level 4 beasts to surround them in ambush? In a mere instant, Su Shania charged towards the shape-shifting lizard. I'll hold it off for you. As he spoke, he directly activated the glorious pouch at his lower back, intending to plunge directly into the mouth of the transmorphic lizard and obliterate it in a single strike. If a life could be exchanged for that of a 4th-tier ferocious beast, it would be well worth the sacrifice. Observing this, the transmorphic lizard contemplated retracting its tongue and sparing Shan Shu. Suddenly, it realized that it was utterly unable to pull back, as if it was not Shan Shu who was unwilling to let it go, but rather the reverse. Chapter 88. Double kill? Is this even human language? At this moment, the muscles in Shan Shu's back tensed, his vitality firmly locking and surrounding the tongue that incessantly released corrosive and toxic fluids. Shan Shu raised his hand, sparing the nearly lifeless two-headed snake. Abruptly, he turned and with his left hand, ensnared the transmorphic lizard's tongue. With a sudden surge of strength, the transmorphic lizard stumbled violently, emitting a pained hiss. Under the tremendous force, its tongue was nearly torn asunder. At this juncture, Shan Shu noticed the flickering red light behind Su Shanyao and promptly stepped forward, seizing the small pouch at the latter's lower back, and hurled it towards the distant forest. Disturbing the hidden kin within his consciousness. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the transmorphic lizard let out a series of anguished cries. Seeing no kill notification, Shan Shu couldn't help but curl his lips. That hidden kin was surprisingly resilient to explosions. Subsequently, he abruptly grasped Su Shanyao by the collar and exclaimed, "Get out of the way!" Amidst Su Shanyao's bewildered and perplexed gaze, Shan Shu charged towards the transmorphic lizard, delivering a powerful kick. How can a person be this formidable? Bang! Thunderclap hidden force dragon combat in the wild dragon roar Great Sun's alchemy technique, all contributing to his formidable physique and vitality. With just one kick, the head of the transmorphic lizard was sent flying. But in the next moment, with a firm grip from his left hand, he seized the lizard's tongue and pulled it back. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, and Shan Shu drove his long knife directly into the lizard's head, instantly piercing through its entire skull. With a sudden exertion of his right hand, the blade cleaved the transmorphic lizard in twain, leaving it utterly lifeless. You have slain the fourth-tier ferocious beast, transmorphic lizard. Earning 250 hours of Sage Momin, Shan Shu's gaze swept across the room, his eyes fixating on the items above. There lay the techniques and methods of the Guani realm, and even potions of an S rank. Surpassing the A rank, below, there were living supplies and the exchange for federal currency. Even weapons could be forged here. However, the materials that required customization or were of top quality demanded a terrifying amount of military achievements. The Guani realm techniques required either a single act of saving a city or 3 achievements from battling 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Upon examining this list, Shan Shu realized the value of the Guani realm techniques and the injured blade that Sun Wu and others had previously provided him. At this moment, a slight smile crept onto Sun Wu's lips. He wanted Shan Shu to see his contributions, making him more inclined to serve the military or, more specifically, their youth faction. He glanced at Shan Shu's back and remarked, "The uniform of the Spirit Control Department, while adequate for general combat situations, falls short when dealing with 4th-tier ferocious beasts. I suggest you use your 2 military achievements, along with the ones from the Blue City S family, to exchange for a set of battle armor." Battle armor? Shan Shu furrowed his brow at the mention. Is it a portable mech? Sun Wu revealed a smile. Yes and no. Battle armor predates portable mechs, and many martial artists find portable mechs unsuitable. After all, they are designed primarily for the protection of mentalists in their fragile bodies. We, however, do not require such. With that, Sun Wu tapped his wristband, swiping through a few options before presenting a virtual image before Shan Shu. Unlike the loose robe of the Spirit Control Department, what lay before him was less a piece of armor and more a combat suit. It had a foundation of black fabric, outlined in red, forming the military uniform, while the exterior was reinforced with gilded black material for defense. Inside, intricate golden patterns adorned the lining, exuding a subtle luxury amidst its understated appearance. Key areas such as the chest and vital points featured prominent armored protection. This could be considered a high-grade hunting suit, with the lining made from soft porcelain threads designed to defend against ambushes, dispersing force to lessen impact and physical strain. The outer layer, crafted from carbon ceramic, could withstand the full force of a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Furthermore, it possessed self-repair and concealment capabilities. While it might not match the caliber of Azura's battle gear, it should serve you quite well at your current level. What do you think? Do you like it? Your military achievements are just enough for the exchange. Sun Wu wore a confident smile, believing no one could refuse such a visually appealing and practical suit. As Shan Shu gazed at the battle armor, a hint of hesitation crossed his face. If asked whether he liked it, he would undoubtedly say yes. It was crafted from special materials and protected by carbon ceramic, all while designed not to hinder his movements. However, if it meant trading his achievements, that was a different matter. With a sigh, he said, "Forget it." Sun Wu's eyes widened in surprise. The initial intention behind this design was to incentivize the military, not only balancing defense and concealment but also ensuring an attractive appearance. It was customary for the military to have a hunter don this outfit during recruitment drives. Yet, Shan Shu was shaking his head. The only reason for Shan Shu's refusal was that, compared to the battle armor, he yearned far more for body-enhancing potions. With those, he could not only recover from injuries swiftly but also open acupoints expeditiously. "What do you want?" Sun Wu inquired. "Potions," Shan Shu replied, his lips moving with unwavering determination. After a moment of silence, Sun Wu cleared his throat and said, "Of course, potions can be arranged, but this battle armor." He had prepared the armor, never expecting Shan Shu to decline. Meeting Shan Shu's resolute gaze, Sun Wu gritted his teeth. "I have faith in you. It's just battle armor, right? I'll gift it to you. The other potions can be exchanged as usual. Consider it a boost for the progress of our federal genius." Hearing this, Shan Shu's face revealed a touch of reluctance. "This seems inappropriate." Shan Shu was not pretending. He genuinely felt uneasy. Sun Wu, noticing this, banged his fist on the table. "Nonsense. If you feel burdened, then contribute more to justify my investment and the military's expectations of you." "Damn it, gifting a blade first, then armor. This is a strategy to attract talent. You must accept with that." Sun Wu signaled Lin Shen, who quickly brought forth a set of high-grade hunting armor. Without giving Shan Shu a chance to reconsider, Sun Wu placed the armor against Shan Shu's chest. The next moment, The armor began to automatically adjust and conform to Shen Shu's physique. Soon, the inner lining was entirely donned. In an instant, Shen Shu's already slender figure was accentuated by the lining. Then, the outer carbon ceramic armor enveloped him. The flowing golden threads emitted energy that reduced damage, transforming Shen Shu from appearing slightly underwhelming to a tall, imposing figure with sharp, piercing eyes. The fierce, lethal armor combined with Shen Shu's defined features evoked the image of a youthful general, a battle-hardened warrior. Sun Wu could not help but show a satisfied expression. With this armor, even if you face a fourth-tier beast onslaught, you'll be able to hold out until I arrive. As he spoke, Sun Wu produced body-enhancing potions. I suspect your eagerness to exchange for potions is to enhance your Diriju Dingju. Since that's the case, I'll personally advance them to you. However, while Diriju Dingju is powerful, it requires gradual progression. With a pat on Shen Shu's shoulder, Sun Wu said, "All right, you should rest for now. The family clan over there just lost 2 fourth-tier beasts. They might cause a stir for a while." Chapter 90. Valong's conspiracy. Shen Shu, clad in battle armor, quickly acclimated to its presence. It must be said, the design of the military's armor was exceptionally well crafted, providing protection without hindering Shen Shu's movements in the slightest. At this moment, numerous individuals within the fortress were casting glances at Shen Shu. The news of the reconnaissance team being brought back, having effortlessly slain 2 ferocious beasts, had evidently spread. Many looked at Shen Shu with eyes filled with admiration and envy. Before long, Lin Shen led Shen Shu to a barack. "You can rest here for now. Once they discover the beasts are dead, they may launch a large-scale attack." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's eyes brightened slightly. Since the beast would be attacking the city, he could use this time to absorb and digest the potions within the camp. The tent, though appearing somewhat simple from the outside, was adequately furnished within, even featuring a rudimentary shower area on the bed. Shen Shu tapped a piece of armor on his chest. Instantly, the armor changed color to match the lining, retracting to conceal vital areas. "This is truly convenient," Shen Shu couldn't help but exclaim. He then retrieved the potions he had on him. Previously, Sun Wu had given him 3 bottles, one of which he used during battle for recovery, and with the 8 bottles exchanged through military achievements, he now had a total of 10 neatly arranged before him. This amounted to a fortune in the millions, a rarity in the outside world. He hoped to open several acupoints. With that thought, Shen Shu injected a body-enhancing potion. First hour. You have used an A-grade body-enhancing potion and activated Diriju Dingju. Fourth hour. You have opened 1 acupoint, further enhancing your vitality. 20th hour. You have opened 5 acupoints. 50th hour. You have opened 12 acupoints. The A-grade body-enhancing potion is nearly depleted. Observing the progress displayed, Shen Shu did not hesitate to inject another. While Shen Shu was fervently consuming potions to enhance himself, within the jungle, near the location of the 2-headed serpent's demise, several ferocious beasts exhibited a glint of desire in their eyes, pacing anxiously, eager to devour the remains. In stark contrast to the excitement of the beasts, several members of the family clan wore serious expressions. "Damn it, that fool Lu Exine. How could they be ambushed and killed? Truly, the waste sent from the small city is unreliable. Even with Prince Hill granting control over 4th-tier beasts, they remain useless." One clan member, standing atop a massive, violent bear, couldn't help but curse. The others nearby exchanged glances, their expressions grim, yet they dared only to cast a sideways glance at the massive bear, suppressing their discontent. At this moment, one clan member, examining the site of the 2-headed serpent's death, stood up after inspecting the wounds and spoke. "The deaths were thorough. It must have been a powerful bone refinement realm warrior. We should report this to Prince Hill. The Blue City Star battlefield not only has Sun Wu but also a formidable bone refinement realm warrior." This statement left the surrounding individuals momentarily speechless. The clan member on the violent bear retorted, "Ha, easy for you to say. Are you not afraid of punishment? You go report it. As for me, since the opponent dares to show themselves, we should attack the city and, while fighting, lure out that bone refinement warrior to eliminate them and account for our actions." Hearing this, the clan member near the 2-headed serpent's corpse turned to glare at the speaker. "Attack the city? Sun Wu is still in that fortress. Are you suggesting that Horus should confront a Guani realm warrior?" This remark left the man atop the bear momentarily speechless, glaring angrily at the clan member who had also been dispatched from a 1st-tier city star battlefield. Seeing Horus remain silent, Wei Jiang surveyed the surrounding individuals and continued, I shall report to His Highness Hill, and as for you all, none are permitted to leave the jungle, nor act independently. Await His Highness Hill's directives. Let me make this clear. Should any of you jeopardize His Highness's opportunity, the Count will not spare you. As he spoke, Wei Jiang snapped his fingers. With a sharp cry, a formidable golden eagle swooped down from the sky. And Wei Jiang seized its outstretched talon, soaring away. Observing the departing figure, Horst could not help but spit in disdain. Pah, what a farce! Killing a few individuals from a first-tier city hardly warrants such arrogance. Cough. Horst, the overseer, one of the kinfolk, cautiously inquired regarding the imposing bear beneath him. In response, he merely cast a glance at the surrounding kinfolk. Wei Jiang forbade us from moving, yet he did not prohibit the others from acting. Let some of the kinfolk, accompanied by third-tier beasts, sweep through dais for these. Horst glanced at the corpse of the fourth-tier beast on the ground. Patting the bear beneath him, it immediately devoured the corpse of the two-headed serpent as if it were a mere delicacy, inciting the surrounding beasts to grow increasingly restless. Witnessing this, the bear let out a thunderous roar, causing several agitated beasts to instinctively take a step back. Seeing this, Horst could not suppress a scoff. Though all are fourth-tier beasts, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The bear, while merely upper-tier among fourth-tier beasts in the star realm of first-tier cities, still stands as a formidable presence compared to others. After the bear finished its meal, having also taken a few bites from the shape-shifting lizard, it appeared somewhat satiated. This, Horst waved his hand. The remainder is for you. He then rode off on the bear. Venturing deeper into the jungle, meanwhile on another front, upon receiving reports from the kinfolk, Hill's eyes burned with fury. 2 fourth-tier beasts have perished so easily. Did Sun Wu make his move? Your Highness, it appears not. Judging by the signs of battle, it seems to be a newly assigned practitioner from the bone refinement stage. Moreover, other star realms have reported the emergence of exceptionally powerful individuals, some of whom have even graced the kill list. It seems the Federation seeks to hone these talents. The demise of the two-headed serpent is likely connected to these individuals. Upon hearing this, Hill furrowed his brows, contemplating the corpses of the two-headed serpent and the shape-shifting lizard. After a lengthy pause, he mused, Shen Shu. He had encountered Shen Shu on several occasions. As a martial artist, Shen Shu possessed remarkable physical strength, yet the evident knife wounds on the corpse left him uncertain. After much deliberation, he fixed a resolute gaze on Wei Jiang and declared, The identity of the assailant is of no consequence. We must maintain control over those beasts and kinfolk. In 2 days, the martial examination will commence, and I shall personally descend upon the Star Realm battlefield. Regardless of the circumstances, Sun Wu must be eliminated. Chapter 91. Slaying Beasts and MEN. The Blue City, within the Federation Fortress of the Star Realm battlefield. Hour 4:20. You have opened 48 acupoints. You have broken through to the 6th tier of the skin refinement stage. Hour 6:30. You have opened 69 acupoints. You have broken through to the 7th tier of the skin refinement stage. Hour 900. You have opened 110 acupoints. You have broken through to the 8th tier of the skin refinement stage. Current remaining sage moments, 50 hours. Current opened acupoints, 265. As the panel indicated, he delved into introspection. The opened acupoints shimmered like stars, gradually forming a cosmic map. Although some areas remained sparse, a coherent system had begun to emerge. The acupoints connected beyond the internal circulation, progressively enveloping his entire being. The abundant vitality and the increasing quantity of golden essence not only nourished the acupoints, but also infused his skin and filled his bones. It was said that the bone refinement stage involved sealing vitality within and forging jade-like bones. When one reached the unification stage, both skin and bones would attain a certain limit, at which point the bones would become as robust as pillars, upholding the heavens, while the skin would resemble the firmament, imprisoning all vitality within this domain. Yet at this moment, Shen Shu, merely at the skin refinement stage, was already subtly progressing in that direction. Exhaling deeply, Shen Shu steadied his breath, suppressing his emotions. Perhaps due to the cultivation of the unification stage technique, both his skin and bones seemed to undergo a form of tempering, granting him an exhilarating sense of unobstructed progress in his martial path. Is this the essence of the unification stage technique? He wondered what it would be like when all acupoints were fully opened, connecting to forge the Grand Cauldron. As he pondered, the remaining 50 hours of sage moments abruptly pulled him back to reality. He still needed to rely on combat. Despite expending a significant amount of sage moments, the returns from the unification stage technique left no room for complaint. Currently, he faced the dilemma of having exceeded his experience threshold while his body had yet to catch up. His skin, internal organs, and even bones were steeped in the rich vitality, permeating through mere moments. His physical form had significantly improved. Now, even without relying on any drugs, the continuous flow of vitality alone could sustain him for 300 to 400 years. With his current abilities, he could easily become a long-lived and affluent gentleman. As Shen Shu took this step, who would not desire to touch that true world? Who could resist the allure of immortality? His ambitions had been ignited. Shen Shu gazed at his current abilities. Technique, Common Rock Solid Body Refinement Technique, Exquisite, Unification Stage Great Sun Cauldron Technique, Rare, Major Success, Mental Power Rock Solid Body Refinement Technique, Martial Arts, Skin Refinement Stage Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts, Exquisite, Skin Refinement Stage Serpent's Dance, Exquisite, Bone Refinement Stage Dark Force, Rare, Exquisite, Bone Refinement Stage Dragon Battle in the Wild, Rare, Exquisite, Dragon Battle in the Wild Auxiliary Technique Dragon's Roar, Self-Created Technique Thunderclap, Exquisite. Mental Power Ethereal Blade, Exquisite, Mental Power Those who cannot scrutinize will be doomed to die, Perfect, Mental Power Soul Search, Perfect, as he reviewed all his learned abilities. Shen Shu furrowed his brow in contemplation regarding the merits and shortcomings of his techniques. In close combat, he believed Thunderclap and the other techniques, combined with his current physique, should suffice. The accumulation of Thunderclap and various techniques had always been Shen Shu's ace in the hole. And with his present physique and vitality, the explosive power he could unleash was beyond his comprehension. Boldly guessing, perhaps a practitioner of the unification stage caught off guard would be injured, if not killed, by a single kick from him. However, aside from this move, his close combat prowess relied heavily on his formidable physique. Hiss, I need to exchange for some close combat techniques. Shen Shu recalled the Bone Refinement Stage technique, Chaotic Era Fist, also known as the Farmer's Three Fists, which was particularly suitable for him, as for others. Serpent's Dance was also falling behind. Moreover, he lacked some effective knife techniques. Lost in thought, Shen Shu's gaze turned vacant as he perused through all the techniques. Absorbing the essence of each ability in the interstices of the text, he discerned 4 words: slay beasts, slay men. Only by doing so could one swiftly acquire sage moments. Alas, where can I find so many beasts? At that moment, Shen Shu felt akin to a youth in the dead of night, unable to locate a website, his heart racing in anxiety. Suddenly, a sharp siren echoed from outside the tent. Shen Shu heard the hurried footsteps of people. With a swift motion, he lifted the tent flap and beheld numerous soldiers rushing towards the fortress's exterior. Abruptly, bang! A young soldier stumbled and collided with Shen Shu. Upon noticing Shen Shu's uniform and the badge on his chest, he immediately recoiled in shock. Major, I just. Observing the soldier's demeanor, Shen Shu merely waved his hand. What has transpired? Upon hearing this, Li Xian stood upright, reporting, Major, there is a beast attack warning. I must proceed to Zone C's fortress to assist in defense. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's eyes instantly sparkled. Take me with you? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yes, he exclaimed, then jogged ahead, occasionally glancing at this exceptionally youthful major. The uniform he wore belonged to the elite beast hunting squad. He had seen it during a recruitment drive. Their captain had mentioned that the beast hunting unit could directly hunt down kinfolk and beasts without relying on the fortress or firearms. He had always dreamed of becoming someone like that. He truly is so young, Li Xian thought, gazing at Shen Shu's profile. Suddenly, Li Xian, take your combat position immediately. Hearing the captain's call, Li Xian snapped to attention. Yes. He promptly made his way to his post, preparing his firearm. Meanwhile, Captain Zhuang Xian, having sent away the junior members, hurried to Shen Shu's side. Major, all personnel in Zone C have assumed their combat positions. Li Xian was merely witnessing this scene for the first time. Thus, Captain Zhuang Xian assumed Li Xian had committed some error and hastily offered an explanation. Upon hearing the words, Shen Shu merely waved his hand and replied, You all carry on with your tasks." With that, he strode directly towards the fortress, gazing at the fierce beasts that surged forth from the jungle. The billowing dust they raised resembled a colossal creature gradually rising, its gaping maw poised to devour the entire fortress. Witnessing such a multitude of ferocious beasts, Shen Shu's eyes gleamed slightly that moment. Li Xian anxiously observed the charging beasts, his joints growing pale from the tension, yet upon seeing Shen Shu standing before them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. The young man appeared remarkably youthful, yet there was an inexplicable aura of reliability about him. It was as if as long as he remained at the fortress, nothing could go awry. Li Xian turned his gaze back to this dependable presence. He suddenly noticed Shen Shu leaning forward ever so slightly, before plummeting down towards the fortress. By the heavens! The fierce wind whipped across Shen Shu's face. In an instant, the concealed battle armor hidden beneath his uniform revealed itself. Li Xian immediately pressed himself against the fortress, his eyes wide in astonishment at the figure plummeting downwards. Chapter 92. 1,000 beasts avoid the lean tiger. Damn, that's from that squad. How could he fall down there? If he gets rescued, his squad leader won't hear the end of it. The squad leader, supervising the command atop the fortress, witnessed a figure tumble down from Area C and immediately curse it aloud. He then rushed towards the scene, hoping to retrieve the fallen individual. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a familiar figure. Deputy Lin? Lin Shan patted the squad leader's shoulder and, with a complex expression, said, "Don't go." In an instant, the squad leader's eyes widened, urgency flooding through him. "Deputy Lin, the beasts are still a distance away. We can save him." Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Shan shook his head and pulled the squad leader to stand at the forefront of the fortress, stating, "He is the one who single-handedly entered the jungle and brought Su Shanyao and the others back." Upon hearing this, the squad leader grew even more anxious. "Then we must save him." Lin Shan closed his eyes and slapped the squad leader sharply. "What are you thinking? No wonder you haven't been promoted all these years." With that, he pointed towards the figure charging straight into the throng of ferocious beasts. "Do you really need a mere rookie like you to save him?" Following Lin Shan's gaze, the squad leader beheld Shen Shu, whose energy surged like a torrent, charging boldly into the heart of the densest cluster of beasts. Not only Lin Shan, but also Li Xian and others were astounded by this scene. At that moment, the kin among the ferocious beasts were equally taken aback. "Who is this fool? Does he dare to charge into the beast tide?" The leading kin scoffed, though they were all at the skin training level. Behind them in the jungle were those at the bone forging level watching closely. With the endless tide of beasts, even if that person were at the bone forging level, he could not sustain a prolonged battle. When his energy waned, he might very well perish amidst the beasts. "Brothers, crush this little brat." With a commanding shout, the surrounding kin urged the ferocious beasts to charge towards the seemingly vulnerable Shen Shu. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed as Shen Shu unsheathed his long knife, cleaving through the nearest beast with a swift motion. Then, a thunderous boom rang out. The beast's shattered flesh flew in all directions, the dark energy surging like a shockwave. In almost an instant, the once densely packed beasts before Shen Shu erupted into a cloud of blood mist. You have slain a first-tier ferocious beast. Gaining 1 minute of sage moment. You have slain a second-tier ferocious beast. Gaining. Faced with the most perilous first wave of beasts, Shen Shu not only held his ground, but also carved a bloody path through them. The display of information on his panel swiftly multiplied. The sage moment rose rapidly. Though it was not substantial, the sight of the densely packed beasts before him did not deter Shen Shu. His eyes glinted with cold light, his vitality unabashedly surging skyward. With his long knife in hand, he resembled a vessel navigating upstream against a torrential current, cleaving through the flow with fierce determination. At that moment, everyone on the fortress stood entranced, witnessing this spectacle. By the heavens! The squad leader's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Shan's expression was equally complex. Since Shen Shu had been discovered, he had closely followed him, even participating in the selection of the equipment and long knife that Shen Shu wielded. Due to Shen Shu's involvement in the Azura trials, his combat model and analysis data were classified. However, he distinctly recalled the combat analysis that had provided a single evaluation report. The subject of analysis, Shen Shu, possesses a remarkably strong intent to fight. His close combat abilities rival those of high-tier ferocious beasts, and he harbors a 100 intent to kill against ferocious beasts and kin. Commentary: the protagonist of the Meat Grinder, the dancer upon the blade, a top-tier killer. With a swift motion, warm blood splattered across Shan Shu's face, lending an unusual allure to his fair complexion. In this moment, as he wielded his long knife, he lacked formal knife techniques. However, his abundant vitality and robust physique rendered him unstoppable. No ferocious beast could withstand his strike. A ferocious beast, seizing the opportunity as Shan Shu swung his blade, lunged from the side to bite at his neck. Crack! Its sharp teeth clashed against the armor, leaving only a shallow mark. In the next moment, a hand suddenly thrust into the still open maw of the beast. With a powerful yank, he hurled it to the ground, then stomped on its jaw, tearing it apart with a swift motion. Rip! As the piercing sound of flesh being torn apart echoed, the previously fearless ferocious beasts began to quail in fear. Glancing behind Shan Shu, a path of crimson blood lay before him, littered with countless severed limbs. In that instant, the once unyielding surge of beasts faltered, their inherent dread taking hold as they began to retreat. From the fortress, Shan Shu appeared like a divine needle amidst the throng of beasts. 1,000 ferocious beasts flee before the lean tiger. Someone murmured atop the fortress, as all eyes fell upon the ferocious aura emanating from Shan Shu, which indeed resembled that of a fierce tiger. On the other side, Lin Shin was taken aback by these words. He had once heard Yuan Yi mention, "Do not be deceived by Shan Shu's tall and slender frame. When he fights, he is like a tiger descending from the mountains." The talented students across the school dared not speak against him, and even the principal refrained from opposition. He was nicknamed the Lean Tiger. Lean Tiger. Lin Shun's eyes brightened. He was not a fierce tiger, but rather a famished lean tiger. 1,000 ferocious beasts flee before the lean tiger. As the ferocious beasts parted, Shan Shu suddenly spotted several figures. The exposed kin looked on in astonishment at Shan Shu and the retreating beasts nearby. Ah? The beasts can also feel fear? Shan Shu, noticing the kin, suddenly revealed a smile that showcased his white teeth, an image made all the more chilling against the backdrop of his bloodied form. In an instant, the kin frantically commanded the beasts to attack Shan Shu. Beneath, a lurking ground scorpion suddenly lunged forth, its stinger aimed directly at Shan Shu's neck. Swish! As the cold gleam flashed, the scorpion's tail was severed, and in the next heartbeat, Shan Shu lunged forward. Boom! Dust and blood soared into the air. Any ferocious beast attempting to obstruct Shan Shu met a swift demise at his hands. Thus, amidst the chaos and bloodshed, he steadily advanced towards the terrified kin. Impossible! He must be out of vitality. Kill him! One of the kin shouted, unable to contain his retreat. Yet, observing the spectral aura of vitality behind Shan Shu, it was evident to all that though he appeared slender and frail, his vitality had not diminished in the slightest. Seeing that the kin could no longer control the surrounding beasts, Shan Shu couldn't help but smirk. Moments ago, these kin had summoned numerous third-tier beasts to their doom for self-preservation, yet now only second-tier beasts remained, and even those seemed to be dwindling in number. TSK, have you all been drained dry? In the next moment, Shan Shu stood before the kin. Then you shall perish. With that, Shan Shu swept his long knife, and among the throngs of beasts, several human heads adorned the ground. Chapter 93. No apprentices swish, as Shan Shu's long knife spun in a flourish. Droplets of blood sprayed across the ground, a striking crimson hue in an instant. The previously formidable throng of ferocious beasts descended into chaos. The first and second-tier beasts, once controlled by the kin, trembled in fear and began to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Shun's eyes gleamed with intensity. Open fire! With Lin Shun's furious command, the commanders across various sectors issued the order to fire. Instantly, the fortress erupted like a torrent of fire dragons, unleashing a barrage upon the horde of beasts below. Meanwhile, Shan Shu, ensnared within the fray of ferocious beasts, did not retreat in search of support from the fortress. Instead, he wielded his long knife like a straight blade, attempting to cleave through the tide of beasts surging from the plains and jungle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shin felt his blood surge with excitement. Shan Shu's strength ignited the morale of everyone at the fortress. This was the very essence of the hunt against ferocious beasts. As a member of the beast hunting team, Lin Shen had long been accustomed to executing swift strikes, occasionally being redeployed for reconnaissance against the Qin. While the beast hunting squad was formidable, their capabilities were limited in the face of a relentless tide of beasts, especially with the Qin lurking, ready to strike with their mental powers. However, today Shen Shu vividly illustrated the true impact a genuine powerhouse could have on the battlefield. At this moment, Shen Shu moved through the throngs of ferocious beasts as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His formidable physique, abundant vitality, and impeccable mental prowess rendered him invulnerable. Any assault launched against him from the shadows would be swiftly detected, with the assailant extracted from the dense mass of beasts in an instant. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Halls observed as Shen Shu refrained from immediately dispatching the Qin he had captured. Instead, he seemed to engage in a fishing expedition, methodically eliminating the third-tier beasts under the Qin's control. The third-tier beasts were recklessly drawn away. The once fierce horde of beasts lost its momentum. "Damn it! I shall slay him," exclaimed one of the Qin, visibly elated at the prospect. Clearly, Shen Shu's might was evident to all, especially considering his youth, which indicated he was a significant asset for the Federation. If they could eliminate him, they would surely earn merit. Upon hearing this, Halls narrowed his eyes. Though arrogant, he was not foolish. After all, he had seen much in a first-tier city. He snorted derisively. Fools are fools. Sun Wu allowed such a person to infiltrate the beast horde alone. Do you think it is merely trust in him? I can assure you, if you dare bring fourth-tier beasts to confront him and fail to eliminate him at once, Sun Wu will undoubtedly come for you within moments. He continued, with His Highness Hill and the fifth-tier beasts yet to arrive, all our strategies will be revealed and dismantled by Sun Wu. At that point, even several lives would not suffice to spare you. The Qin, chastised, turned pale. If they ventured out of the jungle, devoid of the protection of the multitude of beasts, Sun Wu could crush them with mere martial prowess. However, as long as Sun Wu did not eradicate them immediately, should His Highness Hill enter the battlefield through the rear tunnel, Sun Wu would be left behind, at the very least. If they could stall Sun Wu, the numerous fourth-tier beasts could obliterate the newly established fortress, potentially even spilling into Blue City. In that scenario, a second-tier city's astral battlefield, combined with a solitary Sun Wu at the Chuani level, would still count as a significant achievement. Contemplating this, the crowd reined in their thoughts. Would they truly allow him to continue his slaughter? Halls chuckled coldly, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a thirst for blood as he fixated on Shen Shu. Let him kill. Let the Federation savor a taste of victory. The more he slays today, the more he shall be torn apart by the violent bear. With such abundant vitality, I am certain the bear will relish it. Upon hearing this, the violent bear seemed to share his eagerness. Its maw agape, drooling and forming a small puddle on the ground. It exhaled white mist from its nostrils intermittently. Observing this, Halls patted the bear's head and declared, "Let us withdraw some Qin for now. Once His Highness Hill arrives, we will no longer need them to control the lower-tier beasts." Watching the figures fade into the jungle, one of the recently chastised Qin spat in disdain. "All of us reduced to mere dogs for the Valen clan. And he pretends to be above it all." Before long, with the retreat of some Qin, the once formidable tide of beasts completely collapsed. They withdrew from the fortress as if receding with the tide. Failing to reach the base of the fortress this moment, within the fortress, Sun Wu furrowed his brow upon witnessing the retreat of the beasts. Something is amiss. There are clearly fourth-tier beasts in the jungle. Why are there no Qin attempting to assassinate Shen Shu? A glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes as he rubbed his chin. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Since the Qin of Blue City have been largely dealt with, inform Wuda that if he wishes to redeem himself, he should enter the astral battlefield now. Also, bring in the remaining Forged Bone Realm soldiers from Blue City. The soldier nodded in acknowledgement and hurried away. Meanwhile, Shen Shu, intent on hunting beasts, found himself powerless to intervene. In the midst of the beast horde, he resembled a plague, causing nearly all the beasts to avoid him, creating a peculiar spectacle. Realizing this, Shen Shu abandoned the pursuit of the first and second-tier beasts. Remaining sage moments, 320 hours 52 minutes. As the strongest among them was merely at the skin training level, even though Shen Shu's achievements appeared grandiose, as if he single-handedly shattered the entire beast horde. The sage moments he acquired were not substantial. Glancing at the dark jungle, he stifled his urge to hunt the fourth-tier beasts and walked directly back to the fortress. Under the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers, Shen Shu felt slightly self-conscious at that moment. Lin Shen approached him. Observing Shan Shu's seemingly unyielding vitality and blood-soaked attire, he remarked, "You truly made quite an impression this time. You were a tremendous help." In response, Shan Shu shyly smiled. "What help? This is all due to the lack of sage moments." Looking at Shan Shu's modest demeanor, Lin Shen struggled to reconcile the person before him with the ruthless figure he had witnessed slaughtering amidst the beast-tide moments ago. "Sometimes I genuinely wonder if you are some kind of interstellar creature transformed into a human." Shen Shu's forehead began to visibly display a question mark. "Otherwise, how could your vitality be so abundant?" As he spoke, Lin Shen patted Shen Shu's shoulder. "Moreover, with your physical prowess, you could probably even match a fourth-tier beast in a test of strength, not to mention your mastery of mental power." TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Shen clicked his tongue. "Now I understand why the Shura trials select those who dual cultivate martial and mental skills. You are practically flawless." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu suppressed his embarrassment and cleared his throat, stating, "I do not take disciples." Lin Shen, Chapter 94, Prepayment of Techniques. "Thank you. I am quite exasperated." Lin Shen gazed at Shen Shu, who expressed such abstract sentiments with a stoic face, finding it difficult to maintain his composure. Just as Lin Shen prepared to retort, a figure rushed towards them. "Deputy Lin, Major Shen, General Sun Wu is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shen collected his thoughts and, alongside Shen Shu, proceeded to the main tent. Upon entering, they found Sun Wu engaged in communication with someone. Noticing the two enter, he gestured for them to wait before continuing his conversation. "The situation in Blue City is somewhat unusual. What is your reconnaissance revealing?" "Good, understood." Soon, as Sun Wu ended the communication, he took a deep breath, his expression grave as he turned to Shen Shu and Lin Shen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "The situation in Blue City is peculiar. It's not just Blue City. Several second-tier cities are also exhibiting strange behaviors. It is highly probable that Valen intends to destroy a certain first-tier city's astral passage, using several second-tier cities as bait. Blue City is likely one of those bait points, and I suspect Valen has already congregated some fourth-tier beasts in the jungle." Upon hearing this, Lin Shen furrowed his brow slightly. "But we anticipated this, did we not? With you personally stationed at the fortress and the subsequent spiritualists, as long as Valen and the fifth-tier apex beasts do not appear together, we should be able to hold." Sun Wu, his eyes cold, regarded Lin Shen. "What if it is just the Valen clan accompanied by fifth-tier beasts?" Lin Shen was momentarily at a loss for words, his brow furrowing deeply. "That is impossible. If they dared to deploy such forces, the lack of such combat power would allow the first-tier city to directly cleanse the astral battlefield. Valen cannot afford to abandon the first-tier city's astral battlefield." Sun Wu rubbed his temples. "This is the crux of the issue. I just communicated with the higher-ups. The first-tier city has been unusually quiet, allowing us to clean up the exposed kin in the rear. However, the quieter it is, the more I sense the lurking danger." As he spoke, Sun Wu looked at the map before him. "Rather than speculate aimlessly, I have decided to enter the jungle in advance and delve deeper to ascertain Valen's true intentions. After all, the kin from Blue City have been largely extracted, so our pressure is not as great as in other cities." Turning to Shen Shu, he added, "As for you, though you are merely at the skin training level, your combat prowess is already comparable to a seasoned Forged Bone Realm practitioner. I have no particular demands for you. I grant you the freedom to adapt to circumstances, along with the authority to prepay military merit for rewards. But a maximum of 5 fourth-tier beasts' military merit can be prepaid. This is not a personal privilege but a military regulation. Once prepaid, it must be repaid, and there will be interest. Borrow 5. Return SIX.AT. That moment, a commotion erupted outside the tent as Wu Da burst in, lifting the curtain. "Sun Wu, why disrupt the plan?" Wu Da shot a glance at Shen Shu before directing his ire at Sun Wu, his voice brimming with barely contained fury. "You think just because you were reassigned from the front lines, you can act as you please here?" In response, Sun Wu merely shot him a glance. "It is precisely because I was reassigned that I understand the situation better. In the absence of a breakthrough at the front lines, Valen can only strike from the rear. It is not just the Dawn Star. Other planets cultivating Federation talents faced the same predicament. Wuda, incensed, retorted, "Is that so dire? Everyone is facing the same situation. Why are you so special? The rear of Blue City is stable. Maintaining a quiet stance is far better." Sun Wu sneered dismissively. Gil put it nicely. It's called maintaining a quiet stance. To put it bluntly, you fear taking action and fear making mistakes. You, along with the talent cultivation planets behind you, have grown accustomed to a life of ease. The rear has been infiltrated by so many of the kin, and yet you remain idle. What have you been doing while they are emerging? The stability of Blue City's rear is still reliant on Shen Shu enduring the pressure and clearing the path. Isn't it? The reason you refrain from action is merely out of fear of revealing your inadequacies. Isn't it? Afraid of exposing the uncomfortable truth that you are incapable of doing much. Were it not for Shen Shu, what could a mere junior officer of the Spirit Control Division achieve if chaos erupted both in the astral battlefield and within the city? In response to Sun Wu's pointed inquiry, Wu De clenched his jaw and glared at Sun Wu, declaring loudly, "Only death." Upon hearing this, Sun Wu smiled faintly. "Very well, then I invite Officer Wu to accompany me on a journey to the path of death." "You," as he spoke, Sun Wu glanced at the recently activated wristband, swiping his hand to project a document before Wu De. "The order has arrived. Whether you wish to or not, you must comply." Faced with this, Wu De could only grit his teeth in silence. Observing that his counterpart was not likely to stir up much trouble, he addressed the other personnel who had been summoned alongside Wu De. "This is Lin Shun, my adjutant. From now on, you are to follow his orders and assist in the defense of the fortress. Let me make it clear, although this is a temporary appointment, if anyone disobeys orders and jeopardizes the fortress's stability, I, Sun Wu, swear that the instigator and even their family will pay the price." Sun Wu wasted no words. Those still remaining in the city were mostly individuals with some degree of power in their families. They were all those who feared authority but did not respect virtue. Rather than offering rewards, it was more effective to issue direct threats. The few individuals who had been summoned were expressions of displeasure. Yet they still nodded in reluctant agreement. After taking care of everything, Sun Wu did not waste energy in grand displays. Instead, he suppressed his aura, allowing a flicker of light to dance across his clothing as he made his way into the jungle. Despite his reluctance, Wu De donned his portable mech and followed suit. Lin Shun observed this scene with a grave expression, just as he prepared to instruct the others who had been summoned. Shen Shu suddenly addressed him. "I wish to advance my military merits." Lin Shun was somewhat puzzled. "Now? How many body-tempering potions do you wish to advance?" Shen Shu shook his head in denial. "A technique for leg movement in the bone refinement realm, one that emphasizes speed. 1 for the farmer's 3 punches. 1 for blade techniques. And if there are any remaining military merits, I want them all converted into body-tempering potions." Hearing Shen Shu's words, Lin Shun's confusion deepened. Is it not a bit too late to request such things now? However, seeing Shen Shu's insistence, Lin Shan hesitated briefly before leaving the main tent. Before long, he returned with a brand new access card for Shen Shu.as. The card made contact with Shen Shu's wristband. Several techniques appeared on it. "There are 2 leg movement techniques that meet your requirements. Please select one. Bone Refinement Realm Thunderclap. Technique Introduction. As swift as thunder, consuming vitality to enhance speed, and during the use of Thunderclap, the accumulated vitality will strengthen your next attack. Bone Refinement Realm Gentle Breeze. Technique Introduction. As gentle as a breeze. Mastering this technique allows for movements as subtle as a whisper. The former is swift but noisy, suitable for combat. The latter is suited for stealth and ambush." After a moment's hesitation, Shen Shu chose Thunderclap. With his selection, the technique Gentle Breeze vanished from the access card. Lin Shun then produced 5 A-grade body tempering potions from his pocket. "This is the remainder of your military merit exchange." Accepting the potions, Shen Shu glanced at the items on his wristband and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Seeing this, Lin Shun opened his mouth to say something further, but when he looked up, Shen Shu had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 95. Genius, the Ultimate Thunderclap. Lin Shun's pupils constricted. Where did he go? In the next moment, he saw a figure trailing behind Sun Wu and Wu De as they departed. How dare he? Just moments ago, Shen Shu had asked him for techniques, and he had assumed Shen Shu intended to recuperate well within the fortress. Yet now, he had turned around and ventured outside. It must be noted that the jungle was not the same as the beast tide they had just encountered. There might even be fifth-tier ferocious beasts and the Valong tribes stationed there. Moreover, Shinshu lacked any escape techniques. Hearing this, Shinshu narrowed his eyes, hesitating briefly before saying, "So, if I had an escape technique, would that allow me to join in?" Sunwoo couldn't help but chuckle. "While others are fleeing, why are you so eager to follow along? Fine. If you can indeed present me with an escape technique that I find acceptable, I won't mind taking you with me." In response, Shinshu activated his wristband and began reviewing the thunderclap technique once more. Wuda could not suppress a scoff. "Shinshu, you ought to know your limits when it comes to sharpening your sword at the last moment. To rely on a technique you just learned as your crutch." Everyone present was a genius in their own right. Did he truly believe himself capable of anything? Shinshu remained silent, merely continuing to deduce. First hour, you have thoroughly studied the Bone Refinement Realm Thunderclap technique. 10th hour, Thunderclap primarily relies on powerful vitality, continuously detonating behind you to accelerate speed, with the vitality dissipated enhancing your next attack. 50th hour, the method of detonating vitality bears a resemblance to the Dark Force, except one detonates within another's body while the other detonates within oneself and the surroundings. 100th hour, Bone Refinement Realm Thunderclap has reached full mastery. 150 hours, the powerful vitality and physique grant you ample capital to experiment with and master various applications of Thunderclap. 200 hours, you have mastered the application of Thunderclap and integrated Dark Force into it, enhancing speed and efficiency. Due to the similarity between the methods of Dark Force and Thunderclap, you have accelerated your learning progress. 250 hours. Thunderclap has been integrated into various techniques, allowing for instantaneous acceleration even while wielding a blade. You have developed a new application for Thunderclap. Bone Refinement Realm Thunderclap Ultimate. As the panel flashed before him, the technique that had once seemed obscure and difficult to comprehend suddenly became the most familiar thing to him, as if he had been immersed in this technique for an eternity. Observing the mocking smile still plastered on Wuda's face, Shinshu merely regarded him in the next moment, as Shinshu's vitality erupted beneath his feet. He instantaneously appeared before Wuda in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind swept past, and a fist halted mere inches from Wuda's face. Even though the portable mech responded swiftly, dropping its visor, Wuda still felt the sharp sting of a cold wind brushing against his face. It was important to note that at this moment, Wuda was a good 5 or 6 meters away from Shinshu. Suspended in midair, Shinshu had closed the distance before the portable mech could react. Had Shinshu intended to do something, Wuda would likely have been done for. Sunwoo stared at Shinshu in a daze. The instant Shinshu moved, he recognized it as the Bone Refinement Realm's Thunderclap. Yet hadn't Shinshu just been reviewing it? He swore that unless the military's internal investigations had become utterly incompetent, Shinshu had never studied or even comprehended this technique before. As Shinshu released his fist, he knocked gently on Wuda's visor. "Why apologies? I just learned it and couldn't fully control my strength. Did I startle Officer Wu?" Hearing this, the corner of Sun Wu's mouth twitched slightly. "You couldn't control your strength? Are you pulling my leg?" At this moment, Shinshu was effortlessly floating in midair, continuously utilizing Thunderclap to detonate his vitality and sustain himself. The precision and proficiency of his vitality detonations likely surpassed that of some individuals who had devoted years to studying this technique. Just moments ago, Wuda had remarked that everyone present was a genius. And now Sunwoo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Damn it. Next time, do not drag me into your showboating. Do I deserve to be included? Wuda's expression darkened. This must be because Sunwoo has been giving you special treatment. Sunwoo, taken aback by the unfounded accusation, couldn't help but snort coldly. Are you blaming me for your own failures? How could I possibly have the time to give him special treatment? Listening to Sunwoo's unrelenting rebuttal, Wuda's face oscillated between shades of green and white. At this moment, he could barely muster a response. After all, during the Dawn Star Council meeting, he had learned much about Shinis Hu. It could be said that the only time Shinshu had recently had to rest was in the detention center. At that time, Sunwoo had been present at the Dawn Star Council meeting as well. Thus, Wuda arrived at a horrifying conclusion. Shinshu might very well have learned it on the spot. The mere thought of such a monster existing in this world, capable of learning simply by observing once, sent shivers down Wuda's spine. Wuda fell silent. At this moment, Sunwoo felt the weight of Shinshu's gaze upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Since you possess means for self-preservation, let us proceed together. However, I must forewarn you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and I grant you an opportunity to flee, do not look back. Upon hearing this, Shan Shu revealed a smile. Very well. Without the presence of the thunderous power of the bone-forging realm, Shan Shu's desires would remain confined within the fortress. After all, while the jungle might offer numerous moments of enlightenment, one must be alive to seize them. But the situation was different now, with the formidable presence of the bone-forging realm's Thunder and Sunwoo by his side. This could very well be his best chance to enter the jungle and attain moments of enlightenment. With that said, the group stealthily ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 96. Revelation? You are the traitor? A breeze carrying the stench of ferocious beasts swept through. Shan Shu and his companions moved swiftly through the jungle. As they delved deeper, the damp, foul odor intensified, signifying the presence of numerous ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Yet, the jungle was eerily silent, too silent. Even Wu De sensed something amiss. Sun Wu narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of suspicion and wariness flashing within. Something is not right. We have nearly reached the heart of the jungle, yet we have not encountered a single fourth-tier beast. Even if these beasts were under the control of the Bloodline clan, they still retained their wild instincts. Some were predatory beasts that, having feasted upon another beast that very morning, could not be expected to stand shoulder to shoulder with their controllers by the afternoon. The absence of a dominant fourth-tier beast was simply inconceivable. Yet, here they were, facing an impossibility. As he gazed at the ferocious beasts lurking nearby, Sun Wu's unease grew. Perhaps we should retreat, Wu De suggested. Unable to suppress his fear, Sun Wu hesitated for a brief moment before shaking his head. Let us go deeper and discover what is unfolding. Meanwhile, within the jungle, Shan Shu observed a colossal three-headed hound lazily sprawled on the ground. Before it, both the fourth-tier beasts and the previously arrogant members of the Bloodline clan lay prostrate. The fire three-headed hound, a fifth-tier beast, cast a disdainful and greedy glance at the subdued creatures and then turned its gaze toward the swirling starry portal nearby. According to Hill,